Martial Peak Chapter 42:13 to Chapter 42:58. Yang Kai ignored the looks and comments of the outsiders and entered the Azure Arena. He was immediately greeted by the sight of the heaven, earth, and mortal rankings, each of which contained 100 names. He casually swept a glance over the rankings and sure enough, he saw Yu Luo Sha's name right at the top of the earth rankings. It was shining golden and looked very dazzling. The list was constantly changing. From time to time, one of the names would slide down the rankings while others would vanish altogether. Those names that slid down the rankings belonged to the people who were defeated in the Azure Arena, while those names that vanished from the rankings belonged to the people who died in battle. Yang Kai suddenly glanced towards the bottom of the mortal rankings and smiled. That brat, Qing Shan, is doing pretty well. In the 95th position of the mortal rankings was Lang Qingshan's name. 3 days ago, Yang Kai asked Lang Qingshan and the others to enter the Azure Arena for training. They immediately rolled up their sleeves and came over the very next day. Over the past few days, they didn't even return to First Inn. They were practically regarding the Azure Arena as their home. In just 3 days, Lang Qingshan had made his way into the 95th position of the mortal rankings. It went to show just how diligently he had been fighting. During their conversation, Lang Qingshan's name suddenly jumped up the rankings and abruptly landed on the 89th spot. The name of the person who used to rank 89th slid down and stopped just below his name. At the same time, Yang Kai faintly heard an earth-shaking roar of cheers coming from a corner of the Azure Arena. "Are you Yang Kai?" A person's voice sounded from the side. Yang Kai looked up and saw a few young men dressed as young lords walking over from not far away. They were followed by several low-rank open heaven realm masters. It would seem that they came from a rather extraordinary background. There were 3 people in total and they were all dressed differently. One was dressed in black, one was dressed in white, and the other was dressed in green. The person who spoke just now was the young lord in green. He was holding a folding fan in his hand and pretending to be suave. While he was speaking, he couldn't help stealing a few glances at Yuhi with gleaming eyes. On the other hand, Yuhi's gaze was as sharp as knives. She gave him a vicious look, causing him to smile in embarrassment and reluctantly withdraw his gaze. "That's right, and you are?" Yang Kai politely cupped his fist. The young lord dressed in white announced, "You don't need to know who we are. All you need to know is that our interests are closely related to your victory or loss today." Yang Kai suddenly understood the situation. These people must have placed bets. A betting pool would be opened for every battle in the Azure Arena, and these wagers would have different odds to attract the cultivators watching to gamble. It stood to reason that he knew about this. After all, this was the reason why Pei Buwan suddenly earned such a large sum of money last time. His battle with Yu Luo Sha today would surely have a similar aspect. But, why did these people come to find me? Yang Kai had a sudden thought and looked at them in astonishment. Could it be that the 3 of you placed a bet on my victory? The young lord in white responded without a trace of politeness, "In your dreams. We might come from wealthy families and spend money like water, but we are not stupid enough to just throw money away. Why would we bet on your victory?" Yang Kai became annoyed. "If you favor Yu Luo Sha, then why did you come to me? Are these 3 people sick in the head?" The young lord in black raised a hand to pat Yang Kai on the shoulder and gave a sigh. "Junior brother Yang, the 3 of us actually quite admire your courage. We can't believe you have the guts to accept Yu Luo Sha's challenge. It's rare to see a young man as bold as you nowadays. I heard you defeated Yu Luo Sha more than 10 years ago. Is that true?" Yang Kai nodded in response. The young lord in black heaved another heavy sigh. "It is said that one can make great progress in 3 days, much less after more than 10 years. It is best not to think of her in the same way. You might have won against Yu Luo Sha in the past, but now." He gazed at Yang Kai with a pitying look and patted Yang Kai on the shoulder. "Work hard to survive. You will only have hope for the future if you survive." Yang Kai chuckled and did not know how to respond. The young lord in green closed his folding fan. "That's not the main point. The main point is that you must survive for some time against Yu Luo Sha. The 3 of us are betting that you can hold out against that crazy woman for an incense stick at least." The young lord in white said, "Since you have the guts to accept Yu Luo Sha, I'm sure you have some confidence in your abilities. An incense stick should be fine, right?" Yang Kai was curious, you can even make a bet like that? The young lord in black replied, why not? The Azure Arena opened an extensive betting pool, and although the odds are lower, we can still earn a lot if we bet a lot. Yang Kai looked at the three of them and exclaimed in surprise, did all of you bet that I could hold out for an incense stick? The young lord in black looked apologetic, not all of us. I bet that you won't last for more than half an incense. Seeing Yang Kai glaring at him resentfully, he continued, there are even worse out there. Su Tang Tang bet 3 million open heaven pills that you will be defeated in 10 moves. That guy is nuts. So, junior brother Yang, you have to do your best. You must hold out for more than 10 moves, he added in a low voice, and lose to you Luo Sha within half an incense. I will treat you to a meal later. Yang Kai was so furious that steam came out of his nostrils. Did you Luo Sha send the three of you here to humiliate me? The three young lords smiled in embarrassment and quickly replied, of course not. Yang Kai snapped, didn't anybody bet that I would win? The three young lords exchanged glances with each other before shaking their heads in unison. They looked at Yang Kai like he was a lunatic. Yang Kai smiled and nodded, but his smile did not reach his eyes. Good. I will do my best not to disappoint the three of you then. The young lord in black brightened at those words and cupped his fists. Many thanks, junior brother Yang. If you survive the battle today, the three of us will definitely become your friends. Sure. Yang Kai smiled and nodded. Afterward, he parted ways with these three. Under the guidance of one of the people from the Azure Arena, he walked into a room to wait for the Azure Arena to prepare the battlefield. Then, he abruptly turned towards Pei Buwan. How much did you bet, shopkeeper Pei? Pei Buwan made an incoherent noise as his gaze wandered nervously for a bit before he raised a finger. Yang Kai smiled brightly. How long did you bet that I would last? Pei Buwan looked guilty. He hesitated for a long while, then he gave a flattering smile. An hour. Wow. Shopkeeper Pei, you sure think quite highly of me. Should I thank you? Pei Buwan immediately said, little brother Yang, it's not that this big brother is favoring an outsider over you. It's just that you Luo Sha's growth over the past 10 years is extremely terrifying. She is much stronger today than she was back then. But, I know that you are no ordinary guy either, little brother Yang. I'm sure you grew tremendously over the past 10 years, so you can definitely hold out for an hour. 3-1. He considered for a moment. Little brother Yang, do you want to bet a little? There is still time. It's no big deal even if you lose a battle. It's more important to earn some open heaven pills. Besides, now is the time when you need lots of cultivation resources for your cultivation. You won't get another chance like this if you let this chance slip by. 3-1. Those are some really stacked odds. Yang Kai secretly gritted his teeth. The Azure Arena was obviously looking down on him by offering such odds. It could even be said that nobody who knew about this battle was optimistic about his chances at all. If the odds are so high just for me to hold out for an hour, then the odds of my victory against you Luo Sha should be even higher, right? 10-1. Pei Buwan answered solemnly, these are the highest odds that the Azure Arena has ever offered in its history. There has not been any precedent of a higher offer. Yang Kai turned to look at Yuhi. How many open heaven pills do we have left? Yuhi immediately replied, we still have more than 360 million. Young master, are we going to place a bet? Bet everything. He waved his hand grandly. I'm going to force Azure Arena to compensate me with the clothes on their back, down to their underpants. Yuhi accepted the order and took her leave. Pei Buwan's mouth gaped open in shock. At first, he was shocked that a trivial Emperor realm cultivator like Yang Kai had several hundreds of millions of open heaven pills in hand. It had to be said that even as the shopkeeper of the 100 Refinings Hall, the funds that passed through his hands were no more than tens of millions at most. Did he rob a cave heaven or a paradise over the past few years? How did he accumulate so many open heaven pills? A moment later, he was shocked at how decisively Yang Kai decided to bet all those open heaven pills in one go. It wasn't until Yuhi departed that he finally came back to his senses and hurriedly said, little brother Yang, what are you betting on? You can't just randomly make such a bet. That's several hundreds of millions of open heaven pills. What if he loses? Just thinking about the possibility distressed Pei Buwan. None of your damn business. Yang Kai snapped angrily. Pei Buwan was in the wrong here, so he did not dare to say another word. A short while later, Yu He returned and reported with some dissatisfaction, "Young master, the Azura Arena only accepts a maximum bet of 100 million. I can't bet any more than that. I have asked Guo Ziyan and the others to rush over immediately." Yang Kai nodded gently. While they were conversing with each other, the door opened and an elderly man walked into the room. He swept a glance across the room and asked, "Which one of you is Yang Kai?" Yang Kai stood up, "Me. Please come with this old master. The battle is going to begin soon." After saying that, the elderly man turned around and led the way. Yang Kai had no choice but to follow the elderly man through corridor after corridor and soon came to a set of tightly closed doors. The doors were several meters high and at this moment, they were slowly opening. With the opening of those doors, an earth-shaking cheer that made one's blood boil with excitement came from within the Azura Arena. "Please enter." The elderly man gestured forward. Yang Kai strode forward and entered the Azura Arena. It was not his first time here, however, it had been more than 10 years since he last came. The reason his battle with Yu Luo Sha this time attracted so much attention was also thanks to the diligent efforts of the Azura Arena. The entire battlefield was so vast that it was impossible to see the end at a glance. He turned out to be standing on a platform and 1,000 meters opposite him, Yu Luo Sha stood on another platform in tight-fitted clothes that revealed her graceful curves. She was looking in this direction with a burning fighting spirit. The doors behind both of them slowly closed and at the same time, numerous barriers were activated inside the Azura Arena. A transparent light barrier covered the entire battleground in order to prevent fallout from the battle from spreading outside the arena. Following the activation of the barrier, the environment of the entire battlefield changed rapidly as towering ancient trees rose from the ground. It was a strange sight to see. The environment in the Azura Arena would change randomly, which was something Yang Kai had known for more than 10 years. The last time he fought Yu Luo Sha, their battle had taken place in a desert. This time around, it seemed to be a forest. Soon after, a booming voice sounded throughout the Azura Arena, explaining the rules. The voice was neither fast nor slow, but it was very penetrative. It clearly resounded in one's ears despite the clamoring noises of the countless cultivators in the stands. Under the watch and cheering of countless people, Yang Kai stood on the platform and smiled brightly at Yu Luo Sha, who stood opposite him before lightly asking, "Junior sister Yu, can I admit defeat?" Yu Luo Sha's beautiful eyes narrowed at those words, "Are you mocking me?" Her pretty face was filled with rage and her tender fists were tightly clenched. She had waited for more than 10 years for this moment, also she could have a proper fight with him. Now that he had finally returned to the Star City, how could she possibly accept a result like that? "I guess it won't work after all." Yang Kai gave a leisurely sigh. "My original intention was to admit defeat immediately. After further consideration, I came to the conclusion that a woman with as much pride as you would not give up even if I admit defeat. You will definitely continue to pester me in the future. In that case, I figured I might as well fight you and create a chance for you to land the winning blow. That way, I can resolve this troublesome matter. Create a chance for me to land the winning blow." She gritted her teeth, uttering those words with great emphasis as though she had suffered great humiliation. Her chest heaved erratically. "Indeed." Yang Kai remained calm. "Judging by your words, you seem certain that I am not your opponent," she said coldly. "There is no one beneath the open heaven realm who is my opponent." He looked at her nonchalantly. Even if she had a calm temperament and her mind was as tranquil as an ancient well, she still could not help becoming angry at his words. "Senior brother, are you not worried that these nonsensical words of yours will come back to slap you in the face later? I was certainly no match for you more than 10 years ago, but I am different from before. I'm afraid it won't be so easy for you to defeat me like you did back then." Yang Kai nodded. "I know that you have grown tremendously over the past few years, junior sister Yu. However, this senior brother has not been idle either. It's just that this senior brother is very kind to women. Junior sister, you have such a pretty face. It would be bad if your beautiful face was injured in the fight. Why don't we do this instead? Junior sister, why don't you take the initiative to admit defeat?" The conversation between these two might be taking place within the Azura Arena, But every single word that was spoken was transmitted clearly through the barriers and into the ears of the cultivators in the audience. Everybody heard it loud and clear. The originally noisy audience abruptly fell silent. Everybody stared at young Kai in dumbfounded amazement. In the next moment, an uproar louder than the noisy chattering just now erupted from the audience. Countless people mocked young Kai for boasting shamelessly. Some even clamored for Yu Luo Sha to beat young Kai black and blue. The commotion in the audience was extremely loud for a while, drowning out even the voice that was reading out the rules. Young Kai turned to look at the audience and shouted furiously, "Shut the hell up, you bunch of trash. You'll soon be compensating me with all your bets." Yu Luo Sha tilted her head to look at him and faintly said, "If it's about how glib one's tongue is, then I admit I am not your match, senior brother. We don't need to compete in that regard. I will admit defeat." Yang Kai chuckled, "Looks like we still need to fight in the end." Huh. I never wanted to let this situation develop this far. However, you are wholeheartedly pursuing the peak of the martial Tao. For an opponent like you, this senior brother can only show my respect for you by going all out. After saying that, his expression abruptly changed. His originally faint and nondescript aura suddenly erupted outward like a tsunami. The sudden change was so great that Yu Luo Sha couldn't help narrowing her eyes. She instinctively surged the power in her body as a crimson blood mist instantly permeated the air around her. At the same time, the voice that had been explaining the rules in Azura Arena also finished and shouted in a low voice, "Life and death shall be decided in battle, let the match begin." Kong. The platform beneath Yang Kai's feet exploded without warning and turned into countless pieces of gravel that shot out in all directions. His entire body turned into a stream of light as he charged towards Yu Luo Sha and appeared just 10 meters away from her in an instant. Yu Luo Sha's expression changed greatly as a chill spread from the soles of her feet to the top of her head. In her vision, what charged towards her was not an Emperor Realm cultivator who had yet to even reach the half-step open heaven realm but an ancient ominous beast that crossed through time and came from prehistoric times. The violent aura wrapped around her, causing her to become unable to breathe. It felt like her entire body was being pressed under a mountain and she didn't even have the strength to move a single finger. Meanwhile, the ferocious beast stretched out a claw while charging towards her and reached for her face, tearing through space and causing the world to collapse wherever it passed. Yu Luo Sha was shocked. She had made a name for herself in the Azura Arena. Ever since she advanced into the Emperor Realm, she had fought in the Azura Arena and experienced at least 1,000 battles over the years. During this time, she met both strong and weak opponents. The most difficult opponent she had ever fought was during the battle where she took first place in the Earth rankings. In order to reach the top of the Earth rankings, she first had to defeat the previous top ranker. Her opponent had been on par with her in terms of strength and they were both in the half-step open heaven realm, only one step away from advancing into the open heaven realm. Her opponent had also condensed 6 types of 6th-order elements and was a core disciple of another cave heaven. Their battle had lasted for half a day before they could determine the winner between them. However, even the previous top ranker in the Earth rankings had been extremely cautious when challenging her. They had taken their time to figure out each other's strength before they went all out towards the end of the battle. Who would charge in so violently and savagely from the start? What scared Yu Luo Sha even more was the sense of oppression that Yang Kai gave her. Countless people had looked down on Yang Kai and believed that he was not her opponent, but she had never once thought that way. How could the person who defeated her 10 years ago be weak? As he mentioned just now, she had shown tremendous growth during these past 10 years. But likewise, he could not have been idling away either. That was why she never underestimated him. On the contrary, she had always regarded him as an opponent who could put up a hard fight against her. Nevertheless, she immediately realized she had underestimated him when he actually made his move. Compared to his shocking imposing aura, she felt like a firefly in front of the bright moon, absolutely insignificant. At that moment, she felt as though the person before her was an invincible existence. Be that as it may, she was a core disciple of Azura Heaven and had experienced hundreds of battles before, so she quickly composed herself. Her aura surged as the strength inside her body exploded outward. Kicking off the platform lightly, Yu Luo Sha gave a wave of her hand. Flower petals shot out and rained down on Yang Kai, each one dancing through the air and formed from the purest power she could condense in an ever-changing and unpredictable storm. She had condensed sixth-order elements, so the strength she wielded displayed as such. The golden flower petals were like indestructible swords, representing the metal element. The red flower petals were like blazing flames, representing the fire element. Meanwhile, yellow represented the earth element, green the wood element, white the water element, and black the Een element. Thousands of flower petals danced to form an imposing array that could shred everything to pieces and covered Yang Kai in an instant. Even so, Yu Luosha did not feel the slightest sense of triumph. On the contrary, her heart pounded as though an inexplicable sense of crisis was looming over her. Then, she saw a large hand in the shape of an eagle's claws stretching out of the flower storm. Countless petals destroyed the man's clothes, but they were blocked by a dirt-yellow light barrier. Sparks flew from the contact between the flower petals and that light barrier, while no harm befell his body at all. How can that be? She practically exclaimed in shock, her heart sinking to the bottom of the abyss. The myriad flowers array was basically her trump card. She generally did not use this move because it consumed too much strength, and ever since she climbed to the top of the Earth rankings 3 years ago, few people have been able to force her to use this move again. The only ones who could force her to use this move were opponents in the half-step open heaven realm. These people had all condensed the 5th order or 6th order elements and were also the elite disciples of various cave heaven or paradises. Faced with Yang Kai's head-on charge that resembled a ferocious ominous beast, she immediately brought out her trump card. She originally thought that it would stop him for a moment, maybe even cause him to fall into a precarious situation, but who could have imagined this result instead? Kong. Before she could understand what was going on, Yang Kai's figure burst out of the myriad flowers array. Countless flower petals shattered with a loud explosion, turning into bits of light that shot out in all directions like a meteor shower. Yu Luosha stared blankly forward, only to see that Yang Kai's expression was still as tranquil as an ancient well. His eyes were as cold and cruel as ice. Roaring to inspire herself, her tender body tensed and a boundless blood mist gushed out of her, turning into a sea of blood that drowned both of them inside. The audience was completely silent as countless people stared blankly at the sea of blood in the Azura arena, unable to comprehend what had just happened. It wasn't until 3 breaths later that somebody murmured, "Did that Yang Kai just destroy Yu Luosha's myriad flowers array?" Nobody answered the question. The myriad flowers array had indeed been destroyed and Yang Kai had emerged from it without being bothered in the slightest. The main question was, how did he do it? Nobody had seen clearly. Before anybody could figure out the answer, the sea of blood in the Azura arena began squirming madly as though struck by a powerful impact. The sea of blood shattered and the figures of 2 people swiftly fell out of the sky. Under everybody's gaze, those figures suddenly vanished. Even though it had only been for a moment, almost everybody saw Yang Kai grabbing Yu Luosha by the face with a large hand and viciously smashing her towards the ground. Yu Luosha was not willing to just give up and admit defeat. Both her slender jade hands and long legs, every part of her body had been transformed into a weapon that bombarded Yang Kai indiscriminately. On the other hand, Yang Kai remained as stubborn and unchanging as a mountain. Motionless, he ignored whatever attacks that she unleashed against him. Kong. The entire Azura arena shuddered and countless cultivators in the audience also felt the ground shaking beneath them. A cloud of dust rose up at the spot where the 2 fighters landed. Numerous ancient towering trees crashed to the ground, forming a straight line that stretched out for several hundreds of meters. The scene was chaotic and the figures of both Yang Kai and Yu Luosha could no longer be seen amidst the dust. Everybody hurriedly lifted their heads and looked up at the sky where a huge projected image of the battle between those 2 under the effects of the spirit arrays in the Azura arena stood. What entered their eyes made them draw a deep breath of cold air in surprise. Inside that enormous light barrier, Yang Kai was kneeling with one knee on the ground. He had one large hand pressing against the ground, his black hair and clothes flapping from the impact. As for Yu Luosha, she was smashed into the ground with her face still in the grip of his hand. The long stretch of empty space behind them resembled a large mouth, mocking soundlessly. The entire arena was silent. Everybody looked up stupidly at the projection in the sky. They couldn't help feeling a sense of absurdity, almost as though they were stuck in a dream. Yu Luosha had been utterly defeated. The top ranker in the Earth rankings. The woman who was only one step away from advancing into the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm. The woman who was said to be an existence that was invincible among those beneath the Open Heaven realm. She had been defeated in an instant. Moreover, the person who defeated her was a little-known man by the name of Yang Kai. How could this be? How could there be something so ridiculous in the world? Countless people frantically rubbed their eyes and pinched their thighs, hoping that everything was just an illusion. Unfortunately, the reality of the image burned into their eyes was extremely clear. It could not be more real. Yu Luosha had been defeated by Yang Kai. She seemed powerless to fight back against the violent attacks of the other party. Furthermore, no more than 10 breaths had passed since the beginning of the battle. Inside a certain private room, 3 young lords dressed in black, green, and white respectively were staring fixedly at the Azura arena in shock. They were the 3 young lords who spoke to Yang Kai previously. Their mouths were gaping so wide that they could practically stuff their own fists into them. After a while, the young lord in black suddenly let out a cry of surprise. He turned around and shouted furiously, "Why did you pinch me?" The young lord in white looked extremely depressed. "I wanted to see if I was dreaming." The young lord in green wiped at the cold sweat on his forehead. "I can't believe that senior brother turned out to be so strong." Thinking back to the various advice they gave Yang Kai just now and how they asked him to hold out for longer, they couldn't help shuddering all of a sudden. Inside another private room, Pei Buwan slumped limply into the chair. His entire being looked like a balloon that had run out of air. His complexion had also gone white as a sheet as he was murmuring to himself, "It's over. It's over. It's all gone. My 10 million open heaven pills." After saying that, he clutched at his chest as though he was so heartbroken that he could not breathe. He coldly snorted, "Serves you right." She had no goodwill towards the shopkeeper of 100 Refinings Hall who bet 10 million open heaven pills on Yang Kai's defeat. Inside the Azura arena, Yang Kai slowly stood up and reached up to brush the hair out of his face. Lowering his head to take a good look at Yu Luosha, who was lying unconscious on the ground, he smiled in satisfaction. "I didn't injure her pretty face. As expected, I'm somebody who cherishes women indeed." His words were transmitted throughout the Azura arena via the spirit arrays, so everybody heard him clearly. His tone might be warm and kind, but his words sent a chill down the backs of countless people. Before this battle, the entire Star City believed that Yu Luosha was the strongest master below the Open Heaven realm. Nobody could be her opponent as long as the Open Heaven realm masters did not step forth. However, Yang Kai had knocked out the future rising star of Azura Heaven in less than 10 breaths. If Yu Luosha was the strongest master below the Open Heaven realm, then what did that make Yang Kai? Besides, his offensive had been so violent and ferocious. He gave off the vibe that he was going to skin her alive right from the start. Those were not the actions of a person who cherished women, right? Just how shameless could he be to utter such words? Sneak attack. How dare you perform a sneak attack? How shameless! A furious yell suddenly rang out in the Azura arena. That shout was particularly jarring in the silent arena. In the next moment, the others joined in. Countless people accused Yang Kai of being shameless and despicable. They claimed that he must have maliciously launched a sneak attack, otherwise, Yu Luosha would not have been defeated in one blow. Yang Kai swept a cold gaze over the audience and scolded, "You bunch of trash. If you're willing to gamble, you must be willing to lose. You're all just bitter because you lost everything down to your underwear, right? Ha 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 ha." He burst into maniacal laughter, inciting the anger of all the people in the arena, tempting them to rip his corpse into 10,000 pieces. Nevertheless, his words were the truth. Countless people went bankrupt because of this battle. After all, everybody had looked down on Yang Kai before the battle began and almost everybody placed a bet on Yu Luosha as a result. The odds might be lower, but it was just as the young lord mentioned before, if they bet more, then they would win more. Unfortunately, Yang Kai smashed their beautiful dreams to pieces with brute force in less than 10 breaths. It was no wonder that they were accusing him of being despicable and launching a sneak attack. Strictly speaking, Yang Kai had not launched a sneak attack. He only made his move after hearing the voice saying, "Let the battle begin." There were no doubts regarding whether or not he had launched a sneak attack. It was just that some of those people were not happy about losing. That was why they threw those accusations at him. It wasn't until this moment that the voice explaining all the rules earlier rang out again. This time, it sounded extremely dry. Winner, Yang Kai. In the next moment, a man slipped into the arena and stopped in front of Yu Luo Sha. He reached out 3 fingers to check whether she was still breathing. When he confirmed that she had just passed out and was in no danger, he seemed slightly relieved. He then bent down and picked her up. Then, he raised his head and glared at Yang Kai furiously before leaving in a hurry. Yang Kai scratched his nose, knowing that he made himself stand out too much. The person who carried Yu Luo Sha away was most likely one of Azura Heaven's disciples. Yu Luo Sha could be considered one of the Azura Arena's golden signboards, so now that he smashed that signboard to pieces, it would be strange if he did not attract some grudges. Yang Kai had not wanted to stand out, it was just that Yu Luo Sha was just too bullheaded. She would not have given up and would simply continue to pester him in the future unless he gave her a taste of despair. Fortunately, Azura Heaven was one of the 36 Cave Heaven and the Azura Arena was its primary business. Even if Azura Heaven was upset with him, it would not stoop so low as to secretly get rid of him. Besides, it was not that there was no precedent of Azura Heaven disciples dying in the Azura Arena. Azura Heaven had never held a grudge against others because of something like that. As far as the Cave Heaven was concerned, death was deserved if one was lacking in talent. Seeing as the countless cultivators in the audience were still cursing endlessly, Yang Kai decided to ignore them and leisurely walked towards the exit instead. At the exit, he saw the elderly man who led him into the arena previously looking at him as though looking at a ghost. The attitude of the elderly man at this moment was much more polite than the nonchalant attitude from before. Upon returning to the waiting room, Yang Kai immediately saw Pei Buwan sitting there wallowing in depression and laughed. "Shopkeeper Pei, why are you acting like that? It's only 1 million open heaven pills. Just think of it as a monetary loss that allowed you to avoid disaster instead." Pei Buwan gritted his teeth. "What do you mean by 1 million? It was 10 million. 10 million. How bold, Shopkeeper Pei." Yang Kai teased. When he questioned Pei Buwan earlier, Pei Buwan had only raised a single finger in response and did not provide an exact answer, hence, he mistakenly thought that Pei Buwan had bet just 1 million against him. Who could have known that Pei Buwan had bet 10 million instead? "Little brother Yang, you've ruined me." Pei Buwan's facial features were scrunched up together as he was literally on the verge of tears. "If you had such ability, why didn't you let this big brother know in advance? If I had known, I would have bet on you." Yang Kai was amazed. "I sent you to place an enormous bet on myself, didn't I? Shopkeeper Pei, you were the one who did not believe in me. How can you blame me?" Pei Buwan was rendered speechless when he thought back on it. Yang Kai had dared to bet on his own victory with such confidence, so how could he be uncertain about his chances of winning? It was just that Yu Luo Sha's invincible image was so deeply rooted in Pei Buwan's heart that he did not dare to believe in Yang Kai. Such a great opportunity to make a fortune had been placed right in front of him, but he had failed to grasp the opportunity. It had to be said that the odds against Yang Kai were 10 to 1. Pei Buwan lifted a hand and slapped himself hard in the face. His chest was hurting as though somebody was squeezing his heart, making it hard for him to breathe. While they were speaking, one of the people in charge of the Azura Arena walked in. That person glanced at Yang Kai before glancing at Pei Buwan, who was grieving as though he had lost his parents. That person nodded in acknowledgement. "Junior, you are here too." Pei Buwan suppressed the sorrow in his heart and hurriedly got to his feet. "Old Joe." Old Joe said, "You lost your bet? How could you lose if you are together with nephew Yang?" Pei Buwan reacted as if he was struck by lightning but said nothing, feeling as though somebody had rubbed salt into his wounds. Old Joe ignored Pei Buwan and cupped his fist at Yang Kai. "Nephew Yang." Although Yang Kai did not recognize this person, he echoed Pei Buwan's words and cupped his fist. "Old Joe." Old Joe smiled. "Today's battle has really opened this old master's eyes, nephew Yang." Yang Kai politely responded. "Old Joe, you are too polite. I was just lucky." Old Joe stared at Yang Kai meaningfully. "Defeating Yu Luo Sha in 10 breaths cannot be considered luck. The disciples of Azura Heaven are not that easy to defeat. If just any random person could defeat the disciples of Azura Heaven, then Azura Heaven would have lost the right to call itself one of the 36 cave heavens a long time ago? Yongkai asked, why did you come here, Old Joe? Old Joe handed over a space ring. Before the battle started, you bet a 100 million open heaven pills on your victory, right? This contains your bet and your winnings. Yongkai immediately took the space ring in high spirits. Sweeping his divine sense to check the contents, he exclaimed in surprise, this number seems a bit higher than it should. Combined with his original bet of 100 million, the Azure Arena should only need to hand over 1 billion open heaven pills to him. Such a large sum of open heaven pills was not something just any great force could bring out so easily. Only a place like the Azure Arena where countless open heaven pills flowed through every single day could do something like that. But, what surprised Yongkai was that the space ring seemed to contain more than 1 billion open heaven pills. 2 billion. Old Joe confirmed. Yongkai was puzzled, where did the extra 100 million come from? Old Joe smiled, Nephew Yang, your strength is extraordinary. In the future, your name will surely spread across the 3,000 worlds, so this old master will not play games with you. That extra 100 million is a form of compensation from Azure Arena. Compensation for what? Nephew Yang, please do not set foot in any of the Azure Arenas of any of the star cities ever again. Old Joe replied bluntly. Yongkai could not help blinking in surprise, however, he soon understood what Old Joe meant. He had displayed a terrifying power that was strong enough to crush any opponent under the open heaven realm in his battle today. It was a given that nobody could be his opponent if he were to set foot in another Azure Arena again, and if everybody bet on his victory, then how would the Azure Arena make money? The Azure Arena was one of the most important foundations of Azure Heaven, which delivered large amounts of open heaven pills to it every day. If the Azure Arena kept suffering losses, then Azure Heaven would be in trouble too. It was only natural for Old Joe to consider the future. Be that as it may, he took out 100 million open heaven pills to offer as compensation without even batting an eyelid. It could be seen just how wealthy and powerful the Azure Arena was. Pei Buwan was dumbfounded. As far as his memories went, this was the first time the Azure Arena had ever offered such generous conditions to a cultivator. Azure Heaven was one of the 36 cave heavens after all. Aside from the other cave heavens in the outer universe, there was no need for Azure Heaven to give face to any other great force. After all, Azure Heaven had that kind of power. Yongkai smiled at Old Joe, what if I refused? Old Joe calmly said, you have no reason to refuse, nephew. Fighting life or death battles in the Azure Arena might be able to help a person grow extremely fast, but there is no point in participating if you are simply going to one-sidedly crush your opponents. Even you Luosha could not last for more than 10 breaths against you. There are few below the open heaven realm in this vast universe who have the qualifications to stand before you. You won't be able to meet a suitable opponent even if you enter the Azure Arena again. In that case, why would you waste your time by returning to the Azure Arena? Besides, even if you do enter the Azure Arena again, the Azure Arena can adjust the odds so while we won't make money, we can minimize our losses. That is why I believe that you have no reason to refuse. What do you say, Nephew Yang? Yongkai considered those words for a moment and nodded, what you say does make sense, Old Joe. Old Joe grinned lightly at Yongkai, so, do we have a deal? Yongkai laughed, it's not like I can't agree to never set foot in the Azure Arena again. But, I have to ask that you restrain junior sister you, Old Joe. I'm worried that she might not be convinced even after the battle today. Old Joe replied, please don't worry about this, nephew. Xiao Yuer might be stubborn, but she is not a fool. I'm certain that she will not challenge you again when she knows that she cannot defeat you and that her actions will only humiliate herself once more. Nevertheless, this old master will restrain her. And, about the compensation, he raised an eyebrow at Yongkai's words, Nephew Yang, do you think that it is too little? Yongkai rubbed his fingers together and said slyly, how can there ever be such a thing as too many open heaven pills? Old Joe pondered for a moment and came to a decision, this old master can give you another 50 million. What do you think, nephew? Yongkai's expression became stern, 50 million doesn't sound that nice. Why don't you round it up to a whole number instead? Old Joe's expression became stiff, Nephew Yang, you should show some propriety. Don't be too greedy. This is already the limit that this old master can provide under his authority. If you ask for more, this old master will have to pay you out of my own pocket. If you agree to this deal, you will not only receive a large amount of open heaven pills but also the friendship of Azura Heaven. This is a very good deal for you. After saying that, his eyes flashed for a moment and he looked at Yang Kai seriously before adding, coincidentally, this old master heard of a name recently. That name is exactly the same as yours, nephew Yang Kai. Yang Kai smiled, the 3,000 worlds is extensive. There are trillions upon trillions of living creatures scattered across the vast universe. I'm sure there are people out there with the same name as me. Old Joe gently nodded, indeed. It's not strange for a few people to have the exact same name and surname. What's strange is that this person's cultivation is also similar to yours. Don't you find that rather strange, nephew Yang Kai? Yang Kai's expression changed and his eyes flashed. What else did you hear about, Old Joe? Old Joe said slowly, I also heard that this Yang Kai was involved in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary incident. He made a huge fortune there and even condensed several high-rank open heaven elements. It seems he is very ambitious and intends to break through to the high-rank open heaven realm directly. Say, nephew Yang Kai, don't you agree that this person has no fear of the heavens? Yang Kai quickly replied, cultivators all seek to reach the peak of the material Tao. How is that having no fear of the heavens? It is difficult for a rogue cultivator to directly achieve the high-rank open heaven realm. This old master believes that this person will suffer a catastrophe in the future since he does not have any background nor support to rely upon. If he does not survive the catastrophe, then things would simply end with his death. What if he survives the catastrophe? Yang Kai looked at Old Joe. Old Joe studied Yang Kai for a moment and gave a soft chuckle. If he can survive the catastrophe, then this old master will cut off his head for him to kick around like a ball. Yang Kai couldn't help but coldly snort in response, don't get too high and mighty with your words, Old Joe. Like water that has been spilled, the words you speak can never be taken back again. Old Joe shook his head, that is fate. If this old master says that he won't be able to survive the catastrophe, then he won't. Forcefully pushing forward will only cause his soul to be extinguished. This old master hopes that he can change his mind as soon as possible. If he only takes a step back, then all will end well, otherwise, it will be too late for regrets. By the time the catastrophe strikes. Yang Kai looked livid. Then, Old Joe abruptly changed the subject, there's no point in speaking about such irrelevant matters. Nephew Yang, have you considered the offer this old master has given you? Yang Kai stretched out his hand, hand it over. Old Joe smilingly took out another space ring and handed it to Yang Kai. That space ring contained an impressive 50 million open heaven pills. He said meaningfully, nephew, this old master has a word of advice for you. Those who understand how to be flexible will rise higher. Yang Kai muttered, many thanks for your advice, Old Joe. I will keep your words in my heart. Old Joe gave Yang Kai a measuring look and seemed to see the determination in his eyes. Thus, he sighed and shook his head before taking his leave. Next to them, Pei Buwan bowed and sent Old Joe off. It wasn't until Old Joe was gone that he looked at the two space rings in Yang Kai's hands with an envious look. Those space rings contained a whopping sum of 1.25 billion open heaven pills. It was an amount he would never earn even if he worked all his life. A moment later, he suddenly jumped in fright, little brother Yang, why is your expression so terrible? Yang Kai randomly came up with an excuse, I was wounded by Yu Luo Sha. Pei Buwan was surprised for a moment, then a wave of understanding washed over him. I guess the battle just now was not as easy as it seemed on the surface. Yang Kai probably paid a heavy price to defeat Yu Luo Sha within 10 breaths, it's just that it doesn't show on the surface. Shopkeeper Pei, until we meet again. Yang Kai kept his fists and led Yu He away, his expression still as gloomy as before. He knew that he could not hide his identity after what happened in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, or the fact that he had condensed a high-rank elements and was intending to reach the high-rank open heaven realm directly. So many people had witnessed what happened in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary after all. It was a given that the news would spread out. It was only a matter of time. Calculating the time, nearly 2 years had passed since he came out of the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. If Azura Heaven could learn about the events inside the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, then it would not be surprising for them to know about him. Looking for a person in this vast universe was no different from looking for a needle in a haystack. Unfortunately, old Joe had noticed something during this battle in the Azura arena and ascertained that Yang Kai was the same person mentioned in those rumors. Yu Luosha had condensed the sixth order element powers after all. She could be considered an invincible existence among those below the open heaven realm. As such, one needed to have a greater heritage than hers in order to defeat her within 10 breaths. If Azura Heaven was already aware of this fact, then that was probably the case for all the other cave heavens and paradises. Yang Kai had always known from the proprietress that his journey towards the high-rank open heaven realm was not going to be easy, and he was very likely going to be suppressed by the various cave heavens and paradises. It was just that he had never revealed himself in the eyes of the world before. He had simply taken over Void Land and quietly strengthened himself. It could be considered a fairly stable lifestyle. On the contrary, he had been completely exposed after the battle today. In any case, it was not something that could be helped. Even without today's battle, it was simply a matter of time before his whereabouts were discovered by those who were interested in him. Unless he hid himself in Void Land forever and never showed his face anywhere, it was impossible to remain anonymous. Be that as it may, there was no need to worry about being suppressed for the time being. He had only just condensed 4 elements after all. There was still a long way before he could advance into the open heaven realm. Even if the cave heavens and paradises planned to suppress him, they would not make their move so quickly. They had reputations to worry about, so they had to be mindful of how they took action. A cultivator's road to advancing into the open heaven realm was long. In addition, there were many variables that could affect the final outcome. Just like the wooden boards that make up a wooden barrel, how much water a barrel could hold depended entirely on the shortest board. They only needed to ensure that his water barrel had a single wooden board that was below the high rank to get the results they wanted. Upon considering all of this, Yang Kai felt a little more at ease. Old Joe's words today might seem like nothing more than kind advice, but they were actually a kind of warning, one that came from the various cave heavens and paradises. He did not dare to say that it was the will of all the cave heavens and paradises, but their opinions would likely be quite consistent when it came to this matter. After passing through a long and dark corridor, the bright light ahead seemed to welcome him. Yang Kai tightly clenched his fists and looked up into the sky with a smirk on his lips. Forget a trivial warning. Even if I have to make the entire world my enemy, my determination to achieve the high-rank open heaven realm will not be shaken. Brat, why are you smiling so exaggeratedly? Bai Chi's face suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kai with an infinitely curious expression. Yang Kai was astonished. What are you doing here? Old Bai chuckled and waved the space ring in his hand slightly. Yang Kai blinked and quickly caught on to the meaning. Did the proprietress ask you to place a bet? Old Bai delightedly replied, it's a good opportunity to make a fortune. Who would willingly miss out on such an opportunity? The proprietress prepared this long ago. Those who did not know Yang Kai might not have been optimistic about his prospects, but the proprietress knew him very well. How could she not know how strong he was? She started preparing for Bai Chi to place a bet the moment Yang Kai decided to accept Yu Luosha's challenge. It's a pity. The proprietress did not have many open heaven pills on hand, so we could only place a 30 million wager. Bai Chi complained with some dissatisfaction. Yang Kai was dumbstruck. The proprietress had placed a bet of 30 million with 10 to 1 odds, in other words, she had won 300 million open heaven pills. Combined with the 1.25 billion open heaven pills that he received, the Azura arena must have lost basically its entire betting pool this time. There was no saying how long it would take for them to recover from these losses. We'll have enough money for the auction now. Ha ha ha, Bai Chi chuckled softly. Auction? Yang Kai immediately became interested when he heard those words. Where is the auction? Wind and Cloud Auction House? Thousand Birds Territory's Star City had an auction house by the name of the Wind and Cloud Auction House. It was a place Yang Kai was familiar with as it was an industry owned by Wind and Cloud Paradise. Back when Yang Kai and Old Bai went there to collect debt payments, Wind and Cloud Auction House had made all sorts of excuses to avoid paying them. The two had been so annoyed that they snuck into the auction and made multiple malicious bids, which resulted in the auction being ruined. The person in charge of the Wind and Cloud Auction House at the time was a 4th Order Open Heaven Realm Master by the name of Yun Zhenhua. Due to the malicious bids that Yang Kai and Bai Qi made during the auction, most of the auction items had basically fallen into their hands. However, they refused to settle the bill with open heaven pills. It stood to reason that Yun Zhenhua would not let this matter slide, so he imprisoned them inside Wind and Cloud Auction House. This provoked the proprietress, who subsequently flew into a rage and attacked Wind and Cloud Auction House as a result. Thus, a grudge was formed between them because of this incident. Later, Yun Zhenhua teamed up with Yu He, Qin Ji, and Ling Chenqiu to ambush the proprietress. Yun Zhenhua was ultimately killed on the spot and his soul was extinguished inside the Sealing Yang domain of Golden Rainbow Province when Yang Kai used his last Miameng golden feather. When Yang Kai heard Bai Qi mention the word auction, Wind and Cloud Auction House immediately came to mind. Bai Qi sneered, "First In and Wind and Cloud Auction House are at odds with each other, how could we possibly participate in any of their auctions? This time, we are participating in an auction held by Red Cloud's Auction House." Knowing that Yang Kai was not very familiar with the Star City, he went on to explain, Red Cloud's Auction House is owned by Red Cloud's Cave Heaven. Their heritage is far greater than Wind and Cloud Auction House and they have branches in many star cities. Furthermore, they tend to hold a large-scale auction in a random star city every 5 years or so. The large-scale auction this time will be held in Thousand Birds Territory Star City. Red Cloud's Auction House? Yang Kai gently nodded. When will this auction take place? Half a month at the earliest to 1 month at the latest. Bai Qi winked at Yang Kai. Rest assured, the proprietress knows that you will be interested in something like this, so she will surely bring you along with her. But, it won't be easy for you to find any high-rank materials there. High-rank materials generally do not appear even at an auction of this scale. As far as I can remember, high-rank materials have only appeared in an auction twice over the last 100 years. Both times, people went crazy in an attempt to compete for those resources. Yang Kai said, I am aware of that. Even if there were no high-rank materials, it would be great if there were sixth-order materials. The great emperors were currently cultivating in retreat back in Void Land, so their consumption of sixth-order materials was great. Leaving aside the great emperors, even Yu He needed sixth-order materials for her cultivation now. During his journey, Yang Kai passed through several star cities but only managed to purchase one sixth-order material. It would be best if he could obtain some in the auction. He currently had more than 1.5 billion open heaven pills, so even for sixth-order materials, he had enough to purchase up to several dozen. Unfortunately, a competition of this level would surely be extremely fierce and it would cost him a lot of unnecessary money. Returning to First In, Yang Kai went to the proprietress to inquire about the auction before entering retreat in peace when he learned that it would not be held until half a month later. At present, his cultivation was stuck in an awkward position. He was unable to proceed without suitable resources. However, it was not a problem for him to comprehend the various powers in his body and consume dragon blood pills to further enhance his dragon clan bloodline. He consumed dragon blood pill after dragon blood pill, and though he could not sense any obvious changes in his body, he was certain that his dragon vein was continuously being purified. The golden divine dragon source was also subtly affected by these changes. What left him feeling speechless was that he had been comprehending the wood, earth, and water element powers in his body for so long, but even so, he had failed to gain insight into another divine manifestation like the golden crow casts the sun. The power of a divine manifestation was boundless and it had always been a power that only those in the high-rank open heaven realm possessed, but Yang Kai had comprehended a divine manifestation as an emperor realm cultivator. He did not dare to claim that there was no precedent before him or that there would not be similar occurrences in the future, but it was still an astonishing feat. It could already be considered a lucky coincidence for him to have comprehended the golden crow casts the sun, therefore, it was undoubtedly extremely difficult for him to repeat it. Nevertheless, Yang Kai was not discouraged. He would immerse his mind in comprehension whenever he had the time. Even if there were no benefits, it could still be regarded as a kind of accumulation. He believed that these accumulated experiences would lead to qualitative changes eventually. Time passed while Yang Kai was cultivating in retreat and in the blink of an eye, a month passed. Yu He knocked on the door and entered to inform Yang Kai that the auction was starting. Only then did he stop cultivating, adjusted his clothes, and strode out of the room. The proprietress was waiting for him in the hall and when she saw him, she nodded lightly and called out, "Let's go." Then, she led the way ahead. There were a total of 4 people on this trip. The proprietress was the leader, followed by Yuhi, Yang Kai, and Bai Qi. Although their numbers were few, except for Yang Kai who was in the Emperor realm, the other 3 were in the 5th order open heaven realm and above. It could be said to be a very powerful lineup. Along the way, they passed through numerous bustling streets and came to the entrance of a shop within an incense stick of time. There was a plaque above the entrance of the shop with the characters Red Cloud's Auction House written on it in shining gold. Yang Kai looked up and saw that the characters seemed to contain a mysterious power, constantly twisting and changing in his eyes. It was very mysterious. A chill gripped his heart as he realized that this plaque must have been written by an extremely powerful open heaven realm master. These words most likely contained the martial truth of that master. It was not harmful, but it gave off a profound feeling. There was no doubt that this was one of the ways for Red Cloud's auction house to demonstrate its strength and heritage. Beneath the plaque, numerous cultivators of Red Cloud's auction house hurried back and forth to guide the people participating in the auction into the auction house with bright smiles on their faces. Before the 4 of them could arrive at the door of Red Cloud's auction house, somebody greeted the proprietress. Yang Kai glanced in that direction and discovered that the person was a mid-rank open heaven realm master. As for what order that person was in, he could not infer from the situation. The proprietress seemed to be very friendly with the other party, so she smiled and exchanged a few pleasantries. Meanwhile, Yang Kai looked around and was secretly surprised. In such a short time, he saw many mid-rank open heaven realm masters entering the auction house with their followers or their juniors. Some did not have obvious auras while others displayed wanton arrogance. There was no shortage of masters in the 5th order and 6th order open heaven realm. This discovery both shocked and delighted him. Yang Kai was shocked that the auction had attracted so many masters to this place, and these people were only the ones that he saw. There were probably more that he did not see. On the other hand, what delighted him was the presence of so many masters. It could only mean that a lot of good things would be offered during the auction. Why else would these masters travel for billions upon billions of kilometers from various great territories to come here? The proprietress was very well connected, and she immediately greeted several masters in a very short time. They lingered around the entrance for a full incense stick before the proprietress led their group inside. Under the guidance of a young maid working in the auction house, they stepped into a private room. The private room was not that big, but it was more than enough to accommodate 4 people. Under Yang Kai's perception, he found that many barriers had been placed inside the room to prevent outsiders from spying into it. The private room faced one side of the auction hall, with a transparent crystal partition to block out prying eyes and noise from the outside. Everything in the hall could be seen through the transparent crystal partition. However, nothing inside the room could be seen if a person were to glance at the room from inside the hall. The proprietress was the shopkeeper of First Inn. Moreover, her cultivation was in the 6th order open heaven realm. It was only natural that she was qualified to enter a room like this. Yang Kai glanced around his surroundings and discovered that there were dozens of similar rooms. In other words, at least several dozen mid-rank open heaven realm masters were participating in this auction. Such a large-scale auction could only be described as a grand occasion. It was much grander than the auction he participated in back at Wind and Cloud Auction House. After the 4 of them took their seats, the maidservant immediately served several platters of fruit. The spirit fruits on the platters were crystal clear and very fragrant. Yang Kai randomly grabbed one and tasted it, only to have his mouth filled with sweetness in an instant. Thus, he quickly grabbed another and tossed it to Yuhi. Yuhi caught the fruit with a small smile and began to eat in dainty bites. Yang Kai had only eaten 2 when he saw Bai Qi storing these spirit fruits into his space ring. His actions made the maidservant in the room snicker softly while the proprietress glared at him fiercely. However, Bai Qi was very thick-skinned and did not seem to care. He even winked conspiratorially at Yang Kai. The hall was soon bursting at the seams with people, and a short while later, the sound of gongs and instruments played. The lights in the auction hall dimmed, leaving only a single beam of light that shone in the center of the stage. The light was emitted from a strange stone on the roof. At that moment, be it in the hall or the various private rooms, everybody's eyes were drawn to the stage. A thin and stiff-faced old man had appeared in the middle of that beam of light at some point. He bowed in a circle and said, "Many thanks to all our honored guests for taking the time out of busy schedules to participate in the auction held by Red Cloud's auction house. Many of you have worked tirelessly to travel here from great distances. If nothing else, this old master guarantees that this auction will not disappoint you. Without further ado, let the auction officially begin." The old man was probably from Red Cloud's auction house and was in the Fourth Order Open Heaven realm at least. When he finished speaking, the light in the hall brightened considerably. A tall maidservant walked out from backstage, carrying a tray with a sweet smile on her face. The maidservant walked over to the old man's side where he raised his hand and removed the red cloth covering the tray. The first item on auction is a 6th order scarlatine sand. There are a total of 999 grains of sand. If those beneath the open heaven realm were to refine and absorb them, they will have a chance to obtain the scarlatine sandstorm divine ability. The effects of this divine ability are extremely powerful and cover an extensive area. It is capable of taking a person's life without any trace. The reserve price for this item is 10 million open heaven pills, and each subsequent bid cannot be less than 500,000. Those who are interested may place their bids now. The hall flew into an uproar while the sound of many people inhaling sharply came from the various private rooms. A cultivator required 7 elements to advance into the open heaven realm. They were yin, yang, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Among these 7, the yin and yang elements were much rarer. As such, compared to the other 5 elements, they were also more expensive. Yang Kai himself had a lot of experience in this matter. Regardless of whether it was the wealth he obtained from the grand ancient ruins boundary or the purchases he made at all the star cities he passed through along his journey, yin and yang element treasures were far more difficult to find than those of the 5 elements. As a consequence, the price for them became much more exorbitant despite being in the same order. Red Cloud's auction house was definitely worthy of its reputation as a direct industry of a cave heaven. Their first item was already a material of the yin element. Moreover, it was a 6th order material. It was understandable that Red Cloud's auction house wanted to use the first auction item to create enthusiasm. In doing so, they would draw out the excitement and anticipation of the people participating in the auction. Most auctions would carry out similar practices. It was just that bringing out a 6th order yin element material right from the start was beyond most people's expectations. 6th order materials were hard to find after all. Even the mid-rank open heaven realm masters participating in this auction would not have the chance to obtain such materials under normal circumstances. As soon as the remarks of the old man handling the auction rang out, the atmosphere felt like a handful of salt was thrown into a pot of boiling oil and the sounds of bidding rang out incessantly. In the span of 10 breaths, the base price of 10 million rose to 15 million. Not to mention, the price was not final yet. 16 million, 17 million, 18 million. The price soon passed through the 20 million mark. 21 million, 22 million. It was not until the price reached 23 million that the bidding gradually died down until there were only 2 parties fighting over the material left. This price had far exceeded the value of a typical 6th order material. Even if it was a yin element material, the actual value should not be over 20 million. It had to be said that Yang Kai only spent 17 million to purchase a 6th order material in one of the star cities on his way here. The price of this yin element treasure was much higher. Not to mention, the price was also driven up by the bidding. Nevertheless, 23 million had far exceeded the limits of what most people could accept. Not everybody became rich overnight like Yang Kai or had several billion open heaven pills in their possession that could be spent without a care in the world at will. In the 3,000 worlds, any low-rank open heaven realm master who could gather several hundreds of thousands of open heaven pills could already be considered wealthy. Only mid-rank open heaven realm masters had the qualifications to accumulate several million open heaven pills. On the other hand, high-rank open heaven realm masters were the only ones that could possess tens of millions of open heaven pills. Be that as it may, that was only relevant towards the financial resources possessed by individuals. How much money one would have when backed by a great force was a whole other matter altogether. The stronger a person was, the more wealth they could accumulate. At the same time, their consumption was also greater. Take Yuhi for example. If she were to cultivate without regard for anything else, she would consume at least tens of thousands of open heaven pills a day. That was why it was extremely difficult for any open heaven realm master to accumulate wealth. Money did not simply rain down from the heavens, therefore, 23 million was truly a huge sum. Unless one was in urgent need of this sixth-order scarlatine sand, they would not stubbornly bid for it. A sixth-order material was very different from a seventh-order material. Although they were scarce, it was not as though they could not be found. The two people who were still bidding among themselves were undoubtedly eager to purchase the scarlatine sand. It might be for their own use or it might be in preparation for their juniors or disciples. Yang Kai turned to look at the proprietress. Proprietress, are you not going to bid? The proprietress was in the sixth-order open heaven realm, so it was just right for her to refine this sixth-order scarlatine sand. Yet the proprietress lazily replied, "These things are useless to me for the time being." Yang Kai was taken aback by her words, but he immediately understood what she meant. She had most likely reached a bottleneck in her cultivation. She advanced into the sixth-order open heaven realm a long time ago, so she was probably already at its peak. It stood to reason that she did not need the scarlatine sand to enhance the heritage of her small universe. If she went one step further, she would be in the seventh-order open heaven realm. It was just that. She once made a heart demon oath to crush the headquarters of several great forces. As long as she did not fulfill the requirements of this oath, she would never break through to the seventh-order open heaven realm. She had flattened Yuhi's small orchid palace, but Golden Rainbow Province and Boundless Altar were still thriving. Golden Rainbow Province might have the word province in their name, but it was a genuine second-class great force. Needless to say, Boundless Altar was also a second-class great force. Moreover, Qing Ji and Ling Chen Qiu were both in the fifth-order open heaven realm. When Yang Kai led Yuhi to attack Blood Swan Continent previously, it had taken him quite a bit of effort to succeed, and Blood Swan Continent was only a third-class great force. With the proprietress' current strength, it was a hopeless wish to trample flat the headquarters of a second-class great force alone. It wouldn't work even with Yuhi and Bai Chi's cooperation. The defensive grand array of a second-class great force could not be regarded in the same category as the defensive grand array of a third-class great force. It was impossible unless one could find a chance to slowly kill off the mid-rank open heaven realm masters of these two great forces, one by one. This was a matter that needed further consideration. Since the proprietress had no need for the sixth-order scarlatine sand, Yang Kai could make his move without scruples. The price of the scarlatine sand had been raised to 24 million open heaven pills. It was just that the two open heaven realm masters fighting over this material had to consider their choices carefully before they made a new bid at this point. After all, the price increased by 500,000 every time they bid, which was not a small sum. At this juncture, Yang Kai's voice resounded throughout the audience, 25 million. On the auction stage, the old man with the stiff expression who looked like all the people in the world owed him money immediately looked over in this direction. His voice became a little excited. The guest from room A3 has bid 25 million open heaven pills. Are there any higher bids? Schwa schwa schwa. Many people in the hall also turned to look at Firston's private room, hoping to catch a glimpse of the person who placed a bid at the last moment. Unfortunately, they were obstructed by the array and could not look into the private room. The old man from Red Cloud's auction house gave 2 more consecutive calls. Then, one of the people who made a bid previously quickly shouted out, 25 million. Without waiting for the other person to finish speaking, Yang Kai immediately followed up, 26 million. His tone was brisk but not stressed, revealing his confidence in his wealth and his determination to win. Sure enough, nobody else made a bid after that. The old man banged the gavel 3 times to sound the final offer and Yang Kai won the bid for the scarlatine sand. The first auction item had gotten things off to a good start. It was sold for an astoundingly high price that was nearly 20% higher than market value. Thus, the lively atmosphere in the auction hall instantly became burning with anticipation. The second auction item was only a fourth-order material, but it still sold for a price that exceeded market value by 10%. Fourth-order materials were easy to find and could be found in any star city, however, it had to be said that each material had its own characteristics. A cultivator might be able to realize various divine abilities and secret techniques by refining these materials. For that reason, the price and level of competition for materials might differ slightly even though the materials were of the same element or in the same order. Take the scarlatine sand for example. If a cultivator beneath the open heaven realm refined and absorbed this material, they might be able to realize a divine ability like the scarlatine sandstorm. Another example would be the Yuan magnetic divine stone. The Yuan magnetic divine stone could allow cultivators to comprehend the Yuan magnetic divine light divine ability. Take the various water element treasures as another type of example. Despite being classified as water element treasures, one might be the crystallization of the drizzling rain that snuck in with the spring wind during the night to moisten the earth in silence. Another might be a drop of water so heavy that it weighed 10,000 kilograms. There might even be a liquid poison that corrodes everything it touches. If a certain material in the same order and the same element could allow a cultivator to realize a more powerful and effective divine ability, then its price would naturally be higher than average. That was why cultivators would usually put great thought into choosing the materials they condensed for their yin, yang, and 5 elements, unless they had no choice. Given a choice, they would combine the unique characteristics of their physique and consider the various differences of each divine ability to select the most appropriate option. Yang Kai had never encountered this problem before. That was because he never had a choice. High-rank materials were already extremely hard to find, and it was already a great fortune just to come across any one of them. How could he afford to be picky about his choices under those circumstances? But then again, the 4 powers that he had condensed so far were all extremely impressive existences even among high-rank materials, therefore, there was nothing for him to regret. All the auction items chosen by Red Cloud's auction house today were the rarest and most precious materials in their respective orders. They could allow a cultivator to realize various extraordinary divine abilities and secret techniques, so they naturally attracted many people to compete for them. A lot of items were presented and none of them went unsold. Moreover, every auction item was sold for a high price. Yang Kai himself placed many bids and bought a considerable number of 4th-order materials of the yin and yang elements, filling the gaps in his shopping spree from before. As for the 5th-order materials, he still showed no intention of buying them at all. There would be a steady stream of 5th-order materials with the gourd vine living in void land, so there was no need to purchase them from external sources. Moreover, the gourd vine in itself was a whole entity that could produce all 7 types of powers. Yang Kai was curious to see if a cultivator would experience any special changes if they completely refined all their yin, yang, and 5-element powers from the gourd vine. Cultivation materials of various orders were not the only things sold at the auction. There were also many pills, herbs, secret arts, secret techniques, and artifacts. Seeing these items really opened Yang Kai's eyes to the world. 4 hours later, the auction was halfway through. Another maidservant walked onto the auction stage with a tray in hand. The old man from Red Cloud's auction house lifted the red cloth and everybody looked in that direction only to see a jade bottle. There was a jade slip placed next to the jade bottle, thus, everybody immediately understood that this auction item was most likely some sort of spirit pill. It was just that nobody understood the reason for the jade slip. Just as everybody was whispering among themselves, the old man picked up the jade bottle and gave an explanation. Ladies and gentlemen, the next auction item is this bottle of spirit pills in this old master's hand. I will be honest with you, there is only one spirit pill in this bottle. This item is useless to those in the open heaven realm and above, however, it will be of great benefit to those beneath the open heaven realm, especially for those who are about to advance into the open heaven realm. After hearing those words, many of the open heaven realm masters in the private rooms instantly lost interest in the item. On the other hand, many of the cultivators in the hall immediately paid closer attention. The cultivators in the hall were generally weaker and most of them were below the open heaven realm. Since this spirit pill was useful for those below the open heaven realm, it stood to reason that this item would catch their interest. A heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill, which also comes with the pill recipe for the spirit pill. The starting price is 2 million open heaven pills. Honored guests, please place your bids. Unlike the previous chorus of voices calling out their respective bids, the entire auction hall fell silent after the old man finished speaking. Thousands of cultivators in the hall stared at the stage blankly, seemingly having trouble believing their ears. Just moments ago, the old man had announced that the spirit pill was only useful for those beneath the open heaven realm after all. That was why they mistakenly believed that the price would not be too high. Who could have known that the reserve price would be 2 million open heaven pills? For a moment, they thought that they had heard wrongly. On second thought, how could the person presiding over this grand auction make such a mistake? But, if it was not a mistake, then which person below the open heaven realm could afford the price of 2 million open heaven pills? More importantly, just what was this so-called heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill? Just as everybody in the hall was mired in confusion, a somewhat uncertain voice came from one of the private rooms in B block. Is this heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill some kind of spirit pill that can increase the success rate of a cultivator advancing into the open heaven realm? The old man on the stage nodded, indeed. After a brief silence, an uproar broke out in the hall. Countless cultivators stared at the jade bottle with a burning look in their eyes, almost as though the jade bottle contained some sort of substance that drew their eyes to the bottle like a magnet. Not everybody could succeed when advancing into the open heaven realm. Despite going through all sorts of hardships in addition to spending a great deal of time, energy, and resources to condense their yin, yang, and 5 elements, there was still a huge risk when trying to actually break through to the open heaven realm. If one could not withstand the yin, yang, and 5 elements or the impact of heaven and earth splitting apart in one's body, then it would undoubtedly end with one's soul being extinguished. There was no other possibility. That was why cultivators, no matter who they might be, would only choose to do what they could within the limits of the strength that they could withstand. If a person's limit was the 3rd order, their life might not be endangered if they were to forcibly condense 4th order elements. However, they would surely face a disaster when advancing into the open heaven realm. Many bearers who left the grand ancient ruins boundary would eventually face this problem. They had been forced by the divine spirits to condense powers that exceeded their limits, so their advancement into the open heaven realm would become a life-or-death catastrophe. Take Ding Yi for example. His inherent aptitude was not bad, but it was not enough for him to withstand a 7th-order power. Unfortunately, he was forced by Bai Feng to condense a 7th-order fire element. It placed a huge burden on his body every time he exerted this power, so the danger surrounding his advancement would be even greater. Be that as it may, even a cultivator who had chosen to work within their limits faced the risk of failing during their advancement into the open heaven realm. Splitting heaven and earth in one's own body required one to harmonize yin, yang, and the 5 elements to mutually enhance and suppress each other. Furthermore, the process of forming a small universe in itself was an extremely difficult task. This aspect had nothing to do with the order of the open heaven realm that one was trying to achieve. Many people could die on the spot even if they were only advancing into the 1st order or 2nd order open heaven realm. Of course, it was less likely for a person to fail when trying to advance into a lower order of the open heaven realm under the same conditions. That was an indisputable fact. There was no method or auxiliary aid to improve this situation in the entire 3,000 worlds, much less a spirit pill that could help to improve the success rate of a cultivator in advancing into the open heaven realm. There might have been such knowledge in the past, but as time went on, this knowledge was lost or eliminated for various reasons. It was no wonder that the audience was in an uproar when this heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill appeared at auction in Thousand Birds Territory Star City. That was something that had been lost with the ages after all. On the stage, the old man said, although I cannot say that this heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill is able to guarantee the absolute success in one's advancement, it can increase the success rate by 50%. There was another commotion in the hall. Increasing the success rate by 50% was a terrifying figure. It could almost be said that as long as a cultivator was fully prepared, success in the advancement into the open heaven realm was guaranteed. Many tyrannical divine senses extended outward from the various private rooms, hoping to catch a glimpse of the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill. If this heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill was a genuine product, then the starting price of 2 million open heaven pills was definitely not expensive. If one were to consider that this deal also came with the pill recipe, it could even be said to be an extremely cheap transaction. After all, who did not have several juniors or disciples with excellent aptitude? Used in the right place, this spirit pill could create a very powerful master. How could the worth of such a master be measured by a mere 2 million open heaven pills? Even a price of 20 million would be worth it. It was just that. What could their spying tell them? It didn't take long for these divine senses to be retracted in disappointment. The person who spoke just now asked, this king would like to go on stage to inspect the item. Can you accommodate my request? Red Cloud's auction house seemed to have anticipated this situation, so the man's request had only just rung out when the old man on the stage nodded in response, of course. The door to a B-block private room opened and a middle-aged man with a brave and heroic figure walked out. He came to the stage in a few steps and cupped his fist to the old man before he carefully picked up the jade bottle. Opening the bottle cap, he studied the contents carefully and took a sniff of its fragrance. His eyebrows would wrinkle slightly before relaxing again from time to time. Having only heard of the existence of the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill, he himself had never seen it before, therefore, he could not determine whether this Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill was the real deal either. A short while later, he put the jade bottle down and picked the jade slip up. Closing his eyes, he perceived the contents of the jade slip for a moment. Then, he slowly shook his head. He placed the jade slip down and turned around to return to the private room. Although the jade slip contained the pill recipe for the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill, there were many seals placed on the jade slip. There was no way to catch a glimpse of the full pill recipe without breaking these seals. That person's examination would only allow him to observe what Red Cloud's auction house allowed, such as the main ingredients needed to refine the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill. The old man on the stage said, "Are there any others who would like to come and inspect the items? You are free to come and have a look for yourself." There were indeed many people who wanted to check the items, and so for the next quarter hour, many Open Heaven Realm masters filed out of the private rooms and approached the stage to investigate the spirit pill and its recipe. Even the proprietress could not contain her curiosity and went to take a look. When she returned, Bai Qi asked, "Proprietress, is that a genuine product?" To which she replied, "Red Cloud's auction house is directly owned by Red Cloud's Cave Heaven. With their reputation at stake, they will not make fraudulent claims regarding auction items. The item itself should be real, but what? But, even if that item is genuine, don't think that you can refine another Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill with that pill recipe. One of the main ingredients has long since gone extinct. Do you think they would have offered up the pill recipe if there was a way to refine the spirit pill themselves?" The realization struck Bai Qi, the pill recipe is useless, but they offered the pill recipe together with the spirit pill. That will give people the illusion of having received a great bargain, so the price will naturally go up. Yang Kai asked curiously, "What is the main ingredient that has gone extinct?" Before the proprietress could answer, he heard somebody inside one of the private rooms exclaim loudly, "World Source Liquid is a treasure that can only be formed when new worlds are born. Where will we find something like that? This pill recipe is useless." Useless? Yang Kai was stunned by those words, "World Source Liquid?" The proprietress nodded, "That's right. The main ingredient that has long gone extinct is World Source Liquid. Unless you can find a newly formed world. Why do you have such unnatural expressions?" She looked up only to see Yang Kai and Old Bai staring at each other with extremely strange looks. Old Bai blinked and pointed at Yang Kai, "He is World Source Liquid." Bai Qi was disturbed by Qin Ji, Ling Chen Qiu, and Yu He during his advancement into the Open Heaven realm back in the Sealing Yang domain and nearly lost his life as a result. In the end, Yang Kai had given him World Source Liquid with the mentality that giving a dead horse medicine couldn't harm it. That was what pulled him back from the brink of failure. He would not be alive today if not for Yang Kai. Consuming World Source Liquid was a wonderful experience. It felt as though his entire being had been transported back to the time when the world was first created, allowing him to witness the beginning of heaven and earth splitting apart. Even now, he could still recall the experience vividly. Both the proprietress and Yu He turned to stare at Yang Kai with their beautiful eyes, unable to hide their surprise. "You really have World Source Liquid?" Yang Kai nodded woodenly. "Where did you find World Source Liquid?" The proprietress was extremely shocked. He explained, "The universe world I came from had a sealed world that still retained the primordial atmosphere from when the world was just formed. I entered that place once before and obtained the World Source Liquid by chance." While Yang Kai was speaking, another person in the auction hall spoke up, "May I ask where you obtained this Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill and its pill recipe?" The old man on the stage replied, "To tell you the truth, this Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill and its pill recipe were both obtained from a universe cave heaven. The universe cave heaven was quite ancient, dating back at least a few hundreds of thousands of years. As for the specific details regarding the great senior who left behind this universe cave heaven, please forgive this old master for having no comment. Understandable. That person responded and stopped asking questions. Inside the private room, Yang Kai frowned slightly and asked, "What is a universe cave heaven? Is it a universe world?" The proprietress shook her head slowly, "No. A universe world is a universe world. Likewise, a universe cave heaven is a universe cave heaven. There are also universe paradises. A universe cave heaven is the legacy left behind by an 8th order open heaven realm master after their death. On the other hand, the legacy left behind by a 7th order open heaven realm master is known as a universe paradise." Yang Kai was only more confused by her explanation and asked in puzzlement, "What do you mean?" So she tried to explain, "How should I put it? You know that open heaven realm masters have to split heaven and earth apart in their bodies to form a small universe, right? Possessing a small universe is what defines the open heaven realm. For an open heaven realm master to strengthen themselves, they need to increase the heritage of their small universe. The greater their heritage, the greater their strength. Nevertheless, there is still a difference between a universe world and a small universe, regardless of how powerful that small universe is." Yang Kai still did not quite understand her explanation. Still, she continued, "But, if a cultivator advances into the high-rank open heaven realm and reaches the 7th order open heaven realm, their small universe will transform into an actual universe world, which is almost indistinguishable from a real universe world." His entire body shuddered at those words, almost indistinguishable. The small universe of high-rank open heaven realm masters can even accommodate living creatures or allow countless people to settle down peacefully in it. It can be said that they themselves are walking universe worlds. In fact, most high-rank open heaven realm masters will bring living creatures, sometimes even humans, into their small universes once they reach the 7th order open heaven realm. If these living creatures and humans live and flourish within their small universe, then the small universe will be filled with life and will experience further development. Since doing so strengthens the small universe, it correspondingly strengthens the cultivator as well. Yang Kai was dumbfounded as it was his first time hearing such information. But then again, he had not been in the outer universe for long and had next to no interactions with high-rank open heaven realm masters, so it was only natural that he was unfamiliar with such things. If he had not participated in the auction today, he might not have had access to such information for a very long time. As for what is the difference between a small universe and an actual universe world, the proprietress continued her explanation. When a high-rank open heaven realm master is about to die, he can choose to seal off his small universe. In that case, his small universe will not collapse and disappear with his death. Instead, it will be preserved as a peculiar existence that transforms into a universe paradise or a universe cave heaven. These universe paradises and universe cave heavens contain all the wealth of these high-rank open heaven realm masters. You will enjoy great benefits if you ever manage to enter any one of them. Yang Kai immediately understood. In other words, Red Cloud's auction house obtained the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill and its recipe by entering a universe cave heaven left behind by a dead ancient 8th order open heaven realm master. Is that right? That's probably the case. She gently nodded. Throughout the ages, the 3,000 worlds have given birth to countless high-rank open heaven realm masters, so even if only a small part of them chose to seal off their small universes at their moment of death, there are still countless universe cave heavens and universe paradises out there. It is just that not many people know where these universe cave heavens and universe paradises are located. Bai Chi smiled widely. Just because something is very rare doesn't mean that there are none out there though. There are always people with heaven-defying luck who will receive the opportunity to obtain the legacy of such seniors. Their cultivation will generally soar as a result. During their conversation, the bidding for the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill had already started in the auction hall. Everybody knew that the main ingredient for refining the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill was long extinct. Even so, the spirit pill was a genuine product, thus, the bidding scene was extremely lively. In less than 10 breaths, the price of the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill had climbed from the starting price of 2 million open heaven pills to 10 million open heaven pills. Moreover, it was still rising at an extremely fast rate. Leaving aside the powerful effects of the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill that might even save the life of an important disciple or junior and rescue the future hope of a great force at a critical moment in the future, just the pill recipe alone had research value. It might be possible to find substitute ingredients from existing materials. It did not matter even if the authentic heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill could not be refined. As long as a similar imitation product could be refined, it would bring in a steady stream of income for any great force. Among the many mid-rank open heaven realm masters in the private rooms, which one of them was not a sect master or elder who held real authority in their respective great forces? It was only natural that nobody was willing to give up on something that could benefit their entire sect. If they succeeded in their attempt, they could even make a huge contribution to their great force. The people who claimed that the pill recipe was useless earlier were either too biased or wanted to mislead the others and reduce their competition. It was a pity that all the mid-rank open heaven realm masters were all intelligent people. How could they change their minds just because of somebody's casual remarks? Many of the cultivators in the hall secretly felt helpless. They originally thought that since the starting price for the spirit pill was only 2 million open heaven pills, the final price would not be too high. Who could have thought that so many of the mid-rank open heaven realm masters would be so determined to bid for this item from the very beginning? Therefore, many of the cultivators in the hall immediately gave up hope. This item was not something weaker cultivators like them could even dream about having. Only those backed by a powerful great force had the qualifications to participate in the competition. After 30 breaths, the price had risen to a whopping 15 million open heaven pills. In another 10 breaths, the price became 19 million open heaven pills. The entire hall was in an uproar. Up until now, the scarlatine sand that Yang Kai acquired at a price of 26 million was the highest priced item sold at the auction. Since then, no other auction item has sold for more than 5 million. And now, the price of the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill in addition to its recipe had quickly broken through 20 million and might even surpass the price of the scarlatine sand. It was just that a price like this had more or less reached the upper limits of the price range. There was only one heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill after all. The pill recipe might be valuable, but it was not guaranteed that one could obtain any results from researching it even after purchasing the item. If one could not figure out a replacement for the main ingredient, which was the famed world source liquid, then all the previous efforts would be in vain. The open heaven realm masters present were not fools. Even with the backing of their respective great forces, 20 million was not a small sum. It was not an amount that could be waved around casually, hence, only 3 private rooms continued to bid for the auction item after the price exceeded 20 million. A short while later, another party bowed out of the bidding. Only room A5 and room B2 continued to compete against each other fiercely. The moment one party made an offer, the other party would immediately follow suit. It would seem that they were extremely interested in the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill and its pill recipe. When the price exceeded 25 million, the open heaven realm master in room B2 suddenly let out a gloomy sigh and spoke up loudly, "Brother Ting Wang, this auction item is very useful for this Shi. Can you concede to me this once? This Shi will be very grateful and will owe you a favor, which will surely be repaid in the future." The moment this person's voice rang out, the proprietress looked pensive and soon muttered, "It's those two?" Yang Kai became curious, "Proprietress, do you know those two?" She replied, "If I'm not wrong, then the person in room B2 is Yi Jian of Thunderclap Hall while the other person Ting Wang of Clear Heart Palace. No wonder they are willing to go to such lengths to bid for this item." Sure enough, the person in room A5 responded, "Brother Yi Jian, are you saying that this item is useless to me just because it is very useful for you? I am going to win this auction." Yi Jian sighed, "Why do you have to do this? Competing between ourselves will only benefit others. Why don't we do it this way instead, Brother Ting Wang? This Shi only wants the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill. If you are willing to back down, this Shi will share the pill recipe with you. What do you think?" Ting Wang laughed, "What a coincidence. I was just about to suggest the same thing. Brother Yi Jian, if you are willing to back down, then I can also share the pill recipe with you." Inside room B2, Yi Jian fell silent for a moment before he revealed his dissatisfaction. "So, you plan to compete with this Yi to the end, Brother Ting Wang?" "Brother Yi, feel free to quit early if you don't think you can win. That way, both sides won't have to suffer so much. Humph. You sure are arrogant, Brother Ting Wang. It's not like this. She does not know exactly how much Clear Heart Palace can afford to spend here. Since you stubbornly insist, Brother Ting Wang, then let's compete to the end. We'll see who has the last laugh. The conversation between those two ended there, but nobody spoke another word, and the auction hall suddenly fell into a strange silence. Inside room A3, Old Bai curiously wondered, "Proprietress, these two guys are only interested in the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill. Although they are doing this for their juniors, isn't the price a little too high?" The proprietress explained, "You don't understand. They have their reasons to compete so desperately. Let's talk about Ting Wang of Clear Heart Palace. He received a legacy disciple several hundred years ago. That disciple has extremely outstanding aptitude and was expected to advance into the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm directly. However, rumor has it that he damaged his Dao seal during a battle, therefore, he has not dared to advance into the Open Heaven realm even though hundreds of years had passed since then. He has been holding off on condensing his final element power. If Ting Wang could obtain the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill, then his disciple could try breaking through. It is very possible that it will lead to the birth of a Sixth Order Open Heaven realm master in Clear Heart Palace. So that's how it is." Yang Kai understood. "What about Yi Jian of the Thunderclap Hall?" Old Bai asked. The proprietress continued her explanation, "Their situations are similar. It is just that, in the case of the Thunderclap Hall, it is one of Yi Jian's sons who forcefully condensed Sixth Order elements despite not having the necessary aptitude. There was nothing to worry about at the beginning, but as the powers condensed in his Dao seal began to increase, the danger subsequently became greater. Without some external aid to stabilize his breakthrough, I'm afraid Yi Jian's son will never reach the Open Heaven realm. He will die the moment he tries to advance. However, this dilemma will be solved with the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill." Yang Kai nodded in understanding. Compared to a Sixth Order Open Heaven realm master, 20 million Open Heaven pills is definitely a worthwhile investment. If they can obtain a Sixth Order Open Heaven realm master, then their heritage will increase like a rising tide that lifts all boats. Why would they worry about a trifling 20 or so million Open Heaven pills? She nodded, "That is the case. Why else do you think these two parties are competing so fiercely?" "I understand now." Yang Kai nodded again and placed a bid without warning, 25 million. The proprietress just glanced lightly at him, not feeling surprised. Since he had World Source Liquid in his possession, there was no reason for him to ignore this auction. If she were in his shoes, she would also participate in the bidding. The reason Yang Kai kept quiet earlier was just that he could not be bothered to waste his energy. He currently had several billion Open Heaven pills in hand, so it could be said that he was very wealthy. Only by placing his bid at the last moment to finalize the offer could he display his overwhelming confidence. It also served as a method to screen out other bidders to a certain extent. Almost everybody in the hall looked towards room A3 the moment Yang Kai's bid rang out. Yi Jian and Ting Wang's last bid was only slightly over 20 million after all. Yang Kai had added almost 4 million Open Heaven pills to the bid in one go. It truly was as the saying went, it never rains but pours. It was absolutely shocking the moment he made his move. Nevertheless, they immediately understood when they realized that it was the private room belonging to the person who bought the scarlatine sand earlier. Yang Kai was a person who spent 26 million to purchase one portion of scarlatine sand. It stood to reason that he would not care to spend another 25 million to purchase the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill and its pill recipe. 26 million. Ting Wang's voice came out from room A5. Yang Kai was stunned upon hearing that. Ting Wang and Yi Jian had clearly reached a point in their bidding where they could no longer afford to bear the cost. That was why the price increase was not large with each bid they made. If not for that, he would not have increased the price to 25 million in one go. It was to make Ting Wang and Yi Jian back down in the face of difficulties. Ting Wang had reached his limits, so why did he suddenly add another million to his bid this time? Before Yang Kai could understand the situation, Yi Jian's voice rang out from room B2, 27 million. Could it be that those two were just acting just now? Yang Kai was a little confused. Nevertheless, he could not be bothered to think too much about it. Unlike these two who were interested in the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill, he was only interested in the pill recipe. More so since he had world source liquid in his possession. The pill recipe might be useless to others, but it had the potential to play a huge role in his hands. Naturally, he needed to obtain the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill as well. If he could study the finished spirit pill, then he could understand the pill recipe much faster. Otherwise, it would take a lot of time and effort to refine a spirit pill just by referring to the pill recipe alone. Yang Kai immediately followed up after Yi Jian, 30 million. The sound of people inhaling sharply could be heard throughout the hall. Even the old man presiding over the auction looked surprised. It would seem that he never expected this item to reach such a high price. The auction house would assess the value of each item and estimate a price before the bidding even began. Red Cloud's auction house had estimated the value of this heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill and its pill recipe to be around 20 million or so. But now, it has exceeded their estimation by 50%. Moreover, it seemed that this was not the end yet. This was a huge pleasant surprise for the auction house. Be that as it may, the auction house would surely hope that the price would go as high as it possibly could. After all, who would dislike earning more money than expected? 31 million. Ting Wang's voice sounded like he was gritting his teeth. It was no longer as calm and relaxed as before. 32 million. Similarly, Yi Jian's voice was anxious and annoyed. Yang Kai couldn't help scratching his head and murmuring under his breath, "What is up with these two?" He initially thought that 25 million open heaven pills would be the final price for this item. Who could have expected Ting Wang and Yi Jian to continue even though he went so far as to raise the price to 30 million? On the other hand, the proprietress was as intelligent as she was beautiful and solved the mystery with a single sentence: "They are probably cooperating with others." Cooperating? Yang Kai glanced over suspiciously. She replied, "Both Ting Wang and Yi Jian mentioned previously that they only wanted the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill. That was why they both refused to back down earlier. However, there are so many great forces present here. Not everybody desires the spirit pill. On the contrary, more people will be interested in the pill recipe. It is probably that one or more great forces have approached Ting Wang and Yi Jian with a proposal to share the pill recipe if they win the auction. In that case, those great forces will only need to contribute a few million open heaven pills each. If they pooled their contributions together, they would gain the chance to obtain a rare pill recipe. Even if the pill recipe proves useless afterward, the losses for them will not be too large. After listening to her explanation, Yang Kai immediately understood. It was the truth that the previous price of over 20 million had reached the limits of what Ting Wang and Yi Jian could bear. Being so cautious when increasing their bid had not been an act. Rather, the reason they could be so bold at this point was that they received financial aid from others. If you wish to continue bidding, then you only need to bid once more. She smiled slightly. Even if they received funding from others, the amount would not be too large. Slightly over 30 million should be their limit. They won't follow up again unless they are insane. As such, Yang Kai did not hesitate. 35 million. Inside room A5, Ting Wang was furious and roared. "Who is this fellow who is playing jokes with this king? Announce your name." Yi Jian also said, "Friend, you are being excessive." The proprietress sneered and spoke for the first time, "Why are you making so much noise just because this great ant is bidding for something? Go ahead and increase the price if you have the money. If not, then shut up. Don't embarrass yourselves here." Madame Lan? Ting Wang's voice coming from room A5 rose by an octave. "It is this queen. Do you have something you wish to say?" "And no, of course not. So it is Madame Lan, haha. Since you have interest in this item, Madame Lan. This Wang will respectfully withdraw." His voice sounded a little bitter and reluctant. Although his disciple required the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill, the price of 35 million open heaven pills was simply too expensive for him. Even if he had somebody helping him from the shadows, they had reached the limit they could afford. He was powerless to continue pushing forward. Rather than offending Lan Yurua, it was better to take this opportunity to earn her favor. Besides, there was no guarantee that his disciple could successfully advance into the sixth order open heaven realm even if he did manage to win the bid on the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill. Any investment was bound to come with certain risks. If his disciple were to fail in the advancement process, the loss of several millions was enough to shake Clear Heart Palace's foundation. Now that the price for the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill and its pill recipe had been raised to 35.5 million in one go, Ting Wan had no choice but to withdraw from the bidding. Even Yi Jian from room B2 fell silent. On the stage, the old man from Red Cloud's auction house waited for a short moment before asking, "The gentleman from room A3 has placed a bid of 35 million open heaven pills. Are there any higher offers?" The entire venue was silent. The old man probably knew that the price of this item had reached its limit. The auction house's original valuation of this item was only 20 million open heaven pills while the current price had nearly doubled that estimation. Thus, he no longer hesitated and shouted, 35 million, going once. 35 million, going twice. Inside room A3, Yang Kai was silently making plans. Once he obtained the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill and its pill recipe, he could immediately begin his research to see if he could fully understand its recipe and refine it. If he succeeded, then there was no need to worry about the Void Land's finances again in the future. A spirit pill that could increase the chances of success of a cultivator breaking through to the open heaven realm was an all but non-existent commodity, even in the 3,000 worlds. Void Land's wealth would soar in a short period of time just by selling a few such spirit pills for several million open heaven pills each. Besides, he had quite a lot of world source liquid that was required to refine the spirit pill. This Yi has something to say. Please temporarily halt the auction. Just as the old man was about to call out the final confirmation, Yi Jian's voice rang out from within room B2. Yang Kai furrowed his brow and couldn't help glancing in the direction of room B2. What is Yi Jian up to? He instinctively sensed that the bidding for this auction item would not go smoothly. Fortunately, he currently had more than 1 billion open heaven pills in his possession. It could be said that he was very rich, so he was not worried even if Yi Jian managed to borrow some money or find somebody to help provide funds. The old man on the stage said, "Hall Master Yi, please speak if you have something to say." The door to room B2 opened all of a sudden. A fair and beardless middle-aged man walked out of the room with a solemn expression. Yang Kai guessed that that man was Yi Jian. Yi Jian arrived on the stage in a few steps. He cupped his fist at the old man and handed over a space ring. His lips wriggled slightly as though he was silently whispering something to the old man. The old man looked suspicious at first, but his expression stiffened when he heard what Yi Jian said to him and soon revealed an expression of great astonishment instead. Immediately after that, he checked the contents of the space ring and looked up at Yi Jian again. "Hall Master Yi, are you certain? This item is extraordinarily valuable." Yi Jian gently nodded with a look of determination. The old man continued, "If you insist, Hall Master Yi, this old master will not persuade you otherwise. Please wait a moment." After saying that, his divine sense surged as though he was communicating with somebody else. A long while later, he nodded and said, "Red Cloud's auction house has agreed to your request, Hall Master Yi. Please return to your seat for now." "Many thanks." Yi Jian cupped his fists with a serious expression. Turning around, he bowed in the direction of room A3, "Madame Lan, this Yi would like to apologize in advance. Please don't take offense at my following actions." The proprietress stared at the stage calmly before she suddenly whispered, "Brat, you've met a real challenger. You'd best prepare for some heavy bleeding." "What do you mean?" Yang Kai had yet to understand what was going on. At that moment, Yi Jian returned to room B2 and immediately shouted, 40 million. After hearing that shout, Yang Kai finally understood what the proprietress meant. Yi Jian had increased the price by 5 million open heaven pills in one go. This not only required great courage but also immense wealth. Moreover, he had never increased the price by such a large margin before when he placed his bids previously. It was almost as though he was a different person altogether. Hence, Yang Kai felt his teeth hurting. The old man on the stage lifted the space ring in his hand up high. "For your information, Hall Master Yi has just pledged an item to the auction house. Please forgive this old master for not disclosing the value of this item." However, Hall Master Yi has the ability to bid and provide payment. He provided an explanation because he was worried that other people might misunderstand. The price of the auction item was terrifyingly high after all, so he might be suspected of deliberately driving the price up otherwise. Yang Kai slowly let out a breath and gazed towards room B2 pensively. The space ring in that old man's hands contains the item that Yi Jian pledged just now. Just what did he pledge for him to have the courage to raise the price by 5 million in one go? More importantly, where is his bottom line? He might have over 1 billion open heaven pills in his possession, but he did not wish to waste his money for no reason. If only I knew Yi Jian's bottom line, then I can minimize my losses to the best of my abilities. Unfortunately, I don't even know what item he pledged. How can I figure out his bottom line? Hall Master Yi placed a bid of 40 million. Are there any others with a higher bid? The old man shouted. Yang Kai considered for a moment and cautiously threw out a bid, 41 million. 45 million. Yi Jian followed up without hesitation. Yang Kai was stunned. The proprietress commented, there is a difference between a disciple and a son after all. It looks like Yi Jian is determined to compete with you. Ting Wang's disciple required the heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pill, as did Yi Jian's son. It was just that Ting Wang pulled out of the competition when the price reached 35 million. On the other hand, Yi Jian was still stubbornly trying to win. It was obvious that he loved and cherished his son deeply. Also, he believed that his son would definitely advance into the sixth order open heaven realm as long as he had the heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pill. Why else would he be so fixated upon this item, even if they were father and son? Why don't you discuss with him to each pay half? You take the pill recipe while he takes the spirit pill. I'm sure he won't reject your offer. The proprietress suggested. Yang Kai considered for a moment before shaking his head. The heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pill has never appeared before. In order to refine the spirit pill, the results will be different if I can study a finished product first. Once the spirit pill falls into his hands, it will be difficult for me to research the spirit pill again. There is no other way then. With the spirit pill in hand, the hopes of refining a heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pill would increase significantly. Although it would cost him a lot of open heaven pills, this investment was undoubtedly worth the money. 46 million. Yang Kai raised the bid once more. 50 million. Yi Jian's voice trembled slightly. Even if he could afford to pay this amount, the terrifyingly high price was still heartbreaking. After placing his bid, he added, Madame Lan, my son is young and foolish. He made a huge mistake and desperately needs this heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pill. Only then will he have the hope of progressing forward. Madame Lan, please listen to my request. The proprietress pretended not to hear and said nothing in response. After all, she was not the one who was participating in the auction, it was Yang Kai. Although she used her identity to scold Ting Wang earlier, it was only her way of helping Yang Kai. How could she say anything under these circumstances? Seeing that there was no response from room A3, Yi Jian felt his heart sinking to the bottom of the abyss. Sure enough, a voice soon came from that direction to place a higher bid. The price was increased by just 500,000. Inside room B2, Yi Jian's expression crumbled, looking like he had aged several dozen years. Beside him, a young man with large eyes and thick brows smiled bitterly. Father, let's forget it. This price is far too high. Yi Jian clenched his fists tightly. No. I have not lost. I can still continue. The young man said, It's enough, father. Even if the item we pledged far exceeds 50 million in value, that is a treasure that belongs to the sect. If the losses we suffer are too high, it will be difficult for us to provide a sufficient explanation when we return. Father, let's stop here. Yi Jian muttered painfully, I am aware of that. How can I not be? But, you. The young man smiled bitterly, Don't worry, father. In the worst case, I will simply never advance into the open heaven realm. Who knows? Things might change in the future. There is no need to waste so much money at this juncture, especially since everyone else in the sect require a lot of resources for cultivation as well. You don't need to worry too much about me. Yi Jian opened his mouth to speak but finally let out a heavy sigh. The old man on the stage called out the countdown. Finally, the bidding for the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill and its pill recipe came to an end. The auction item was sold at a terrifyingly high price of 55 million open heaven pills. The old man presiding over the auction had maintained a stiff expression on his face throughout, but his complexion was quite ruddy at the moment. He felt as though he had gotten the greatest bargain in the world. This round of bidding also caused countless people to become hooked to the excitement. Be it the regular cultivators in the hall or the open heaven realm masters in the private rooms, they had never witnessed such a brutal and unexpectedly difficult bidding war before. When the price first hit 20 million open heaven pills, everybody thought that it would be the limit. Who could have known that Ting Wang and Yi Jian would secretly receive funding from others? Thus, the price rose to 30 million. By the time the price exceeded 30 million, everybody thought that it was the end. Who could have expected somebody to appear out of nowhere and forcibly compete with Yi Jian for the auction item? The price was raised to 50 million as a result. Throughout the history of all the auctions in the 3000 worlds, the only other time an auction could beat this round of bidding in terms of price was when high-rank resources appeared in the world. This was only halfway through the auction as well. The second half of the auction had yet to take place, so who could say what other good things might appear? It might have been that the auction had reached a climax, so the auction house decided to take a short break. During the break, Red Cloud's auction house delivered the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill and its pill recipe over. Yang Kai paid the 55 million open heaven pills and received his items. Nobody had ever seen the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill before, so they were very interested in the item. The jade bottle was passed around between the proprietress, Old Bai, and Yu He. On the other hand, Yang Kai carefully studied the pill recipe. After some investigating, he was secretly speechless. It was apparently not difficult to refine the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill. He was confident he could refine the spirit pills with his abilities. It was just that many ingredients were required. There were a total of 9 main ingredients. Leaving aside the world source liquid, there were 8 others. In addition, there were a total of 72 kinds of adjuvants and many were herbs he had never even heard of before. Yang Kai handed the pill recipe to the proprietress for a look, and after a while commented, "The 72 auxiliary ingredients are quite common. Aside from the world source liquid, the remaining 8 main ingredients are all pretty rare, but they can be found if you are determined to find them. It's just the price. Won't be cheap." Yang Kai asked, "Proprietress, how much do you think it will cost to refine the spirit pill?" She pondered for a moment, "At least 100,000. The production cost of a Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill was 100,000. That was not inclusive of the failures during the refining process. If the costs of the failures during the refining process were included, then it would double the price at the very least. So, it would be 200,000. Naturally, that was just the cost of the other materials excluding the world source liquid. If the cost of the world source liquid was included, world source liquid had practically gone extinct as it could only be formed when new worlds were first created. Therefore, the value of something like that could not be measured. In any case, the cost was extremely high. One could not be fooled by Yang Kai's current spending where he could move several tens of millions at a time. For most cultivators, accumulating open heaven pills was an extremely difficult task. Even third-class great forces could not accumulate more than several tens of millions of open heaven pills with the strength of their entire sect. However, if he could successfully refine the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill, then the price of a single Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill would not be measured in just 1 or 2 million open heaven pills. Just like how Ting Wang was willing to increase the price to 30 million for a spirit pill, not to mention Yi Jian who was willing to quote a terrifying price of 50 million open heaven pills. Needless to say, this price was only feasible because this was an auction. Moreover, the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill was the only one in existence. The price would not be as high if the spirit pill was mass-produced for sales. Be that as it may, selling the spirit pill for several million was not an issue. Which great force would not have several highly valued disciples? Just by spending several million on a Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill, they could ensure that their disciple had a smooth advancement, which would result in the enhancement of the sect's future hope and strength. Yang Kai's eyes brightened, as though he could see the grand Tao of fortune right in front of him. In addition, if the refinement of the spirit pill were successful, it would be highly beneficial to Void Land in the future. Instructing Yuhi to bid at her discretion during the subsequent auctions, Yang Kai picked up the jade bottle and took out the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill. Then, he carefully scraped off a layer of pill powder and began to examine it carefully. As time passed, the auction started up again. Yang Kai completely immersed himself into the research of the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill, constantly deducing the refinement process in his mind. He paid no attention to anything else, unable to extricate himself from his research. He did not know how long had passed when he suddenly heard a gasp of exclamation coming from beside him. Unable to help himself, he pulled his mind back to the present and looked to the side. Old Bai was staring at the stage with an expression of shock, almost as though an amazing item had appeared on the stage. Even Yuhi and the proprietress looked solemn. Yang Kai frowned, not knowing what was going on. Just as he was wondering about the situation, he heard the old man on the stage say something. "Ladies and gentlemen, you have not misheard. This old master is holding a map of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Although it is not complete, it should cover at least 20% of the entire Blood Monster Cave Heaven's territory. It might be even more. The auction house has made a total of 100 copies of this map. They will be sold in batches of 10 during the auction. The starting price is 500,000 open heaven pills. Please place your bids." The moment the old man finished speaking, numerous voices calling out various bids rang out incessantly from the private rooms. Even the proprietress joined in. Yang Kai was confused. "Old Bai, is the Blood Monster Cave Heaven part of the 36 Cave Heavens?" It had not been long since he first arrived in the outer universe, but it had not been a short time either. There were countless great forces in the 3,000 worlds, so he might not be familiar with most of them, but he had at least heard of each of the 36 cave heavens and 72 paradises. Upon further consideration, he had never heard of the name Blood Monster Cave Heaven before. Old Bai licked his lips and said, "The Blood Monster Cave Heaven is not one of the 36 cave heavens. It is a universe cave heaven." Yang Kai was stunned, then, he immediately exclaimed in a loud voice, "A universe cave heaven." He had just heard the proprietress mentioning the existence of the universe cave heavens and universe paradises. She claimed that a universe cave heaven was the small universe left behind after the death of an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, while a universe paradise was the small universe left behind after the death of a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. There was a high possibility that they contained the wealth of a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master accumulated over their lifetime. Anybody who could encounter one was bound to experience leaps and bounds in their growth. Yang Kai had taken a great interest in this topic when listening to the proprietress' previous explanation, but he never expected that such a lucky coincidence would fall into his lap. Red Cloud's auction house was auctioning off the map of a universe cave heaven. This shocked him very much. If Red Cloud's auction house can produce such a map of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, doesn't that mean that they've already entered it before? Old Bai's gaze was burning intensely. "You don't understand. The Blood Monster Cave Heaven is an extremely special universe cave heaven in the 3,000 worlds. It is the legacy left behind after the death of an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master by the name of Blood Monster Divine Monarch. Unlike other universe cave heavens and universe paradises that are concealed from outsiders, the Blood Monster Cave Heaven is a sealed world known across the 3,000 worlds. Moreover, it opens once every 200 years. Any cultivator under the Open Heaven realm can enter the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. If you are lucky, you can obtain all sorts of precious resources. You might even obtain the inheritance of Blood Monster Divine Monarch." Yang Kai jumped in surprise. The inheritance of Blood Monster Divine Monarch. The small universe left behind after the death of an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master would contain his entire lifetime's worth of assets and his true inheritance. It was only natural that it would attract countless people's attention. Even if he was currently rich enough to buy a country, Yang Kai couldn't help coveting those riches. He was tempted to rush into the Blood Monster Cave Heaven right now to explore the place thoroughly. Although the Blood Monster Cave Heaven has opened countless times since the death of Blood Monster Divine Monarch and many of the resources have been taken by others before us, there are many who obtained great benefits each time the Blood Monster Cave Heaven opened. It generally resulted in their strength soaring. Calculating the years, the Blood Monster Cave Heaven is indeed about to open again. Red Cloud's auction house planned this all out. The Blood Monster Cave Heaven was about to open and Red Cloud's auction house suddenly brought out a map for this auction. It was obvious that they were planning to use this opportunity to earn a huge fortune. Yang Kai licked his dry lips. How long before the Blood Monster Cave Heaven opens? Old Bai said, around half a year or so. Yang Kai suddenly recalled something when he heard those words. Glancing at the proprietress, he asked her a question. Proprietress, you previously asked me to wait for half a year for an opportunity. Could it be related to the Blood Monster Cave Heaven? When he asked her to help him keep an eye out for high-rank resources, she had returned a less than optimistic answer. She only told him that he had to wait for half a year for a possible opportunity. Judging by the situation, it was most likely related to the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Sure enough, the proprietress nodded. Somebody once found a 7th-order material inside the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. That place might have what you need. Yang Kai's eyes couldn't help blazing with excitement. Thinking about it again, it was not surprising. That was the small universe left behind after the death of an 8th-order Open Heaven Realm Master after all. It contained all the wealth accumulated by Blood Monster Divine Monarch during his lifetime. What were 7th-order materials in comparison? There might even be 8th-order materials inside. While they were conversing with each other, the first round of bidding for the map of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven ended. The cultivators in 10 of the private rooms had won the maps, though everybody was very restrained in their bidding. The starting price was 500,000 and the final price was only 700,000. Red Cloud's auction house had brought out 100 copies after all, so there was no need to compete too hard. After several rounds of auction, all 100 copies of the map had been sold. The entire process had only taken an hour or so. They were basically sold at prices ranging from 7 to 800,000 Open Heaven pills each. Yang Kai silently made some calculations. Just from the map alone, Red Cloud's auction house obtained a profit of close to 70 million Open Heaven pills. Thus, he couldn't help feeling extremely envious. If Void Land could have such skills one day, then he had nothing to worry about anymore. Right after the map was sold, the old man on the stage took out a piece of jade that was one part of two halves. This is the next item for auction. It might be an array jade, it might also be a key. This jade came from the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. As soon as those words rang out, the audience was shocked. The auction house had first sold off 100 copies of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven's map. Then, they brought out this jade from the Blood Monster Cave Heaven to auction. Anybody could tell that the Blood Monster Cave Heaven was probably about to open. This jade might come from the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, but nobody knows what it is used for. That is why this old master mentioned that it might be an array jade or even a key. We don't even know what kind of benefits one will obtain after this jade plays its role. Nothing might come from it. It might be a complete waste of money. But what if it turns out to be the key to Blood Monster Divine Monarch Treasure House? Upon hearing that sentence, many people secretly scolded the old man for being a treacherous old dog. He obviously knew that the Blood Monster Cave Heaven contained the wealth accumulated by Blood Monster Divine Monarch throughout his life. The value of his treasure house could only be imagined. It would be amazing if this jade turned out to be the key to the Blood Monster Divine Monarch's treasure house. One unknown piece of jade. The starting price is 1 million. Ladies and gentlemen, please place your bids. The old man had only just finished speaking when Yang Kai immediately shouted, 10 million. Inside the private room, the proprietress and the others turned around in unison to stare at him as though they were looking at a fool. What's wrong? He scratched his nose awkwardly. The proprietress sighed and explained, since Red Cloud's auction house is willing to auction off this jade, then they must have sent their own disciples to test its uses before. It is only after confirming that the jade cannot be used for anything that they are willing to bring it out. How can you start off bidding 10 million? Yang Kai couldn't help looking blank. She teasingly continued, it doesn't matter. You have a lot of money, so you can act as you please. Yang Kai did not understand, what do you mean? She gave him an amused look, you can be willful because you are rich. He was rendered speechless. As if to verify her words, nobody else in the auction house placed a bid, aside from him. The old man waited for 10 breaths and quickly said, Room A3 has placed a bid of 10 million open heaven pills. Are there any higher offers? 10 million going once. 10 million going twice. Congratulations to the gentleman in room A3. The transaction was finalized. Yang Kai nearly spat blood. Only then did he understand that he had been overly eager. Leaving aside whether or not the jade would be useful, even if it turned out to be useful, there was no guarantee what kind of benefit it would bring. It could be said that this was an extremely risky investment. Aside from someone extremely rich like him, who would purchase this jade at such a high price? If the price was only 1 million open heaven pills, the other great forces might have been willing to take a gamble. However, he had directly offered 10 million from the beginning. Who would be willing to follow up his offer? The corners of Yang Kai's mouth twitched, but he soon comforted himself in his heart. Who knows? I might be able to obtain something great from this. Even if I don't. Well, it's not that expensive. The jade was the finale item. The old man on the stage gave a polite speech on the stage, thanking everybody who participated in the once more. Only then did he announce the successful conclusion of the auction. Many of the cultivators in the hall stood up and left. However, the proprietress remained motionless. She simply sat there calmly, as if waiting for something. Yang Kai was puzzled but did not ask any questions. Instead, he began to take stock of what he had obtained from this auction. He had bid for quite a few things. Aside from the 6th order scarlatine sand and the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill, he purchased many 4th order materials. He also, of course, won the auction for the jade at the end of the auction. While he was researching the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill, he had made a move several times to bid for several 6th order resources. The auction house had delivered those items a long time ago. All in all, he had spent around 150 million open heaven pills. These expenses were not a small sum to other people, but it was within an acceptable range for Yang Kai. Be that as it may, no high-rank resources had appeared even in such a high-end auction, so he couldn't help feeling a slight sense of disappointment. Even the 6th order materials were not many. It could be seen that his hopes of finding the high-rank resources he needed in places like various auction houses were not very realistic. Yang Kai soon finished taking stock of his newly acquired items and then returned to working on the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill. He had already finished studying the pill recipe. Be it in terms of the materials or the refining process, the technique was not very difficult for him. There should be no problem as long as he practiced diligently and overcame a few failures to accumulate experience. At present, he was studying the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill itself. In the eyes of others, a spirit pill was nothing more than a spirit pill that could be consumed and used for different purposes depending on the medicinal efficacies it contained. However, for an alchemist, a finished spirit pill contained an extensive amount of information. An accomplished alchemist could even deduce the pill recipe for refining a particular spirit pill just from studying a finished spirit pill. They might not be able to decipher everything, but it was not difficult to deduce an almost complete pill recipe. Although Yang Kai was devoted to the martial Tao, he also had deep attainments in the alchemic Tao. Now that he had the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill and its pill recipe in hand, he could learn many things from these two items. He placed the bit of pill powder that he scraped off from the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill earlier into his mouth and savored the taste carefully. His expression changed continuously. From time to time, he would suddenly frown or show a look of epiphany. His mind was racing like crazy, creating sparks from the collision of his thoughts. An hour later, he finally pulled his mind back to the present with a much greater confidence in his ability to refine the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill. At this moment, the door opened all of a sudden. The old man with a stiff expression who presided over the auction just now pushed open the door but did not enter the room. He simply stood at the entrance of the room while stretching his hand out in a polite gesture. "Madame Lan, please come this way." The proprietress was not surprised and simply nodded lightly before standing up. Afterward, the old man turned around and led the way. Yang Kai followed behind the proprietress and asked curiously, "Where are we going?" The proprietress didn't even turn around as she sent a divine sense transmission to him. "Didn't you want to find some high-rank materials? We're going to try our luck." But, I can't guarantee whether any high-rank materials will appear or whether you can obtain them even if they do. He was stunned. What do you mean? She said, so many mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters came today. Did you really think they came here just for that auction? Upon hearing those words, Yang Kai immediately realized that the situation earlier was strange indeed. Some good stuff had appeared in the auction, enough that they could even cause the mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters to compete for those resources. Even so, most of the people in the private rooms had not made any bids from beginning to the end. Aside from the second to last round when they bid for the map of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, they mostly remained as nothing more than spectators throughout the entire auction. Most of the Open Heaven Realm Masters in those private rooms came from various far-flung great territories, with some being trillions of kilometers away. There was no need for them to put so much effort into coming here just to end up as a spectator, right? If they're not here for the auction, then what are they here for? He wondered. The proprietress replied, they only joined the auction to take part in the excitement since they were already here. They are actually here for the exchange meeting after the auction. An exchange meeting? Yang Kai raised his brow at those words, gaining a vague understanding of the situation. There are many who obtain treasures but do not have a use for them, nor do they wish to put them up for auction. Even if they obtained Open Heaven pills, they would still need to go out and search for the items that they really need after all. As such, they prefer to exchange items with each other in private. For example, if I need a 6th order Earth element treasure but only have a 6th order Fire element treasure, I can trade with somebody else during this exchange meeting. Since both items are 6th order materials, their prices are pretty similar. In this way, the exchange can be carried out and everybody is happy with the exchange. I got it. Yang Kai nodded. But, you should not get your hopes up. High-rank materials are hard to find. Even if they appear, you might not get your hands on them. Yang Kai grinned, the only thing I fear is that they won't appear. If they do appear, then I will get my hands on them even if I have to use money to beat them into submission. The theoretical price of a 7th order material was around 150 million Open Heaven pills. Naturally, that was just in theory. If one were to include a premium for its rarity, it was acceptable for its price to range from 170 to 180 million. Would those people refuse to sell if Yang Kai threw out 200 or 300 million Open Heaven pills at them? In any case, those were Open Heaven pills he won through gambling. It was not heartbreaking to spend them. Thus, Yang Kai was secretly looking forward to the exchange meeting. Under the old man's guidance, the group of 4 passed through several corridors and came to a secret room. There were quite a few people already waiting inside, and they were clearly the Open Heaven Realm Masters who sat in the private rooms during the auction earlier. When those people saw the proprietress, many of them nodded at her lightly. Inside the secret room, everybody was randomly seated. There was a large table in front of them and several platters of spirit fruits were placed there to enjoy. The seating arrangements formed a circle with a 1-meter-high platform placed right in the middle. The platform was completely made of flawless white jade. Madame Lan, please make yourself comfortable. The old man spoke briefly before turning around to leave. He was probably going to invite others to this place. The proprietress led Yang Kai and the others over to an empty spot and sat down before taking a look around. There were already quite a few Open Heaven Realm Masters inside the secret room. Some of them were alone while some of them arrived with several people in tow, just like the proprietress. Yang Kai also saw many Emperor Realm cultivators like himself, looking around curiously just like him. These Emperor Realm cultivators were probably the juniors or disciples of the Open Heaven Realm Masters. They were probably using this opportunity to learn more about the outside world. While he was looking around his surroundings, Yang Kai saw 2 familiar figures. It was a man and a woman, one young and one old. They were none other than Old Zhou and Yu Luo Sha of Azure Heaven. Thinking about it again, it was not strange. Red Cloud's auction house and Azure Arena both had establishments in Thousand Birds Territory Star City. It was only natural that they were invited to participate in an auction here. In Thousand Birds Territory Star City, these two were not the only businesses belonging to first-class great forces. Wind and Cloud Auction House was an industry of Wind and Cloud Paradise, Gathering Virtue Emporium was an asset of 9 Stars Paradise, and even 100 Refinings Hall was supported by one of the paradises. At this moment, the representatives of these first-class great forces gathered inside this secret room. Old Joe of the Azura Arena smiled and nodded at Yang Kai. Yang Kai returned the greeting with a bow. Yu Luosha was looking at Yang Kai with a complicated expression, but she also nodded in greeting. There was no hostility in her demeanor, rather, her fighting spirit was burning. Thus, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a sense of respect for this woman. He believed that she would definitely achieve great things in the future. The previous battle had not affected her martial heart negatively in any way, instead, it became the driving force for her to strive to become even stronger. There was no sign of Pei Bu anywhere, as he probably lost everything the other day, so he did not have the money to participate in this exchange meeting. During this waiting period, countless people kept entering the secret room, found seats, and sat down. All of a sudden, a middle-aged man with a golden crown on his head appeared at the entrance. He was dressed in luxurious robes and the aura around him was extremely powerful. A tall girl with picturesque features followed behind him. Her cultivation was not high. Like Yang Kai, she was only in the Emperor realm. Her intelligent eyes studied her surroundings with great curiosity, giving her an ethereal feeling. Many young juniors couldn't help glancing in her direction with a look of admiration and adoration on their faces. Likewise, Yang Kai glanced over in that direction just in time to see the middle-aged man leading the tall and slender girl in their direction. The middle-aged man arrived not far from him within a few steps. The proprietress stood up and gave an elegant bow. "Senior Brother Gua." Old Bai also respectfully greeted the middle-aged man. "Greetings, Senior Gua." Surprised, Yang Kai and Yuhi hurriedly got to their feet. Judging from the tone of the proprietress and Bai Chi's voices, they seemed to be familiar with this middle-aged man surnamed Gua. Their relationship also seemed to be rather intertwined, otherwise, the proprietress would never address the man with the title Senior Brother. It had to be said that most mid-rank Open Heaven Realm masters were the ones to greet the proprietress first when they encountered her. After all, the order of etiquette also served to represent the level of their respective statuses. In other words, this man surnamed Gua was more powerful than the proprietress. Yang Kai was secretly speechless. Judging by the way the proprietress addressed this man, could it be that they had a senior brother-junior sister relationship with each other? Senior Brother Gua smiled slightly. "Junior Sister Lan, there is no need to be so polite. Please take a seat." After saying that, he took the lead and sat down. Only then did the proprietress return to her seat. He then said, "It has been several dozen years since we last saw each other. You have a noble bearing as usual, Junior Sister Lan. It is truly gratifying." She replied with a slight smile. "Many thanks, Senior Brother Gua. You are as handsome as usual." He laughed. "I've gotten old. I can't compare with the younger generation anymore." All of a sudden, he turned to look at Yang Kai with a measuring gaze. Then, he narrowed his eyes and asked, "Isn't this the boy who defeated Yu Luosha in the Azura Arena?" Yang Kai suddenly had the illusion that he was being stared at by the ancient ominous beast under that measuring gaze. For a moment, he felt as though he was being crushed under the pressure of a dozen mountains and could barely breathe as a result. Fortunately, that terrifying pressure soon dissipated into nothing, almost as if the feeling just now had been nothing more than an illusion. Yang Kai bowed. "Greetings, Senior Gua." "Yes, it's very similar." Senior Brother Gua nodded repeatedly. Yang Kai was taken aback. He didn't quite understand what those words meant at first, but he soon understood. Senior Brother Gua was referring to his appearance. It was the reason why the proprietress had taken such good care of him in the past, as well as why he addressed him as young master. Apparently, his appearance was very similar to that of the proprietress' younger brother, Lan Tingyu. One's appearance was determined by the heavens, so he was unable to change anything about his appearance. Besides, there were trillions upon trillions of living creatures in the 3,000 worlds. It was not surprising that some people would look similar to each other. Yang Kai did not feel that his appearance had caused him any trouble, rather, it could even be said that it had brought him great luck. If not for that, how could a humble person like himself become acquainted with somebody like the proprietress in this vast universe? They might look alike, but they are two different people. The proprietress smiled softly. "I was very shocked when I first met this brat." Senior Brother Gua gently nodded. "Once this matter is over, let me bring this boy back to meet the old man." his aptitude is not bad. If he is personally taught by the old man, he will surely have great accomplishments in the future. The old man? The proprietress' expression changed slightly. Is that what he wants? Senior brother Gua shook his head in response. The old man has not heard about this yet. I only just learned about it myself when I arrived here. Her expression became gloomy and uncertain as she glanced at young Kai worriedly and shook her head. Senior brother Gua, this boy does not belong to First Inn. If you wish to bring him back to meet the old man, you will have to ask him for his opinion. Not part of First Inn? He seemed a little surprised by those words. Young Kai was a little confused by the flow of the conversation. He did not know who this old man they were talking about was, but a person who could be addressed so formally by two sixth-order open heaven realm masters could not be a trivial person. Senior brother Gua laughed. Since he does not belong to First Inn, then there's no need to ask you. He turned to look at young Kai and continued, Kid, do you have any interest in joining Xianyuan Cave Heaven? Xianyuan Cave Heaven? Young Kai was shocked. Each of the 36 cave heavens and 72 paradises were extremely famous. They had more than one great territory under their command, were known as first-class great forces in the 3,000 worlds, and every one of them was led by high-rank open heaven realm masters. Out of all of them, Xianyuan Cave Heaven was ranked in the top 10 even among the 36 cave heavens. Young Kai had long since guessed that this person by the name of Senior Brother Gua came from a very powerful background. There was a high possibility that Senior Brother Gua came from one of the 36 cave heavens or the 72 paradises. It wasn't until this moment that young Kai learned that he belonged to Xianyuan Cave Heaven. Did that mean that Xianyuan Cave Heaven was the great force behind First Inn? Why else would the proprietress and Senior Brother Gua address each other as Senior Brother and Junior Sister? Senior Brother Gua said, the aptitude of Yu Luo Sha from Azura Heaven is pretty amazing. The fact that you can defeat her in one move must mean that your aptitude is even more impressive. An aptitude like that is enough for you to join Xianyuan Cave Heaven. What do you think? If you are interested, you can follow me back to Xianyuan Cave Heaven once this matter is over. Young Kai was dumbfounded. If a cave heaven had tried to recruit him when he first arrived in the 3,000 worlds, he might have joined them eagerly without a second thought. That way he could enjoy the cool shade under a big tree after all. Backed by such a powerful force like Xianyuan Cave Heaven, his future would be very promising. He wouldn't even need to worry about his cultivation resources. He would only need to ask his elders for what he needed and somebody would immediately satisfy his needs. Unfortunately, the current young Kai was no longer the same person who just arrived at the outer universe. He was now in charge of Void Land and had more than 600,000 people under him. What would happen to Void Land if he left? Besides, his path to becoming a high-rank open heaven realm master would most likely be cut off halfway if he joined Xianyuan Cave Heaven. The proprietress once mentioned that only those disciples with excellent aptitudes who were born into and grew up in the various cave heavens and paradises had the qualifications to achieve the high-rank open heaven realm directly. That was because the cave heavens and paradises had no need to worry about their loyalty. However, who would dare to allow the birth of a high-rank open heaven realm master if they were an outsider? What if that person cultivated to the level of a 9th order open heaven realm master? Who could suppress them then? Especially somebody like young Kai who only joined as a disciple halfway through. Nobody could guarantee his loyalty towards the sect. After considering all this, young Kai vaguely realized something. He had exposed his identity in the Azura arena, so many people probably had their eyes on him now. Senior Brother Gua was just one of those people. It was only because he was an old acquaintance of the proprietress that he took the lead to try and win young Kai over. If I agree to join Xianyuan Cave Heaven, I will only be allowed to achieve the 6th order heaven realm at most. I will never be allowed to achieve the 7th order open heaven realm. Young Kai turned to look to the side and sure enough, the proprietress was staring at him in anxiety and worry. He made up his mind seeing that and carefully said, "Many thanks for your praise, Senior Gua. Unfortunately, this junior has too many obligations to fulfill and must regretfully refuse your kindness." Senior Brother Gua became livid upon hearing those words. His stern and majestic eyes suddenly transformed to become a bottomless abyss, almost as though he wanted to drag young Kai's soul into them. I can't believe this Senior Gua immediately turned hostile the moment we disagreed. He truly is subject to shifting moods. Yang Kai trembled for a moment, feeling his Dao seal vibrating uncontrollably. Sparks danced in his vision as he grit his teeth and shouted, "Senior Gua, are you trying to silence the witness to your crime?" He originally hoped to cause a scene large enough to attract the attention of the people around him so that this Senior Gua would be more mindful about taking action. This was Red Cloud's auction house's territory after all, so he would not be allowed to do whatever he wanted. To Yang Kai's surprise though, his voice never came out. His mouth opened and closed like a goldfish stranded on land, making him look extremely funny. "Senior Brother Gua." The proprietress let out a sharp cry. All of a sudden, the terrifying pressure disappeared. The power that was tugging at Yang Kai's soul and Dao seal also vanished without a trace. He came back to his senses and saw Senior Brother Gua looking at him with a smile, almost as though what he experienced earlier was all an illusion. But, cold sweat drenched his entire body and he knew that what he felt just now was not a figment of his imagination. "Your appearance is similar, as is your attitude. I just hope that the path you walk won't be that similar." Senior Brother Gua uttered that sentence meaningfully, "Otherwise, the ending that will befall you won't differ much either. Junior Sister Lan, you don't wish to see history repeating itself, right?" The proprietress' expression was extremely dark as she snapped, "Senior Brother Gua, please mind your own business. I will take care of this boy myself." "That would be for the best." He nodded. "It took a lot of effort for the old man to settle that matter for you in the past. You wouldn't want to cause trouble for him again, right?" Rubbing his chin, he abruptly changed the subject. "Speaking of the old man, I suddenly remembered something. When the old man brought the golden crow's carcass back, he was muttering about how most of the essence from its body was missing for some reason. It's obvious now that it was the doing of this brat." Only then did Yang Kai finally realize who the old man Senior Brother Gua kept mentioning was. The golden crow's carcass had fallen into the hands of the owner behind First Inn, an old man known as Si-Tu Kong. Before handing the golden crow carcass over, Yang Kai had absorbed most of the golden crow's true fire and to condense his fire element power. He originally thought that he had been very secretive about what he did, but who could have known that his actions had been noticed so quickly? Judging by the current situation, Si-Tu Kong belonged to Xian Yuan Cave Heaven and First Inn was indeed backed by the powerful force. The proprietress spoke firmly, "Please don't speak nonsense, Senior Brother Gua." Senior Brother Gua sneered, "I was just speculating." "What are you so nervous about, Junior Sister Lan?" Even if it is true, the old man failed to notice the issue on the spot, so you don't expect him to come after this brat after so long, right? What would come of the old man's pride? At his age, what he cares about the most is face. He would not do something that would slap himself so terribly. His expression turned cold and his voice became solemn. "There is no evidence regarding this matter, but is your intention to take down the Golden Rainbow Province and the Boundless Altar, or is this also the senior brother talking nonsense?" She replied calmly, "What are you talking about, Senior Brother Gua? This junior sister does not understand." He turned to look at her, "Don't give me that nonsense. These two great forces held a grudge against you in the first place. It was only because the old man and the other great forces intervened in the past that this matter was settled calmly. Not too long ago, you caused another huge ruckus. Did you think you could hide the truth? Do you think you can still stand here alive if the old man had not intervened again when you killed Yin Zhenhua of Wind and Cloud Paradise?" She looked at him leisurely. "What do you know, Senior Brother?" He said, "Even if Yin Zhenhua provoked you first, you should not have killed him. He belonged to Wind and Cloud Paradise after all. In the end, the old man had to clean up your mess again when you killed him." She became angry. "Are you saying that they are the only ones who can attack me and I can't defend myself? What kind of logic is that?" He retorted, "With your strength as a sixth-order open heaven realm master, running away would be a piece of cake for you. Why should I run? They dared to provoke this great ant. In that case, this great ant will dare to slice off their necks. I will cut down every single person they send after me. I'll see just who in the 3,000 worlds would dare to provoke me again," she said furiously. He slowly shook his head. "Stop causing so much trouble and manage First improperly." She stared at him fixedly. "Is that what the old man wants?" He replied, "It's what I want." "What the hell do you count for?" She threw a contemptuous look at him. He sighed, the old man is getting on in age. How long more do you think he can continue to shelter you? What will you do when all your enemies come at you at the same time following his death? Forget your enemies. Many people don't like you even within the cave heaven. Let them come. I'll take the opportunity to settle my grudges against them. She gnashed her teeth together, damn it. The old man has lived for so long, why isn't he dead yet? His mouth fell open in shock and he looked speechless. After a long time, he angrily muttered, brainless woman. Then, he turned to the tall girl next to him and said, remember this Marshall Aunt Lon of yours. Don't be like her in the future, otherwise, you will never get married. Look at her, even now, nobody is interested in her. That's the reason. The young girl pursed her lips and smiled. On the other hand, the proprietress glared fiercely. Senior Brother Gui ignored the proprietress and pointed at young Kai. Don't forget this person's face either. Don't ever become his enemy. If you are ever in danger, you should ask him to rescue you. The young girl nodded obediently. Her beautiful eyes stared at young Kai seriously for a moment before she replied softly, I've memorized it. Young Kai was stunned by those words. He did not understand the meaning behind Senior Brother Gui's words. This young girl looked like one of Xian Yuan Cave Heaven's elite disciples at a glance. Also, what kind of danger would she face that he would need to rescue her from? Senior Brother Gui stopped talking and simply sat there in inexplicable silence. The proprietress also fell silent. Thus, the atmosphere sunk into an awkward silence. Although Senior Brother Gui and the proprietress had not said much to each other, they had, intentionally or unintentionally, revealed a lot of information. The first piece of information was that young Kai's identity had been completely exposed. It was most likely that many of the cave heavens and paradises were monitoring him. While it would not pose a problem in the short term, nobody could say for sure what kind of attitude they would take against him after observing him in the long run. They might decide to suppress him or try to win him over. The only thing that could be certain was that nobody would want him to advance directly into the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm. Another piece of information was that the proprietress truly intended to take down Golden Rainbow Province and Boundless Altar. It was just that these two second-class great forces were not pushovers. She would definitely fail with her current strength if she really were to make a move against them. Yang Kai would not simply sit back and watch if it came to that. But, what help could he provide with his current strength? Even if he brought all the Open Heaven Realm Masters in Void Land over to support her, his efforts would not play a decisive role. Not unless Zhu Jiuyin was willing to help. Unfortunately, this woman was not dependable. She might have agreed to become his protector for 1,000 years, but it was only under the premise that his life was in real danger. She was not a fool, so how could she willingly follow him into such muddy waters? Therefore, he couldn't help feeling a sense of urgency and crisis. Time is not going to wait for me. Just as his thoughts were swirling around in his head, he heard a familiar voice entering his ears. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for taking the time out of your busy schedules to participate in Red Cloud's Auction House's exchange meeting. Many of you are old acquaintances, but some of you are new faces. Nevertheless, this old master won't go into details regarding the rules. I'm sure everybody has participated in similar exchange meetings before, so let's not waste time. The exchange meeting will begin now. Many of the Open Heaven Realm Masters chuckled at those words. Yang Kai looked up and the old man who presided over the auction earlier was standing on the round platform in the center and bowing in all directions. Knowing that the exchange meeting had officially started, Yang Kai put aside all other thoughts and focused on the present. Everybody here was in the mid-rank Open Heaven Realm, so those in the 5th Order Open Heaven Realm and the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm were everywhere. They would surely have some good stuff in their possession. It was possible that they had the high-rank materials he needed, however, how he was going to obtain those high-rank materials from them would depend completely on his own abilities. He secretly said a prayer in his heart and rolled up his sleeves eagerly. Then, this old master will start things off. After the old man on the round platform finished speaking, he took out an item. It was a forearm-length piece of bamboo. The bamboo might have been harvested, but it was still brimming with vitality. The bamboo leaves on the stems were dense. More surprisingly, the bamboo was enveloped in slivers of electricity that constantly flashed between the branches and leaves while making a crackling sound. A sixth-order echoing thunder purple bamboo. It is a wood element treasure, but it also carries a thunder attribute. If one can refine this, they will have the power to produce such thunder with impressive destructive power, the old man said slowly. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Amazing. This certainly is deserving of being a high-end exchange meeting. It was a complete night and day difference from the auction earlier. Sixth-order materials like this one would have been auctioned as finale items during the regular auction. On the contrary, it was the first item to appear in this exchange meeting. Although this was also a means for Red Cloud's auction house to elevate the level of this exchange meeting, taking out a sixth-order material right from the start was enough to set the atmosphere. This old master has no special requirements. This item can be exchanged as long as the value is reasonable. Even open heaven pills are accepted. After the old man finished speaking, he did not say anything else. He simply stood quietly on the round platform and waited. Yang Kai looked around and saw that many masters around the platform were hurriedly taking out space rings and fiddling with them. Even senior brother Gwen next to him was doing so. The proprietress sent a voice transmission to him to explain, place the item or items you want to exchange in a space ring and hand it over to the other party. The other party will check the item and filter out the choices. If he thinks that your price is suitable, he will exchange the item with you. If he thinks that the price is not suitable or does not satisfy his requirements, he will return it to you. Yang Kai immediately understood. Without any hesitation, he immediately took out a space ring and placed 20 million open heaven pills inside. He had the goal of acquiring all kinds of cultivation resources, so it was impossible for him to use his own materials to trade for another. On the contrary, he had an abundance of open heaven pills. Besides, the other party had also mentioned that open heaven pills were also accepted as an exchange. 20 million open heaven pills should be satisfactory. Yang Kai handed the ring over and waited silently. A short while later, all the cultivators who were interested in trading with the old man were ready. There were as many as more than 50 space rings in the old man's hands. His requirements were not high, so everybody was willing to give it a try. There was no loss even if they were not selected after all. The old man checked the rings one by one. After a while, he chose one of the rings and said, "Brother Su of Divine Fire Union has offered the highest bid. This old master will exchange this echoing thunder purple bamboo with him." After saying that, he flung his hand out. Each space ring returned to their respective owners, leaving only the space ring belonging to that cultivator surnamed Su from Divine Fire Union in his hand. The echoing thunder purple bamboo also flew to the other party's side under the guidance of a gentle force. The cultivator surnamed Su received the echoing thunder purple bamboo with a look of joy. He cupped his fists and thanked the old man. On the other hand, Yang Kai was a little stunned as he gripped his space ring in his hands. He had spent 26 million to buy a sixth-order scarletine sand, but that was because it was a Yin element material. Yin element materials were much rarer, so their prices tended to be on the higher side. Most sixth-order resources were worth around 17 or 18 million. Thus, he originally believed that he had a promising chance of obtaining the echoing thunder purple bamboo. Who could have known that the old man of Red Cloud's auction house would not choose him? It would seem that it was not a pricing issue. Rather, the Divine Fire Union probably offered something that the old man was more interested in. The first transaction had gone smoothly and the old man stepped down from the platform after a few polite words. A figure immediately flew up and stood on the platform. It was a petite woman. She bowed with a bright smile and lightly parted her red lips to speak. "The value of what this mistress wants to exchange is not that great. Please excuse me, senior brothers and senior sisters." While saying so, she took out her item. Yang Kai looked up and his eyes immediately brightened. What she had taken out was a bug-like thing with a fiery red body that was slightly more than a palm length long and as thick as an arm. When his divine sense swept over this item, Yang Kai could even sense the vitality coming from it. This worm was a living creature. A 10,000-year fire silkworm. If fed properly, it will produce a 10,000-year fire silkworm chrysalis every 10 years. The order of the fire silkworm chrysalis is uncertain. It might be third order, fourth order, or fifth order. There is even a possibility it will be sixth order. It all depends on your luck. The woman looked down with a smile. She was smiling so brightly that her eyes were crescent-shaped. This mistress would like to exchange this item for a few fifth-order resources. The attributes are not limited and the number is. Naturally, the more the better. She stuck her tongue out playfully. The people below immediately showed interest in this item. The 10,000-year fire silkworm was extremely rare. If one could get their hands on it, then they could harvest an open heaven material every 10 years in the future. Although the order was uncertain and completely based on luck, the winning factor lay in the fact that it was continuous. There would always come a time when it would produce 5th order and 6th order materials. In the short term, this would definitely be a huge loss. But, in the long run, it would be a money-making business. It was just that this kind of item was not suitable for individuals. After all, the investment was bound to be big and the break-even cycle was very long. On the other hand, it was very suitable to become part of the heritage of a great force. Yang Kai was also rather interested in this item. Void land might have a divine medicine like the gourd vine that could continuously produce 5th order materials, but there was no means of producing 3rd order, 4th order, or 6th order resources. If he could bring this 10,000-year fire silkworm back with him, then it would help offset this deficiency. "Junior sister, what does the fire silkworm eat?" someone asked. She turned to look in that direction and smiled. "Naturally, it eats items of the fire attribute. It eats anything in the fire attribute and is not a picky eater." "Does it mean that the more valuable the food we feed it, the higher the order of the silkworm chrysalis produced?" "Theoretically, that should be the case, but it also produced a 5th order silkworm chrysalis when I previously fed it with some broken fire crystals and fire jades. On the other hand, it only produced a 3rd order silkworm chrysalis when I occasionally fed it with some 1st order or 2nd order fire element materials. This fire silkworm is very naughty." "Many thanks, junior sister, for clearing up the confusion." The speaker cupped his fists. A few other people also asked some questions and she answered all of them, one by one. There were some questions that she herself had never encountered before, so she could not provide any answers. A short while later, everybody made their bids. Yang Kai also handed over the space ring that contained the 20 million open heaven pills from the previous round of bidding after consulting the proprietress' opinion. Quite a few people were interested in this fire silkworm, so the woman received more than a dozen space rings in total. After checking through the rings, she kept only one of them and returned the rest. What left Yang Kai feeling speechless was that he had not been chosen either this time around. The price of 20 million open heaven pills was definitely not a low price. Since the other party did not select his space ring, then it could only mean that she was more interested in the other bids. Judging from this situation, it would seem that open heaven pills were not omnipotent. It was true that mid-rank open heaven realm masters also needed open heaven pills, but in comparison, they seemed to value various cultivation resources even more. This discovery left Yang Kai feeling speechless. He originally hoped to throw a huge sum of open heaven pills to bid for the high-ranked materials he needed if they appeared here. Who could have expected this situation? It stood to reason that he would definitely succeed if he was willing to harden his heart and throw out 100 million open heaven pills in the transaction. However, he was not a fool. How could he possibly make such a money-losing move? He secretly felt that this method of transaction was hugely advantageous for the person standing on the platform. That was because the bidders had no idea what the bottom line was like for the others. There was no way to tell what kind of item the others were offering in exchange, so there was no way for the bidders to up their offer. On the contrary, it would maximize the interests of the person standing on the round platform. Even if the bids offered were unsatisfactory, that person could simply choose not to trade with the others. There would be no loss for either party. The woman's 10,000-year fire silkworm was successfully traded. After she stepped off the platform, many others consecutively stepped onto the platform. They would first display the items that they wanted to trade, then put forward their own requirements before waiting for the others to bid for their item. Most of them managed to trade their items for other items that they wanted. There were also some whose requirements were too high or too niche, which naturally led to the failure of their request. Yang Kai even saw somebody driving up the prices. That person ultimately held on to 2 space rings, then he told the owners of the 2 space rings that he was very interested in the items inside these 2 space rings but could not choose between them. He also mentioned that it would be great if one of them could add a little something to the bargain. As a result, his remark egged the two owners of the space rings to quickly add more to their offer. As time passed, master after master stepped onto the stage and the exchange meeting proceeded in an orderly manner. In this exchange meeting, each person would only have one chance to take the stage during each round. Even so, some people would choose not to go up the stage. Hence, one round quickly ended in less than 4 hours even though there were so many open heaven realm masters present. When the second round began, fewer people went up the stage to trade. Yang Kai watched the entire process with great interest and even got hooked on the excitement. This exchange meeting was much higher end than the earlier auction. Many precious materials appeared one after another. Aside from cultivation resources, there were also some pills and precious treasures. The experience greatly opened his eyes. Furthermore, the cultivation resources that appeared in this exchange meeting were at least in the 5th order. Even 6th order materials could be found everywhere. The sight of these resources absolutely dazzled him. Those participating in this exchange meeting were mid-rank open heaven realm masters after all. Nobody would bring out low-rank materials and invite the scorn of others upon themselves. All of a sudden, a tall, straight-backed, fair-faced, and beardless middle-aged man stepped onto the stage. Looking around, he cupped his fists in greeting. Yang Kai immediately recognized this person as Yi Jian of Thunderclap Hall, thus, he could not help gnashing his teeth in secret. He had hoped to win the bid for the Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill and its pill recipe for slightly more than 30 million open heaven pills during the auction earlier. It was this person who kept raising the price until it reached 50 million open heaven pills, forcing him to spend an extra 20 million open heaven pills for no reason. 20 million open heaven pills was practically equivalent to the price of a 6th order material. It was an unmistakably huge loss. During the first round of trading, Yi Jian had already been on the stage once to trade for a 6th order material with another open heaven realm master. For him to go up the stage once more showed that he had a lot of good stuff on hand. Under everybody's gazes, he took out a long box. The box was as white as jade, moreover, it exuded a hint of coolness the moment it appeared and enveloped the entire secret room with a slight chill. The box was around the length of half an arm and the width of 4 fingers. There were mysterious patterns continuously surfacing and changing on the box. It was very mystifying. Heavenly Yin Jade? Somebody suddenly exclaimed. The expressions of the others in the room stiffened abruptly at those words and their gazes instantly became scorching. Brother Yi sure is extravagant. I can't believe he made a mere box out of 5th order Heavenly Yin Jade. Only then did Yang Kai know that this clean and flawless jade box was also a 5th order material. It was most likely a Yin element treasure. Otherwise, it would not have given off such a cool feeling when it was brought out. Just this jade box alone was extremely valuable. There was no telling what was placed inside that jade box. The proprietress suddenly reached out and nudged Yang Kai. What you are looking for may have appeared. What? Yang Kai was so stunned that he could not react for a moment. She gestured towards the round platform with her mouth. On the round platform, Yi Jian smiled slightly and responded to the person who spoke earlier, "You have a good eye, Brother Zhao." That's right. This is a jade box made from 5th order Heavenly Yin Jade. However, what this Yi wishes to exchange this time is not this jade box but what is inside. Saying so, he formed several hand seals before light flashed at his fingertips and flowed into the jade box. Then, the jade box slowly opened to reveal the item inside. Everybody looked in that direction with great interest. The item inside the jade box was a ginseng that was as thick as a baby's arm. The ginseng roots were dense and one could tell that it was very old at a glance. Moreover, this ginseng had already begun to take a humanoid-like form. A ginseng like this was undoubtedly in existence among the ginseng kings. That was not all. The entire ginseng was a strange pale golden color and exuded a strong yang element power. It was a yang element ginseng king. Yang Kai felt his entire body stiffening in shock and his heart pounding wildly in his chest. His eyes seemed to have grown roots in the way he stared fixedly at the ginseng king. Many restrictions had been placed on the ginseng king with numerous peculiar forces sealing the yang element power that it was exuding from its body. Even so, these forces were unable to completely seal the yang element power away, so bits of it constantly clashed with the power of the heavenly yin jade. While everybody was still in shock, Yi Jian's voice sounded once more, a 7th order primordial yang profound ginseng in exchange for some 6th order cultivation materials. If there are any interested parties, please place your bids. Yang Kai's heart pounded even harder than before and his lips went dry. His brain buzzed with a loud humming sound, leaving only the word 7th order echoing around in his head. His gaze was fixed intently on the primordial yang profound ginseng and he could barely hold back the urge to throw his head back and laugh madly. A 7th order yang attribute material. This primordial yang profound ginseng is a 7th order yang attribute material. It really appeared in this exchange meeting. During the first round of trading, he had not seen anything he really wanted, hence, he had already given up hope. Who could have known that his wish would come true during the second round of trading? Forcefully composing himself, Yang Kai secretly gashed his teeth. I have to obtain this 7th order primordial yang profound ginseng, no matter what. Who knows when I will come across another chance like this if I let this opportunity slip through my fingers. Whilst he was being absent-minded, a series of whispered discussions rang out in the secret room. Many people constantly released their divine sense to investigate the authenticity of the 7th order primordial yang profound ginseng. Some of them even revealed a fanatical look. Yang Kai observed the situation around him and felt his heart sinking downward. Looks like there will be many competitors. But, regardless of how many competitors there are, I have to obtain this primordial yang profound ginseng. A gaze landed on Yang Kai from the side. Feeling the gaze, Yang Kai turned to look to the side and saw Senior Brother Gua smiling at him. Senior Brother Gua's expression became extremely meaningful when their eyes met. Yang Kai felt his heart thumping loudly. This guy isn't planning to get in my way. Right? Senior Brother Gua's previous words had been filled with the intention of recruiting and threatening. It was obvious that he knew Yang Kai was in need of 7th order materials. Yang Kai was not worried even if Senior Brother Gua tried to get in his way. It was just that he did not know how much money he would need to pay for no reason now. Nonchalantly withdrawing his gaze, Yang Kai began pondering how much he had to bid in order to impress Shi Jian. Generally speaking, cultivators would never exchange high-order materials for materials in a lower order. That was because high-order materials were much harder to obtain. However, the Thunderclap Hall that Yi Jian belonged to was just a second-class great force. The strongest master in Thunderclap Hall was only in the 6th order open heaven realm and there were no existences in the 7th order. Therefore, this primordial yang profound ginseng had little practical value to Thunderclap Hall unless one of them could advance into the 7th order open heaven realm in the future. As such, it was more practical to exchange it for some 6th order materials that could be used for cultivation purposes. Yang Kai suddenly recalled something. During the auction earlier, Yi Jian had pledged an item to Red Cloud's auction house. Afterward, he had significantly increased his bid. From the looks of it, the item he pledged earlier had been the primordial yang profound ginseng. A 7th order yang attribute material would be worth 200 million at least. Its value might be even higher than that, which certainly could give him enough confidence for his actions. If he had ruthlessly decided to continue bidding for the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill, the price might have been raised to 100 million between him and Yang Kai. Fortunately, he decided to back down when it was only 50 million. Judging by the situation, he either did not wish to waste so many open heaven pills or the primordial yang profound ginseng belonged to the entire Thunderclap Hall and not just him alone. Recalling the previous auction, Yang Kai's eyes shone brightly. He secretly came up with a plan. Coincidentally, the proprietress also secretly sent him a voice transmission at this time. Her idea happened to coincide with his own. The reason Yi Jian bid for the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill was out of consideration for his son. Yang Kai had already noticed the young man with thick eyebrows and large eyes standing beside Yi Jian. Their appearances were not that different from each other, so he was probably Yi Jian's son. Yi Jian's willingness to spend 50 million to bid for the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill showed just how much he cared for his son. It would certainly catch his attention if Yang Kai used the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill to trade with him. Needless to say, the value of a Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill was far from that of the primordial yang profound ginseng. Be that as it may, Yang Kai could make up for the difference. He originally planned to investigate the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill thoroughly later, but now that the primordial Yang Profound Ginseng had appeared, he could not afford to care so much. In any case, he had already scraped off some pill powder earlier, which was enough for research purposes. The moment the thought came to mind, he immediately stuffed 200 million open heaven pills in addition to the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill into a space ring. He was about to hand the space ring over when he decided to stuff another 20 million into the ring just to be on the safe side. It was not suitable for an Emperor Realm Jr. like Yang Kai to make such an offer. Even though all the cave heavens and paradises were basically keeping an eye on him by now, it was still too eye-catching for a mere Emperor Realm cultivator to participate in the transaction of a seventh-order material. Hence, he immediately handed the space ring to the proprietress for her to trade on his behalf. Following a brief moment of shock and discussion inside the secret room, those who were interested in trading for the seventh-order materials had already taken out their cards. Yang Kai looked around and saw that not many people were participating in the trade. There were only a dozen or so, while the rest were merely spectators. Yang Kai quickly understood the situation. Those who were participating in this trade were the representatives of the cave heavens and paradises. They were backed by first-class great forces with high-rank open heaven realm masters who could put these seventh-order materials to good use. There were many open heaven realm masters from various second-class great forces, but none of them could use the seventh-order materials, therefore, there was no point in trading for it. As expected, Senior Brother Gua also handed a space ring over. The proprietress turned to glance at him and he returned her look with a smile. Yang Kai instantly got a bad feeling. He was becoming more and more certain that Senior Brother Gua was going to cause trouble for him, thus, he couldn't help worrying about his gains and losses. Should I have added even more open heaven pills? 220 million open heaven pills in addition to the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill. It's certainly an amount on par with or higher than the 7th order primordial Yang Profound Ginseng, but who can say what the other bidders are offering? Right now, I can only hope that Yi Jian really cherishes his son. That is the only way the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill can impress him. With more than a dozen space rings in hand, Yi Jian began to check their contents carefully. He was a 6th order open heaven realm master, so his temperament was exceptional. The items contained within these space rings were extraordinary, but his expression remained as tranquil as an ancient well. It was difficult for others to guess what he was thinking from his expression alone. On the other hand, Yang Kai was extremely nervous and secretly vowed that he would immediately increase his bid if Yi Jian did not select him. In the worst case, he would just spend even more open heaven pills. It was no big deal. This primordial Yang Profound Ginseng was going to be surnamed Yang today, no matter the cost. In front of everyone's eyes, Yi Jian stood on the round platform in the center and carefully checked the space rings in his hand one by one. At a certain moment, he paused and looked up at the proprietress. Even though he concealed his emotions very well, there was not a single person present who failed to notice the flash of joy in his eyes at that moment. The memory of Room A3 and Room B2 fervently bidding for the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill during the auction earlier was still very fresh. For that reason, many people realized what had happened when they saw his action. Firstin had probably offered the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill from the auction just now. This was certainly pandering to Yi Jian's desires. After all, he had been extremely interested in the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill. This spirit pill would certainly be able to catch his interest. For a moment, many people secretly felt a deep sense of regret. They would have also competed for the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill had they known about this earlier. For all they knew, they could have used this Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill as bait to obtain a 7th order material in exchange. The old man from Red Cloud's auction house smiled bitterly. The one who regretted the most was none other than Red Cloud's auction house. They had brought out the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill for auction, but in the end, Firstin was using it against him by making it a bargaining chip to compete for the primordial Yang Profound Ginseng. The old man couldn't help feeling as though he had lifted a stone only to smash his own foot with it. On the round platform, Yi Jian composed himself. He returned most of the space rings, except for 2. One of those space rings belonged to Yang Kai while the other was from an unknown party. Yang Kai was secretly ecstatic upon knowing that he was only one step away from achieving his goal. Yi Jian had held on to the space ring belonging to Yang Kai. That could only mean that the heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pill had an impact on him. It could be seen from this incident that he really did cherish his son. Thinking about it, it was not that strange. The young man had condensed sixth-order elements, so he had the hope of advancing directly into the sixth-order open heaven realm in the future. That was not just his desire, it was the future hope of Thunderclap Hall. It was worth the extensive investment. Yang Kai finally felt a sense of relief as the burden lifted from his heart. He had been most afraid that the heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pill would not impress Yi Jian. If that was the case, then the 220 million open heaven pills would not have had much competitive ability either. At present, there was only one more opponent left to defeat before he obtained the primordial Yang profound ginseng. But, he had to figure out the owner of that space ring before that. Without waiting for Yang Kai to figure out the answer, Yi Jian gave a wry smile from where he stood on the round platform. He cupped his fist slightly at the old man from Red Cloud's auction house. To be honest, between the two rings that this she retained, Red Cloud's auction house has provided a better offer in terms of value. Yang Kai was stunned. At the same time, he immediately understood that the other space ring belonged to Red Cloud's auction house. It was not surprising if he thought about it. Red Cloud's auction house had known about the existence of the primordial Yang profound ginseng in advance when Yi Jian pledged this item during the auction. It was easy for them to guess that Yi Jian had brought this item with the intention of participating in the exchange meeting. Seeing as they had known about it in advance, then the auction house would definitely make preparations beforehand. It was only natural for them to bring out something that could impress Yi Jian. On the other hand, the others had to quickly prepare their bids at a moment's notice. It was difficult for them to compete with Red Cloud's auction house. It was only because Yang Kai had pandered to Yi Jian personally that he unexpectedly garnered a chance to stand against Red Cloud's auction house. In other words, Red Cloud's auction house had provided the highest value offer out of all the other bids. However, Yi Jian suddenly turned the conversation around. It is just that Madame Lan of First Inn has something that this she is deeply interested in. I apologize, but this she will be choosing Madame Lan's offer. The old man from Red Cloud's auction house nodded. You are free to trade with whom you please. Please don't worry about it, Brother Yi. He regretted putting the heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pill up for auction, and that feeling was only growing stronger. Although the heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pill had sold for a high price, seventh-order materials were not things that money alone could buy. The auction this time around was equivalent to giving First Inn a great opportunity in vain. Then, Yi Jian turned to look at the proprietress again and cupped his fist. Madame Lan, this she is more inclined to choose your bid. But, this she has a request. The proprietress nodded lightly. Hall Master Yi, please speak. He continued, Madame Lan, I know that you bought a large number of sixth-order materials during the auction earlier. This she wants those sixth-order materials. The remaining deficit can be made up with open heaven pills. What do you say, Madame Lan? She pondered silently for a while until she received a reply from Yang Kai via transmission. That's not a problem. Although Yang Kai was a little reluctant to part with those sixth-order materials, he could not afford to care so much if he wanted to obtain the primordial Yang profound ginseng. Sixth-order materials could be bought at large-scale auctions or exchange meetings like this one, but that was not the case for seventh-order materials. Comparing the two, this amount of sacrifice was worth it. It didn't matter even if he suffered some losses. Good. Yi Jian smiled and nodded. Just when Yang Kai was secretly feeling elated over the assumption that the situation had been settled, he heard Senior Brother Guo's voice coming from the side. Please wait, Brother Yi. This Guo wants to make another bid. On the platform, Yi Jian couldn't help showing a troubled expression. I will be honest with you, Brother Guo. I have my own reasons for choosing Madame Lan. Even if your bid is more valuable than hers, this she, Senior Brother Guo smiled slightly. You are free to choose whomever you want, Brother Yi. But, you might as well take a look at what I'm offering first. Who knows? You might turn out to be more interested in this Guo's bid. Yang Kai glared furiously at Senior Brother Guo from the side, wishing that he could summon the Azure Dragon Spear and stab the other party to death. I knew this bastard was up to no good. I had the feeling that he was going to get in my way, but I can't believe it really turned out like this. Suppressing the rage in his heart, he sent a divine sense transmission to the proprietress. Is that allowed in this exchange meeting? Likewise, the proprietress scowled. The exchange meeting is all about freedom. Nothing is forbidden. Yang Kai immediately grit his teeth and secretly vowed to himself. In the worst case, I can just throw out all the open heaven pills I have on hand. I have to get my hands on the primordial yang profound ginseng no matter what. I don't believe that surnamed Gua can come up with something worth more than 1 billion open heaven pills. On the round platform, Yi Jian nodded after hesitating for a bit. He was not in the position to embarrass Senior Brother Gua in public. In that case, please go ahead, Brother Gua. Senior Brother Gua immediately threw a space ring to Yi Jian. Under Yang Kai's extremely nervous gaze, Yi Jian checked the space ring and immediately frowned. His expression wavered to reveal a look of indecision. Yang Kai's heart sank at the sight. He could tell that Senior Brother Gua's bid had tempted Yi Jian. This bid had nothing to do with monetary value. Rather, it might be what Yi Jian required at the moment. Yang Kai secretly cursed and swore in his heart. He was not sure what offer Senior Brother Gua had made, otherwise, he could have countered the offer. Yi Jian smiled bitterly. Brother Gua, this is extremely troubling. While speaking, he raised his head and glanced at his son. Senior Brother Gua responded with a small smile. I believe you will make a wise choice, Brother Yi. Yang Kai seriously felt like punching that surnamed Gua at the sight of the latter's smug expression. However, the more triumphant Senior Brother Gua looked, the more uneasy he felt. Based on his observation, the interval that Yi Jian's eyes were lingering on Senior Brother Gua's ring was becoming longer and longer. In other words, he seemed to be more interested in trading with Senior Brother Gua. The situation is bad. Yang Kai's heart sank. He was just about to ask the proprietress to increase his bid when he suddenly sent him a stealthy transmission. Her message startled him for a moment, then his eyes lit up. He had only been thinking about the difference in value between his bid and Senior Brother Gua's bid, thus, he completely forgot the reason as to why he won the bid by surprise in the first place. The bid offered by Red Cloud's auction house had clearly been more valuable, but Yi Jian had still chosen to trade with him. That was because he had offered something that Yi Jian desperately desired. If it were anybody else, they could only use this method once even with the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill in hand. However, he could use that very method one more time. It was fortunate that Yu He had reminded him about this, or else he would have forgotten that he still had a certain useful item in his possession. He immediately prepared his bid and secretly handed a space ring to the proprietress along with a transmission. The proprietress turned to glance at him, but did not ask further questions. She simply said, Hall Master Yi, I wish to increase my bid as well. Yi Jian was currently caught in a dilemma and at a loss for what to do, therefore, he quickly replied when he heard those words, Madame Lan, please go ahead. She tossed the space ring Yang Kai had passed to her over to Yi Jian. At the same time, she turned a meaningful look towards Senior Brother Gua, one filled with a look of authority and confidence. Senior Brother Gua scratched his nose and turned to the side, seemingly feeling rather guilty. This is, on the platform, Yi Jian let out an exclamation of shock after he checked the contents of the space ring. He widened his eyes that were blazing with excitement. Everybody looked in his direction, feeling curious about what was contained inside the space ring. Unfortunately, they could not tell. Consequently, their curiosity gave them an itch in their hearts that they could not scratch. Even the proprietress did not know what Yang Kai had handed to her. Judging from Yi Jian's expression at this moment, it was obvious that he had obtained something incredible, otherwise, how could a sixth-order open heaven realm master lose his composure like this? Ha 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 ha. Yi Jian suddenly threw his head back and laughed wildly. It's true that the heavens will always leave open a path. Good. Very good. While saying so, he immediately tossed the space ring belonging to Senior Brother Gua back to its owner and cupped his fist. Brother Gua, forgive me. This Yi has decided to choose Madame Lan's bid. For your information, this Yi's choice is not a matter of value. It's just that Madame Lan's bid is something this Yi desperately needs. The audience went into an uproar. It was not until this moment that they learned something shocking. Even though Madame Lan had increased her bid, what Senior Brother Gua offered was still more valuable. It could be seen that senior brother Gua had offered a fortune in this trade. Even so, it was still not enough to win off Yi Jian. Just what did Madame Lan offer for Yi Jian for him to be willing to give up on such huge benefits? Beside the proprietress, the extremely nervous Yang Kai clenched his fists and let out a great sigh of relief. There was an obvious look of glee and excitement when he met Yu He's eyes. Although the handover had yet to be completed, Yi Jian's response indicated that the primordial yang profound ginseng was as good as his unless somebody else could come up with an offer that would impress Yi Jian even more. It was just that the possibility was extremely unlikely. Senior brother Gua held his space ring and pondered for a while. Nevertheless, he was pretty carefree and did not continue to cause further trouble. He simply smiled and said, "Congratulations, Brother Yi. Many thanks. Many thanks indeed." Ha ha ha. Yi Jian's expression was radiant. He was unbelievably happy, which made many people watch him curiously. Now that he made his decision, he no longer hesitated and immediately traded with the proprietress. According to Yi Jian's previous request, Yang Kai took out all the sixth-order materials that he had purchased during the auction, then calculated the remaining deficit in value so that he could use open heaven pills to make up the difference. In less than an instant, the handover between both parties was completed and everybody involved was happy. The proprietress nonchalantly put the primordial yang profound ginseng away, as though nothing had happened. In the meantime, the exchange meeting continued. It was just that the rest of the transactions were much more muted following the trade of a seventh-order material. Yang Kai was so happy that he felt like he was floating among the clouds. He couldn't wait to enter retreat in order to refine the primordial yang profound ginseng, so he no longer had any mood to participate in the exchange meeting. Approximately 2 hours later, the exchange meeting finally ended and many of the open heaven realm masters got up and dispersed. The group of 4 from First and said their goodbyes to the old man of Red Cloud's auction house under the leadership of the proprietress. Yang Kai walked along the streets in a good mood, trying hard to suppress his excitement. Old Bai turned to look at Yang Kai. "Laugh if you want to. Why do you have to hold it in so painfully?" Yang Kai immediately burst into laughter, causing other people to look sideways at him repeatedly as though thinking that this person had problems with his head. The proprietress pursed her lips. "I'm very curious about what you added into your bid at the ending that made Yi Jian so happy that he immediately decided to trade with you." Yang Kai shook his head lightly. "Proprietress, you are so beautiful and intelligent. Why don't you take a guess?" She reached out and flicked a finger at his forehead angrily. "Are you trying to test me?" To which he replied unhappily, "Proprietress, I'm an adult. You can talk, but you should not resort to violence so often, okay?" The moment the words left his mouth, her leg flew out from under her skirt to kick him in the calf. He immediately staggered and lost his balance. For a moment, he grimaced in pain and clutched at his leg while hopping around in agony. She smiled lightly. "You first used the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill to impress Yi Jian. That's what made him choose you. Judging by his actions, he cherishes his son, Yi Ziying, very much. Otherwise, he would not have declined the offer from Red Cloud's auction house. I'm guessing that the item you offered at the last moment was also something that will be useful for Yi Ziying." Yang Kai and Yu He looked at each other, then Yang Kai gave the proprietress a thumbs up. "Yi Ziying's problem is very simple. It's a case of forcibly condensing sixth-order elements despite not having enough aptitude, which caused his Dao seal to become unstable as a result. He will face a huge risk during his advancement. While the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill can alleviate this situation a little, it cannot guarantee that he will succeed in his advancement. In that case, what you brought out can also increase the success rate of his advancement?" While saying so, the proprietress smiled slightly, "But, precious treasures that can increase the success rate of advancing into the open heaven realm are extremely rare throughout the vast universe. Normal people will never get the opportunity to come across these items. Nevertheless, you have one such item in your possession. So, I'm guessing that it is probably world source liquid." There was a slight pause, after which she frowned deeply. "That's not right. The heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill is a spirit pill refined from world source liquid, so they will have the same effect. Moreover, the effects will be stronger with the refined spirit pill. If I were Yi Jian, I would not have been interested in world source liquid since I already have the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill in my possession. After all, these things do not work under the principle of the more the better for a cultivator. Under the premise that the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill works, world source liquid will not further improve the success rate of Yi Ziying's advancement. Yang Kai nodded. It's not the world source liquid. Has proprietress ever heard of the divine Tao water? Divine Tao water. She was taken aback by those words and stared at him in astonishment. You actually have divine Tao water in your possession? She was very well informed, so it was only natural that she knew about divine Tao water. The divine Tao water that he possessed was something Zhu Jiuyin had given to him in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary in order for him to strengthen his Tao seal. Back then, he had used around a dozen drops to fortify his Tao seal to its limit, but he still had some remaining. It was the perfect item to trade with Yi Jian for the primordial yang profound ginseng. Yi Ziying's Tao seal is unstable. Compared to the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill, the effect of the divine Tao water will be more suitable for his situation. The proprietress was enlightened by the realization. No wonder Yi Jian lost his composure and laughed so heartily. So that's how it is. Then, she glanced at him again. You brat. You sure obtained quite a lot of good stuff in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. Yang Kai just grinned meaningfully in response. Old Bai sighed. Now that Yi Ziying has the divine Tao water to strengthen his Tao seal, all his worries have been eliminated. Furthermore, he also has the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill to aid in his advancement into the open heaven realm. It looks like Thunderclap Hall will have an additional 6th order open heaven realm master in the near future. The proprietress nodded. Thunderclap Hall has always been one of the top second-class great forces in the first place. Once Yi Ziying becomes a 6th order open heaven realm master, the strength of Thunderclap Hall will soar once more. Not to mention, Yi Ziying is different from Yi Jian. He advanced into the 6th order open heaven realm directly, so he has the possibility of growing into an 8th order open heaven realm master in the future. He will be much stronger than his father. Bai Qi was very envious. Thunderclap Hall is flourishing now. Yi Jian sure received a great bargain. Similarly, Yang Kai was also very envious. Thanks to him, Yi Ziying would now have a bright and promising future. When will I be able to advance into the open heaven realm? I managed to obtain the primordial yang profound ginseng by chance today, so the problem regarding the yang element has been solved. But, what about the remaining yin and metal elements? Maybe I should head to Golden Antelope Paradise to try my luck with a metal element treasure. When he first arrived in the 3000 Worlds, Zhang Ruoshi once told him that Golden Antelope Paradise was the only paradise that was open to all cultivators. There was a sealed world inside Golden Antelope Paradise and any cultivator was able to enter it as long as they were willing to pay a certain entrance fee. There was a high possibility that he could find something like the Golden Blade Yuan Spirit inside the sealed world. The Golden Blade Yuan Spirit was a 5th order metal element treasure. Zhang Ruoshi also mentioned that one could even find a 7th order metal element treasure inside the sealed world if they were lucky enough. The reason she knew all this was that she had inherited the bloodline memories of her ancestor. As for how much one had to pay to enter the sealed world, she did not say. It was probably not cheap. On the other hand, it would be difficult to obtain a yin element treasure. Yin and yang materials had always been scarcer and more valuable than those of the other 5 elements. Take the primordial yang profound ginseng that Yang Kai acquired for example. His initial bid was 220 million open heaven pills, plus a heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill. Although he paid 50 million open heaven pills for the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill and its pill recipe, the true value of the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill was not that high. Even so, judging from the competition between Yi Jian and Ting Wang, the value of the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill could not be less than 20 million. In other words, Yang Kai's initial bid was worth at least 240 million open heaven pills. Be that as it may, the bids from Red Cloud's auction house and senior brother Guo were even more valuable than that. Including the 2 drops of divine Tao water that Yang Kai added at the last moment, the total value of his bid was more than 260 million open heaven pills, possibly even higher. If he had only used open heaven pills to bid, he might not have been able to buy the primordial yang profound ginseng even if he tossed out 300 million open heaven pills. In the end, these items were not things that could be bought just because one had a lot of money. Yang Kai secretly decided that if he failed to gain anything from the blood monster cave heaven, he would immediately set off for Golden Antelope Paradise. He was going to enter the sealed world to try his luck. The only problem he now faced was that his existence had been exposed to the various cave heavens and paradises. There was no saying whether Golden Antelope Paradise would be hostile towards him. At the moment, he was still far from advancing into the open heaven realm, therefore, the cave heavens and paradises were not in a hurry to suppress him. They might even entertain the idea of trying to win him over, like what senior brother Gua had tried to do at first. In any case, there was no point in worrying about the future. His top priority at the moment was to refine his yang element power as soon as possible. Everybody was aware that First In had obtained the primordial yang profound ginseng, so there was no saying what kind of unexpected situation might occur if he did not refine it quickly. After returning to First In, Yang Kai immediately asked the proprietress for a secret room and went into retreat. All the barriers in the secret room were activated and there were 2 6th-order open heaven realm masters like the proprietress and Yuhi standing guard nearby. Therefore, the defense could be said to be impregnable. In addition, nobody would dare to act recklessly in the Star City under the jurisdiction of Great Battle Heaven. Yang Kai sat down cross-legged and focused his mind. 3 days later, his mind was empty, free from distractions, and as tranquil as an ancient well. Only then did he finally take the heavenly Yin jade box out of his space ring. A sense of coolness instantly permeated the entire secret room. The heavenly Yin jade box itself was a 5th-order material. It was worth quite a lot, but it was nothing compared to the primordial yang profound ginseng contained inside. When Yi Jian first brought out the heavenly Yin jade box, the proprietress had told Yang Kai that what he was looking for had appeared. She had probably guessed that an item held inside a box made from 5th-order material would not be something trivial. It was most likely a 7th-order material. In the end, it turned out that her guess was correct. Yang Kai took the primordial yang profound ginseng out of the jade box and studied the item carefully. He did not know how long the primordial yang profound ginseng had lived as it had already begun to take on a humanoid shape, which made it look extremely lifelike and vivid. With the roots spread across its entire body, it was as thick as a baby's arm and approximately a forearm in length. Furthermore, it was exuding an extraordinarily pure and potent yang element power. Without any hesitation whatsoever, he took a bite. The taste was ordinary, almost like he was chewing on a normal carrot. There was a sense of crunchiness, but it was nothing special and even tasted slightly astringent. It was hard to imagine that this was a precious treasure he spent 200 to 300 million open heaven pills just to obtain. Yang Kai took a few consecutive bites, but at his third, his expression suddenly changed and he quickly resealed the rest of the primordial yang profound ginseng in the heavenly Yin jade box. Just as he finished doing that, he felt a burst of pure yang element power erupting in his belly. The eruption of power caused his internal organs to shift. Looking inward, he saw that his body was filled with a golden energy. More importantly, that energy was still expanding madly without pause. He had clearly eaten too much. He immediately knew that things were not looking too good for him. Although he had experience refining several high-rank materials in the past, he had never eaten a high-rank material to refine before. It was his first time and his lack of experience had led to an unfavorable outcome. He immediately fell into a dangerous situation. Even so, he did not panic. If he were a normal cultivator, Yang Kai might have been injured by this mighty yang element power. Fortunately, he had an intrepid physique thanks to his Dragon Clan bloodline, so how could he be scared of something like this? He immediately adjusted his breathing and focused his mind. Mobilizing his strength, he guided the yang element power that was surging like a tumultuous sea in his body to flow into his Tao seal. At the same time, he separated a thread of his consciousness to circulate the defying yin-yang 5 elements profound universe heart scripture to maintain the stability of his Tao seal. Cultivators had to follow a certain step-by-step procedure when refining the yin, yang, and 5 element powers, in order to maintain the stability of their Tao seals. However, with the defying yin-yang 5 elements profound universe heart scripture, Yang Kai could ignore the specific sequence of elements. The price he needed to pay was that he needed to devote a thread of his consciousness to circulate the secret art at all times, otherwise, his Tao seal would become unstable and result in endless negative consequences. In the past, he had skipped the metal element power and proceeded to refine his water element directly. He had already separated a thread of his consciousness for that purpose. In the long run, he was required to concentrate on two tasks at the same time no matter what he did. Now that he had refined the primordial yang profound ginseng, he would be required to concentrate on three tasks at the same time in the future. Fortunately, his soul was very powerful, so splitting his consciousness to do three things at once was nothing to him. Even so, it would place a heavy burden on his mind if things were to continue in this state for a long time. At some point, it would probably begin to affect his ability to engage in combat. Under the guidance of his Tao seal, the pure yang element power slowly poured into his Tao seal. The original four colors now had an additional faint golden radiance added. The golden color gradually blended into his Tao seal and complemented the other four existing colors. It was an extremely mysterious sight to behold. After making it through the most difficult part, Yang Kai gradually felt that his stomach was no longer bulging so painfully. He had almost finished refining the yang element power, and the most notable change was that the golden color in his Tao seal had increased significantly. Taking the primordial yang profound ginseng out of the heavenly yin jade box again, he determinedly took a few more bites. The golden yang element power exploded in his body once more, squeezing his internal organs together painfully. The energy filled his entire body, along with his physique and meridians. It even made his entire body emit a faint golden light. Mobilizing the power of his Tao seal again, he guided the yang element power into it. Yang Kai simply repeated these steps over and over again. He did not know how long had passed, but the yang element power in his Tao seal gradually became saturated, while the primordial yang profound ginseng he spent nearly 300 million open heaven pills to obtain was completely consumed in exchange. When the last bit of the primordial yang profound ginseng's medicinal efficacies dissolved into his belly and the yang element power poured into his Tao seal, Yang Kai suddenly felt an unusual change occurring in his body. He immediately understood what had happened. His yang element had been completed. That meant that there were only 2 more steps left before he advanced into the open heaven realm. Moreover, he had entered the half-step open heaven realm. Generally speaking, a cultivator could call themselves a half-step open heaven realm master once they condensed 5 elements. This was not a realm, but it was undeniable that they could exert more power than ordinary emperor realm masters. Becoming a half-step open heaven realm master was of great significance to other cultivators. That was because they could look forward to advancing into the true open heaven realm once they reached this point in their cultivation. In addition, their strength would also improve by leaps and bounds. Unfortunately, it was useless to Yang Kai. That was because he was already on par with low-rank open heaven realm masters in terms of strength when he had only condensed 4 elements. Not to mention, he had to concentrate on 3 tasks at once now that he had refined the 7th order yang element power, since he needed to operate the defying yin-yang 5 elements profound universe heart scripture at all times to maintain the stability of his Tao seal. Therefore, his strength had not increased by much. It would not end at having to concentrate on 3 tasks at once. In the future, he might need to concentrate on 4 tasks at once upon condensing his yin element. The impact would be greater than what he was experiencing now. Hence, the best solution was for him to condense the metal element power first. That way he could correct the sequence so that he no longer needed to work so hard to maintain the defying yin-yang 5 elements profound universe heart scripture at all times. It was just that. High-rank resources were hard to come by. Who could say whether he would obtain a metal element treasure or yin element treasure first? After calming down, Yang Kai checked his body and confirmed that there were no hidden dangers. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. A quick calculation indicated that he had taken almost 2 months to refine the primordial yang profound ginseng. This period of time could not be considered long. If it were any other cultivator, they would likely have taken a year or 2 to complete the refinement process, and that was only if they actually succeeded in the end. It might even have taken them 3 to 5 years to complete the refinement process. Condensing the yin, yang, and 5 elements placed an extremely heavy burden on one's Tao seal after all. If one were overly hasty in the process, there was a high possibility that it would cause unnecessary trouble down the road. Which cultivator would not be cautious when refining their yin, yang, and 5 elements, lest their Tao seal become unable to withstand the internal pressures? Only Yang Kai, who had such a strong foundation and had taken more than 10 drops of the divine Tao water to strengthen his Tao seal to the limit, could ignore such consequences. Yang Kai waved his hand to remove the barriers around the secret room. After a while, the door to the secret room opened. Both Yuhi and the proprietress entered together. They must have been waiting outside all this time. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for them to arrive so quickly. The proprietress came to a stop in front of him and glanced at him. "Is it done?" He nodded lightly. She seemed slightly surprised. That was fast. Meanwhile, Yuhi did not seem surprised. Yang Kai had taken about the same amount of time to condense his earth element power back when they were in the grand ancient ruins boundary. "What about the items that I asked for?" Yang Kai looked at Yuhi. "It's all in here." She immediately held out a space ring. He nodded and accepted the space ring from her. Then, he swept his divine sense to check the contents. At the same time, the proprietress placed a hand on his forehead. The power in her body surged silently as she checked the situation with his Tao seal. After a while, she retracted her hand when she confirmed that there was nothing wrong with him. Her gaze was solemn as she stared at him. "Brat, the path you are threading is extremely dangerous. There's a very high possibility that it will lead to your death. Even if your life is not in danger, you will still face countless obstacles in your way. You must consider this matter thoroughly." He just grinned meaningfully though. "Proprietress, you've warned me about this many times. Since I have these unique advantages, I might as well give it a try, otherwise, I would definitely regret it for the rest of my life. As for the dangers and obstacles that I will face, I'll deal with them as they come." At the beginning, he had refined the essence of the immortal tree without knowing it. That had given him an extremely high starting point. He later obtained the Golden Crow's true fire, followed by the Earth attribute Great Dragon's dragon bead. With such powerful heritage and advantages, how could he not strive to advance into the high-rank open heaven realm? It was only natural for people to aim high, just as it was the everlasting logic that water would always flow downward. She nodded lightly and said nothing more. He asked, "When will the blood monster cave heaven open?" She tidied her sleeves and said, "I've already sent people to monitor the changes in the blood monster cave heaven carefully. There has been no news yet. I'm afraid you'll have to wait for a few more months. In that case, I'll have to trouble you to continue keeping an eye on this matter, proprietress. I will continue to cultivate in retreat. Let me know as soon as possible if you receive news regarding the blood monster cave heaven. Don't worry. I will not let you miss this opportunity." She gave him a displeased look. Knowing that he had other things to do, she said a few more things before leaving with Yuhi in tow. Inside the secret room, Yang Kai reactivated the barriers and took a short rest for 2 days to recover from his fatigue. 2 days later, he summoned an alchemy furnace. He took out the space ring that Yuhi had given him earlier and the pill recipe of the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill that he obtained from Red Cloud's auction house. He was going to refine the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill. This item was extremely invaluable. Yi Jian and Ting Wang had been willing to place a bid of more than 20 million open heaven pills just to obtain this spirit pill. Once he managed to refine this item, Void Land would never need to worry about cultivation or development resources again. 2 months ago, Yang Kai instructed Yuhi to purchase all the necessary alchemy ingredients according to the pill recipe. The Star City in Thousand Birds territory was a large-scale one where almost anything could be found for purchase with some effort. Not to mention, they were backed by an intelligence network of first in. Acquiring the ingredients listed in the pill recipe had not been hard. At present, the space ring contained enough ingredients for him to refine 200 Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills. The Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill was meant for cultivators in the Emperor realm to consume when advancing into the open heaven realm. Therefore, it was not a high-grade spirit pill. It was just that the main ingredient had gone extinct, causing the spirit pill to be lost with the passing of time. With his alchemy skills, Yang Kai was confident he could refine the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill. However, it was uncertain as to what quality he could produce. He was neither expecting to succeed on his first try nor to refine a spirit pill with pill veins or pill clouds. It would already be a huge harvest as long as he managed to successfully refine 10% of the 200 portions of ingredients. A short while later, he took out some of the pill powder that he previously scraped off from the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill, extracted a small pinch, and placed it in his mouth to savor the taste. In doing so, he slowly deduced the process of refinement from the medicinal efficacies. All sorts of thoughts flowed through his mind like a shower of sparks. Half a month later, he finally formed a plan in his heart and began warming the alchemy furnace. The Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill could increase the success rate of a cultivator when advancing into the open heaven realm, while World Source Liquid had the same effects. Back then, Old Bai had suffered from interference during his advancement and nearly died as a result. At the time, Yang Kai had used the World Source Liquid to pull him back from the brink of death. In comparison, the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill, which was refined with World Source Liquid as its main ingredient, had even stronger effects. Not only did it have the effect of allowing a cultivator to experience the atmosphere of when a world was first born, but it also had the effect of stabilizing their Tao seal. In addition, each Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill only needed 1 drop of the World Source Liquid. Yang Kai had used 2 bottles of World Source Liquid to save Old Bai's life back then, enough to produce several dozen Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills. Therefore, World Source Liquid could not compare to the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill in terms of the consumption rate either. Half a day later, Yang Kai frowned when he was concentrating on his alchemy. He could smell something burnt coming from the furnace and sighed before stopping what he was doing. When the furnace fire went out, he opened the pill furnace. The burnt smell became even more intense, to the point that it was almost pungent. His first attempt at refining turned out to be a failure. He had failed to grasp the heat at a critical moment, so all the materials in the furnace were ruined. This was perfectly normal, however. Although Yang Kai was quite accomplished in the alchemic Tao, it was still his first time refining the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill, so he was unfamiliar with the various steps in the process. Still, he did not expect to succeed on his first try and was not discouraged as a result. After a brief rest, he reviewed what he had done wrong and started on his second attempt. Another half a day later, the materials in the second furnace were also scraped as a similar scorched smell wafted from the pill furnace. He did not make the same mistake as he did previously though. This time he had failed to grasp the right timing for a certain critical step. Alchemy has always been a rigorous process. The slightest error could lead to complete failure. That was also the reason why alchemists were so widely sought after everywhere they went. Likewise, the worth of various rare spirit pills remained highly valued at all times. In the following month, Yang Kai kept attempting to refine the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill. He built up his experience from his repeated failures, improved his techniques, and mastered the amount of heat required at every step of the process. Every failure would leave him reflecting over his mistakes for a long time, and every mistake he made allowed him to grow further. According to the proprietor's previous estimation, each portion of ingredients would cost almost 100,000 open heaven pills without taking the cost of the World Source Liquid into account. If the value of the World Source Liquid was added, then the worth of the spirit pill could no longer be estimated. It would cost at least 1 million open heaven pills. Over this period, Yang Kai had failed more than 100 times. In other words, he had suffered a loss of more than 1 billion open heaven pills. Nevertheless, this kind of investment was worth it. As long as he could successfully refine the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill, it would turn into a steady stream of money in the future. He couldn't help but think about his Xiaoning Chong. Although he was certainly talented to a certain extent in the alchemic Tao, his little senior sister possessed the sacred spirit medicine body that was born for the sake of performing alchemy. If she were here, she would definitely fare better than him. It wasn't until a certain day 1 month later that Yang Kai took out a spirit pill from the pill furnace. This spirit pill was no different from the spirit pill that he had bought from the auction house previously. He gently scraped off a layer of pill powder and tasted it. There was not much difference, be it in terms of taste or the medicinal efficacies. Yang Kai finally let out a soft sigh, knowing that he had succeeded in refining the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill at last. It had taken him more than 100 failures and a whole month to successfully refine the first Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill. It had not been an easy feat. This was only under the premise that Yang Kai had the pill recipe. Without the pill recipe, he was certain that he could never have refined a similar spirit pill in his life. He had to admit that refining the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill was extremely complicated compared to other spirit pills of the same grade. Everything was bound to be difficult in the beginning, but now that he had a successful experience in refining the spirit pill, the process would only become smoother and smoother. Likewise, his success rate would surely increase steadily. Heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pills came out of the furnace one after another in a steady stream. By the time he finished the ingredients he had on hand, Yang Kai had more than 20 heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pills in his possession. Out of a total of 200 portions of ingredients, he managed to produce 20 spirit pills. That meant that he had a 10% success rate. Compared with his initial expectations, the results were barely up to the standard. Be that as it may, it was only just the beginning. Yang Kai had completely scrapped more than 100 batches of ingredients at the beginning without producing even a single spirit pill. It could be said that these 20 or so spirit pills were completely refined out of the few dozen portions of materials left towards the ending. Yang Kai firmly believed that his success rate of refining the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill would only increase with the accumulation of experience. During the previous auction, Yi Jian and Ting Wang had raised their bids to more than 20 million open heaven pills in order to compete for the spirit pill. That was only possible since it was during an auction. Not to mention, it was under the premise that this spirit pill was the only one in the world. If Yang Kai were to actually sell the spirit pill, the price of 20 million open heaven pills was slightly on the higher side. Still, according to his estimation, there would be many people scrambling to buy these spirit pills if they were priced at 10 million open heaven pills. Even if a single spirit pill was only sold at 10 million open heaven pills, selling more than 20 of them would mean a profit of more than 200 million open heaven pills. However, Yang Kai had no plans to sell the spirit pill for the time being. The first reason was that everybody knew that world source liquid was the main ingredient to refine the spirit pill. More importantly, world source liquid was extinct in the current world. If he brought these spirit pills out to sell, anybody would be able to guess that he had world source liquid in his possession. Even with first in as a shield, it might attract unwanted attention and greed. Hence, the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill would not be released for sale until Void Land had enough strength to protect itself from external threats. The second reason was that Lang Qingshan and the others had been following him since they were in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. Most of them had condensed quite a few elements, so they were not far from their respective advancements into the open heaven realm. They could use these heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pills. It should also be mentioned that Void Land would have a high demand for these spirit pills in the future. In the end, the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pills had to first meet their own needs. Only the surplus would be sold to the public. That was also the reason why Yang Kai could not convert these pills into actual financial resources within a short period of time despite having access to such a huge fortune-making operation. In the meantime, Yuhi delivered more ingredients. Yang Kai worked without food or rest to refine heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pills. When he saw batch after batch of pills leaving his furnace, he did not feel the slightest sense of fatigue. On the contrary, he became more and more energetic. It wasn't until he had almost accumulated 100 heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pills when the tightly shut door to the secret room was opened from the outside without warning. The furnace fire in the pill furnace was affected by this unexpected disturbance and flared up all of a sudden. It was fortunate that Yang Kai quickly suppressed the flames in time, otherwise, the herbs in the furnace would have been scrapped again. He turned to look in the direction of the door, only to see Yuhi walking in and nodding lightly at him. He immediately understood. The blood monster cave heaven was about to open. She would not have entered the room and disturbed him otherwise. Focusing his mind, Yang Kai finished refining the spirit pill inside the furnace before slowly getting to his feet. Yuhi stepped forward. "Young master, big sister says that the blood monster cave heaven is showing signs of opening. She asks that you prepare to set off immediately." He nodded and strode out of the room. While walking, he asked, "Where are Guo Ziyan and Lang Qingshan?" "They have all returned." After exiting the secret room, Yang Kai came to the backyard where he immediately saw Guo Ziyan and the others standing in 2 rows. Every one of them was motionless and relaxed, but their entire bodies exuded the chilling sense of killing intent. When they noticed Yang Kai, they cupped their fists in unison. "Sir." Their combined voices were thunderous and the aura they gave off was extremely impressive. Yang Kai swept his gaze over them and noticed that their exposed skin was covered in countless injuries. Lang Qingshan even had a hideous scar that ran across his face, looking like a centipede baring its fangs fiercely. The wound stretched from his forehead and slanted downward to disappear around his lower jaw. Although Yang Kai did not know what caused Lang Qingshan's injury, he could tell that it had almost cost him his life. Ever since arriving at Thousand Birds Territory Star City, Guozi Yan, Lang Qingshan, and the others had been participating in the Azura Arena's battles. Hence, they had experienced countless life and death fights over the past few months. The battles in the Azura Arena did not prevent casualties from happening, so every battle was fought with their lives on the line. Lang Qingshan was originally born with handsome looks. With the addition of this scar, his appearance suddenly became less handsome and more intimidating instead. The same was true for the others. Compared to how they were just a few months ago, they had all grown quite a bit. They resembled wild beasts that sprang out of the barren mountains and forests, ready to attack at any time. Yang Kai grinned. It looks like everybody had an exciting time over the past few months. Life and death battles were always the best catalyst for growth. He himself had crawled out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood, so he had a deep understanding of this. Lang Qingshan and the others had pretty good aptitude, and under his vigorous training, they were bound to have a bright and promising future ahead. It was just that they lacked the experience of surviving against all odds in desperate situations, as well as the courage to fight without regard for anything else in order to survive. The few months of fighting in the Azura Arena had been enough to fully bring out their hidden potential. Compared to before, the strength of these people had definitely improved greatly. They had been little-known figures before they arrived at Thousand Birds Territory Star City, but now, they were all listed in the heaven, earth, and mortal rankings of the Azura Arena. Guozi Yan cupped his fists. "Sir, you urgently called for us to come back. Do you have orders for us?" Yang Kai replied, "The Blood Monster Cave Heaven is about to open. I'm planning to go on a rampage there. You can join me if you wish. If not, you can remain behind and continue your training in the Azura Arena." The Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Guozi Yan raised his brow in surprise. Similarly, everybody else's eyes lit up at those words. The fact that the Blood Monster Cave Heaven was about to open was not a secret. Rumors regarding this matter had been flying around the Star City for the past few months. They might have been fighting day and night in the Azura Arena, but it was not surprising they had also heard about it. It was just that they had no idea when the Blood Monster Cave Heaven would open or what kind of qualifications were required for them to enter. They never imagined that Yang Kai called them for the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Thus, they immediately became excited at the prospect. Fighting in the Azura Arena was certainly a worthwhile experience, but that was also the case for the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Lang Qingshan said, "I've heard that elite cultivators from great territories all over the 3,000 worlds will swarm into the Blood Monster Cave Heaven every time it opens. This is a grand event that involves the entire outer universe." The shaved-headed man chuckled. It might have been dangerous if Open Heaven Realm Masters were to participate. But, only Emperor Realm cultivators are able to enter, so what is there to fear? "Sir, I'm going with you." The others quickly responded, "I'm going too." Only Emperor Realm cultivators are able to enter? Yang Kai was stunned. He turned to look at Yuhi and asked, "Is there such a thing?" The only thing Yang Kai knew about the Blood Monster Cave Heaven was its existence. If the shaved-headed man had not mentioned this prerequisite, he would not have known either. Yuhi gently nodded. The Blood Monster Cave Heaven is the small universe of Blood Monster Divine Monarch. It is said that he preserved his small universe in order to choose his own legacy disciple. Before his death, he placed a restriction on his small universe so that no Open Heaven Realm Masters could set foot inside. There have been people who tried to force their way in, but nothing good came of their attempts. Yang Kai frowned. Blood Monster Divine Monarch is an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. He may have been amazing in his time, but it's not as if there are no other 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters among the Cave Heavens and Paradises. Are you saying that the restriction placed by a dead man is too difficult for the living to handle? A dead master is naturally inferior to a living one. The proprietress' voice came from the outside. He turned to look and saw her slowly making her way over from the hall. However, Blood Monster Divine Monarch is an extremely decisive and ruthless man. Nothing will happen if his restriction remains intact. On the other hand, the Blood Monster Cave Heaven will immediately collapse the moment his restrictions are broken. In other words, even if somebody were to take great pains to break his restriction, they would never be able to enter the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. So that's how it is. Yongkai was stunned. It was true that nobody would waste their energy with a restriction like that in place. After all, cracking the restriction left behind by an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master after his death was no easy feat. She continued her explanation. The Blood Monster Cave Heaven only allows those under the Open Heaven Realm to enter for 2 main reasons. The first being that Blood Monster Divine Monarch is looking for his successor. The other being that he wants to prolong the existence of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven as much as possible. Prolong its existence? What does that mean? Yongkai did not understand. If an Open Heaven Realm is allowed to enter the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, won't they be able to refine and absorb the world force contained within at will? How will the Blood Monster Cave Heaven exist without world force to support it? He was surprised. Does that mean that the world force of Blood Monster Cave Heaven can also be refined and absorbed? She glanced sideways at him. The small universe of a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master is no different from a real universe world. Since the world force of a real universe world can be refined, then why not the Blood Monster Cave Heaven? After giving it some thought, Yongkai felt that her words made sense. The small universe of a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master was no different from a real universe world. Just like how old ancestor Mou once targeted the demon realm, the Blood Monster Cave Heaven would have been long gone if Open Heaven Realm Masters were allowed to enter. It would not have existed until today. Are you all ready? If you're ready, we can set off now. We will still need some time on the road and it will be too late if we set off any later. The proprietress called out. Yongkai turned to look at Lang Qingshan and the others, who cupped their fists at him. We will follow you to the end of the world, sir. He said, let's go then. Today, Firstin was closed for business. It even hung up a closed sign on its doors. The chef and accountant were standing together in the hall. Luo Hai was also standing next to them. The chef had packed many things. Heavens knew what was inside those bags, but he was holding his kitchen knife in his hand and grinned meaningfully when he saw Yongkai approaching. Meanwhile, the accountant turned his dead fish gaze towards Yongkai. You're the slowest, kid. Yongkai smiled. Are you entering the Blood Monster Cave Heaven too? The accountant said, what's wrong? If you can go, then why can't we? We're also in the Emperor Realm. It's a great opportunity for us to earn some riches. Yongkai hurriedly cupped his fist. Please take good care of me, senior brothers. The accountant snorted. Brat, don't worry. I will keep you safe inside the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. His reckless attitude seemed to say, below the heavens and above the earth, only I am supreme. The proprietress kicked him in the shin. Blabbermouth. He immediately clutched at his leg and hopped on the spot in pain. Under the leadership of the proprietress, everybody hurried to the void dock. Yongkai summoned the falling lotus when they arrived, which transformed into a gigantic lotus. Several dozen people entered the ship before it rotated slightly and sped off into the distance. They were not the only ones leaving from this void dock, there were many others besides them. There was an endless stream of flight-type artifacts in all shapes, sizes, and colors setting off at the same time. They departed one after another in a magnificent procession. Yongkai was dumbfounded by the sight. Are all these people heading to the Blood Monster Cave Heaven? Bai Qi stood next to Yongkai with a smile. Of course. What else do you think they were doing? Every time the Blood Monster Cave Heaven opens, it becomes a grand event that involves the entire 3,000 worlds. Who would not wish to claim a share of the pie? That is the small universe left behind by an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master after all. If they could inherit Blood Monster Divine Monarch's inheritance. TSK. They would gain glory overnight. Yongkai looked around in a daze. There were nearly 100 flight-type artifacts just from what he could see, and there were many others that he did not see. There were nearly 1,000 people just from the Star City in Thousand Birds territory alone heading out, so what about Thousand Birds territory as a whole? What about the rest of the 3,000 worlds? If so many people flooded the place all at once, would he be able to find anything good? What if the place was filled to the brim when he entered the blood monster cave heaven? Old Bai patted Yang Kai on the shoulder with a laugh. Don't worry. Don't be fooled by the number of people here. Not many people will actually be able to enter. At most only 10,000 will succeed. Why is that? Yang Kai glanced at Old Bai puzzledly. Could it be that there are other requirements to enter the blood monster cave heaven? There aren't any requirements in particular. How do I put it? Let proprietress explain. At this moment, the proprietress waved her hand and flung out a dozen or so streams of light that shot towards everybody. They immediately reached out and caught the light, which turned out to be a jade slip. She then spoke. The jade slip contains information on the blood monster cave heaven. Read it carefully. The map I acquired from Red Cloud's auction house has also been recorded into the jade slip. Although the map is incomplete, it should prove to be useful still. Who knows? It might save your life at a critical moment. After listening to her explanation, everyone quickly immersed their minds into the jade slip to investigate its contents. Likewise, Yang Kai began reading. This jade slip was probably something the proprietress prepared specially for them. She knew that they were utterly clueless about the blood monster cave heaven. If they entered the blood monster cave heaven in their current state, it would be no different from going in blind. But that would change completely now that they had this information. The blood monster cave heaven would open every 200 years and several thousand people would enter every time it did. Although many people would die inside, there were also many who survived and came out wealthier than before. It was not surprising for them to bring back some information regarding the situation inside. Something like that was not a secret. The cave heavens and paradises would generally retain the information. It was just that the information was not publicized anywhere. Fortunately, First specialized in collecting information, so gathering this intel was child's play for them. According to the information inside the jade slip, Blood Monster Divine Monarch was proficient in the Tao of Blood and the Tao of Beast Taming when he was still alive. Therefore, there were many blood beasts inside the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. These blood beasts were nurtured by Blood Monster Divine Monarch during his long life. For that reason, they were generally no different from ordinary monster beasts except for a few key points. In general, these blood beasts had strange abilities and ferocious strength, and over the years, most of the cultivators who entered the blood monster cave heaven would lose their lives to their claws. The strongest blood beasts could compare to low-rank open heaven realm masters in terms of strength. They were existences to be avoided at all costs. After all, the blood monster cave heaven was limited by a restriction that only allowed cultivators below the open heaven realm to enter. A blood beast with the strength of a low-rank open heaven realm master was basically an invincible existence inside the blood monster cave heaven. The blood beasts were vicious, but there were great benefits to killing them. That was because these blood beasts were nurtured by Blood Monster Divine Monarch personally and were a little different from ordinary monster beasts in the sense that their monster core's attributes were often extremely singular and pure. They were known as blood beast cores and could be used as cultivation resources. According to the classification of order, there were blood beasts ranging from the 1st order to 7th order, and killing blood beasts of different orders would result in obtaining open heaven materials of matching orders. Yang Kai's eyes lit up at those words. If I can find and slay a 7th order monster beast in the blood monster cave heaven, won't I have the chance to obtain metal and element treasures? No wonder proprietress said that the blood monster cave heaven would be an opportunity for me. The only problem was that the strength of a 7th order monster beast would be extraordinary, no matter how singular the attributes of its monster core. It was still in the 7th order after all. Just like the Yuan magnetic divine bottle gourd in his possession, the 6th order Yuan magnetic divine light might have a singular attribute, but it was perfectly capable of dealing with low-rank open heaven realm masters. If that was the case for a 6th order power, then what more need be said about a 7th order power? A 7th order blood beast was definitely in existence on par with or stronger than a low-rank open heaven realm master. I wonder if there are any 8th order blood beasts inside? Blood Monster Divine Monarch was an 8th order open heaven realm master after all, so it would not be strange if he managed to nurture some 8th order blood beasts. Besides, Blood Monster Divine Monarch has been dead for so many years now. The surviving blood beasts might have grown stronger since his passing. Regardless of the circumstances, it will be best to proceed carefully inside the blood monster cave heaven. In addition to the threat of blood beasts, the blood monster cave heaven was also filled with ancient traps and restrictions. Some of them had lost their powers over the years due to lack of maintenance, but some of them were still lethal. If these restrictions were activated, one would be heavily injured even if they were lucky enough to survive. Aside from the blood beasts, the restrictions inside were the second largest cause of death among cultivators. Be that as it may, it didn't matter how powerful the blood beasts or how amazing the restrictions inside were. Yang Kai knew that what he had to guard against the most were the other cultivators who entered the blood monster cave heaven. As long as there were people, there would be conflict. Compared to the restrictions and blood beasts with low to no sentience, scheming and treacherous people would always be more dangerous. The blood monster cave heaven might be extremely dangerous, but there were also many benefits to be gained. Leaving aside the fact that one could obtain cultivation resources of various orders by killing those blood beasts, the entire blood monster cave heaven itself was filled with numerous cultivation paradises. The blood monster cave heaven was the small universe of blood monster divine monarch, so it stood to reason that blood monster divine monarch's small universe was extremely stable when he was still alive. Unfortunately, it had been many years since his death. Despite the measures he took when he was still alive to preserve his small universe, the effects of time and nature had taken its toll over the years. The small universe was showing signs of instability. The yin, yang, and 5 elements had begun to split apart and accumulate in certain regions inside the universe cave heaven. That was why it was very likely to come across an area where a certain element was extremely dense inside the blood monster cave heaven. Cultivating in these areas was not inferior to refining resources of various orders in terms of efficiency. In Seven Wonders Land, now known as Void Land, the 7 orchards were located at the places where the 7 powers of yin, yang, and the 5 elements accumulated. It was perfectly suitable for cultivators to cultivate in those areas and condense the powers into their Dao seals. It was just that the power in the orchards was of very low order. Cultivating there would only allow one to condense a first-order power. If they did that, in the future, that person could only advance into the first-order open heaven realm. That was why it was rare for anybody to cultivate in the orchards, even among the workers and disciples of Seven Wonders Land. On the other hand, the cultivation paradises in the blood monster cave heaven were incomparable to the orchards of Void Land. These cultivation paradises could be regarded as the improved and upgraded version of the orchards. Needless to say, what order cultivation paradise one could find was completely based on one's own luck. Yang Kai secretly prayed that even if he couldn't kill a 7th-order blood beast, he could find a place where 7th-order metal element power and yin element power converged. That way, he could cultivate in those places for a while and condense the powers that he needed. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, he continued reading. A short while later, Yang Kai suddenly looked at the proprietress with a peculiar expression. There are people living in the blood monster cave heaven? The information recorded in the jade slip indicated that there were people living inside the blood monster cave heaven. He couldn't help being surprised by the discovery. The proprietress said, the small universe of a high-rank open heaven realm master is essentially no different from a real universe world. If monster beasts can live inside, then why can't people? Then, these people are. They are the people whom blood monster divine monarch kidnapped when he was still alive. The prosperity of a universe world depends on the vitality of the creatures that are living in that particular universe world. The more living creatures there are, the more prosperous a universe world becomes. The same principle holds true for small universes. Compared to monster beasts, humans have much stronger spirituality. If they settle down and continuously multiply across the generations, it will deepen the heritage of a small universe. In that way, the strength that a cultivator can exert will also be stronger. It isn't just blood monster divine monarch. As far as I know, most high-rank open heaven realm masters, if given a chance, will try to raise some humans in their respective small universes. Yang Kai couldn't help thinking of the star boundary. After the battle between the great emperors and great demon god, the star boundary had been on the verge of collapse. It had lost most of its auspicious spirit essence. At the time, it was only through the continuous reproduction and development of the remaining survivors that the decline of the star boundary was delayed. It would now seem that the existence of living creatures was extremely important to any universe world. Yang Kai-sun thought of another possibility and hesitantly asked, Are there any open heaven realm masters among the people living in the blood monster cave heaven? You don't need to worry about that. Proprietress laughed. Blood monster divine monarch placed a restriction on his small universe to prevent any open heaven realm master from entering. In that case, it stood to reason that he would not allow the people living inside to advance into the open heaven realm either. They are only in the half-step open heaven realm at best. It is impossible for them to advance into the open heaven realm. He nodded lightly. But, try not to provoke these people if you can. They are very xenophobic. They call cultivators like you who enter the blood monster cave heaven aliens. It will be troublesome if you are discovered by them. I got it. Yang Kai responded before he continued to read the contents of the jade slip. There was a lot of information recorded and he couldn't help feeling thankful that the proprietress had gathered all of it for him. Otherwise, he would have suffered badly if he had plunged into the blood monster cave heaven without knowing anything. The jade slip also indicated that the deeper one ventured into the blood monster cave heaven, the more dangerous it became. It was rumored that there was a blood monster divine palace in the deepest part of the blood monster cave heaven. That was where blood monster divine monarch left his inheritance. If he could find that place, he would be able to obtain the entire legacy of an 8th order open heaven realm master. The blood monster divine palace not only contained blood monster divine monarch's inheritance but also the entire fortune that he amassed throughout his lifetime. How amazing would the inheritance of an 8th order open heaven realm master be? That was the reason why countless cultivators flocked to this place. Not to mention the unimaginable wealth. If nothing else, just finding some 7th order materials was enough to make a person rich overnight. It was just that the blood monster cave heaven only opened once every 200 years. Nobody had ever managed to enter the deepest part of the blood monster cave heaven throughout all these years, so nobody had ever found the blood monster divine palace either. It could even be said that nobody was certain whether the blood monster divine palace actually existed. Yang Kai couldn't help recalling the jade that he acquired for 10 million open heaven pills. That jade was one half of a 2-piece jade apparently. It could be a key or it could be used to control a particular grand array. It could even turn out to be useless. If the blood monster divine palace really does exist, then will the jade be of any use? He couldn't help but daydream about all sorts of fanciful ideas. An hour later, he finally finished reading and understanding everything that was recorded inside the jade slip. Carefully putting the jade slip away, he asked a question that had been puzzling him. Proprietress, there are so many people heading towards the blood monster cave heaven. So, why are only several thousand people allowed to enter in the end? He had not found the answer to his question inside the jade slip. The proprietress glanced out at the starry void with a melancholic expression on her face, as though she had recalled something from the past. She answered the question softly, "It's hard to explain right now. You'll understand once we arrive." Then, she ran her hand through her hair and languidly called out, "I'm tired. Old Bai, lead the way. Wake me up when we arrive." After saying that, she slipped into one of the rooms and vanished out of sight. Yang Kai looked at her back thoughtfully. Just now, she seemed to have recalled something from her memories, moreover, it was probably something sad. Otherwise, her mood would not have turned gloomy so quickly. The proprietress. He glanced at Old Bai with a questioning look. Old Bai sighed, she probably recalled something unpleasant. The proprietress has also been to the blood monster cave heaven in the past. Huh? Yang Kai was taken aback. Old Bai laughed, the blood monster cave heaven opens once every 200 years. It's not strange for the proprietress to have entered that place before, right? I heard that she gained a lot from the blood monster cave heaven. That's how she managed to advance directly into the 6th order open heaven realm. Yang Kai immediately turned to look at Yuhi. Yuhi had known the proprietress for a long time. To his knowledge, the relationship between those two went way back, therefore, she would know the proprietress' circumstances the best. Yuhi gently nodded and looked nostalgic. It's true that Big Sister and I entered the blood monster cave heaven before, otherwise, we would never have come this far with our humble backgrounds. The realization struck Yang Kai suddenly. The proprietress came from 9 Nether Continent. He himself had been there before, and although it was not a bad universe world, it was also nothing special either. It was also not a subordinate world under the control of a powerful great force. Both the proprietress and Yuhi had come from a place like that. Without a chance encounter or a special opportunity, it was impossible for them to advance into the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm or the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm. Looking at the situation, it was highly likely that the Blood Monster Cave Heaven was where they turned their lives around. Following the flow of his thoughts, Yang Kai couldn't help thinking about Lan Tingyu. Lan Tingyu was the proprietress' younger brother. His knowledge of this person was very limited. All he knew was that his appearance was very similar to this person. Furthermore, Lan Tingyu had also tried to advance directly into the high-rank Open Heaven realm. It was likely that something awful happened to him later. He ultimately failed in his attempt and lost his life for some reason. Yang Kai once wondered where Lan Tingyu managed to secure so many high-rank materials. It would now seem that he had obtained many things from the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Unfortunately, his actions went against the interests of many people. That was why he failed miserably in the end. Lan Tingyu was an example to learn from. It was also what Yang Kai needed to guard against the most. If there came a day when he had to experience what Lan Tingyu once faced in the past, what should he do? The Blood Monster Cave Heaven might be extremely dangerous, but it should not pose a problem with your strength, young master. You just need to be careful. There's another thing you need to be wary about. That is the elite disciples of the Cave Heavens and Paradises. Their individual strength might not compare to yours, but every one of them holds a hidden trump card, Yuhi warned. Yang Kai nodded, I'm well aware of that. It was not as if he had never interacted with the elite disciples of the Cave Heavens and Paradises before. He had met some of them back in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, so he knew that each of them had their own identity tokens. These identity tokens contained a divine ability that their masters or elders had sealed inside for them so that they could use them as life-saving trump cards. The lotus flew quickly, passing through many territory gates and traveling across many great territories. None of them talked again for the rest of their journey. They were all conserving their strength. Yang Kai was meditating one day when the proprietress sent a transmission to him. He immediately got to his feet and headed towards the room she was in. Pushing the door open, he was just about to greet her when he saw that her complexion was extremely pale. Moreover, she was drenched in sweat as though she had suffered a serious injury. Shocked, he hurriedly stepped forward and asked worriedly, what happened? The proprietress slowly shook her head, it's nothing. Then, she handed a round bead to him, take this. This is. He lowered his head to look at the bead. Although he did not know what it was, he could keenly sense that this bead contained an extremely terrifying power in it. I sealed one of my divine abilities inside this bead. You can summon it when you are in danger. It might be able to save your life. Yang Kai stared at the round bead in his hand quietly for a moment before glancing back up at her. The realization struck him immediately, did you push yourself into such a state in order to create this bead? Sealing her own divine ability into this bead was no easy feat. Even the materials required to produce this bead were not something that could be found anywhere. Otherwise, the disciples of the Cave Heavens and Paradises would not be limited to only one identity token as their trump card. Just by looking at the proprietress' current condition, Yang Kai could tell that sealing her divine ability into this bead had consumed a lot of her energy. You fool. He glared at her, I might only be in the half-step open heaven realm right now, but it's not as if you don't know about my strength. More than one low-rank open heaven realm master has died at my hands. No matter how dangerous the Blood Monster Cave Heaven is, who can do anything to me? Don't be careless. The Blood Monster Cave Heaven is not as simple as you imagine. There is no saying whether you might run into some sort of trouble. It'll be safer with one of my divine abilities protecting you. Although the power that can be summoned through this method is only half of my full strength, it should be more than enough to deal with the power of an open heaven master below the fifth order. Yang Kai did not know what to say to her. A moment later, she handed another item to him and said tiredly, take this with you too. What is this? He reached out a hand and took the item from her. He discovered that it was an extremely peculiar wooden token around the size of a palm. It looked rather old, furthermore, there were strange patterns carved into it like a totem. A favor? She murmured softly. A favor? A favor from whom? He was bewildered. However, the proprietress did not say anything else. She simply said, "In any case, just take it with you. Maybe it'll come in handy, maybe not. It's just in case." After saying that, she did not give him a chance to speak again and waved him off instead. "Go out. I need to rest." A wave of gentle force wrapped around him and pushed him out of the door. Afterward, the door of the room closed behind him with a bang. The wooden token and the round bead in his hands felt extremely heavy. Half a month after leaving the Star City in Thousand Birds territory, the Falling Lotus finally came to a gradual stop. Old Bai, who was in charge of navigating, let out a long breath. "We've finally arrived." "We've arrived?" Yang Kai raised his brow and hurriedly took out his universe chart to check their location. A short while later, he was surprised. That was because this great territory was known as Blood Monster Territory. Unlike most other great territories, there were no other great forces in this Blood Monster Territory. There wasn't even a single universe world with any living creatures in it. It could be said that the entire Blood Monster Territory was completely devoid of life. Yang Kai was extremely shocked. It had to be said that it didn't matter which great territory it was, as long as a great territory was labeled on the universe chart, then there was bound to be many great forces and universe worlds in it. All the known great forces and universe worlds were recorded in the universe chart. Even a great territory as isolated as the one where the star boundary was located was no exception. However, there was nothing recorded in the Blood Monster Territory. How could such a peculiar great territory exist in the world? Seeming to notice Yang Kai's confusion, Old Bai explained with a smile, "The Blood Monster Territory used to be no different from other great territories. It also used to have some great forces. Moreover, the number was not small." Yang Kai asked, "Then, why did it become like this?" Old Bai replied, "Of course, it's because of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Take a look outside." Yang Kai turned to look outside and quickly discovered a strange scene. There were countless flight-type artifacts weaving through the void as far as the eye could see. There were also some that were motionless in the void like the Falling Lotus. These flight-type artifacts clearly belonged to the great forces that had rushed to the Blood Monster Territory not too long ago. Aside from these artifacts, there were also many cultivators flying about. They were constantly looking around as though searching for something. "What are they looking for?" Yang Kai frowned. Yuhi walked over and explained gently, "They are looking for the entrance to the Blood Monster Cave Heaven." Guimiao looked curious. "Isn't the entrance to the Blood Monster Cave Heaven fixed in a certain spot? Why do they need to search everywhere for the entrance?" This was the same question that was puzzling Yang Kai. Yuhi chuckled softly. "It's true that the entrance of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven used to be located at a fixed spot in the beginning. But, that was a very long time ago. Everybody would only need to gather in front of the entrance and wait for it to open in order to enter the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. It's just that some changes gradually took place over time." "What changes?" Old Bai answered from the side. "The entrance became 2, then 3, then 4. Every time it opened, the number of entrances would increase. At this point, entrances to the Blood Monster Cave Heaven can appear anywhere in the Blood Monster Territory." Guimiao covered her red lips. "Why does that happen?" Old Bai sighed. "It is said that there are signs of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven becoming more and more unstable. After all, so many years have passed since the death of Blood Monster Divine Monarch. It's amazing how his small universe managed to endure for so long without a master. Even so, it is impossible for it to last forever. The small universe is merging with the void of the Blood Monster Territory. An entrance will appear at the place where the two overlap with each other." Yang Kai revealed a look of realization. "So, the Blood Monster Cave Heaven will completely merge with the Blood Monster Territory one day?" "That's what they say. Who knows how much longer that will take though." Old Bai shrugged, "But, these changes have made it easier for more people to enter and explore the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. If not for that, did you think the cave heavens and paradises would allow anybody else to meddle with such a wonderful place? At the beginning, the right to explore the Blood Monster Cave Heaven was exclusive only to the cave heavens and paradises. The other great forces were not allowed to participate at all." What Old Bai mentioned immediately resolved all the questions that had been puzzling Yang Kai. He had felt that something was a little strange when he first heard about the sealed world known as the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. The Blood Monster Cave Heaven was a small universe left behind after the death of an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master and contained the inheritance and wealth of that master. How could anybody ignore such shocking benefits? Even the cave heavens and paradises would covet such riches. If they coveted these riches, then why didn't the cave heavens and paradises keep firm control over the Blood Monster Cave Heaven? Why did they allow other cultivators to enter? Why did they allow this to become a grand event that involved the entire 3,000 worlds? He had been unable to figure out the answer to these questions, so he eventually stopped wondering about it. It was not until this moment that he learned the truth. It was not that the cave heavens and paradises did not want to, but rather that they could not. In the beginning, the entrances to the Blood Monster Cave Heaven were few and far between, thus, a few powerful forces could control the entrances and prevent the others from entering. Only disciples from their respective great forces would be selected to enter and explore the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. On the contrary, how could the cave heavens and paradises guard the entrances when one could appear anywhere in the Blood Monster territory? It was precisely because of this reason that the second-class great forces, the third-class great forces, the lesser-known organizations, and even the rogue cultivators acting alone had the opportunity to enter the Blood Monster Cave Heaven to take a share of the benefits. Oldby continued, the entrances to the Blood Monster Cave Heaven are also becoming increasingly unstable. Sometimes, it is nothing more than a flash of light even when it appears in front of your eyes. It might vanish into thin air before you even get the chance to enter the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Even if it did not vanish, each entrance can only allow one person to enter before it would collapse completely. Each entrance can only allow one person to enter? Yongkai was stunned. Oldby gently nodded, that's right. You should now understand why I previously mentioned that although many cultivators flock to the Blood Monster territory, not many can actually enter the Blood Monster Cave Heaven in the end. Yongkai was enlightened. According to Oldby, one had to fight to enter the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. An entrance might appear in front of several cultivators, but that entrance could only support one person passing through before it vanished. The rest could only watch helplessly. In this way, only a few people could seize the opportunity to enter the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Oldby snorted softly. Every time the Blood Monster Cave Heaven opens, more than 1 million cultivators gather in the Blood Monster territory. No, there might even be tens of millions of them. It's just that most of them come here for nothing. Yongkai agreed with those words. They, too, had arrived at the Blood Monster territory, however, there were flight-type artifacts and cultivators weaving about in the void everywhere as far as the eye could see. The numbers were indeed nothing to scoff at. Not to mention, these were only the ones that he could see. There were more out there that he could not see. After all, this situation was prevalent across the entire Blood Monster territory at the moment. After pondering in silence for a moment, he turned to look at Lang Qingshan and the others. When it's almost time, you should enter the small sealed world. Many people had come with him on this trip. Leaving aside the fact that there were more than 30 people in the group who followed him from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, he also had Guo Miao, as well as the chef and the accountant from First Inn, coming on this trip with him. If so many people were to fight for an entrance each, not all of them would be successful. It was a different matter altogether if Yongkai took them into the small sealed world and brought them into the Blood Monster Cave Heaven with him. At that time, he only needed to secure one entrance for everybody to be happy. Afterward, he just needed to let everybody out of the small sealed world once he arrived. With his attainments in the Tao of space, it would not be difficult for Yongkai to secure an entrance somewhere in this vast Blood Monster territory. In particular, since there were several tens of thousands of entrances scattered around. That was his original plan, but to his surprise, Lang Qingshan and the others looked at each other for a while when they heard those words and did not answer immediately. As such, he asked curiously, "What's wrong? Do you have something to say?" The shaved-headed man laughed awkwardly and rubbed his hands together. "Sir, we would like to attempt this on our own. The last time we followed you into the primordial land, you protected us the entire time. In the end, we could only wait in the small sealed world without being able to help Sir in any way. Since we decided to follow you, we should also do our part. We cannot stay protected under your wings all the time." Lang Qingshan cupped his fist. "Sir, this subordinate understood something during the days he spent in the Azura arena. One can only grow rapidly by experiencing various hardships. A sheltered flower in the greenhouse will not live long when faced with a true storm. In the future, we would like to continue serving under you through all the ups and downs, sir. We refuse to remain helpless and incompetent. Please allow us to act independently in the blood monster cave heaven, sir. Yang Kai looked at Lang Qingshan calmly before turning to look at the others. Are you all of the same opinion? They cupped their fists and responded in unison. Please allow it, sir. He stroked his chin thoughtfully and nodded. I'm very pleased with your ambitious spirit to keep improving yourselves. It's a simple matter if you want to train yourself. Once we enter the blood monster cave heaven, you can act independently. But, before that, I think it's better if I bring you in with me. More than 30 people would also mean having to search for more than 30 entrances. It was impossible for all of them to succeed. If they were to fight for the entrances on their own, some of them would surely fail. Moreover, it was likely that quite many of them would fail. It was such a rare opportunity, it would be a waste if they missed it before it even began. The others had no objections to this suggestion, thus, they quickly agreed. When their discussion was settled, the proprietress said, Let's go. We need to secure a spot. Secure a spot? Yang Kai was taken aback by those words. Old Bai explained, there are a few more days until the blood monster cave heaven opens. Since we arrived early, it stands to reason that we should occupy a favorable spot for ourselves. Take a look outside. Those with some measure of strength have claimed a large patch of the void and are preventing others from approaching them. That area is the territory that they have secured for themselves. If an entrance appears within their territory, they would have the advantage of being slightly closer to the target. Yang Kai immediately understood. The falling lotus moved forward once more to head towards the depths of the void to find a suitable area to occupy. The people from First In could not be considered late, but even more people had arrived before them. They searched for a long time but could not find a suitable position. Everywhere they went, numerous great forces had already occupied territories of various shapes and sizes. In addition, Open Heaven Realm Masters constantly patrolled the edges of the territory to chase away other cultivators who accidentally stumbled too close. Yang Kai even saw a gigantic and domineering palace towering in the void from a distance. A radius of 10,000 kilometers around that palace was completely empty. The artifacts and cultivators that came and went in a steady stream had to fly around the gigantic palace that was in the middle of their path. Needless to say, that gigantic palace belonged to either a cave heaven or a paradise. Only a first-class great force could afford to create an artifact like that. That was a symbol of their identity and status. By placing this impressive and majestic artifact in the void, everybody had no choice but to show respect to them. There was more than one palace similar to this gigantic palace scattered around. There were 36 cave heavens and 72 paradises in the 3,000 worlds, which came to a total of 108 first-class great forces. Each of these great forces would send representatives forward whenever the blood monster cave heaven opened. Furthermore, each of these great forces would dispatch many of their disciples and bring out their large-scale flight-type artifacts. The falling lotus was quite extraordinary in and of itself, but it was nothing compared to those artifacts belonging to the first-class great forces. There were many artifacts and cultivators coming and going. Like First In, all of them were searching for a strategic but unclaimed position. Under most circumstances, everybody was rather restrained. There was an unspoken rule of first come, first served. If a certain spot was taken by somebody, then the others would bypass that area. Unfortunately, there were always people who liked to break the rules. They generally also believed that they were extremely powerful, therefore, fights constantly broke out all over the blood monster territory. It was truly chaotic. As the falling lotus traveled along, Yang Kai saw many battles occurring. Some were small quarrels with several disciples in the Emperor realm attacking each other. There were also some battles that were fought with their respective lives on the line. Even the Open Heaven Realm Masters leading the groups were caught up in such fights. Divine abilities and secret techniques bloomed everywhere. At the same time, blood and severed limbs flew in all directions. Yang Kai also saw the broken remains of many artifacts that appeared to have been of no worse quality than the falling lotus. That just went to show the intensity of these battles. The fights were already so intense before the blood monster cave heaven even opened, so what kind of situation would occur when entrances began to appear? Just thinking about it caused him to shiver. First In could be considered famous and influential. On this trip alone, they had the proprietress and Yu He, two 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, Old Bai, a 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, and Guazi Yan, a 3rd Order Open Heaven Realm Master. There were a total of 4 Open Heaven Realm Masters with them. Even so, their lineup was still greatly inferior to the cave heavens and paradises. Hence, they gave the palace artifacts belonging to the first-class forces a wide berth. Despite searching for half a day, they had yet to find a suitable spot. Just as Yang Kai was secretly beginning to worry that they might not find a suitable spot, the proprietress suddenly stretched out a hand and pointed to the side, "Head there." Yang Kai glanced in that direction and saw a large-scale multi-story ship floating in the void. Many people were standing on the deck of the ship. They were too far apart for him to see who those people were, however, judging from the size of the ship and the manpower that was dispatched, it probably belonged to a second-class great force. The proprietress was planning to snatch somebody else's spot. The Falling Lotus turned around and charged in that direction. The cultivators on the ship seemed to have noticed this too. A commotion broke out among the people standing on the deck. Then, quite a few people leaped into the air. The illusory phantoms of their respective small universes flashed and disappeared behind their backs, indicating their powerful heritage. Their actions carried a hint of warning in them, as though trying to make the Falling Lotus back down in the face of difficulties. The proprietress naturally ignored those warnings. "It's that old bastard." Old Bai suddenly cursed with a furious glare, seeming to recognize the identity of the people on the ship. Simultaneously, an elderly man on the ship took the lead and displayed his full strength as he shouted loudly, "Who goes there? Ling Chenqiu of Boundless Altar is here. Please leave and head elsewhere. This old master will be very grateful." "Grateful, your ass!" Old Bai roared furiously. Then, he turned to Lang Qingshan and the others who were steering the Falling Lotus, "Ram them. Crush that old dog to death." Lang Qingshan turned to look at Yang Kai with a questioning expression. Yang Kai gently nodded in response. He had been wondering about the situation just now. The proprietress was not somebody who used her strength to bully the weak. So, why did she suddenly decide to snatch somebody else's territory? Now, it turned out that she had encountered an enemy. The proprietress and Boundless Altar had always held a grudge against each other. During Old Bai's advancement into the Open Heaven realm, Ling Chenqiu of Boundless Altar had worked with Qin Ji and the others to interfere with the process. It had nearly cost Old Bai his life. Now that the Blood Monster Cave Heaven was about to open, a second-class great force like Boundless Altar would definitely participate for a share of the pie. They probably never imagined that their presence would be detected by the proprietress. If Ling Chenqiu had remained hidden in the headquarters of Boundless Altar, the proprietress might have been helpless to lift a finger against him. However, they encountered each other in the Blood Monster territory, so it stood to reason that she wanted to exact her revenge. At the same time, they would also be able to snatch Boundless Altar's spot for themselves. "Halt, or we will show you no mercy." The Falling Lotus was giving off an aggressive air, and it was obvious to Ling Chenqiu that these visitors did not hold good intentions. Thus, he immediately shouted a warning. Who would heed his words though? The speed of the Falling Lotus did not decrease in the slightest. On the contrary, it accelerated even more after approaching a certain distance. The group of disciples standing on the deck of Boundless Altar's ship suddenly turned pale with fright and quickly retreated. Some even went so far as to hide in the cabins. Ling Chenqiu was so livid that his expression turned blue then red with anger. He exchanged a glance with the other 2 Open Heaven Realm Masters beside him, then, they swiftly formed a set of hand seals. Several cannons suddenly protruded from the sides of the ship, brewing with a terrifying energy that caused the surrounding space to shudder. Dazzling rays of light shone out, aiming in the direction of the Falling Lotus. "This is your final warning. If you stubbornly refuse to listen to reason, then don't blame this old master for being ruthless." Seeing that the Falling Lotus showed no signs of slowing down, he gritted his teeth and shouted, "You've gone too far." The entire ship shook with a loud boom and a blinding light burst forth brilliantly. At the same time, a mysterious beam that was as thick as a man's torso shot out from the ship and quickly approached the falling lotus. The power of the beam was extremely terrifying. It seemed as though even the void could not withstand the force, as pitch-black scorch marks were seared everywhere it passed. Boundless Altar was a second-class great force. Needless to say, this ship artifact was also very expensive. It was originally produced as a weapon for besieging and taking down enemy fortifications, so the power of each cannon was comparable to a full-powered attack from a fifth-order open heaven realm master. Everybody inside the falling lotus felt their vision going white, filled with the glare of the light beam. Just as it was about to strike the falling lotus though, a pale yellow light barrier suddenly appeared. The beam slammed into the light barrier a moment later. The light barrier dented inward so severely that the distortion was visible to the naked eye. The huge impact also forced the falling lotus speed to drop sharply. At the same time, the figures of Yang Kai and the others inside the falling lotus were thrown forward violently. However, this only lasted for a moment. Everything returned to normal again in the next instant. The power cannon beam might be horrifying, but the falling lotus was also an extraordinary artifact. This artifact was something Flying Flower Boat had spent countless resources to create after all. Even Flying Flower Boat only had one such artifact. The enormous lotus spun as it forcefully pushed forward against the weight of the cannon beam. On the ship, Ling Chen-Chiu and the others swiftly turned pale at the sight. They were clueless about the identities of the people aboard the Lotus who were behaving in such a ferocious manner. It almost seemed as though the other party had a huge undying grudge against Boundless Altar. Ling Chen-Chiu gritted his teeth and formed a new set of hand seals, resulting in several more shots being fired from the ship's cannons aimed straight at the falling lotus. A blinding light completely drowned the lotus as its flower petals flew apart and seemingly disintegrated. Many of Boundless Altar's disciples stood on the deck of the ship, frozen in shock for a moment. After that, they began cheering excitedly while secretly thinking to themselves, "The fools in that lotus are absolutely reckless. Why didn't they dodge in the face of such a powerful attack? Are they brain dead?" Similarly, Ling Chen-Chiu secretly let out a breath of relief, but a moment later, one of the Open Heaven Realm Master's expressions changed as he roared, "Raise the shields! Hurry up and activate the defensive Grand Array!" Ling Chen-Chiu looked up and saw that the lotus that should have been broken to pieces was still charging straight at them. The flying flower petals were spinning like indestructible blades and slicing through the void. The cheers coming from the ship stopped abruptly and Ling Chen-Chiu's expression also changed drastically at that moment. Without hesitation, he desperately channeled his strength to activate the ship's defensive Grand Array. A light barrier had only just materialized when the flower petals arrived. Sparks flew in all directions and the light of the defensive Grand Array quickly dimmed under the fierce barrage. Due to a hasty response, the defensive Grand Array shattered before it could reach the peak of its defensive abilities. The flower petals quickly closed in from all directions, turning the entire space within into a boundless killing domain that covered the entire ship. Gotcha! The deck of the ship was broken in half as huge gaps appeared all over the sides of the ship, sliced open by the flower petals. Shrill screams rang out incessantly as many Boundless Altar's disciples were killed in an instant. They died with their bodies cut to pieces. The 3 Open Heaven Realm Masters of Boundless Altar felt their hearts bleeding at the sight. Which great force had not dispatched the elites among their disciples for the sake of entering the Blood Monster Cave Heaven? It could be said that all the cultivators who came to the Blood Monster territory had been chosen through countless layers of rigorous selection. Having prevailed against all their peers, these disciples had obtained the qualifications to participate in this expedition. They represented the future hope of the entire sect. Given enough time to grow and develop, they would have become part of the pillars supporting the great forces in the future. However, Boundless Altar had suffered heavy casualties before the Blood Monster Cave Heaven even opened. Not only had their ship been broken to pieces, but many of their elite disciples that came along on this trip had also been killed or severely injured. It was no wonder Ling Chen-Chiu and the others were heartbroken. What depressed Ling Chen-Chiu the most was that he still had no idea who was attacking them, but it didn't take long before he discovered the identities of the perpetrators. 3 figures flashed out of the lotus. 2 of them were women and the remaining one was a man. Moreover, each one of them was enveloped in an imposing aura. They consisted of 2 6th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters and 1 5th-order Open Heaven Realm Master. The rage of Boundless Altar's 3 Open Heaven Realm Masters turned into ice-cold fear in an instant as a chill ran through their entire bodies. They also had 3 Open Heaven Realm Masters on their side, so both sides had the same numbers. However, their orders could not compare with the enemy at all. Aside from Ling Chenqiu, who was in the 5th Order Open Heaven Realm, the other 2 were only in the 4th Order. What frightened Ling Chenqiu even more was that he knew all the people who had just shown up. Lan Yurua. His voice was dry and his gaze was terrified. The person next to him exclaimed, "What? The one from first in?" He shouted, "Run." While speaking, he quickly steered the damaged ship around and fled. On the other hand, the proprietress and the others chased after him without the slightest hesitation. Old Bai roared furiously, "Old dog! I'll hunt you down and rip your corpse into 10,000 pieces even if you flee to the ends of the universe." The feud formed from the time Ling Chenqiu tried to end his Grand Dao could be said to be absolutely irreconcilable. How could he spare Ling Chenqiu's life so easily now that he encountered the latter here? 3 streams of light chased after the ship into the distance. During the pursuit, the proprietress and the others attacked viciously. Their attacks were so fierce that the lights of Boundless Altar's ship flickered incessantly. Everywhere they went, the passers-by around them hurriedly moved to the side to avoid them. Inside the Falling Lotus, Yang Kai and the others looked at each other and sighed. They were of no help whatsoever in a battle of such magnitude. Even if they caught up to the proprietress and the others, they would only get in the way. Thus, they simply stayed where they were. It so happened that the people from Boundless Altar had run away, so this huge empty spot had become a no-man's land. Judging from the current situation, this place would soon be occupied by other people if they chased after the proprietress and the others. There would be no place for them to go again by the time they returned. An hour later, 3 streams of light came from afar and landed on the lotus. It was the proprietress and the others. Yang Kai went out to take a look at the situation. The 3 of them showed no signs of injury, which was not surprising considering how strong they were. No matter how hard Ling Chenqiu and the others resisted, there was nothing they could do against the proprietress and the others. Contrary to expectations though, Old Bai was gnashing his teeth and looking depressed. "What happened? Did you fail to catch up to them?" Yang Kai walked over and asked in a low voice. "That can't be." Boundless Altar's ship had nearly been torn to pieces. With the strength of the proprietress and the others, how could they possibly fail to catch up to the enemy? "We had no problems catching up to them, but we couldn't kill that old dog." Old Bai clenched his fists so hard that his knuckles cracked loudly. "Why?" Yang Kai furrowed his eyebrows. Old Bai snarled through gritted teeth, "Somebody protected them." Yang Kai's eyes flashed. Boundless Altar was a second-class great force. The only ones who could protect them were the Cave Heavens and Paradises. If the Cave Heavens and Paradises decided to intervene in this matter, then it was no wonder that the proprietress and the others had no choice but to retreat. "Brat, if you meet any of Boundless Altar's disciples when you enter the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, help me kill them." Old Bai turned to look at Yang Kai with a fierce look on his face. Yang Kai patted Old Bai on the shoulder, "Rest assured. It's one thing if I don't meet any of them, but if I run into any of them, I will definitely help you vent some of your anger." Only then did Old Bai's expression lighten slightly. The enormous lotus stood quietly in the void. The proprietress and the others stood on top of the flower petals, silently showing off their strength. 2 6th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters and 1 5th-order Open Heaven Realm Master could be considered an extremely luxurious lineup. Nobody even dared to approach and stroke the tiger's whiskers without the backing of a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master. For that reason, even cultivators of the other great forces would leave after glancing over from a distance when passing by. For a time, all was at peace. The entrance to the Blood Monster Cave Heaven had yet to appear so far. Fortunately, the proprietress had a wide range of connections, so after asking around, they determined that the Blood Monster Cave Heaven would open within 3 days. At that time, the entire Blood Monster territory could turn into a battlefield where a fierce struggle between 2 evenly matched opponents would take place. Yang Kai had nothing to do, hence, he closed his eyes and preserved his strength. He strove to enter the Blood Monster Cave Heaven in his best condition. Another day passed by and there was still no sign of the blood monster cave heaven opening, so the entire blood monster territory continued to remain calm. All of a sudden, Yang Kai was meditating when he suddenly heard Old Bai muttering softly, "What are they planning? Why are they coming towards us?" He opened his eyes upon hearing those words and turned to look in the direction of Old Bai's gaze. What he saw made him frown involuntarily. That was because a huge palace was rushing through the void in this direction. Moreover, it was showing no sign of detouring or slowing down. Are they here to snatch our territory? He quickly came to understand the situation. Their current location was obtained by snatching the territory from Boundless Altar. Who could have known that karma would hit them so quickly? Only one day had passed and somebody else was already eyeing this spot. Not to mention, the attack was coming from a first-class great force. Such a humongous palace was not something a second-class great force could refine. Only the cave heavens and paradises had enough capital to produce an artifact of such scale. Old Bai nodded solemnly, "That's probably it." Yang Kai frowned deeper. "Which great force is that? Why are they targeting us?" It did not make any sense. The blood monster territory was so big, so even if there were people everywhere, each party had drawn clear boundaries around their territories. In addition, it was very easy for a first-class great force to occupy a territory with their strength. However, the route of the palace seemed to indicate that it was coming straight in this direction. In other words, it was coming because it could recognize first in. Atop the lotus flower petals, the proprietress got up and said slowly, "It's the Five Elements Palace of Xianyuan Cave Heaven." It was obvious that she had recognized the origins of that palace. Yang Kai turned to look in that direction, feeling extremely surprised. "It belongs to Xianyuan Cave Heaven?" The owner behind First In was a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master from Xianyuan Cave Heaven. In this way, it could also be said that the great force behind First In was Xianyuan Cave Heaven. Since First In belonged to Xianyuan Cave Heaven, then they could be considered members of the same family. Why were they coming here? While Yang Kai was floundering in his confusion, the proprietress took out a communication bead and poured her divine sense into it as though she was contacting somebody. Yang Kai couldn't help thinking about Senior Brother Gua. Senior Brother Gua was somebody Yang Kai once met in Thousand Birds Territory's Star City. Based on the flow of logic, it made sense that he would also appear in the Blood Monster territory, seeing as he had appeared in the Star City back then. The proprietress was probably trying to contact him. A short while later, the proprietress' expression darkened. It was obvious that her attempt at communication had not gone smoothly. At this moment, the enormous palace arrived in front of them and came to a steady halt. Yang Kai looked up, feeling shocked. Just by looking from a distance, he could tell that the palace was huge. Even so, it wasn't until it was right in front of him that he realized it truly was a giant existence. The Falling Lotus was certainly not small and could accommodate several dozen to several hundred people without feeling the slightest bit crowded. Nevertheless, the Falling Lotus looked like a small blade of grass standing beside a huge tree when compared to the palace artifact of Xianyuan Cave Heaven. The palace was at least 10 times the size of the Falling Lotus. Its huge shadow loomed over the Falling Lotus, producing a kind of gloomy air. A plaque on the front of the main gate of the palace was emblazoned with the words Five Elements Palace. The characters shone brilliantly in radiant golden light. 3 people stood side by side on the front steps of the Five Elements Palace. They consisted of 2 men and 1 woman. Moreover, one of them was Senior Brother Gua, whom Yang Kai once met at the auction house. At this moment, Senior Brother Gua squeezed out an embarrassed smile at the proprietress. His smile was mixed with a slight sense of helplessness. In addition to Senior Brother Gua, there was a dry elderly old man. He could only be described as thin and withered looking, almost like a bamboo stick. His robes were flapping around him noisily. His expression was not angry, but he had an imposing temperament. On the other hand, the woman was extremely glamorous. She was petite and had exquisite features. She also had a pair of peach blossom eyes that overflowed with seductive charm. Yang Kai could not determine the cultivation of these 3 people at all. He only knew that Senior Brother Gua was on par with the proprietress in terms of strength. In other words, Senior Brother Gua was in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm. Even so, it did not seem as though he was in charge of Xianyuan Cave Heaven's current contingent. That was because both he and the glamorous woman were standing half a step behind the elderly man. With such obvious positioning, it could be seen that this elderly man's status in Xianyuan Cave Heaven was higher than that of senior brother Gua and the glamorous woman. Yang Kai was startled. Senior brother Gua is already in the 6th order open heaven realm. Could it be that the elderly man is in the 7th order? However, that didn't make sense. The Blood Monster Cave Heaven was indeed of great importance and a grand event that involved the entire 3,000 worlds. Almost all the great forces would participate in this event. Even the cave heavens and paradises were no exception. Even so, the high-rank open heaven realm masters held such noble statuses, so how could they possibly bother themselves over something like this? It had to be said that the incident involving the Golden Crow Divine Palace had only brought out several high-rank open heaven realm masters because an 8-order material was involved. Just as Yang Kai was feeling suspicious, the proprietress bowed. First Inslan Yurua greets Elder Chu. Then, she nodded to the glamorous woman lightly, Junior Sister Han. As for senior brother Gua, she outright ignored him. Junior Sister Han returned the greeting with a soft voice, Senior Sister Lan. She then eyed Old Bai and Yuhi with interest. In particular, she took a closer look at Yuhi. The proprietress nodded and glanced at Elder Chu. The Blood Monster Cave Heaven is about to open. Why did you come here, Elder Chu? Elder Chu had a dried-out appearance, and his voice was just as dry as his appearance. It was almost as if he had never drunk a drop of water in his life. Are you sure you don't know why this old master is here? Why ask when you already have the answer? She faintly said, Please enlighten me, Elder. Senior brother Gua lightly coughed into his fist and said, It's like this, Junior Sister Lan. I'm sure you know how far the main sect is from here. Although Elder Chu and the others had calculated the time of departure and should have arrived at the Blood Monster territory half a month ago, there was some trouble on the road. Because of that, they only arrived today, which is a bit late. So? She cast a glance at him. He scratched his head. We arrived too late, so we couldn't find a suitable location anymore. The Blood Monster Cave Heaven has attracted too many people. At present, the entire Blood Monster territory is crowded with people. She flicked her sleeve and snorted, and? What has that got to do with me? Senior brother Gua chuckled in embarrassment. Just as senior brother Gua was about to say something, Elder Chu suddenly raised his hand from where he stood to stop him from speaking. He looked at the proprietress as he spoke. This old master will not waste time with you. Let us have a frank discussion. The main sect is unable to find a suitable location, so this old master wishes for you to hand this spot over to become the main sect's base. Yang Kai immediately lost his temper when he heard those words. Why? Although this territory was something the proprietress and the others had stolen as well, there had been a valid reason for their actions. Be it the proprietress or Old Bai, both of them held deep grudges against Boundless Altar, the previous owners of this spot. If not for that, the proprietress and the others would not have abused their strength to rob the other party of their territory. They passed through many places that they could have snatched along the way, but the proprietress and the others had not arbitrarily attacked anyone up until that point. Be that as it may, this elderly man with the surname Chu was asking First In to give up its place so lightly. Was that not a clear sign that his intention was to harass them? What's more, the elderly man with the surname Chu had maintained an arrogant attitude and an unquestionable tone throughout the conversation. It was almost as if the others owed him 1,000,000 open heaven pills. It was extremely annoying. Yang Kai couldn't help recalling what senior brother Gua mentioned at the exchange meeting. There also existed people who were unfavorable towards the proprietress in Xianyuan Cave Heaven. It would seem that Elder Chu was one of these people. Old Bai's expression also fell upon hearing those words. Meanwhile, Elder Chu glanced at Yang Kai calmly but did not bother to respond to him. In his opinion, he probably felt that there was no need for him to explain anything to a mere Emperor Realm Jr. with his status. He simply glanced at the proprietress and exerted an invisible pressure on her. The proprietress was obviously a little annoyed, but she managed to suppress her anger. Although there are many people in the Blood Monster territory at the moment, it should not be a problem for you to obtain a territory with your strength and prestige. Isn't that right, Elder Chu? Why do you specifically target me? Elder Chu replied indifferently, That's true. It is very easy for this old master to occupy a territory if he wanted to. I believe no one would dare not give the main sect face. However, won't the main sect be slandered as an entity that abuses its strength to bully the weak if this old master were to do that? That would definitely result in damage to the main sect's reputation. That is not desirable. Not desirable at all. Yang Kai was furious. Snatching somebody else's territory is an abuse of your strength and bullying the weak, so you targeted one of your own instead. For the sake of something like reputation, you can damage the interests of one of your own. What kind of logic is that? Both Elder Chu and Senior Brother Gua frowned and gave Yang Kai a displeased look. On the other hand, a young man who had been standing behind Elder Chu immediately leaped forward and scolded Yang Kai without a trace of politeness. The elders are speaking. How dare a mere Emperor Realm Jr. interrupt them with your nonsense? This young man had been standing behind Elder Chu without saying a word this entire time, but he had an extraordinary bearing. It was easy to tell that he was probably one of the elite disciples of Shan Yuan Cave Heaven. Yang Kai had interrupted twice. Due to Elder Chu's status, it was inconvenient for him to say anything. In comparison, this young man was not bound by such scruples. Yang Kai glanced sideways at the young man and curled his lips. With such bold talk, I was wondering which high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master it was. It turns out to be nothing more than an Emperor Realm Jr. The young man coldly snorted with a look of disdain. There are vast differences between Emperor Realm cultivators. Although both you and I are Emperor Realm Masters at the moment, I am destined to stand above the clouds in the future while you are destined to wallow in the mud. I will be looking down on you from above. Let's see if you still dare to speak to me in that manner then. Yang Kai sneered. Then, you better start praying so that you never meet me in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, otherwise, I will beat you so badly that you'll resemble a pig's head. The young man burst into laughter. This is the first time I've ever met such a crazed junior before. Let's see whether you can even enter the Blood Monster Cave Heaven in the first place. Who knows? You might not even get the chance. Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. Don't worry. Even if you can't enter the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, I can. The two Emperor Realm cultivators were arguing in front of a group of mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters. Furthermore, neither of them was willing to back down. It was quite a strange sight. Senior Brother Gua couldn't bear to listen any longer, so he looked at the proprietress with a grimace. Junior sister, please reprimand your people. The proprietress replied calmly, Senior Brother, why don't you reprimand your people first? Elder Chu spoke up, why are you all making so much noise? Cease this nonsense. His expression that had always remained as tranquil as an ancient well was tainted with a hint of rage. He glared at the proprietress. First doesn't have that many people in the first place. Why do you need to occupy such a large territory? Many people from the main sect came on this trip. Unfortunately, we arrived slightly later than expected. The Blood Monster Cave Heaven may open at any time, so there is no time to find another place. If you are still grateful for the kindness that the main sect has shown you, then you should be willing to sacrifice for the main sect. The proprietress' voice was cold as she retorted, it was the old man who was kind to me. What does that have to do with Shan Yuan Cave Heaven? Elder Chu snapped irritably, the old man you are referring to is one of Shan Yuan Cave Heaven's elders. Whether you admit it or not, you have received the kindness of the main sect. That's just your wishful thinking. She sneered. Besides, who said that first doesn't have many people? We naturally have our own reasons for occupying such a large territory. What will happen to the people under me if I hand this territory over to you? I suggest you should hurry and find another place while you still have time. Who knows? You might be able to find an unclaimed area. But, it will really be too late if you wait around any longer. His expression was as ugly as could be. Do you insist on doing this? Senior Brother Gua stepped forward. Please stop arguing. Look, I have a suggestion. First won't need to give up this territory either. Why don't we both share this spot? This territory is quite large, so when the Blood Monster Cave Heaven opens, many entrances will probably appear here. At that time, we can let the little ones compete for the entrances with their own strength. That way, they won't have any complaints even if they failed to seize the opportunity. Impossible. The proprietress refused flatly. This was the territory that Firstin had acquired. Yang Kai had mentioned earlier that he could bring everybody into the Blood Monster Cave Heaven with him by using the sealed world bead, so they only needed to fight for a single entrance. Nevertheless, she could not swallow this indignity. Why should she share with Xian Yuan cave heaven? She would have nothing to say if the old man himself came forward. However, Elder Chu had always looked down on her. She had no reason to make things easy for this old man. Good. Contrary to expectations, Yang Kai nodded in agreement at the same moment that she refused. She turned to look in that direction only to see Yang Kai winking at her furtively. Senior brother Gua hesitated. Junior sister, do the words of this boy count? Do you need to discuss this first? Her expression was cold as she pondered in silence for a moment. Then, she nodded, since he has agreed to it. I'll let him make the decision. But, we will agree on this in advance. If anybody dares to intervene when they are competing for the entrances, then don't blame this great aunt for hitting back. Senior brother Gua laughed. Affairs between the children should be left to them. As seniors, it's enough if we just watch over them. What do you think, senior brother Chu? Elder Chu coldly snorted, but his expression did not change in the slightest. Although he did not agree with this method, the blood monster cave heaven could open at any time now. If he rejected this suggestion at this time, he might really fail to find even the last spot available. Thus, he immediately replied unhappily, if you go back on your word, this old master will definitely report this matter to Elder C. Tuesday. I'll see how you still dare to hold your head high to face him then. The proprietress didn't even bother to look at him, treating him as though he were a fart in the wind. Hence, a strange sight appeared in the void. The gigantic Five Elements Palace and the much smaller Falling Lotus coexisted peacefully in that piece of territory that could not be considered large. It had to be said that countless great forces from all over the 3,000 worlds were gathered in the blood monster territory at the moment. Both large and small great forces would occupy a territory that belonged solely to them. In that way, they would have the advantage of being closer if the entrance to the blood monster cave heaven were to appear in front of them. There were no other great forces in the blood monster territory in the same situation as First In and Xian Yuan cave heaven. Smelly brat, what crazy idea are you cooking up now? The proprietress couldn't help asking when she saw Yang Kai sneakily studying his surroundings. The one who agreed to senior brother Gua's suggestion earlier had also been him. Although she could guess that he was up to no good, she had no idea what he planned to do. Yang Kai did not answer. Instead, he asked a completely different question. Proprietress, is First In directly under Xian Yuan cave heaven? She replied, nonsense. The old man is the owner of First In. Even though the old man is one of the elders of Xian Yuan cave heaven, First In is considered the old man's private asset. Private asset? Yang Kai was dumbfounded. He might not know how much income First In brought in, but he was certain that they were raking in profit every single day. Not to mention that there were so many branches across numerous great territories. I can't believe such a great force is nothing more than the private assets of that old man surnamed C. Tuesday. I have to say, the heritage of a high-rank open heaven realm master is just so different from our own. Then, will it trouble First In if I were to make the people from Xian Yuan cave heaven suffer a little? She sneered, in that case, I'll be looking forward to it. What do you plan to do? You just need to watch the good show later. While speaking, Yang Kai's gaze shifted towards the Five Elements Palace. He just so happened to meet the gaze of the young man who had been quarreling with him before. For eyes suddenly met, but the young man's expression was filled with contempt. He reached up and slowly slid his hand across his neck like a blade. The threat behind his actions were obvious. Yang Kai sneered in his heart and directed a question at the proprietress, who is that guy? He looks like a complete wastrel. She raised her head and glanced in that direction. I forgot his name, but he is probably that old dog's legacy disciple. Is that so? Yang Kai grinned, I got it. Staring at the young man deeply, Yang Kai suddenly announced, it's still early. I'm going to take a walk. After saying that, he slipped out with his hands behind his back. He looked absolutely carefree, almost as if he was going sightseeing. The proprietress failed to stop him in time, so she could only remind him, don't go off for too long and come back soon. The entrance to the blood monster cave heaven may appear at any time. I know. He didn't even bother to turn back as he waved his hand at her dismissively. Inside the Five Elements Palace, the young man watched Yang Kai and did not take his eyes off the ladder at all. Yang Kai was acting like he was patrolling his own territory, looking around left and right in the vast void. There was no saying what he was doing. Hence, the young man couldn't help snorting coldly, pitiful weakling. Senior brother Guo was standing right next to the young man. Upon hearing those words, he laughed, "Nephew, don't judge a person by their appearance." Jumping in surprise, the young man hurriedly turned around and bowed, "Martial Uncle Guo." He frowned, "Martial Uncle, what do you mean? Is there anything worthy of respect in that brat?" Senior brother Guo said, "Do you know the name Yu Luo Sha?" The young man did not understand why senior brother Guo suddenly brought up an irrelevant person. Even so, he nodded seriously, "Of course. I went to Thousand Birds Territory's Star City 2 years ago and participated in the Azura Arena on a whim. I fought Yu Luo Sha once." "Oh?" Senior brother Guo raised an eyebrow at those words. "What was the result of your fight?" "It was a draw. I fought her for 6 hours until I was completely exhausted in the end. But, don't worry, Martial Uncle. This disciple has been working hard over the past 2 years. My strength has improved greatly compared to back then. If my estimation is correct, Yu Luo Sha will definitely enter the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. This disciple will not embarrass the main sect if I encounter her inside." Senior brother Guo nodded, "I'm not worried about you meeting Yu Luo Sha. If you fought her on equal terms 2 years ago, then I'm sure you won't be weaker than her 2 years later. Rather, I'm worried about you meeting that boy inside the Blood Monster Cave Heaven." The young man was astonished for a moment, then he immediately became annoyed. "Martial Uncle, why do you speak so highly of him and belittle me? Although my aptitude is poor, I have never failed the teachings of honored master in all these years." Senior brother Guo sighed, "I'm not trying to belittle you, but you wouldn't be so carefree if you saw how the fight went between that boy and Yu Luo Sha went." The young man was dumbfounded. He fought Yu Luo Sha before? What was the result of his fight? "1 move." Senior brother Guo turned to look at the young man sternly. "Yu Luo Sha was completely defeated in a single move." "Impossible." The young man reacted as if he was struck by lightning. His entire body stiffened in shock and his eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. "There's nothing impossible about it. I witnessed it personally." Senior brother Guo reached out a finger and pointed at the tall girl standing beside him all this while. "If you don't believe me, you can ask junior sister Zhu yourself." The young man turned to look at the tall girl and she gently nodded in affirmation. 1 move. The color drained out of his face. He was as pale as a dead man. How can Yu Luo Sha be defeated in a single move? Like me, she condensed 6th order elements. We are only 1 step away from advancing into the open heaven realm. How can anybody below the open heaven realm overwhelm her so completely? It's simple. Senior brother Guo glanced at Yang Kai's back in the distance. What you are condensing is the 6th order elements, but that boy is condensing 7th order elements. 7th order elements. The young man's eyes narrowed as though he had received a great shock. Senior brother Guo said, "This martial uncle will give you a piece of advice. If you encounter him in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, run as far as you can. I'm certain that Brad is not a soft-hearted and forgiving young man. You were having a dispute with him just now, so be careful, just in case he does something to you inside the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. He dares." The young man was livid. Senior brother Guo patted the young man on the shoulder. "It's better to endure for a moment and keep the peace. He has condensed 7th order elements, so while his future might seem bright and promising, it is actually filled with misfortune and danger. The higher one stands, the harder one falls after all." After listening to what senior brother Guo said, the young man seemed to recall something. His complexion slowly returned to normal and he nodded. "This disciple will remember your advice, martial uncle." Gazing in the direction that Yang Kai had left, the young man gripped his fists lightly and sneered in his heart. Condensing 7th order elements. He doesn't know his place. Exactly half a day later, Yang Kai finally returned to the Falling Lotus. He looked up and saw that the Five Elements Palace was crowded with people. Many cultivators were standing on the deck and listening to Elder Chu's teachings. He was amazed by the sight. Just how many people did they bring? The proprietress replied, the blood monster cave heaven only opens once every 200 years. They might not have another chance in the future. It's only natural for them to want a share of the pie while they still have the chance. The numbers from Xianyuan cave heaven are considered on the low side even. They only have 200 or so. Some great forces might even dispatch 400 or 500 people. Old Bai chimed in, it's just that the entrances are limited. There's no point even if many of them come. They have to successfully secure an entrance if they want to enter. He turned to look at Yang Kai, you should act now. It'll be too late if you wait any longer. Yang Kai nodded and slipped into the falling lotus. He placed Lang Qingshan and the others in the small sealed world, then he put the falling lotus away. By the time he finished doing everything, the 200 disciples from Xianyuan cave heaven had moved out and spread out into the surroundings. They were evenly distributed across the rather spacious void that was their territory. In this way, the person closest to the entrance would have the greatest advantage if an entrance appeared near them. Glancing around carefully, Yang Kai discovered that the 200 disciples had practically occupied the entire area within the void. The distance between each person was rather evenly spaced. It was clear that they had no intention of leaving any space for First In at all. If there were more than 30 people from First In who were trying to enter the blood monster cave heaven, this would have turned into an awkward situation. Xianyuan cave heaven had the advantage in numbers after all. If it came down to a fight, First In had no advantages to speak of. It was truly fortunate that he had the sealed world bead. Proprietress, I'm going. Yang Kai had his sights set on a certain location, so after a cursory goodbye, he immediately headed towards that spot. Young master, please be careful. Yuhi called out from behind. Hua Ziyan cupped his fists and quickly said, this subordinate wishes you all the best. May you return with success. Yang Kai waved goodbye. A short while later, he came to a spot near one of Xianyuan cave heaven's disciples and came to a halt. Although it was said to be near, he was still a few hundred meters away from the other party. It was just that the others had a distance of several kilometers between them, so this distance was relatively close. The Xianyuan cave heaven disciple shouted at Yang Kai furiously when he noticed him, brat. Are you looking for trouble? Not only had Yang Kai come alone, but out of all the places he could stop, he also just had to stop so close to this man. Therefore, it upset him greatly. Upon hearing that, Yang Kai turned to look at the disciple and grinned. He pointed in another direction and asked, Junior brother, can I ask you a question? What is that guy's name? The Xianyuan cave heaven disciple glanced in the direction that Yang Kai was pointing and blurted out, that's In Xian Zhao. Senior brother In is Elder Chu's legacy disciple. He is expected to advance into the 6th Order Open Heaven realm in the future. Hey, what the hell do you count for? How dare you so shamelessly address me as junior brother? So his name is In Xian Zhao. Yang Kai smiled lightly. Even though there were several kilometers between them, that smile gave In Xian Zhao an inexplicable sense of horror. He had looked down on Yang Kai before learning what the latter was capable of. However, he knew that he was not Yang Kai's opponent once he learned that even Yu Luo Sha had been defeated by Yang Kai in one move. It was only natural for him to feel uncomfortable when he was being watched by Yang Kai so wolfishly. This guy can't be trying to compete against me for an entrance, right? There is a distance of several kilometers between us after all. If the entrance appears near me, I'm bound to have the advantage. How can he win? Junior brother. Yang Kai turned to smile at the disciple nearby, seeing as you answered my questions, I'll give you a piece of advice. That person roared furiously, speak if you have something to say. You should keep a distance from me, otherwise. You won't be able to enter the blood monster cave heaven. That person was taken aback by those words for a moment. Then, he lost his temper completely, brat, don't you dare snatch my entrance from me. I will cut off your head and use it as a urinal. I'm just giving you a friendly warning. After saying that, Yang Kai closed his eyes and spread his divine sense out to cover the surroundings. That person glared at Yang Kai furiously, intending to spit out some insults. However, he saw that Yang Kai was no longer paying any attention to him. Although he was burning with rage, he simply opened his eyes wide and kept a close watch on his surroundings, lest an entrance to the blood monster cave heaven appeared all of a sudden. Time passed slowly and a feeling of anxiety gradually filled the quiet void. Even cultivators from the same great force would feel tension when their gazes occasionally met. All of them had gone through rigorous selection of their respective sects in order to obtain the qualifications to come here. Be that as it may, there was no guarantee that they could enter the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. This issue involved a matter of fighting over the entrances. Only those who could secure an entrance could enter the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. That was why everybody else was a rival in their eyes. How could they not be wary of the others? Yang Kai kept his eyes tightly closed. He was completely motionless, almost as if he had fallen asleep. In contrast, Xian Yuan Cave Heaven disciple standing a few hundred meters away from Yang Kai was feeling incredibly anxious. Even though he kept his eyes wide open and vigorously searched his surroundings for so long, there were no signs of an entrance appearing nearby. His eyes were already starting to feel tired. Turning to glance at Yang Kai, he coldly snorted, "Humph. Playing cheap tricks." He reached up to rub his tired eyes. Not a moment later, he suddenly noticed something out of the corner of his vision. He turned to look in that direction and saw a glimmer of red light appearing at a certain spot in the void. The light was not very conspicuous when it first appeared, but it quickly spread like a drop of ink in clear water. It took only 3 breaths for that glimmer of light to transform into a swirling blood-red portal. The portal was not large, only able to accommodate a single person passing through it while the aura of a universe world leaked out from beyond it. The entrances to the Blood Monster Cave Heaven had finally begun to appear. At that moment, all the mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Master of Xian Yuan Cave Heaven and first in turn to look at the blood portal at the same time. How could that person continue to rub his eyes? He couldn't help bursting into laughter as he cheered, "The heavens are on my side." With a slight shift of his body, he immediately rushed in the direction of the blood portal. He never imagined that the first entrance would appear near him. It was a huge stroke of fortune. He had been extremely nervous while waiting earlier, afraid that no entrances would appear within his couple-kilometer range. If that was the case, then he would not be able to enter the Blood Monster Cave Heaven no matter how capable he was. Who could have known that he would be so lucky? All his worries from before dissipated into nothing, causing him to throw his head back and laugh heartily. "I'm going to be the first person to enter the Blood Monster Cave Heaven." Although the Blood Monster Cave Heaven was filled with all sorts of dangers, he was already here, so who was not mentally prepared for all the possibilities? Just as there were dangers lurking everywhere inside the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, there was also an abundance of opportunities to be had. He might be able to achieve success overnight if he could obtain some benefit inside the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. It would be even more wonderful if he could advance into the Open Heaven realm once it was all over. He was feeling extremely excited and his expression reflected his emotional state. He hurriedly rushed towards the entrance as though he could see a bright future beckoning to him from within the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. In the next moment, his smile froze on his face. Widening his eyes, he stared in the direction of the blood portal and exclaimed in disbelief, "How is that possible?" That was because a person had appeared right in front of the blood portal during that brief flight of fantasy he had. Moreover, it was a person who should have been several hundred meters behind him. Thinking that he had seen wrong, he even turned back to look behind him. There was no sign of a person's figure at the spot where Yang Kai had been standing earlier. Somehow, the hateful young man had vanished at some point in time and bypassed him directly to arrive in front of the blood portal. Inside the Five Elements Palace, the 3 mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters of Xian Yuan Cave Heaven all had different expressions on their faces. Senior Brother Guo was absolutely dumbfounded. "This." Elder Chu shouted through gritted teeth, "Space secret technique." The glamorous woman revealed a look of realization and murmured to herself, "So that's how it is." She had been puzzled when Yang Kai agreed so readily to Senior Brother Guo's suggestion earlier. After all, the situation was very disadvantageous to first in. Judging by the current situation, this junior by the name of Yang Kai was a master of the Tao of space and could perform instantaneous movement. He could shuttle back and forth across the void in an instant without regard for the barriers of space. With such a divine ability, why would he worry about failing to secure an entrance? She laughed and shook her head. Taking petty revenge just because he suffered a bit of loss. That's so childish. It's just a single entrance. So what if that Xian Yuan Cave Heaven disciple fails to secure it? We don't expect all of them to enter the blood monster cave heaven. It's a good result even if only 50 out of these 200 disciples manage to go in. Losing one entrance won't cause a problem for the overall situation. It doesn't matter how amazing this boy's space secret techniques are. In the end, he's just one purse. As soon as that thought came to mind, everybody saw Yang Kai abruptly reaching his hand into the void. Immediately after that, he fished a chubby fatty out of nowhere. Senior Brother Guo was shocked, as were Elder Chu and the glamorous woman. Then, all three of them suddenly had a bad feeling. The entrance to the blood monster cave heaven. The chef immediately yelled in excitement when he appeared. Don't talk nonsense. Hurry up and get inside. Yang Kai kicked the chef in his butt and sent the chef falling into the blood portal. The swirling portal immediately collapsed upon itself and swiftly turned into a small red dot that vanished into thin air. Just as the proprietress and the others had mentioned before, the entrance to the blood monster cave heaven was extremely unstable. Each entrance could only accommodate a single person passing through before it collapsed, so after Yang Kai released the chef from the sealed world bead and tossed him straight into the blood monster cave heaven, the entrance immediately disappeared. It wasn't until this moment that the previous Xian Yuan cave heaven disciple arrived, but he was too late. Staring blankly at the spot where the entrance used to be, he was completely dumbfounded at first. Then, his blank stare was followed by a furious roar, "You bastard!" Yang Kai brushed past that disciple and patted him on the shoulder. Good luck, junior brother. I hope another entrance will appear nearby. Manipulating space principles, his figure vanished out of sight again. Only that disciple was left behind in the same spot, fuming with rage that had nowhere to go. By the time Yang Kai appeared again, he was already several kilometers away. There was a small glimmer of red light in front of him, expanding quickly to become an entrance. 300 meters away, another Xian Yuan cave heaven disciple had just spotted the entrance, but before that disciple could make a move, Yang Kai grabbed the accountant out of the small sealed world and tossed him into the entrance. The accountant's figure flashed and vanished. He probably did not even realize what was happening before everything was over. Following that, Yang Kai's figure flickered again. This time around, he appeared 2 kilometers away. It was almost like he had predicted the future as a small red dot was just appearing when his figure reappeared from the void. 3 breaths later, the entrance took form. Yang Kai grabbed another person from the small sealed world and tossed them into the portal. In just a matter of several dozen breaths, Yang Kai had consecutively stolen 3 entrances. This large void was like his backyard where he could come and go as he pleased. Nobody could compete with him at all. It could even be said that Xian Yuan cave heaven disciples who were checking their surroundings had failed to even discover the appearance of those entrances before Yang Kai acted. Inside the 5 Elements Palace, Elder Chu's expression was so ugly that one would cry at the sight of him. His gaze was fixed gloomily upon Yang Kai, who was several kilometers away. It was almost as though he wanted to rip Yang Kai into 10,000 pieces. 3 entrances represented 3 chances that should have belonged to Xian Yuan cave heaven. Now that they were stolen away, the main sect had suffered a huge loss. This is difficult. The brat is very proficient in the Tao of space. Senior Brother Guo fiercely scowled. An entrance into the blood monster cave heaven appears when the cave heaven and the blood monster territory merge together for a moment, so there are bound to be subtle spatial fluctuations right before it becomes visible. The others might not notice anything, but these spatial fluctuations are as obvious as beacons in a sea of darkness to him. He can accurately locate each entrance before they even appear. The glamorous woman continued, furthermore, based on that boy's actions, he probably has an artifact that can hold the living creatures, otherwise, how could he have conjured 3 people out of thin air? An artifact that can hold living beings is extremely rare. Where did he obtain something like that? He was puzzled. She glanced at the proprietress. I'm afraid she must have given it to him. Elder Chu was furious. That Junior thinks he can do whatever he wants just because he is proficient in the Tao of space. He is not respecting the main sect in the slightest. That bastard. Elder, please calm down. The glamorous woman quickly tried to comfort him. The Tao of space might be amazing, but there is still just one of him. He can't create clones out of himself. It is only just the beginning. I'm sure many entrances will appear in this large void. It's impossible for him to steal all of them. Besides, he is only in the Emperor realm. Even if he is proficient in the Tao of space, there must be limits to the distance he can teleport. As long as an entrance appears outside of his range, he will not be able to do anything either. As though to verify her words, 5 red points of light flickered throughout the void following the consecutive appearances of the 3 entrances earlier. The 5 red dots swiftly enlarged and turned into entrances. Yang Kai's figure flickered rapidly. Even so, he only managed to steal 3 entrances. The other 2 were taken by Xian Yuan Cave Heaven disciples. Elder Chu's expression finally eased slightly at the sight. The main sect only managed to obtain 2 entrances, so only 2 disciples could enter the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Nevertheless, it could be considered a good start. More than a dozen kilometers away from the 5 Elements Palace, the proprietress shook her head slowly. "Smelly brat, you are the embodiment of the saying revenge is a dish best served warm." It was not until this moment that she understood the reason for the question he asked previously. It would seem that he had already planned to make things difficult for Xian Yuan Cave Heaven beforehand. It was just that he was worried about causing trouble for First In. That was why he asked if First In would be placed in a difficult position if Xian Yuan Cave Heaven was humiliated slightly. At this rate, Xian Yuan Cave Heaven would not just suffer a small loss, they would suffer a terrible one. Be that as it may, it was Elder Chu who came looking for trouble first. If he had chosen to station himself elsewhere, this would not have happened. Unfortunately, they assumed that First In was easily bullied and forced their way into this area. With Yang Kai's temperament, how could he let others be happy when he was unhappy? This was a typical act of hindering the success of others even though these actions served no benefit to him. Sullivan, revenge is a dish best served warm, opposite of this is cold. It just means revenge earlier or later. Entrances to the Blood Monster Cave Heaven appeared one after another throughout the endless void of the Blood Monster territory, allowing the cultivators waiting nearby to succeed in entering. There were people everywhere in the Blood Monster territory. As such, less than 10 breaths would pass from the time an entrance appeared to the time somebody entered. Some entrances were taken not even a breath after they appeared. Each entrance represented an opportunity. Whether a person could successfully seize that opportunity or not depended on one's abilities and one's luck. For the sake of securing an entrance for themselves, many fellow cultivators from the same great forces would even attack each other. This was also allowed. As long as one was careful when attacking and the attack was not lethal, the elders leading the team would turn a blind eye to those actions. The cultivators who managed to secure an entrance would vanish out of sight. On the other hand, those who failed would be extremely annoyed. They had no choice but to search for another entrance. Inside the territory where First In and Xian Yuan Cave Heaven were located, Yang Kai's figure was flickering about without pause, pushing his space principles to their limits. As Senior Brother Gua had mentioned before, the entrances to the Blood Monster Cave Heaven were formed when the Blood Monster Cave Heaven merged with the Blood Monster territory, hence, there was a subtle fluctuation right before an entrance formed. Other people might not be able to perceive anything, but the space fluctuations were extremely conspicuous to Yang Kai, who was proficient in the Tao of space. For that reason, he was perfectly capable of taking the lead and seizing the opportunities. Even if he was all alone, he was practically unstoppable. Most of the time, the entrances had only just appeared and he was already standing in front of them. He would casually grab somebody from the small sealed world and throw them into the entrance, then turn around to leave. As a result, he left many Xian Yuan Cave Heaven's elite disciples stunned and annoyed in his wake. However, the entrances to the Blood Monster Cave Heaven appeared at irregular intervals. Sometimes, it would take a long time before one appeared. Sometimes, several entrances would appear at the same time, so no matter how capable Yang Kai was, it was impossible for him to dominate all the entrances. Be that as it may, he had stolen almost 70% of the entrances that had appeared so far. Although Xian Yuan Cave Heaven had the advantage in numbers, they were only able to secure 30% of those entrances in this territory. Inside the 5 Elements Palace, Elder Chu's eyes were practically spitting fire at the sight. His murderous intent was also extremely dense and he was tempted to smack Yang Kai to death in a single move. If not for Yang Kai's constant interference, Xian Yuan Cave Heaven could have secured nearly 20 of the entrances. On the contrary, only 6 disciples had entered the Blood Monster Cave Heaven so far. Every entrance represented an opportunity, therefore, this heavy loss left him feeling heartbroken. Suppressing his rage, he shifted his gaze to look in another direction instead. His legacy disciple, Yin Xian Zhao, was standing in the void and looking around his surroundings with an anxious expression. He was not very lucky. Almost an incense stick had passed by since the entrances to the blood monster cave heaven started appearing, but there were no signs of one appearing around him whatsoever. This had resulted in him being unable to obtain a chance to enter the blood monster cave heaven even though his strength was extraordinary. Seeming to notice Elder Chu's gaze, Yin Xian Zhao turned to look at his honored master. Then, he took a deep breath and suppressed the anxiety in his heart to wait patiently. And his patience paid off. Less than a cup of tea later, a small red dot suddenly appeared approximately 400 meters away from him. He immediately noticed the changes and swiftly moved in that direction with an expression of excitement. As somebody standing at the peak of the Emperor realm, a distance of 400 meters was nothing to him. He could cover it in the blink of an eye. Inside the 5 Elements Palace, Elder Chu let out a breath of relief at the sight. It didn't matter if the other disciples failed to enter the blood monster cave heaven, but it would be an extremely devastating loss if his legacy disciple failed to enter the blood monster cave heaven. After all, he had very high expectations for this boy. At that moment, Yang Kai suddenly came to mind. Elder Chu glanced vigilantly at a certain spot in the distance and discovered that Yang Kai was a few thousand kilometers away due to the constant struggle just now. Thus, he immediately felt relieved. With such a huge distance between them, it was impossible for Yang Kai to return in an instant. It was not possible even if he was a master of the Tao of space. As soon as that thought crossed Elder Chu's mind though, his face twitched. That was because Yang Kai, who was several thousand kilometers away, had abruptly vanished from his field of vision. Immediately following that, Yang Kai appeared not far from Yin Xian Zhao. Elder Chu was absolutely startled and could barely believe his eyes. How can this be? He is only in the Emperor realm. Even if he is proficient in the Tao of space, how can he cover a distance of several thousand kilometers in an instant? What enraged Elder Chu even more was the fact that another entrance had appeared near the place where Yang Kai was originally located. However, the brat had ignored that entrance and chose to appear in the vicinity of Yin Xian Zhao instead. His actions clearly indicated that he was deliberately aiming at Yin Xian Zhao. Elder Chu couldn't help feeling anxious, thus, he paid close attention to the situation at hand without looking away in the slightest. On the other side, the proprietress and the others had been keeping a close watch on Yang Kai, therefore, they immediately noticed his strange actions. Old Bai let out a frivolous whistle and snickered, his expression seemed to say that he was ready to watch a good show. Meanwhile, the proprietress looked pensive. Like Elder Chu, she was puzzled. How did he achieve instantaneous movement over such a large distance? It should have exceeded his limits. She had once chased Yang Kai through the void, so she had an idea where his limits were. Yuhi replied gently, "It's thanks to the space beacons, a special artifact that the young master refined himself. One is used for positioning while the other is carried around on hand. As long as the distance between these two space beacons is not too outrageous, they can be used as anchor points to connect two places across the void." The proprietress was enlightened. "So, you're saying that brat left a space beacon in the vicinity beforehand?" Then, she suddenly recalled how Yang Kai had wandered aimlessly throughout the territory with his hands behind his back before the entrances to the blood monster cave heaven began opening. Judging by the current situation, he was actually making preparations in advance even though he looked like he had only been taking a leisurely stroll. Furthermore, he must have scattered more than one space beacon. Crafty little bastard, she spat softly. It would seem that he had already been conspiring to do this when he agreed to Xian Yuan Cave Heaven's unreasonable request back then. Yin Xian Zhao was Elder Chu's legacy disciple. Moreover, he quarreled with Yang Kai earlier. It would have been strange if Yang Kai did not harass him. Predictably, Yang Kai had immediately rushed back as soon as he detected an entrance appearing in this area. He even went so far as to ignore other entrances that appeared closer to him. At this moment, Yin Xian Zhao looked like he had seen a ghost. He turned his head to the side to look at Yang Kai, who was racing forward side by side with him, with a horrified expression on his face. On the other hand, Yang Kai winked at Yin Xian Zhao, then, his figure flashed and he vanished out of sight. In Xian Zhao raised his head to look forward. Sure enough, Yang Kai's figure reappeared in front of the nearby entrance. However, he did not send anybody through the entrance immediately. He simply stood there with a teasing expression and gazed at Xian Zhao. The blood portal swirled endlessly a dozen meters behind him, connecting to the universe world like a huge mouth that was gaping open in silent mockery. Xian Zhao was furious. His emperor chi surged and he bellowed, "Scram!" His speed abruptly increased, almost as if he intended to rush into the entrance while Yang Kai was unprepared. Yang Kai did not bother to dodge aside. He simply stretched out his arm in front of him in slow motion. Space principles surged and with a strike of his palm, he shouted, "Near. Distant horizon." This palm strike held no destructive force. Xian Zhao was initially on guard against the attack, but contrary to his expectations, no attack came. He was feeling bewildered when he suddenly discovered that he could not approach Yang Kai at all no matter how fast he flew forward. That hateful face continued to smile at him from a few hundred meters away. Meanwhile, the void beneath his feet seemed to extend infinitely despite his constant forward movement. It filled him with an inexplicable sense of terror. Although he had heard from senior brother Gua about how Yu Luosha had been defeated by this man in a single move, he had subconsciously refused to believe it. After all, he was familiar with Yu Luosha's abilities. More importantly, he had his pride as an elite disciple of Xianyuan Cave Heaven and the legacy disciple of Elder Chu. He did not consider himself inferior to anybody. He even had the impulsive thought of fighting Yang Kai in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven to determine who was better between them. Unfortunately, it would now seem that this person's methods were both profound and mysterious. It was certainly extremely unusual. Just the divine ability near distant horizon alone was something he had never heard of before. Be that as it may, he was still a core disciple of Xianyuan Cave Heaven with amazing talent and disposition. As soon as he noticed that something was wrong, he immediately reacted with a loud roar. A violent force erupted from his body and his fists transformed into a rain of shadows that struck out in all directions. Yang Kai simply watched him quietly, showing no intention of stopping him whatsoever. 3 breaths later, cracks began to appear around him, as if space itself was collapsing. Overjoyed, Xian Zhao increased the intensity of his attacks. Kacha, the sounds of something shattering rang out and Xian Zhao could clearly feel as though he had escaped from an invisible cage. His entire body felt lighter all of a sudden. The other party's divine ability had been broken. The moment the understanding struck him, Xian Zhao moved to rush forward without hesitation. However, what entered his field of vision nearly made his eyes pop out of their sockets from rage. He watched as Yang Kai leisurely summoned a person out of thin air before pushing them into the entrance. The blood portal immediately shrank and turned into a red dot that dissipated into nothing. His complexion was ashen due to his rage and the veins in his temples were throbbing madly. Glaring furiously at Yang Kai, he shouted through gritted teeth, "You bastard! How dare you humiliate me?" Yang Kai had come running here from several thousand kilometers away. It was bad enough that he was deliberately targeting him to steal this entrance, but he even went so far as to taunt and trap him until Xian Zhao had broken free of the shackles to use the entrance. It was obviously a deliberate act to humiliate Xian Zhao. Inside the Five Elements Palace, Elder Chu was so angry that he almost spat blood. His clothes flapped around him wildly as he roared solemnly, "This junior does not know the immensity of heaven and earth. What impudence!" Following that, he took a step forward and an endless wave of pressure came crashing down in that direction. A figure flashed at that moment and the proprietress stepped in between Yang Kai and him. With a flick of her hand, she lightly stopped the pressure that Elder Chu was exerting and raised her head to look at him, questioning in a cold voice, "What is the meaning of this, Elder Chu? You are a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master and the elder of a famous sect. Are you planning to attack a child? Who was it who said that adults should only watch over the affairs between children?" When she spoke the last sentence, she glared at Senior Brother Gua with a vicious look. Senior Brother Gua was a little embarrassed. Those were certainly his words, nevertheless, he never imagined that Yang Kai would behave so excessively immediately after. Yang Kai had continuously stolen entrances from Xianyuan Cave Heaven, practically pushing them to the verge of despair. The rage brewing in Elder Chu's chest was about to erupt like a volcano. His world force fluctuated erratically, seemingly as though he might attack at any time. Both senior brother Gua and junior sister Han were taken aback, with the latter hurriedly speaking, "Elder Chu, please calm down. Senior sister Lan is a subordinate under Elder C. Tuesday. She is also considered part of Xianyuan Cave Heaven. We will only make a laughingstock of ourselves if a fight breaks out between us." There was something else that junior sister Han did not dare to say. The three Open Heaven Realm Master of First and were no inferior to Xianyuan Cave Heaven in terms of both cultivation and order. If it really came down to a fight, nobody would hold an advantage over the other. It would only result in a situation where both parties suffered losses. It was obvious that Elder Chu also knew this. Suppressing the rage in his heart, he shouted through gritted teeth, "Lan Yurua, you better watch over your people carefully. If he dares to do something like that again, don't blame this old master for being merciless." The proprietress did not show any weaknesses though. "Go ahead and try. You'll see whether or not this queen breaks those old bones of yours. Old people should find a place to live out their old age. Why did you come running here?" Elder Chu nearly exploded with rage. Stretching out a hand to point at her, he spoke in a voice trembling with anger, "This old master will definitely report this matter to the sect. Just you wait. You'll be punished for this." She snorted and threw Elder Chu to the back of her mind. When she saw that Yang Kai and Yin Xi and Zhao were still glaring at each other in a stalemate, she couldn't help sending a transmission, "It's almost time. You should also head inside. All the entrances have almost finished opening. Unexpected changes might occur if you wait any longer." "Got it," Yang Kai replied. Then, he smiled at Yin Xi and Zhao and cupped his fist, "Good luck, brother Yin." After saying that, he left with a flash. "Fuck your good luck." Yin Xi and Zhao was about to explode with anger. He had waited for so long just for this wonderful opportunity. In the beginning, he believed that entering the Blood Monster Cave Heaven was a certainty. Who could have known that Yang Kai would interfere in his affairs so rudely? After such a long time, Yin Xi and Zhao had discovered a pattern. The entrances to the Blood Monster Cave Heaven might appear without a fixed frequency, but they typically did not appear in the same location twice. In other words, there was not much hope for another entrance to appear in this location that he guarded so zealously. He had to search in another location. However, there were Xianyuan Cave Heaven disciples everywhere around him. Where could he go? For a time, his expression was extremely ugly. On the other side, Yang Kai arrived at another newly appeared entrance and slipped inside. After stepping into the entrance, he felt a blood light wrapping around him. Then, he was pulled, pushed, and squashed by an invisible force that pressed down on him. The scenery in front of him turned bizarre. A faint sense of dizziness came from the depths of his mind and golden stars filled his vision. These were typical symptoms of teleportation, so he was all too familiar with this feeling. Moreover, he could tell from the severity of these symptoms that he was not being teleported too far. That was rather understandable. The Blood Monster Cave Heaven was hidden within Blood Monster territory, not to mention that the entrances were formed when both sides merged together. Sooner or later, there would even come a day when the Blood Monster Cave Heaven and the Blood Monster territory would completely merge together. That was why the distance between them was not that large. It only took several breaths before the bizarre scenery suddenly disappeared. Yang Kai's vision blurred for a moment and he discovered that he was in another world. He was in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Before he could take a closer look at the surrounding scenery of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven though, he suddenly felt his body sinking downward. It felt like there was a huge mountain pressing down on his shoulders, causing his body to fall into a sharp descent. Only then did he realize that he was standing in midair. He hastily tried to correct his posture to stabilize his body, but to his horror and surprise, he found that there was an invisible restriction of some sort in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, preventing him from flying. This was the small universe left behind by an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master after all. The restrictions placed within the world were not something an Emperor Realm cultivator like him could ignore. This place had gone through the baptism of endless years and many of the restrictions had fallen into disrepair. Even so, restraining the abilities of Emperor Realm cultivators was not an issue. Yang Kai was flustered for a short moment. Lowering his head, he saw that he was no more than a few dozen kilometers above ground. It was just that he was falling out of the sky at a high speed. Be that as it may, he did not panic. He had a half-dragon body, so although it might hurt to fall from such a height, it would not endanger his life. The key point was that he had not appeared at a very favorable location. There was a group of hyena-like monster beasts in the plain directly below him. These monster beasts numbered over 100 and they had a ferocious aura about them. Seeming to detect the scent of a human, one of the hyenas looked up and let out several short but fierce yelps. Consequently, more than 100 hyenas soon raised their heads and swarmed around the area where Yang Kai was going to land. They bared their fangs and howled endlessly, seeming extremely hostile. It was Yang Kai's first time in the blood monster cave heaven, so he was clueless about the strength of these monster beasts. The idea of using them to practice his skills immediately popped into his head. His figure fell rapidly, like a meteorite falling out of the sky. When he was about 3 kilometers away from the ground, he stretched out a finger and flicked repeatedly. Pitch-black moon blades slashed out, tearing space apart. Slashing sounds echoed, accompanied by blood splattering everywhere. The bodies of the monster beasts that were gathered around in one spot were torn apart by the moon blades. They collapsed in a pool of blood. With one attack, more than half out of the 100 or so hyena-like monster beasts were either killed or severely injured. Yang Kai crashed down a moment later, blasting a crater in the ground with a loud boom. The ground cracked and split apart around him. In addition, dust flew up in a cloud in all directions. The short but fierce barks of those hyenas sounded mournfully all around him. By the time he stood up and cast a secret technique to get rid of all the smoke and dust, there was only a pile of monster beast carcasses left lying on the ground. The rest of the monster beasts had turned tail and fled. Trash. Yang Kai spat disdainfully. He had thought that these monster beasts were powerful when he saw how fierce and hostile they were. Who could have known that they would be so weak? Even an ordinary Emperor Realm cultivator could have dealt with them easily. He casually gave a wave of his hand to retrieve one of the hyena's carcasses and took out its monster core. A brief investigation revealed that this monster core was equivalent to a first-order material. In other words, this was nothing more than a first-order monster core. Yang Kai checked a few more carcasses, but none of them was an exception. It would seem that these hyenas were the weakest first-order monster beasts in the blood monster cave heaven. There was no value in hunting them. Nonetheless, the situation here was consistent with the information from the proprietress. The monster beasts in the blood monster cave heaven were cultivated and modified by blood monster divine monarch when he was still alive. The attributes of every single monster core were singular and very pure. This was a very rare phenomenon. The monster core of a monster beast was similar to a cultivator's Dao seal. It was a collection of a monster beast's spiritual essence, so the energy within was generally more convoluted. Although there were monster cores with only a single, pure element in the outside world as well, they were extremely rare. Not only was that the case for monster beasts, but the same also held true for divine spirits. It was just that more divine spirits had sources with a singular attribute compared to these monster beasts. For example, Jingwu's source was of the metal element. Yang Kai used to covet it greatly. Other examples included Bai Feng, who had a source of the fire element, and Kuan Sha, who had a source of the water element. There were all sorts of varieties out there. On the other hand, Yang Kai had just randomly killed a bunch of monster beasts in the blood monster cave heaven. Even so, the element of each monster core he obtained was singular and extremely pure. Although the monster cores in his hand were only in the first order and were very low in value, they included the metal, water, earth, and fire elements. There were more that he did not gather, but he should be able to obtain all 7 types of the yin, yang, and the 5 elements from them. Blood Monster Divine Monarch was definitely an expert in the Tao of cultivating and modifying monster beasts. Thus, Yang Kai could not help wondering what he had been aiming for. Cultivating such monster beasts would have required an enormous amount of effort and cost and incredible fortune. There must have been a reason for his actions. A sudden idea occurred to Yang Kai and he couldn't help thinking of a possibility. Blood Monster Divine Monarch was in the 8th Order Open Heaven realm. The next step would be to advance into the 9th Order Open Heaven realm. If he wanted to advance further, resources like the open heaven pills might not be useful to him. In that case, he would need to refine all sorts of cultivation resources. It was just that his order was so high that refining ordinary resources was just a waste of time. The only method that could work was if he refined 8th order materials. However, 7th order materials were already extremely scarce. 8th order materials, which were one order higher, were probably even harder to find. Even if he himself was in the 8th order open heaven realm, Blood Monster Divine Monarch would not be able to find such treasures just anywhere. Since he could not find them, then he had no choice but to think of a way to create them himself. If he could produce an 8th order monster beast, he could then slay that monster beast for its monster core. In that way, it might be possible to further improve his cultivation. The jade slip from the proprietress had recorded the existence of 7th order monster beasts in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. It was not a mere rumor but rather that cultivators had actually encountered 7th order monster beasts in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven over the years. Be that as it may, the jade slip did not contain any information on 8th order monster beasts. Judging from this situation, it was either that Blood Monster Divine Monarch's breeding efforts had failed and no 8th order monster beast had ever been born, or all the 8th order monster beasts had already been slaughtered by Blood Monster Divine Monarch. Yang Kai shook his head. He did not know if his guesses were correct. It was just an idea that came to mind all of a sudden. Unfortunately, only Blood Monster Divine Monarch himself would know the actual reason why he began to cultivate and modify these monster beasts. This 8th order open heaven realm master had passed away so many millennia ago that the truth of ancient times had long been buried, becoming an unsolvable mystery. In any case, countless cultivators had benefited from Blood Monster Divine Monarch's legacy. As long as one was strong enough, one could easily obtain suitable cultivation resources in this place. Leaving aside the monster cores of different orders and varying elements hidden within the bodies of the monster beasts, just the cultivation paradises scattered all over the Blood Monster Cave Heaven was enough to make people go crazy. Every 200 years, countless cultivators would flock here just to obtain the cultivation resources that they wanted in order to receive the qualifications to advance into the open heaven realm. Naturally, great benefits would also come with great dangers. Only the elite disciples of each sect would be able to enter the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Nevertheless, how many of them actually left this place alive? Just as how great waves washed away the sand, only the best among the best would survive such trials. Yang Kai casually put away the first order monster cores in his hand and ignored the rest. First order materials were only worth some 150 open heaven pills. With his wealth, he had no interest in such baubles. He then waved his hand and 8 figures came out of the small sealed world to appear in front of him. With Lang Qingshan in the lead, these people cupped their fists in greeting, "Sir." Yang Kai nodded gently, his gaze sweeping over each one of them. More than 30 people had been hidden in the small sealed world earlier, however, he had thrown most of those people into the Blood Monster Cave Heaven when he was stealing entrances from the Xianyuan Cave Heaven disciples. He did not know where they had been scattered at this point. Since they had the resolution to train by themselves though, then their survival was up to their own respective fates. There was no point worrying about them. It was just as Lang Qingshan and the others had mentioned previously, they could not keep relying on him and hiding under the shelter of his wings. When walking the path of a cultivator, one would only grow and become stronger by experiencing real hardships. This is the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Yang Kai got straight to the point, "Are you coming with me or going your own way?" Lang Qingshan and the others exchanged glances with each other before they responded in unison, "We would like to try exploring this sealed world on our own. Please forgive our selfishness, sir." This was the same resolve they had expressed previously. Otherwise, Yang Kai would not have thrown them, one after another, into the entrances of Blood Monster Cave Heaven earlier. Since they had made up their minds, then they would not change them easily. He nodded, "In that case, please be careful." Everybody responded enthusiastically and rolled up their sleeves as though planning to demonstrate their skills in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. After that, he turned to look at Guimiao, "What about you?" Guimiao glanced at Lang Qingshan and quietly blushed before she said softly, "This disciple would like to follow Big Brother Qingshan." Yang Kai was taken aback by her words. He looked at Guimiao, then looked at Lang Qingshan. Quickly grasping the situation, he nodded, "Qing Shan." "Sir." Lang Qingshan stepped forward. Yang Kai looked at Lang Qingshan with a smile. "Guamiao wishes to join you. What do you think?" Lang Qingshan was embarrassed. Sneaking a glance at Guamiao, he cupped his fist and quickly said, "This subordinate will definitely keep junior sister Gua safe. Please rest assured, sir." Yang Kai patted Lang Qingshan on the shoulder. "I'm not worried, but you better not let anything happen to her, otherwise, you will have a hard time providing Commander Gua with an explanation when you exit the Blood Monster Cave Heaven." Lang Qingshan nodded solemnly. Yang Kai looked around again before saying loudly, "You are all ambitious men. This king is very pleased, so I will not stop you. This king wishes you all the best. I hope that any misfortune you encounter will turn into opportunity and good luck." Afterward, he took out the jade slip that the proprietress handed to him previously. Using his divine sense to make copies of this jade slip, he handed each person one. Only then did he wave his hands to tell them to leave. A short while later, Yang Kai was the only person remaining in this place. He was holding the jade slip in his hand and trying to compare his location with the incomplete map recorded inside to determine his position. Unfortunately, he had only just entered the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. The information that he received was too little, so he could not determine where he was even after checking the map for some time. With no other choice, he could only put the jade slip away and prepare to explore a little more. He could make a decision again once he had more information to compare. Randomly choosing a direction, Yang Kai traveled onward. Along the way, he did some experiments and discovered that he could only float at a height of several dozen meters in this damned place. If he tried to go any higher, he would lose his ability to fly. There was probably a flight inhibiting array covering the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. His discovery was in line with the feeling he got when he first arrived in this place. The Blood Monster Cave Heaven was certainly worthy of being the small universe left behind after the death of an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. It was truly not much different from a real universe world. In this place, the world principles were essentially perfect, the world force was lively and vigorous, and world energy was abundant everywhere. It was a huge cultivation paradise. According to Old Bai, at least some tens of thousands of people could enter the Blood Monster Cave Heaven every time it opened. This was not a small number. During his travels, he would occasionally encounter some people, most of them alone, like him. Thus, they tended to be wary of their surroundings and chose to give a wide berth to strangers whenever they sensed an unfamiliar aura so that they could avoid conflict. The entrances of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven were widely scattered all over the Blood Monster territory. As a result, the people who entered this place were not gathered in any one place either. Rather, they were scattered across every corner of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. It had to be said that the Blood Monster Cave Heaven was a paradise for monster beasts. There were countless monster beasts of various shapes and sizes roaming this place. Yang Kai traveled forward for half a day but did not encounter many cultivators. He did, however, run into many monster beasts. Along the way, he came across many traces of fighting, as well as the corpses of various monster beasts. All their monster cores had been retrieved, there were no exceptions. Although he did not see any corpses belonging to cultivators, that was not to say that no cultivators had died. On the contrary, even if any cultivators were killed in battle, their corpses would have been devoured by the monster beasts. Yang Kai's true strength had already surpassed the limits of an Emperor Realm cultivator. After all, he had even killed several low-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters in the past. Most ordinary monster beasts were not his opponents at all, and he could instantly kill any monster beasts in the 4th Order and below. He had yet to meet any 5th Order monster beasts, so he did not know the strength of one yet. Aside from that, this place was also abundant with various spirit flowers and exotic plants. There was no saying whether they formed in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven by natural means or whether they were cultivated by the late Blood Monster Divine Monarch. Be that as it may, Yang Kai only selectively harvested some and did not waste his time with those of little value and rarity. After surveying his surroundings for half a day, Yang Kai had gotten some understanding of his current location. Comparing his location with the map recorded inside the jade slip, he adjusted his direction slightly and headed towards the depths of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. If he was heading in the right direction, then there should be a swamp up ahead. An hour later, a huge swamp appeared in front of him. There was no end in sight to the swamp, which only made him more confident that he was heading in the right direction. Floating 10 meters above the ground, Yang Kai's figure flew across the swamp. All of a sudden, he halted in midair and looked forward with a frown. There was an unusual fluctuation in the void coming from a spot less than 3 meters from where he stood. He would not have noticed anything if he were not proficient in the Tao of space. A void crack. His brow rose, surprised to find a void crack in this swamp. Under careful probing, he discovered that the void crack was quite long, at least several dozen meters in length, stretching out invisibly and horizontally. Void cracks were extremely dangerous, to the point that even though he was proficient in the Tao of space, Yang Kai was reluctant to touch something like that. Once touched, he would either be slashed in half by this invisible void crack, or dragged into the void crack with no means of determining his direction. He was secretly shocked. This void crack was so well hidden that he had nearly run straight into it without realizing. It would seem that the blood monster cave heaven was indeed becoming rather unstable. Otherwise, it was impossible for something like a void crack to appear in the middle of nowhere. The appearance of the void crack undoubtedly meant that the blood monster cave heaven would not last for much longer. After perceiving his surroundings, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling speechless. There was more than one void crack above the swamp. In fact, there were numerous void cracks messily scattered across the sky. This place was highly dangerous. If somebody were to accidentally pass through this place, they would lose their lives 9 times out of 10. Yang Kai's gaze suddenly landed on a certain spot in the swamp. That spot had faint traces of bloodstains and he couldn't help sighing. It looked like somebody had already met their demise here. Not everybody was able to sense the dangers lurking in this place after all. The only reason Yang Kai managed to detect these dangers was by relying on his mastery of space principles. Just as he was preparing to bypass this area, Yang Kai abruptly turned his head to the right and shouted, "Who is it sneaking around over there? Show yourself." While speaking, he reached out a hand towards the depths of the swamp to grab at something. At the same time that he made his move, a beam of light shot out from under the water. That beam of light was aimed directly at his face and was extremely hostile. Yang Kai leaned to the side and dodged the attack, but immediately following that beam of light, a figure charged out of the swamp. Water splashed and rippled everywhere. A sword stabbed forward, shooting out thousands of sword waves that swarmed over him. Despicable! Yang Kai roared furiously. His figure dropped sharply, instantly figuring out the intentions of the sneak attacker. The other party was probably aware of the existence of the void cracks, therefore, they laid an ambush in this place to see if they could gain riches from the dead. After all, the wonderful chance to pick up the assets left behind by the dead without lifting a finger was not something one could easily encounter. It just so happened that the invisible and intangible void cracks that practically covered the entire sky above the swamp had created a chance like that for this person. Who could have predicted that Yang Kai would be so alert though? He not only discovered the existence of the void cracks in advance but also noticed that person's ambush. Thus, that person had no choice but to strike out openly. While falling downward, Yang Kai flicked his fingers repeatedly. Numerous moon blades slashed towards the sneak attacker. That person reacted quickly. Sensing that the moon blades were shockingly destructive, he hastily released numerous sword waves. The moon blades and the sword waves collided with each other and vanished without a trace in midair. The attacker frowned at the sight, then, he turned his body and fluttered to the ground several tens of meters away. Tilting his head to look at Yang Kai, he grinned, "Wait, senior brother. Don't attack. This is a misunderstanding." It wasn't until this moment that Yang Kai finally caught a clear glimpse of the sneak attacker's appearance. The young man appeared to be in his early 20s and looked quite capable. Although there was a smile on his face, his eyes were filled with deep wariness. He probably never expected Yang Kai to be such a difficult opponent. Besides, he was not weak in his own right. He also had the advantage of launching a sneak attack. His attempt would have succeeded if Yang Kai's cultivation had been slightly weaker. If his attempt had succeeded, it would not have been a misunderstanding anymore. It was precisely because he noticed Yang Kai's strength that he said those words. Yang Kai coldly snorted, "Seeing as it's a misunderstanding, why don't you invite your companion out to join us?" While saying so, he suddenly punched at something behind him. That punch ignored the very barriers of space. When the force of the punch burst forth, a muffled grunt rang out. Another figure appeared out of nowhere, no more than several tens of meters behind Yang Kai. At this moment, that person was pale-faced and retreating backward. Blood was trickling out of his mouth and he was horrified to see that he had coughed up blood after just one of Yang Kai's punches. Startled, the young man smiled bitterly. "I admit defeat. You are amazing indeed, senior brother. My brother and I have made a mistake. Please forgive us, senior brother." He immediately backed down upon realizing Yang Kai's strength. It could be said that he was rather flexible and adaptable. Yang Kai looked at the young man calmly. "What is there to hide at this point? Ask your third companion to come out." The young man frowned. "There's only my brother and me here. We just wanted to take advantage of the situation to get some free benefits." "What do you mean by a third person?" All of a sudden, a stream of bubbles emerged behind the young man. Immediately after that, a whip-like object shot out from the swamp. Before the young man could react, it pierced right through his body. He stiffened as if struck by lightning, his eyes widened in shock. Only now did he understand what Yang Kai meant by a third person. He and his fellow brother had been lying in ambush in this place, but something had been watching them all this while as well. The absurd part was that both of them had been completely unaware of this fact. If Yang Kai had not pointed out the truth, they would have remained in the dark even now. Unfortunately, it was too late by the time he realized. The length of the whip was astonishing. Moreover, it did not lose its momentum even after piercing through the young man's body and came straight at Yang Kai. Yang Kai slammed his palm out and caught the end of the whip. However, what he caught in his hand was so slippery that he could not get a good grip on it. The whip rolled up and wrapped around his body several times. Then, a powerful pulling force was transmitted through the whip. Yang Kai abruptly lost his balance and as a result, the owner of the whip dragged him into the swamp, along with the young man who was pierced through the chest. Both of them instantly vanished from sight. Only the cultivator who spat out blood after being punched by Yang Kai remained in the skies above the swamp, staring ahead blankly. The changes that took place in front of him were so sudden that he could not understand what was going on. He didn't even manage to see what it was that had attacked from under the water. By the time he realized what was going on, his companion and the other man were gone. Only bubbles remained, emerging from underwater to burst at the surface of the swamp. It was absolutely terrifying. Without even bothering to think twice, he immediately turned around and fled. How could he even think about rescuing the others? He had just seen a whip-like object piercing through his junior brother's chest. Furthermore, his companion had been dragged into the swamp. It was almost certain that his junior brother was dead by now. They might be fellow brothers, but even a husband and wife would escape separately in the face of great danger. What was abandoning a junior brother under such dangerous circumstances? It was only natural that protecting his own life took precedence. He had only just turned around when he heard a loud explosion coming from behind him. Turning around in shock, he saw a humanoid figure flashing out from under the swamp water at the speed of lightning. That person was dripping wet and his hair was a clumped mess. Even so, he immediately recognized that person as the man he and his junior brother had tried to ambush just now. Kong. A huge spout of water erupted from the place where that man came out of the water. Droplets filled the sky, falling down like torrential rain. Following closely behind that person, a huge figure leaped out of the depths of the swamp and landed heavily on the surface. It cast a dense shadow over the water, obscuring the two humanoid figures. A toad. The cultivator raised his head to look, the word toad flashing through his mind. It was not until this moment that he finally got a good look at the perpetrator's true appearance. It turned out to be a large toad with bumpy warts all over its body and a pair of eyes that nearly bulged out of their sockets. Awe-inspiring monster chi exuded from its body and it was easy to see that this toad was not a creature to be trifled with. When he realized he had been watched by this large toad during the time he and his junior brother had been secretly lying in ambush, he couldn't help feeling a tingle of fear crawling across his scalp. At least he knew what that whip-like object was now. It was obviously the tongue that came flicking out of the toad's mouth. 10 meters above the ground, Yang Kai wiped the mud away from his face and secretly cursed his bad luck. He never imagined that such a monster beast would be hidden beneath the swamp. When he detected the hidden trace of vitality beneath the swamp earlier, he had simply assumed that it was a third person in this group of ambushers. It wasn't until this incident occurred that he realized he was mistaken. The first young man who launched a sneak attack on him earlier was gone. It was most likely that the young man had been eaten by this toad. At this moment, the monster beast was staring at him with bulging eyes. Its gaze never left him as its lower jaw expanded and contracted, making a rumbling sound. Yang Kai was just about to check which order this monster beast was when the evil beast suddenly opened its mouth and spat out a large water ball. The water ball burst with a loud bang. Following that, a thick and dense fog covered the entire surroundings in a flash. Yang Kai's entire vision was filled with white in an instant and he could not see anything. Even his divine sense was obstructed and could only stretch out approximately 15 meters around him. Pain spread out across the surface of his body as if burned by fire. It was also accompanied by a strange hissing sound. Yang Kai's expression turned solemn. This fog was truly impressive. Not only did it have the effects of obstructing both his sight and divine sense, but it was also highly caustic. The poison was so strong that Yang Kai had never seen a match for it before. If ordinary cultivators fell into such an environment, only death would await them. It was fortunate that he had a powerful dragon clan bloodline and half-dragon body, so Yang Kai had a natural resistance to poison. The poison in this fog might be powerful, but it was not enough to kill him, it would only cause him some external injuries at most. With his restorative abilities, he would recover quickly once he was outside the range of this fog. Not far away came the screams of the other cultivator from earlier. The screams were filled with great agony, as though suffering from horrible injuries. Judging by how the screams kept shifting around, he was probably searching for a way out. "Don't move!" Yang Kai shouted quickly. Unfortunately, it was too late. The sound of a mighty wind slicing through the air rang out and that cultivator's screams turned into a muffled groan. "Help!" A cry for help resounded through the air, fluctuating erratically due to the rapid movement of his body. He only managed to shout for help once before he went completely silent. Yang Kai could not see anything, but he could imagine what had happened to that person. That person must have been caught and delivered into that toad's mouth, suffering the same fate that befell his companion. This is a fifth-order monster beast at the very least. Yang Kai quickly made a judgment in his heart. The cultivators that could enter the blood monster cave heaven were not generally weak, and if they were weak, then it would only mean that they had very good luck. Otherwise, they could not have managed to secure an entrance for themselves. Even so, the two cultivators from earlier were killed by the toad in an instant. Launching a sneak attack might have helped somewhat, but a fourth-order monster beast could not have killed a Peak Emperor realm cultivator in one move. Yang Kai stood motionlessly in place and waited for a while, but the toad made no movements either. Mulling over the situation, he had the feeling that this toad retained its wild instincts even though it was a high-order beast. Hence, it turned a blind eye to any stationary targets because it could only hunt with great accuracy when its target moved. This logic was in line with the previous 2 times it attacked. After considering all this, Yang Kai could not be bothered to waste more time in this place. He immediately began to sway his body. He had only just begun moving when the soft sound of something slicing through the air came from the depths of the fog. Immediately after that, he felt something tightening around his body as though he had been caught by a whip. It was followed by a powerful pull that tried to drag him in that direction. Yang Kai was waiting for this very moment, thus, he immediately broke out into a grin and reached out both hands to grab the thing that was binding him. The slippery feeling was extremely disgusting as there was no need to think to know that it was the toad's tongue. His hands transformed into dragon claw. Gripping the tongue firmly, his body abruptly sank downward as he shouted, "Come up!" An overwhelming force poured out of his hands as he grabbed the toad by the tongue and forcibly threw it up into the air. At the same time, he silently surged the fire element power in his Dao seal. A layer of black flames covered his entire body. Burned by the golden crow's true fire, the toad's tongue involuntarily loosened its grip. The moment the restraints binding him disappeared, Yang Kai released his grip and threw the toad away. Standing still, he cocked his ear to the side and listened attentively. He soon heard the sound of something being sliced into pieces. These sounds were immediately followed by the sounds of large objects falling into the swamp with loud splashes. Done. He dusted off his hands and quietly stood there waiting. A short while later, the fog in the swamp slowly dissipated and his vision returned to normal. He looked in the direction of the sounds he heard towards the end and saw pieces of a corpse scattered all across the swamp. The incisions on the corpse were precise and crimson-red blood dyed the ground red. The direction in which he threw the toad was where the void cracks were distributed. Those void cracks were something even he was reluctant to touch, let alone the toad. Its huge body had passed through several of those void cracks. The only ending for the toad was to be sliced into pieces, thereby losing its life in an instant. Yang Kai waved his hands in front of him to disperse the fog that still lingered before walking in that direction and lowering his head to examine the pieces of the corpse. He soon found 2 human corpses that were so badly corroded that they were no longer human-shaped. He was secretly rendered speechless. It had not been long since these 2 people were devoured by the toad, and yet they were already in such a state. It could be seen just how corrosive the acid in the stomach of this toad was. These 2 men had been lying in ambush in this place, hoping to earn some money from the dead. Who could have known that they would end up in the stomach of this monster beast? It could be said that they got what they deserved. After retrieving the space rings belonging to these 2 people, Yang Kai got to work and finally found the toad's monster core. As expected, it was in the 5th order. Moreover, it was a water element monster core. The energy contained within the monster core was extremely pure and singular, which was perfectly suitable for a cultivator to refine and use. Blood Monster Divine Monarch was certainly impressive. The method to cultivate and modify these monster beasts was absolutely invaluable. It could guarantee every single monster beast would have a monster core that could be transformed into an open heaven material. If one could obtain this method, it would not be long before their great force rose to power and prosperity. It was uncertain whether this method was included in Blood Monster Divine Monarch's inheritance, but if it was, the value of the inheritance would greatly increase. This was the first 5th order monster core that Yang Kai received so far, so he carefully put it away. However, he was in no hurry to leave. On the contrary, he carefully searched his surroundings until he found a certain spot. After that, his figure sank and disappeared into the swamp. He had discovered something interesting when the toad dragged him into the water just now. It was just that he was attacked without warning and did not dare to take his enemy lightly until he could figure out his strength. Therefore, it stood to reason that he would investigate the area carefully now that the fight was over. There was poison in the water. Moreover, it was even stronger than the poison in the fog. It was obvious that the toad monster beast had been living in this place for countless years. During that time, the toxins in its body must have merged with the nearby water source and caused this phenomenon. Yang Kai activated his dragon source and a layer of dragon scales appeared on the surface of his body, instantly making him feel much more comfortable. After sinking to a depth of several dozen meters, Yang Kai came to a halt. Although the muddy water was turbid and his visibility was poor, he could clearly perceive his surroundings with his divine sense. There was an area in front of him that was several tens of meters wide. More importantly, the area was filled with a dense and pure water element power. The water element power was so dense that it condensed into a fog, occupying a small space underwater that was incompatible with the turbid and dark muddy waters in the surroundings. Yang Kai slipped into the fog and took a sniff. What entered his nose was a faint but clean scent. This was most likely the hiding place of the toad monster beast. It had probably relied on this dense water element power to become a 5th order monster beast. If a cultivator were to refine and absorb the dense water element power in this place, they would definitely be able to condense a 5th order power. It was no different from refining 5th order materials. This place was one of the cultivation paradises scattered across the Blood Monster Cave Heaven that he had heard so many stories about. The Blood Monster Cave Heaven was the small universe left behind after the death of an 8th order Open Heaven Realm Master. After the death of Blood Monster Divine Monarch, this place experienced the baptism of countless years. The yin, yang, and 5 element powers in this cave heaven were divided and transformed as a result. Eventually, they gathered and accumulated in numerous areas within the cave heaven to form cultivation paradises. That was why it was not a must for cultivators to slay monster beasts for benefits when they entered the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. They could achieve the same results if they could find a cultivation paradise that was suitable for their cultivation use. If any other cultivator came to this place, they could only choose to cultivate and refine the water element power. However, Yang Kai had the sealed world bead. He could transfer this cultivation paradise into the small sealed world and transfer it out again when he returned to Void Land. By doing so, Void Land's disciples could use this cultivation paradise for their cultivation. To make a comparison, it was like going to an inn for dinner. The others could only dine in, so they were limited as to how much food they could eat. Yang Kai, on the other hand, could choose to either dine in and take away. This ability naturally had its own advantages. When Yang Kai emerged from the swamp again, he had already transferred the cultivation paradise that contained the water element power into the small sealed world. He turned around to look at the corpse of the fifth-order monster beast and secretly thanked the heavens for his luck. That monster beast was not weak in any way, otherwise, it could not have killed two peak Emperor Realm cultivators in the blink of an eye. He might have been able to defeat the monster beast if it really came down to a frontal fight, but it would have taken him quite a lot of effort. By taking advantage of the void cracks in this place, Yang Kai swiftly slaughtered the monster beast and saved himself a lot of time and trouble. According to his estimation, the strength displayed by a fifth-order monster beast was almost equivalent to the strength of a half-step open heaven realm master. Fortunately, the singular attribute of the monster cores of the monster beasts in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven made them easier targets. Take the Toad Monster Beast for example. It had a water element core, so it was naturally weaker to fire element power. The reason Yang Kai used the Golden Crow's True Fire in his Dao Seal was out of this consideration. Although such a monster beast had a weakness that was easy to target, a fifth-order monster beast was still equivalent to a half-step open heaven realm master in terms of raw strength. Most Emperor Realm masters would be in danger if they encountered a fifth-order monster beast. If that was the case for a fifth-order monster beast, then what about a sixth-order monster beast? Wouldn't a sixth-order monster beast be equivalent to a low-rank open heaven realm master in strength? This information was in line with his understanding and knowledge. After all, he had used the sixth-order Yuan magnetic divine light to fight low-rank open heaven realm master. The power of the sixth-order Yuan magnetic divine light was great, so many low-rank open heaven realm masters would have a hard time blocking its attack. What about a seventh-order monster beast, which should be much stronger? Wouldn't a seventh-order monster beast be equivalent to a mid-rank open heaven realm master in strength? Yang Kai was secretly alarmed by the prospect. Not too long ago, he had wanted to find a seventh-order monster beast in order to slay it for its monster core. Looking at the current situation though, he might have no choice but to turn tail and flee if he encountered a seventh-order monster beast. There was no point thinking about such possibilities at the moment. It was true that seventh-order monster beasts existed in this place, but they were not something that could be found so easily. If he really were to run into a seventh-order monster beast, then he could only react as the situation called for. He took out the space rings from those two people earlier and checked the contents. Both of them were extremely poor, with only a couple hundred open heaven pills between them as well as some random trinkets that Yang Kai turned his nose up at. Looking at the situation, it had not been long since they arrived in this place. It was a pity that they died before they could even make a fortune from the assets of the dead. What a tragedy. Yang Kai did not mourn their deaths. They should have been mentally prepared to be killed when they entered the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Just as he was about to put their space rings away though, his expression changed drastically as he took out a piece of animal skin from one of the space rings. It was easy to tell that the animal skin was very old at a glance. In addition, there were jumbled patterns drawn closely together on the animal skin. It was just that many spots on the animal skin were blurry and hard to read after countless years of wear and tear. At first, he could not understand what was drawn on the animal skin, however, he seemed to remember something a short while later. Hurriedly taking out the jade slip the proprietress had given to him, he split his divine sense into two parts. He immersed one part of his divine sense into the jade slip to study its contents and used the other part of his divine sense to pay close attention to the patterns on the animal skin. Some time later, he revealed a look of astonishment, a map. What was recorded on this animal skin turned out to be a worn-out and incomplete map. Moreover, it was a map of a certain area inside the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. It was only because part of this animal skin map was relatively consistent with the map recorded in the jade slip that he could identify it. That was not to say that the animal skin map was more comprehensive. On the contrary, the map in the jade slip given by the proprietress was much more complete. It was a map purchased through auction from Red Cloud's auction house after all. This map was compiled from all the experiences of countless cultivators exploring the Blood Monster Cave Heaven over the years. Be that as it may, the animal skin map contained additional locations that were not recorded in the jade slip map, although there were parts in both maps that overlapped with each other. Holding the animal skin map in hand, Yang Kai fell into deep contemplation. The 100 copies of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven map that Red Cloud's auction house sold off might not have been complete, but it was enough to provide the cultivators with an idea of their position and bearings. Yang Kai was also not so naive that he would believe Red Cloud's auction house publicized this secret information out of kindness. After all, a relatively complete map could bring about huge and unimaginable benefits in a place like this. Red Cloud's Cave Heaven, who was the actual figure behind the Red Cloud's auction house, would definitely have a more complete map in their possession. That was their biggest trump card after all. The only information they could disclose to the public would be information on places where they had thoroughly explored and deemed to be of little value. It was not just Red Cloud's auction house, of course. All the other cave heavens, paradises, and even the second-class great forces would have their own respective maps compiled from information and experiences over the years. It was hard to say who had a more comprehensive map or who had a more valuable map. That logic applied even to the map in Yang Kai's hands. He was certain that this was not an exact copy of the map obtained from Red Cloud's auction house. The proprietress would have definitely added some information of her own into this map. After all, she herself had been to the Blood Monster Cave Heaven in the past. Yang Kai did not know to which great force those two who died just now belonged. This animal skin map could also have been an accidental acquisition by one of the two, which would explain why it had accumulated such ancient aura. There was a certain location on the animal skin map that had been circled and was very eye-catching. Generally speaking, places that were marked with such great emphasis would surely contain some sort of treasure. Just looking at that spot on the map made Yang Kai's heart itch with anticipation. When he compared the two maps, he discovered that the circled location on the map would take several days of travel to reach. He would first need to pass through the areas where the two maps overlapped. Still, Yang Kai put away the animal skin map for now. He was in no hurry to make a decision. It would not be too late to decide once he arrived at the location. Raising his head, he looked at the swamp in front of him and did not choose to take a detour. The first reason was that it would consume more time if he wanted to bypass this region, and the second reason was that this place was the best battlefield for him even though there were void cracks all over the place. If he were ambushed by another monster beast like the toad monster beast earlier, he could make use of the void cracks to slaughter it for its monster core. Not to mention, it would not take much effort on his part. Thus, Yang Kai spread his divine sense into the surroundings, then headed towards the depths of the swamp at a high speed. There certainly were quite a few void cracks in this damned place, but fortunately, he was proficient in the Tao of space. He was also staying vigilant at all times, so he generally detected the void cracks in advance and smoothly avoided them. Contrary to his expectations, he did not encounter any other monster beasts. It would seem that this place was also an extremely dangerous place to the monster beasts in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Thus, they were reluctant to step foot here lightly. Even the toad had only been living at the edge of the swamp. Since there were no monster beasts, Yang Kai focused only on traveling and quickly crossed most of the swamp. All of a sudden, Yang Kai heard a person's voice coming towards him. "Friend, please wait. The road ahead is dangerous." Yang Kai immediately stopped and turned to look in the direction where the voice came from. A group of 5 was standing above the swamp more than a dozen kilometers away. All of them were dressed in full armor and carried weapons in hand. Although there were only 5 of them, their aura was so overwhelming that they gave off the impression of a mighty army. Yang Kai couldn't help thinking that this method of dressing was very familiar. Raising his brow, he recalled the name of a certain great force. His figure flashed and he arrived in front of those 5 people in a matter of moments as he tentatively asked, "Great Battle Heaven?" Only the disciples of Great Battle Heaven would dress in this manner. It was only his guess, but he became more confident of his guess when he got closer. That was because all 5 of them gave off a chilling iron-blooded air. That was an aura that could only be acquired over the years if one lived under permanent military discipline. Furthermore, Great Battle Heaven was the only great force in the entire 3,000 worlds that was governed and managed by the iron law of an army. Any military order that was issued could not be disobeyed. Thousand Birds Territory Star City was governed by Great Battle Heaven, so Yang Kai had seen a few Great Battle Heaven disciples at the Void Dock before. These people were not so much cultivators as they were soldiers. These 5 people consisted of 4 men and 1 woman. They were staring at Yang Kai as though they were looking at a ghost. Shock and disbelief were written all over their eyes. Upon hearing Yang Kai's questions, the young man in the lead nodded, "That's right." Then, he examined Yang Kai once more and exclaimed, "Your luck is quite good." As soon as Yang Kai heard this young man's voice, he immediately identified this person as the one who called out to him earlier. This person had thick brows and large eyes, making him look lively and spirited. The lines of his face were rigid though, giving him the feeling of an insightful but battle-tested young man. It could be seen that this person was the leader among these 5. Yang Kai smiled, "And your luck is not very good. How did you get trapped here?" He could tell at a glance that these 5 were standing motionless in this place not because they did not wish to move, but because they were stuck here. There were void cracks surrounding them in all directions. Moreover, some of the void cracks were moving about slowly and silently. These void cracks were imperceptible even with the help of divine sense. Among these 5, 3 of them were covered in blood, making it obvious that they were injured by these void cracks. The young leader shook his head in response, "It's difficult to explain. Let's not talk about this for now. How should I address you?" "Yang Kai." The young man was visibly taken aback by Yang Kai's answer, "You are Yang Kai?" The 4 people behind him also looked surprised and glanced at Yang Kai curiously. Similarly, Yang Kai was stunned, "Do you know me?" Then, he immediately understood the reason, "Of course. You've probably heard of me." He most likely caught the attention of many cave heavens and paradises after the battle in Thousand Birds Territory Star City's Azura Arena. First, there was the warning given by the man in charge of the Azura Arena, then, there was the recruitment offer from Senior Brother Gua from Xianyuan Cave Heaven. Seeing as both Azura Heaven and Xianyuan Cave Heaven had noticed his existence, it was not surprising that the great force in charge of Thousand Birds Territory Star City, Great Battle Heaven, had also heard about him. The young leader did not deny the statement. He simply cupped his fists and said, "So it is Brother Yang. I apologize for my disrespect. This one is Bulian Zhong." "You're too polite, Brother Bu." Yang Kai nodded. Bulian Zhong pointed at the 4 people behind him and introduced them to Yang Kai. After that, he solemnly said, "Brother Yang, this one has a request." Yang Kai gestured, "Please speak freely, Brother Bu." Earlier, Bulian Zhong had shouted a warning to him after seeing him traveling at high speed, so it was obvious that this person was good-natured. Yang Kai had always believed in the philosophy of mutual respect, so he would not show enmity to a person who showed him kindness. Nevertheless, he would not agree to a request easily until he knew what kind of help the other party wanted from him. Bulian Zhong explained, "We are trapped in this place and I'm afraid things will not end well for us. Brother Yang, when you leave here, please head to the governor's mansion in Thousand Birds Star City and report our deaths to Governor Yi." The governor in charge of Thousand Birds Star City, Yi Tianxiong, was a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Even Yang Kai knew of him. There was no denying that Thousand Birds Territory Star City was a large one, therefore, only a master as capable as Yi Tianxiong could manage it. After all, he would not have been able to control the situation in the Star City if he was not strong enough. Yang Kai was wondering what kind of help Bulian Zhong would request of him, but he hadn't anticipated such a request. He couldn't help bursting into laughter, "Brother Bu, you can tell that to Governor Yi yourself, but I don't think he will believe you." Bulian Zhong frowned, "Brother Yang, it's just a small effort on your part. It won't take up much of your time. Since it won't harm your interests, why refuse my request?" The other 4 people were also looking at Yang Kai, frowning. Yang Kai knew that they had misunderstood him, but he could not be bothered to explain himself. Instead, his figure flashed as he passed through the area surrounded by the void cracks and came to stand before Bulian Zhong. Lianzhong was startled, involuntarily taking a few steps back as he stared at Yang Kai in shock. Why? Why did you come in? The few of them had been trapped inside this space for a long time now. It was not as if they had not tried to escape from this place, it was just that they could not determine which path was safe. 3 of them had been injured after several attempts to escape, and they ended up unable to move from their current spot. On the contrary, Yang Kai had entered this place with so little effort. It was almost as though the void cracks trapping them here did not exist. Isn't his luck a little too good? To their knowledge, this person had traveled across the swamp without encountering any danger, and just now, he even slipped into this highly dangerous place so easily. It was a miracle how he managed to survive until now. Yang Kai smiled and said nothing. He simply pushed his strength to wrap up the 5 of them. Before Lianzhong and the others could react, Yang Kai's figure flickered again and he escaped from the area surrounded by the void cracks together with the others. Brother Bu, it's best if you report to the governor yourselves. He nodded at Lianzhong. Lianzhong and the others were stunned. They quickly looked around their surroundings and confirmed that they were no longer standing in the same spot as before. Rather, they had left that place by several kilometers. Only now did they reveal expressions of surprise and joy. A realization struck Lianzhong as he turned to Yang Kai in astonishment. Brother Yang, can you see those void cracks? Could it be that you cultivate the Tao of space? Yang Kai replied reservedly, I know a little something. Lianzhong was extremely impressed. Yang Kai had brought him and his fellow brothers and sister out of that place so easily, that was far beyond the level of knowing a little something. It definitely required a high level of attainment in the Tao of space, so he quickly understood. It's not luck that allowed him to safely travel through the swamp. There was simply no danger to him in the first place. Many thanks, Brother Yang. He cupped his fist solemnly, with the 4 people behind him following suit. It was nothing. Yang Kai waved his hand dismissively. This swamp is extremely dangerous and there are hidden dangers everywhere. Strangely enough, the map did not mark this place as hazardous. He had the map bought from Red Cloud's auction house in his possession. Likewise, Great Battle Heaven's disciples would definitely have a superior version of it. That map not only indicated various routes but also various dangers and opportunities. These were the results of countless cultivators exploring this place throughout the ages. It was just that the map in Yang Kai's hand had only indicated the location of the swamp. There were no warnings about the dangers hidden in this area. Thus, he guessed that the map owned by Great Battle Heaven disciples were similar, otherwise, they would not have ended up in this situation. Lianzhong explained, the blood monster cave heaven is unstable, so the situation inside sometimes changes. This place was probably safe 200 years ago. These changes must have occurred recently, which is why the dangers were not marked on the map. Brother Yang, although maps are useful, you should not trust them completely. We have already learned our lesson. Please be careful in the future. Yang Kai understood. You're right, Brother Bu. Turning to look at Lianzhong, he asked, where were you trying to go? Lianzhong pointed in a certain direction. Yang Kai smiled, it looks like we are heading in the same direction. Let's go together then. After saying that, he took the lead. Lianzhong and the others exchanged glances with each other before hurriedly following after him. Since Yang Kai could bring them out of that place surrounded by void cracks so easily, it should not be difficult for him to bring them out of the swamp. It was only natural that they did not wish to pass up on this opportunity. It was hard to tell whether Great Battle Heaven's disciples were generally on the reticent side, but along the way, Lianzhong and the 4 others barely spoke. Even if they occasionally made conversation, it was because Yang Kai was the first to bring up a topic. After a casual conversation, Yang Kai learned that these 5 had entered the swamp from another direction. They had not encountered any dangers at the beginning, and by the time they realized that something was wrong, it was already too late for them to turn back. If not for their luck in meeting Yang Kai, they would most likely have lost their lives in the swamp. Even though they did not say much, the gratitude in their hearts was overflowing beyond words. After all, Yang Kai had saved their lives. Great Battle Heaven's disciples were generally taught to be straightforward and upright. They would always repay the kindness they received and return the grudges they were given. Despite having 5 people in tow, Yang Kai's speed did not decrease in the slightest and they managed to leave the swamp after traveling for half a day. Bu Lianzhong and the others exhaled fiercely, finally feeling relieved. The feeling of not being in control of their own lives was simply awful. They never wanted to experience something like this again. We're now out of danger, so we'll be parting ways here. Yang Kai kept his fist to Bu Lianzhong and the others. He had only brought them out of the swamp since they were going the same way. Hunting for treasure was better done alone after all. In that way, he could monopolize anything he found. Bu Lianzhong returned the gesture. We five will never forget the kindness you showed us today, Brother Yang. We will definitely repay this favor in the future. Pausing for a moment, his expression suddenly became extremely solemn as he continued, Brother Yang, please be careful. Don't trust others easily. Yang Kai frowned slightly. He couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to those words. Just as he was about to inquire further, he suddenly heard a cry for help coming from afar. Moreover, it was getting closer. Everybody hurriedly turned to look in the direction of the sound only to see two figures speeding in this direction like bolts of lightning. One was chasing while the other was fleeing. The person in the back continuously blasted out fierce attacks, causing the person in front to jump left and right to avoid those attacks. The person who was being chased had probably noticed the presence of Yang Kai and the others, so he rushed in their direction while shouting for help. It only took a few breaths for him to arrive in their vicinity while his complexion was extremely pale. Staggering to the ground, he hurriedly begged, Senior brothers, please save me. Yang Kai, Bu Lianzhong, and the others simply looked at him calmly. They neither promised to help nor refused to. The main reason was that they did not know anything about this person nor what kind of grievances this person had with the other party. Therefore, it was not their place to interfere. Be that as it may, the cultivator chasing after this person faltered and came to a stop when he saw this person landing in front of Yang Kai and the others. He glanced in this direction from afar and seemed to recognize the origins of the great Battle Heaven disciples. Coldly snorting, he turned and left. The great Battle Heaven disciples were dressed so distinctively that it was difficult not to recognize them. With the reputation of one of the 36 cave heavens behind them, nobody would willingly come into conflict with them. When the cultivator who asked for help earlier saw his pursuer leaving quickly, he finally let out a breath of relief. He slumped to the ground tiredly as though all the energy in his body had been drained. His face was filled with lingering fears. After a while, he finally struggled to his feet and cupped his fist at Yang Kai and the others. Many thanks, senior brothers. Bu Lianzhong replied, no need. We didn't do anything. That person shook his head and said, although senior brothers did not act, this junior brother still knows that he only survived because of you. If I had not happened to meet you here, that person would not have given up so easily. Bu Lianzhong waved his hand dismissively, since you survived, you should get a good rest. The Blood Monster Cave Heaven is a dangerous place. I'm afraid it will be difficult for you to do anything in your current state. That person's expression darkened at those words as he smiled bitterly. You're right, senior brother. I will go and search for a place to treat my wounds. Before I leave, I want to tell you something. Somebody located about an hour's travel in that direction found Blood Monster Divine Monarch's inheritance. Many people have gathered there to compete for it. If you are interested, you should go and check it out. Blood Monster Divine Monarch's inheritance? The expressions of Yang Kai, Bu Lianzhong, and the others stiffened at those words. That person explained, that's what they said. I don't know if it's true. I was just watching from the side when that guy suddenly tried to kill me. It's probably because he was afraid that the news might leak out and attract more people to investigate. Yang Kai and Bu Lianzhong exchanged a glance with each other and could see the excitement in each other's eyes. If this person's words were true, then a huge treasure had appeared, one that would definitely cause a reign of terror in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. That person continued, I don't know much about the situation there. You can check it out if you are interested, senior brothers. This junior brother will take his leave first. He bowed after saying that and swiftly left upon deciding a direction. Yang Kai and Bu Lianzhong watched as that person gradually vanished out of sight. Then, Bu Lianzhong asked, what do you think, Brother Yang? Yang Kai licked his lips. If there's a possibility of it being Blood Monster Divine Monarch's inheritance, then we should go and check it out. If he could obtain the seventh-order materials that he needed there, then his trip to the Blood Monster Cave Heaven would be complete. It didn't matter even if that person had been lying. It was only an hour away after all. Bu Lianzhong nodded, I think so too. It was impossible to resist the temptation with such a huge prize dangling in front of him. Having come to a decision, they did not hesitate and immediately headed in the direction that man pointed earlier. After going forward for a little less than an hour, Yang Kai suddenly frowned. He turned to Bu Lianzhong and asked, Brother Bu, do you notice anything? Similarly, Bu Lianzhong had a serious expression on his face as he responded, the smell of blood. Yang Kai nodded. He could also smell the scent of blood, however, this bloody scent gave him a strange feeling. It did not smell like when somebody was killed. Moreover, the smell of blood became stronger and stronger the further forward they went. It almost felt as though the world energy itself was infused with blood. A short time later, the group of 6 came to an abrupt halt and stared ahead blankly. In front of them was a huge blood-colored lake that spanned a diameter of a dozen or so kilometers. The lake water was crimson, as though it was made from fresh blood. The surface of the lake was strangely calm, there was not the slightest ripple in sight. Everybody couldn't help feeling a little disturbed by the sight. It felt like countless ghosts and corpses would emerge from within the lake at any moment. Currently, at least a few hundred people had gathered by the shore of the blood lake. They were either standing in groups of 3 to 5, or standing alone. Many people were scattered around the edges of the lake, staring at its center. Even more people were gathered in front of a large stone monument and looking up at something. Yang Kai looked up and saw a palace standing in the center of the lake, thus, he couldn't help but wonder, could that be the Blood Monster Divine Palace? Is that where Blood Monster Divine Monarch's inheritance is hidden? But, that can't be right. According to the rumors, Blood Monster Divine Monarch's inheritance was indeed hidden in the Blood Monster Divine Palace. Be that as it may, the Blood Monster Divine Palace was said to be located in the deepest depths of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. It was impossible for it to appear in this place. Regardless of whether Blood Monster Divine Monarch's inheritance was hidden in this palace, there must be something precious inside a place like this. Therefore, countless cultivators were eagerly looking forward to the opportunity to explore. Many cultivators were gathered around the stele by the side of the blood-colored lake. Even more cultivators were rushing over from all directions, probably having heard about the news here. Otherwise, they noticed the strange movements here by chance. Aside from that, Yang Kai also noticed that there were 3 small islands in the lake. Each island was separated by a distance of a couple thousand meters. They were located between the palace in the middle of the lake and the shore of the lake. In other words, one could use these 3 small islands as a foothold in order to reach the palace in the middle of the lake. It was just that nobody was trying to head towards the palace in the middle of the lake even though many people were gathered around the shore. Most of them were gathered around the stele. Some stood with their hands behind their backs while others sat cross-legged on the ground. There were also some who were randomly shaking and swaying their heads. It was unknown what they were trying to do. Ha 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 ha. The Blood Monster Divine Palace. A loud burst of laughter rang out. A burly figure rushed over from afar and charged towards the palace in the middle of the lake without hesitation. While doing so, he arrogantly yelled, Blood Monster Divine Monarch's inheritance is mine. Get out of my way. Yang Kai turned to look in that direction and saw the cultivator charging across the blood-colored lake. The cultivator was heading for the first island that was nearest to the shore. Before he could fly very far though, a huge wave suddenly rose up from the blood-colored lake, which had seemed like a pool of undisturbed and stagnant water all this time, before coming crashing down on him. He let out a furious roar and immediately surged his strength in defense. Splendid colors lit up around his body and a violent power fluctuation spread out. It was clear that he was a half-step open heaven realm master who had condensed the fifth order elements. He was only one step away from advancing into the open heaven realm, thus, his heritage was quite impressive. Given enough time, he would surely become a powerful individual as long as he did not die along the way. However, the burly cultivator was completely powerless to resist the blood-colored wave. The wave crashed down on him, swiftly dissolving the layer of defense around his body like snow under the scorching sun. His defenses didn't even last for a breath. Turning pale with fright, he didn't have the time to do anything else before he was showered from head to toe in blood water. After encountering such a sudden change, how could he not know that he had activated some sort of restriction with his rash actions? For a moment, cold sweat drenched his entire body. He stood in place and did not dare to move. The wave subsided and the blood-colored lake returned to its peaceful state. It was almost as if the scene just now had been nothing more than an illusion. Ha ha ha. I'm fine. That person laughed heartily once more. That was because he turned out to be completely unscathed even after waiting for some time. He initially thought that he had activated some sort of restriction previously and assumed that he was going to die. It turned out that he had simply been overthinking things. Fool. Somebody by the shore looked at the burly cultivator coldly with an expression of scorn and ridicule. Yang Kai also found the situation strange. That burly cultivator had been doused in the blood water, so how could he come out unscathed? Just as he was mulling over this question, he heard that burly cultivator's voice again. The restriction in this place has fallen into disrepair. It lost its effects a long time ago. And yet, you guys are being so cautious. How laughable. Just you wait. I'm going to get the Divine Monarch's inheritance. After saying that, he rushed towards the small island in the middle of the island again. He had just made his move when a burst of exclamations rang out among the people along the shore of the lake. Some women even looked horrified. They covered their red lips with their hands, staring ahead with widened eyes as though they were watching something extremely horrifying. Likewise, Yang Kai also narrowed his eyes and stared in shock at the burly cultivator who was charging across the surface of the lake. As that burly cultivator continued to charge forward, pieces of his flesh began to peel off and fall into the lake. In the blink of an eye, his head had turned into a fleshless skull. All the flesh on his body was gone too. His wide robes covered his body, making flapping sounds with every step he took. Even so, he seemed completely oblivious to the fact and continued to charge forward. It was a chilling sight to behold. A short while later, the burly cultivator who was turned into a skeleton finally fell apart. He collapsed straight into the blood lake and was swallowed up silently. The surface of the lake was so calm that it was almost as if nothing had happened just now. Blood Monster Divine Monarch is an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Even if the restrictions he placed when he was alive had fallen into disrepair, how can just any stray cat or dog ignore them? The cultivator, who called the burly cultivator a fool just now, sneered coldly. It was obvious that it was not his first time seeing this situation. Somebody else must have died in this blood lake earlier, otherwise, it was impossible for so many people to be so indifferent towards the palace in the middle of the lake despite gathering in this place. Yang Kai turned to look in that direction and his eyes involuntarily narrowed all of a sudden. That was because he discovered that the speaker was brimming with demon chi. He couldn't help thinking that it felt very familiar. After giving it some serious thought, he realized that he had felt this feeling from Great Demon God before. Is this person from Myriad Demon's Heaven? Yang Kai mulled over the possibility. Based on what he knew, there was a high probability that Great Demon God, Mo Xing, had originated from Myriad Demon's Heaven. Seeming to notice Yang Kai's gaze, the Myriad Demon's Heaven disciple turned around and grinned fiercely. What are you looking at, boy? Are you courting death? Yang Kai smiled slightly and looked away calmly. It was not that he was afraid of the other party, but that he was too lazy to be caught up in a conflict now. Contrary to expectations, the other party was unrelenting. He studied Yang Kai with a measuring gaze and revealed a look of interest. With a shift of his body, he appeared within 10 meters of Yang Kai as he rubbed his chin and said, "Brat, I realized that you resemble somebody a lot." Yang Kai turned to look at the other party and asked faintly, "Senior brother, how may I help you?" The Myriad Demon's Heaven disciple observed Yang Kai carefully and nodded repeatedly. "I knew it. It's you." When he said the last word, the demon chi in his body churned violently. He raised a hand and slammed his palm down on Yang Kai. 6th Order elements surged in the palm of his hand, turning into a swirling vortex that tried to drag Yang Kai into the depths and strangle him to death. Yang Kai was just about to counter the attack when Bulien Zhong and the 4 others activated their powers at the same time and charged out from behind him. The auras of these 5 people connected tightly to form a peculiar formation in an instant. Then, the power of these 5 gathered around Bulien Zhong's body. Bu Lianzhong raised a hand to counter the attack. With a boom, the myriad demon's heaven disciple's demon chi was shaken and he was pushed back several steps. On the other hand, Bu Lianzhong and the others gave a muffled grunt and retreated. This fight was evenly matched. It was just that Bu Lianzhong had borrowed the might of that formation to gather the power of all five of them. Meanwhile, the myriad demon's heaven disciple was all alone. It could be seen that the strength of Bu Lianzhong and the others was far inferior to this myriad demon's heaven disciple. Great battle heaven? The myriad demon's heaven disciple glanced at Bu Lianzhong and the others coldly. Are you courting death? How dare you intervene in my affairs? If you dare make another move, I will kill you along with him. Bu Lianzhong quickly said, I have long heard that. The disciples of myriad demons heaven are extremely arrogant and tend to look down on everybody else. I originally thought that those claims were an exaggeration, but it turns out to be true. You might be powerful, senior brother Pei, but my fellow brothers and I are not weak either if we fight with our lives on the line. The myriad demon's heaven disciple tilted his head to the side. Do you know me? Bu Lianzhong said seriously, Pei Wenxian of myriad demons heaven. Senior brother Pei, you are so famous, how can I not recognize you? His words might seem like he was answering the question, but he was actually explaining this person's origins to Yang Kai. Pei Wenxian grinned, showing off his fangs. He looked at Bu Lianzhong with approval. You can recognize me, yet you still dare to say such words to me. The people of Great Battle Heaven are courageous indeed. But, you're dreaming if you think you can stop me with your abilities. It might work if it were your eldest senior brother instead. Get out of my way if you don't want to die. Bu Lianzhong and the others were Great Battle Heaven disciples. It would not have mattered if he had killed them in secret, as long as the secret was not leaked. However, there were so many eyes watching in this place. It would be troublesome if he killed them here. After all, Great Battle Heaven was not to be trifled with. What if you include me? A soft and gentle voice rang out. It was accompanied by a delightful fragrance that tickled the nose. At the same time, a beautiful figure appeared in front of Yang Kai. The person who arrived had an extremely graceful image. Her appearance was exquisite and captivating. Her twin peaks were also so generous that it drew many people's attention. Her dark hair was tied behind her head with a red ribbon and her beautiful eyes were mesmerizing. Her every frown and smile gave off an amorous attraction. It was as though this woman was a flower in full bloom. Extremely eye-catching. Many of the cultivators in the surroundings exclaimed in their hearts. What a seductive woman. Their eyes were fixed relentlessly on this woman like leeches biting into flesh. They secretly swallowed nervously. As a result, many male cultivators were pinched hard by their junior sisters. They involuntarily grunted in pain and shifted their eyes away in embarrassment. Clutching the small hands of their junior sisters, they apologized profusely. Senior sister Chu? Yang Kai exclaimed in astonishment. He had not expected to meet an acquaintance in this place. Many people had certainly entered the Blood Monster Cave Heaven this time. The entire 3,000 worlds had been involved in this event, so it was only natural for the people he was acquainted with to enter the Blood Monster Cave Heaven as well. It was just that the Blood Monster Cave Heaven was simply too large, so the possibility of running into them was simply too minuscule. Who would have known that he would meet one of them so quickly? Chu Huashang of Yinyang Cave Heaven. Yang Kai's memory of this woman was still quite fresh in his mind. She was the one and only woman who could clearly and eloquently discuss the matters of Yinyang Union cultivation with him. Moreover, she did so with a straight and serious expression. She truly was a woman with a firm Dao heart. Although Su Yan had performed Yinyang Union cultivation with him countless times, she had never discussed this aspect with him before. She was a woman who would blush if he so much as spoke affectionately to her, so how could she possibly discuss Yinyang Union cultivation with him? Chu Huashang. Pei Wenxian's gaze turned cold. He did not recognize Bu Lianzhong and the others because they were not at his level even though their strength was not bad. However, that was not the case with Chu Huashang. Ever since she came out of the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary and became a Yinyang Cave Heaven core disciple, she had become quite famous in her own right. It could be said that her future achievements would not be inferior to his. Senior brother Pei. Chu Huashang bowed elegantly. It has been years since we last met. I see you are still as arrogant as ever. He coldly snorted as his gaze shifted between Yang Kai and her before he asked, do you know who he is? Why are you so anxious to stand up for him? She smiled, I've known junior brother Yang for more than 10 years now. Of course, I know who he is. He couldn't help scoffing at those words. Then, he seemed to recall something and grinned, interesting. How interesting. I see that Inyang Cave Heaven is playing these tricks again. But, you better watch him carefully if you want to protect him. I'm not the only one who wants to kill him. She smiled in response and thought to herself, this fool has never seen how powerful Yang Kai is. That's the only reason why he dares to boast so shamelessly. Unlike the others, she had accompanied Yang Kai for some time inside the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, therefore, she had a deep understanding of how strong he was. Despite originating from one of the 36 cave heavens, even she was confident there was no one in the 3,000 worlds beneath the open heaven realm who could be his opponent. Even Pei Wenxian would not survive for long against him. Forget it. This is boring. Pei Wenxian glared for a while. Then, he flicked his sleeves in annoyance and strode towards the steel, you can play by yourselves. I won't accompany you. When Chu Huashang saw him leaving, she couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief. If that guy did not give up, he would have suffered great humiliation today. At the same time, it would be very troublesome if Yang Kai killed him. She turned around and looked at Yang Kai with a smile. The look in her eyes seemed to speak volumes, revealing a trace of pleasant surprise, as her voice was as soft and gentle as ever, junior brother Yang, it truly is a small world. I never expected to meet you here. Yang Kai bowed, it has been many years since we last met, but your noble bearing remains the same, senior sister. Many thanks for resolving that conflict just now. Chu Huashang giggled happily with her hand over her mouth, if anyone should thank me, it isn't you. That bastard should be the one showing his gratitude. She then waved her hand dismissively and continued, let's not talk about that. Why are you with the people from Great Battle Heaven? She glanced curiously at Bulian Zhong and the others, her beautiful eyes filled with curiosity. Bulian Zhong stepped forward to reply, we owe senior brother Yang our lives. We were stuck in a desperate situation and senior brother Yang came to our rescue. After listening to his explanation, she was struck by understanding, I see. But, you don't need to worry about it too much. Junior brother Yang has always been a righteous man. He has saved the lives of many in the past. I've also received his life-saving grace. Since I have nothing to repay him for his favor though, I was just thinking about promising myself to him. Back then, Yang Kai used the small sealed world to bring all the surviving bearers out of the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary at the last moment. If not for that, they would each have had to suffer the wrath of their divine spirits when they eventually lost the spirit-seizing war. At least half of them would have died in the process. Bulian Zhong and the others looked at each other and were surprised to learn that even Chu Huashang from Inyang Cave Heaven had been saved by Yang Kai before. On the other hand, Yang Kai nearly choked for a moment when he heard her saying that she wanted to promise herself to him. This woman is truly daring to say such things. Outwardly, he couldn't help laughing, senior sister, please don't joke around like that. Chu Huashang covered her mouth and laughed gently, looking extremely charming as she did so. Bulian Zhong and the others came from Great Battle Heaven, so they all had calm and steady temperaments. Even so, they nearly fell into a daze at the sight. Eldest senior brother was right, all the women from Inyang Cave Heaven are indeed walking catastrophes. Senior sister Chu, what is going on here? Why are there so many people gathered in this place? What is that palace in the middle of the lake? Yang Kai changed the subject to prevent this woman from saying anything crazy again. Chu Huashang composed her expression and replied, the palace in the middle of the lake probably contains a part of Blood Monster Divine Monarch's inheritance. Yang Kai and the others stiffened at those words and could barely believe their ears. Is it really the inheritance? They had first heard about this from a random cultivator, but that person couldn't be sure either. Now that even Chu Huashang was saying the same thing, it might actually be true. Chu Huashang shook her head. Blood Monster Divine Monarch was an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. He was very powerful. While he was alive, he was proficient in the Tao of Blood and the Tao of Beast Taming. Aside from these two, his achievements would surely include many other Taos. Although this place might contain part of Blood Monster Divine Monarch's inheritance, it is unknown what kind of inheritance it might be. Many people speculate that the inheritance hidden here is related to the Tao of Blood. What is the basis of their speculation? Yang Kai was puzzled. The Blood Lake is one reason. While speaking, she pointed at the stele by the shore of the lake, but the greatest reason is the Grand Evolution Immortal Blood Light scripture. That's the reason for their speculation. Grand Evolution Immortal Blood Light scripture? Yang Kai felt his heart trembling in anticipation. If memory served him right, that secret art was one of the main cultivation methods Blood Monster Divine Monarch used before his death. Its name was even recorded in the jade slip given to him by the proprietress. It could be said that the reason Blood Monster Divine Monarch was able to become an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was partly thanks to the Grand Evolution Immortal Blood Light scripture. Bulian Zhong exclaimed, "Senior Sister Chu, do you mean to say that the secrets to the Grand Evolution Immortal Blood Light scripture are carved on that stele?" She nodded solemnly, "That's right. I was comprehending the mysteries behind it before you came." While saying so, she invited them to join her. "Let's go and check it out together." Yang Kai and Bulian Zhong exchanged a glance with each other before they immediately followed behind her and came to stand before the stele without any hesitation. There were many people crowding around the stele. It was just that this stele was very big. Even with so many people surrounding it, they could still see the stele clearly. Sure enough, there was a line of characters that seemed to be written in fresh blood at the top of the stele which read Grand Evolution Immortal Blood Light scripture. Yang Kai was speechless. This was one of the main secret arts that Blood Monster Divine Monarch cultivated. People used to speculate that this secret art would be hidden within Blood Monster Divine Monarch's inheritance. It was a secret art that allowed one of their seniors to advance into the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm. Who would not covet it? Nonetheless, who could have expected this secret art to appear unconcealed by the side of the Blood Lake? All the people who came here could observe, emulate, and comprehend this secret art. What was Blood Monster Divine Monarch thinking? Be that as it may, the stele only had these few characters on it. There was nothing else aside from them. Suppressing the suspicions in his heart, Yang Kai raised his head, focused his mind, and stared forward. An invisible force immediately seemed to pull his mind into the stele and a bizarre image involuntarily formed in his head. The circulation paths of the secret art flashed through his mind, shocking him so much that he hastily took a few steps back. The moment he moved, his mind was released and he immediately broke free of the stele's hold. Chu Huashang's voice sounded next to his ear. "The circulation method of the Grand Evolution Immortal Blood Light scripture is hidden within this stele. If you can comprehend this secret art thoroughly, if nothing else, you can at least obtain that." Yang Kai shook his head and said doubtfully, "Senior Sister Chu, this method seems to be incomplete." Although his mind had only been held by the stele for a short moment and what he saw was not much, he could sense that the knowledge contained within this stele was incomplete. Hearing this, Chu Huashang glanced at him in surprise. "Junior brother, you deciphered the mystery in such a short time? You're as amazing as ever. It took me several dozen breaths to notice that." Pausing for a moment, she continued, "But, you're right, junior brother. The Grand Evolution Immortal Blood Light scripture recorded here is indeed incomplete. It is probably only the first segment. Unfortunately, you have to comprehend this segment carefully in order to advance towards the palace in the middle of the lake. Do you see those islands in the middle of the lake?" Yang Kai nodded, having noticed them as soon as he arrived. The stele was situated on the shore while the palace was situated in the middle of the lake. On the other hand, there were 3 islands separated by a couple thousand meters each between the stele and the palace. She pointed at the first island. "Only by comprehending the first chapter will you have the qualifications to set foot on the first island. And, you will find the second chapter of the Blood Light scripture on that island. Following this logic, you still have the 3rd chapter, the 4th chapter, and the 5th chapter. Only by combining all 5 chapters of the Blood Light scriptures can you truly obtain the complete version of the Grand Evolution Immortal Blood Light scripture. Only then can you obtain Blood Monster Divine Monarch's inheritance, the Blood Tao secret art. So that's how it is." Yang Kai now understood. He had witnessed the peculiarity of the Blood Lake with his own eyes just now. Even if one wanted to step foot on the islands in the lake, choosing to fly was simply courting death. Fortunately, Blood Monster Divine Monarch intended to pass on his inheritance. It stood to reason that he would prepare many tests. The contents recorded in this stele was one such test. Only by comprehending the mysteries of the blood light scripture could one obtain the qualification to receive this inheritance. After considering all this, Yang Kai felt his heart sinking. He had never really dabbled in the Tao of blood before. Even if the grand evolution immortal blood light scripture was right in front of him, he could only look on in despair. Seeming to see through his concerns, Chu Huasheng chuckled, "Don't think too much about it, junior brother. I studied the secret art earlier. Although the blood light scripture is mysterious and obscure, it is not as if we don't stand a chance. Since Blood Monster Divine Monarch set up his inheritance in this place, then he must not want to see everybody going home empty-handed." "You're right, senior sister." He nodded lightly. "In that case, let's give it a try. In any case, I won't lose anything even if I fail." "But, what if I succeed?" The words had only just left his mouth when he saw one of the cultivators sitting cross-legged by the stele suddenly stand up and laugh loudly. "I've comprehended it. Blood Monster Divine Monarch's inheritance is mine." He was speechless. Uttering those words in front of so many people, that only serves to draw the people's hatred. The last person who said something similar has already lost all the flesh on his body and turned into a skeleton that was lying dead at the bottom of the blood lake. I wonder what fate this guy will face. In front of everybody's eyes, the man walked towards the lake. When he reached the shore, the space around his body abruptly shimmered. A layer of blood chi wrapped around his body, turning into a red blood mist that enveloped him. Immediately after that, he took a step forward and lightly stepped on the surface of the lake. Many people turned their gazes away. They did not dare to watch, lest they saw him being dissolved by the blood water. Strangely enough though, he did not fall into the blood lake when he took a step forward. On the contrary, his foot stayed steadily above the surface of the lake. Then, he lifted his other foot and stood on top of the blood lake. Everybody was shocked. Meanwhile, that man let out a low chuckle. "This much is nothing." He strode forward and continued onward. Large blood-colored ripples spread out under his feet with every step that he took, but he remained completely unhurt. As he moved forward, the blood mist around his body kept squirming and wriggling. It seemed to be operating under some sort of mysterious method to form a resonance with the ripples that formed on the surface of the lake under his feet to support him as he continued to move forward. It only took him a short while to cross the distance of a few thousand meters, and he soon set foot on the first island. A burst of exclamation sounded. Everybody stared at him in shock and envy. Although he was still 2 islands away from the palace in the middle of the lake, he had successfully taken the lead and seized an important advantage in this competition. Even if somebody else could comprehend the mysteries after this, they would still lag behind his progress. "Amazing!" Yang Kai sincerely praised. Chu Huasheng whispered quietly, "If my guess is correct, he is probably a disciple of Great Thousand Bloodland." "Great Thousand Bloodland?" Yang Kai asked curiously. "It's one of the top second-class great forces. Although it is inferior to the cave heavens and paradises, it is quite an impressive great force. This great force is proficient in the Tao of blood. The reason that person can comprehend the mysteries of the blood light scripture's first chapter so quickly is that he already has a deep foundation in the Tao of blood." Yang Kai sighed. "This part of Blood Monster Divine Monarch's inheritance is related to the Tao of blood. Doesn't that mean this person had an unfair advantage?" She said nothing. It was obvious that she had the same opinion. At that moment, another burst of exclamation rang out from the side. Many people were staring fixedly at the small island. Yang Kai followed their gaze and couldn't help being amazed. On that small island, 3 round platforms had appeared in front of the Great Thousand Bloodland disciple at some point. A monster core was placed on each of the round platforms, covered in individual light barriers. 3 monster cores lay quietly on the round platforms, shrouded by transparent light barriers which isolated the power fluctuations coming from them. As such, they appeared to be identical from the outside, without the slightest bit of difference between them. The distance of a couple thousand meters was not that great, so everybody on the shore could see the monster cores clearly if they focused their eyesight. Nevertheless, nobody could determine what order those monster cores belonged to. Not even the great thousand blood land disciple standing on the small island could. He was rubbing his chin and examining the 3 round platforms in front of him with curiosity. "Is that a reward?" somebody asked in surprise and doubt. These objects had appeared when the great thousand blood land disciple set foot on the first island, therefore, it was clearly a reward. It was just that nobody could say whether all 3 monster cores were given to him as a reward or whether he could only choose one out of the 3. Everybody stared blankly in that direction. A short while later, the great thousand blood land disciple made his decision and reached his hand out towards the round platform on the right. There was no resistance as his hand slipped right through the light barrier and he took out the monster core from within. For a time, everybody was itching to know what order the monster core was and what element it was. Unfortunately, the great thousand blood land disciple put the monster core away directly without giving the others a chance to investigate. Immediately after that, he stretched out his hand again at the speed of lightning to reach for the round platform in the middle. However, his attempt failed this time around. The light barrier enveloping the round platform might look as thin as a cicada's wings, but it was extremely strong. There was no way to retrieve the monster core without breaking the light barrier. After a brief delay, the 3 round platforms sank back into the ground and vanished out of sight. Everybody immediately understood that the monster core was a reward after watching this scene. How could they not? It was just that only those who could set foot on the island were eligible to obtain this reward. Although it was just a monster core, it still greatly roused everybody's enthusiasm as a result. All the cultivators who came here were attracted by Blood Monster Divine Monarch's Tao of Blood Inheritance. It was just that many people had backed away from the challenge after witnessing the horror and peculiarity of the Blood Lake. Be that as it may, the appearance of this monster core reward made many cultivators become eager again. If they could just obtain a 6th order, a 7th order, or even an 8th order monster core, then there was no need to worry about money for the rest of their lives. The riches they stood to gain would be enough for them to live luxuriously for an entire lifetime. Once the great thousand blood land disciple took away the monster core, a loud rumbling sound came from the center of the first island. Following that, a huge steel burst out of the ground and stood in the center of the island. There's a second chapter after all. Chu Huashang's beautiful eyes lit up. She had told Yang Kai about the existence of the second chapter, third chapter, and so on earlier, but those were simply her own speculations. It wasn't until the appearance of this steel that her conjecture received immediate confirmation. The people by the shore used all their might to stare in that direction, hoping to get a glimpse of the contents on the second steel. To their surprise, the steel seemed to be covered in a layer of fog. Nobody could see what was written on it. This immediately made it clear that one had no choice but to step onto the first island in order to understand the contents of the Blood Light Scripture's second chapter. Blood Monster Divine Monarch's Inheritance was designed to be interlinked so that one could only advance step by step. It would seem that he really had the intention to choose his successor, otherwise, there was no need to make the design so complicated. The great thousand blood land disciple came to the steel and looked up at it for a while. Soon after, he sat down cross-legged without moving as he began to comprehend the mysteries of the Blood Light Scripture second chapter. Junior brother Yang, do you want to give it a try? Chu Huashang turned to look at Yang Kai. Of course. Yang Kai nodded. Besides, he was already here. There was an opportunity right in front of him, so how could he be reconciled with himself if he didn't even make an attempt? He might never have dabbled in the Tao of Blood before, but most of the cultivators here were no different from him. Blood Monster Divine Monarch must have already taken this aspect into consideration when he set up a test in this place. After all, if his successor was chosen because of a prior foundation in the Tao of Blood, then it could almost be said that the disciples of Great Thousand Blood Land had secured the winning spot. There would also be no need for tests. Yang Kai had the vague feeling that the tests for this inheritance could not be that simple. Bu Lianzhong and the others had no objection either. They quickly found a place to sit and immersed their minds into the steel to begin comprehending. Meanwhile, Yang Kai did not begin studying the mysteries of the steel immediately. Instead, he secretly manipulated space principles to see if he could directly teleport himself to the first island or the palace in the middle of the lake via instantaneous movement. If he could travel there instantly, then there was no need to comprehend the mysteries of the steel. He had only started taking action when a huge sense of crisis flooded his heart for no reason. It felt like an imminent disaster would befall him if he tried to teleport himself there via instantaneous movement. This feeling shocked Yang Kai and he hastily gave up on the attempt. The sense of crisis that loomed over him vanished the moment he did so, causing him to sigh. I knew it was not going to be easy. Blood Monster Divine Monarch had carefully prepared his inheritance. He would never allow later generations to take advantage of any loopholes. Those who tried to step foot on the small island or the palace in the middle of the lake without using his intended methods would definitely suffer a terrible fate. Unable to make use of space principles, Yang Kai had no other choice but to obediently begin comprehending the mysteries of the steel. Just like before, there was an inexplicable force that pulled his mind in, allowing the mysteries of the blood light scripture to flash through his head. Yang Kai had only gotten a brief glimpse earlier, so he didn't think much about the blood light scripture. Now that he was calmly focusing on comprehending it though, he quickly realized that the blood light scripture was not obscure or difficult to understand. Strictly speaking, that only applied for the first chapter. There was no way for him to know how difficult the rest would be. Nevertheless, it was not difficult for a person to comprehend the mysteries of the blood light scripture's first chapter as long as one's heritage and comprehension abilities were not too poor. Focusing his mind, Yang Kai concentrated harder. Time passed little by little. More and more people gradually stood up from under the steel to head towards the location of the first small island. One after another, they successfully stepped foot on the island. Moreover, the number of people who succeeded was not small. Be that as it may, the number of cultivators gathered around the monument continued to increase steadily. That was because more and more people were arriving here. These people had clearly heard about the news and rushed over to get a piece of the pie. By the time Yang Kai thoroughly comprehended the blood light scripture's first chapter and was confident that he would have no problem circulating this secret art, half a day had already passed. He slowly opened his eyes, just in time to see Chu Huashang turning to look at him from where she sat beside him. Chu Huashang was obviously taken aback. You finished so quickly? After all, she herself had only just come to a thorough understanding of the blood light scripture's first chapter. She could not compare with the great Thousand Blood Land disciple who already had a profound heritage in the Tao of Blood. She might be one of the core disciples of Yin Yang Cave Heaven, but like Yang Kai, she had never dabbled in the Tao of Blood before, therefore, she could not compete with the great Thousand Blood Land disciple who held a unique advantage since she had to start from zero. It was just that she had already begun comprehending the blood light scripture before Yang Kai arrived, so she did not expect to finish at the same time as him. However, she was not surprised when she recalled his extraordinary performance in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. Pursing her lips into a coquettish smile, she commented, "It's not a good thing for men to finish too fast." Yang Kai's expression darkened at those words. Has this woman gotten addicted to teasing me? He irritably replied to her teasing, "Would you like to try?" Her eyes lit up and her expression changed. Really? Feeling ashamed, Yang Kai quickly waved his hand to dismiss the notion. No, he looked away only to see that Bu Lianzhong and the others were still comprehending with their eyes closed. Just as he was wondering whether he should talk to them, Bu Lianzhong's eyes opened. Bu Lianzhong said, "Brother Yang, please go on ahead. We will catch up to you later." Yang Kai nodded. "In that case, we will go ahead and wait for you there." Bu Lianzhong gave Chu Huashang a deep look and secretly sent a voice transmission to Yang Kai. "Brother Yang, remember not to trust anybody too easily." His words seemed to contain another hidden meaning behind them, causing the look in Yang Kai's eyes to flicker in response. Yang Kai smiled and nodded at him in acknowledgement. Afterward, Yang Kai and Chu Huashang came to the shore of the lake together. Looking around them, they saw many cultivators circulating the blood light scripture's first chapter on the surface of the lake. All of them were covered in a layer of blood qi as they carefully made their way across the blood water. Most of these people moved forward cautiously, lest they encountered something unexpected. Only a few of them walked confidently and soon came to the first island. Like the great Thousand Blood Land disciple from before, 3 round platforms would appear in front of each cultivator that stepped foot on the island. Each round platform would contain a monster core. Once one of the monster cores were taken, the remaining 2 monster cores would sink back into the ground along with the round platforms and vanish out of sight. A miserable cry suddenly rang out. One of the cultivators had stumbled for some reason, causing one of his legs to sink into the lake. Panicking, he reached out to grab at a companion beside him. His actions made his companion, who had also been extremely on edge, make a mistake. Thus, both of them lost their balance for a moment. The blood mist surrounding their bodies dissipated and they immediately fell into the lake. The tranquil blood lake was like a fierce beast that selectively devoured people. Not a single ripple would crease the calm surface of the lake under normal circumstances, but it reacted viciously when somebody fell into it. A blood wave surged and came crashing down. The two cultivators who made a mistake were swept into the blood lake and disappeared without even a single bubble emerging. Many people were horrified by the sight. The cultivators standing by the shore and preparing to make their attempts suddenly lost their courage to step forward onto the lake. They hesitated for a time, unable to make up their minds. Yang Kai said, "Let's find a spot with less people." Chu Huashang expressed her agreement, "Good." Although both of them had confidence in their respective abilities, they could not withstand the interference of others. Things would most likely end in tragedy for them if they were dragged down by a cultivator who stumbled, like what happened in the situation just now. After searching around for some time, they soon arrived at a location with less people. Yang Kai turned to look at Chu Huashang, senior sister. "Chu, be careful." Chu Huashang smiled sweetly, "Rest assured. If I sense that something is wrong, I will definitely drag you down into the water with me. Although we could not be born on the same day and year, we can always die together. We can be a pair of lovebird ghosts. I'm sure it'll be better than dying alone." "Right, junior brother?" Yang Kai sighed out loud as he commented, "I never realized that you were such a vicious, cunning snake, senior sister Chu. I'm considering whether I should stay away from you." To which she giggled, "It's too late." At the same time, she reached out her hand and grabbed his arm. She even pressed her ample bosom against him without hesitation, transmitting a sense of amazing elasticity to him. Before he could react, she jumped into the blood lake and pulled him in with her. Shocked and frightened, Yang Kai hurriedly circulated the first chapter of the blood light scripture to control the blood qi in his body according to the secret art that he had just learned. A pale golden light immediately enveloped his entire body. The two of them landed steadily on the surface of the blood lake. Ripples spread out from beneath their feet, slowly spreading outward. Yang Kai felt cold sweat drenching his entire body. A breeze blew by, making his body shiver from the cold. He turned around and glared at Chu Huashang furiously, "Are you insane? Couldn't you have given me a warning, at least?" Chu Huashang looked at Yang Kai with surprise evident in her beautiful eyes. "Junior brother Yang, your blood is golden?" Under normal circumstances, it was impossible for other people to tell the difference unless he was injured. However, he was circulating the blood light scripture at the moment. The blood mist covering his entire body immediately revealed just how different he was from the others. She tilted her head to the side. Sniffing him like a dog, she furrowed her eyebrows together, "The aura of a divine spirit?" Then, she stared at him in shock and exclaimed, "Junior brother, do you have a divine spirit bloodline? Are you part of the monster race?" Yang Kai became visibly irritated. "Monster race, my foot." On the other hand, Chu Huashang's expression was pure and innocent as she pursed her lips and asked with a twinkle in her eye, "Junior brother, are you angry?" At this point, he was practically on the verge of exploding from rage, so his expression became surly. "No." He extricated his arm from her embrace. Following that, he carefully observed the blood lake and sensed the flow of the blood water under his feet. It didn't take long before he discovered the secret behind the blood lake. The water in the blood lake might seem calm and undisturbed, but it was actually constantly shifting. It was just that these changes were so hidden that they were very difficult to detect. These changes could only be detected if one was standing on top of the lake. Furthermore, these changes gave the lake a peculiar suction force that caused a person to involuntarily fall into it. Only those who were circulating the grand evolution immortal blood light scripture could resist this pulling force and stand above the surface of the lake. After becoming aware of this fact, Yang Kai felt a sense of understanding flooding his heart. He became certain that the blood light scripture recorded on the steel was indeed the foundation of passing this test. It could be said that there was no danger as long as one remained focused and constantly maintained the blood light scripture at all times while standing on the surface of the lake. In fact, one would have no trouble reaching the first island at all. The cultivators who fell into the lake and lost their lives either failed to comprehend the blood light scripture thoroughly or made a mistake due to their nerves. Whichever the case, their actions ultimately resulted in their deaths. In truth, the first part of this test was not difficult to overcome. Yang Kai gained confidence from this knowledge and strode forward. Sure enough, he could walk safely across the blood lake as long as he continuously maintained the blood light scripture. After taking a few steps forward though, he abruptly turned back to look at Chu Huashang, who was standing there blankly. "Why are you just standing there?" Chu Huashang looked at him pitifully. "I was wrong. Junior brother, please don't be angry." "Okay?" He was speechless. "I'm not angry." She quietly said, "You clearly look angry." "Hey. It looks like you won't forgive me, junior brother. Then, this senior sister has no reason to continue living. I might as well die." While saying that, the blood mist around her body showed signs of dispersing on its own. Yang Kai was shocked and shouted, "Senior sister Chu, stop fooling around." At the same time, he hurriedly reached out to grab her, but to his surprise, she giggled and flicked her sleeves. A ribbon flew out and wrapped around his arm. Immediately after that, she fluttered like a dancing butterfly and threw herself into his arms. Lifting her head, she looked at him with her elegant and beautiful eyes. Exhaling an orchid scent, she whispered sweetly, "I knew you'd be unwilling to let me go, junior brother." Crazy woman. He cursed through gritted teeth. "Is this the place to fool around?" "I was wrong," she said pitifully as she pressed her exquisite body up against him slightly. All of a sudden, Yang Kai felt extremely uncomfortable. A gorgeous and seductive woman was literally in his arms. Moreover, she was rubbing herself up against him. Having such a mesmerizing beauty in such close proximity left him feeling dry-mouthed and confused. Thus, he quickly grabbed her by the shoulders and pushed her away slightly as he sternly said, "Senior sister Chu, please behave yourself. She was not this forward the last time we met each other in the grand ancient ruins boundary. What is wrong with her today? Her behavior is too much to bear." Her expression turned cold and she glared at him. "Junior brother, are you saying that I'm behaving badly? Why is she suddenly being so unreasonable?" Just as he was about to explain himself, she went against his expectations and stomped her foot in anger. "If that's what you think, junior brother, then this senior sister won't disturb you anymore." "Humph." Her hair slapped him in the face as she whipped her head around and strode away without a backward glance. Stunned, Yang Kai was left standing stupidly in place, realizing once more that a woman's heart is impossible to fathom. The two of them looked like a pair of lovebirds quarreling on the surface of the lake. Their flirtatious actions made many cultivators look at them in annoyance, therefore, many of them applauded in their hearts when they saw Chu Huashang abandoning Yang Kai. Chu Huashang moved very quickly and it didn't take more than a few moments for her to arrive on the first island. Meanwhile, Yang Kai was stunned for a while before he came back to his senses and hurriedly caught up to her. The first test was not very difficult. As long as one could maintain the blood light scripture smoothly, one could resist the pulling force coming from the blood lake. A moment later, Yang Kai also set foot on the first island. 3 round platforms appeared out of nowhere in front of him the moment both his feet touched the ground. The round platforms were covered in a light barrier and they each contained one monster beast core. When he tried to investigate the monster cores with his divine sense, Yang Kai quickly determined that he could not probe into the contents of the barriers. He couldn't even figure out what element the monster cores belonged to. It looked like Blood Monster Divine Monarch had no intention of giving anybody any basis to make a judgment. The reward one would receive after arriving on this island was completely based on luck. Realizing this, he randomly reached out towards one of the round platforms. The light barrier did not hinder his movements in any way. He was holding an earth element monster core when he retracted his hand from the light barrier. The 3 round platforms abruptly sank back into the ground and vanished out of sight after he retrieved the monster core. Chu Huashang happened to be standing beside him and nudged him with her elbow before asking in a whisper, "Junior brother, what order monster core did you get?" He turned to look at her and laughed. "I thought you were ignoring me, senior sister." She blinked. "I was joking just now." "Couldn't you tell? You sure are dense. Who plays a joke like that?" Yang Kai was speechless. Nevertheless, he revealed the monster core in his hand. "See for yourself, senior sister." She glanced at the monster core in his hand and said proudly, "You only received a 4th order monster core. I got a 5th order one." While saying that, she stretched out her hand to show him her monster core. He glanced over and discovered that she had indeed received a 5th order monster core. It would seem that the rewards here were not all the same. Turning around to observe the others around him, he saw that some had obtained 3rd order monster cores while others had 4th order cores like him. Only one other person received a 5th order monster core, just like Chu Huashang. Judging from this situation, the rewards for the first island ranged from 3rd order to 5th order monster cores. 3rd order and 4th order monster cores were far more common, but 5th order monster cores were rare. This discovery made his heart pump with excitement. If that was the case for the first island, then what about the second island, third island, and the palace in the middle of the lake? It might actually be possible to find 7th order monster cores in this place. Hence, Yang Kai became even more determined to check out the palace in the middle of the lake. At the moment, at least hundreds of people had gathered on the first island and more were heading here from the shore. Looking at the situation, the cultivators gathered on the shore had an 80% chance of reaching the first island. Furthermore, they would receive a reward as long as they arrived on this island. Those with great luck might even obtain a 5th order monster core as a reward. The first person to step foot on this island was the great Thousand Blood Land disciple. Nearly half a day had passed since then. In other words, he had already been comprehending the stele here for slightly less than half a day. His progress was much faster than everybody else. Yang Kai and Chu Huashang did not dare to procrastinate. They quickly found a place to sit and immersed their minds in meditation, allowing the stele to guide them as they studied the secret art. The stele on the first island indeed turned out to be the second chapter of the Blood Light scripture. It was the continuation of the first chapter, but in comparison, the second chapter was much more esoteric and difficult to cultivate. The expressions of many cultivators were difficult as they furrowed their brows together, looking as though they were having trouble understanding what they were seeing. Nonetheless, they tried their best to persevere. Yang Kai immersed himself into the second chapter of the Blood Light scripture, unable to extricate himself. About half a day had passed by the time he opened his eyes again. Looking around, he saw that the great Thousand Blood Land disciple was nowhere to be seen. He immediately glanced in the direction of the second island and sure enough, he could see that person's figure on the second island. The great Thousand Blood Land disciple had an extremely deep foundation in the Tao of Blood, therefore, he held a unique advantage over the others here. He also arrived on the first island earlier than all the others, so it was only natural for him to be in the lead. Aside from him, more than a dozen other cultivators had also arrived on the second island. Meanwhile, more than 20 others were cautiously making their way across the surface of the lake. Yang Kai then turned to look at Chu Huashang and discovered that she was still in the middle of comprehending the secret art, and it did not look like she was going to wake up anytime soon. It was not to say that her aptitude was not as good as others. Having arrived later than the others, it stood to reason that she would be a little behind compared to the lead group. Be that as it may, Yang Kai did not rush to leave and simply sat beside her and waited patiently. About an hour later, Chu Huashang slowly opened her eyes and gently let out a breath of turbid air. She turned to look at Yang Kai and said, "I apologize for making you wait such a long time, junior brother. Next time, you can set off on your own. You don't need to wait for me." Although she had been comprehending the mysteries of the stele, she was not ignorant about what was going on in the outside world, hence, she was aware that he had been waiting for her for a long time. It was just that she was at a critical juncture of her comprehension, so it had not been convenient for her to stop partway, forcing her to continue her meditation. "It's fine." He smiled, "Besides, I didn't wait that long. Let's go." She called out to him. Walking side by side, they headed in the direction of the second island. When they came to the lake, he said, "Be careful, senior sister Chu. The second stage is much more difficult than the first stage. The casualty rate is also much higher." He had been observing his surroundings for the past hour, so it was only natural that he noticed more things than the others. Compared with the first stage, it was obvious that the difficulty of the second stage had increased significantly. Many cultivators who passed the first stage had easily lost their lives in the second stage. "You be careful too, junior brother," she said. Yang Kai nodded and stepped forward while circulating the blood light scripture. A layer of golden blood mist immediately burst out from all over his body. It was denser and more imposing than before. After that, he gently stepped onto the surface of the lake. Resisting the pulling force of the blood lake, he moved forward step by step. Chu Huasheng followed close behind. The pair immediately revealed how different they were from most people the moment they set off. Despite setting off a little later than others, their speed was not slow at all. They proceeded forward step by step with no hesitation at all. On the other hand, most of the other cultivators seemed to experience great hardship with every step that they took, and many of them were sweating profusely. Their sweat slid down their faces and dripped into the blood lake. Every step required immense time and effort, so they could not move quickly. It was only a short distance of a couple thousand meters, but Yang Kai and Chu Huasheng surpassed those who came before them one after another. It only took both of them less than a cup of tea worth of time to arrive at the second island. Unlike Yang Kai's calm and relaxed demeanor though, Chu Huasheng let out a sigh of relief. Her complexion was slightly pale and it could be seen that she had consumed a lot of energy to keep up with his pace. Just like when they set foot on the first island, 3 round platforms that were covered by a light barrier immediately appeared in front of the two of them out of nowhere. 3 monster cores lay quietly on the round platforms. After their previous experience, how could they not know that this was their reward for reaching the second island? Chu Huasheng was still comparing the 3 monster cores, feeling hesitant and uncertain about which monster core to pick. On the other hand, Yang Kai had already stretched out his hand to the round platform in the middle. There was nothing to compare. He could not tell which monster core was better, so he simply decided to leave it up to luck. He easily passed through the light barrier sealing the monster core, took out the monster core in the round platform, and glanced at the monster core. It was a 5th order wood element. Turning to look at Chu Huasheng, he saw that she had made her decision and took out a monster core. The power fluctuation coming from the monster core indicated that it was also in the 5th order, but it was a fire element monster core. The reward from the first island were monster cores ranging from the 3rd order to the 5th order. 3rd order and 4th order monster cores were common, while 5th order monster cores were very rare. Upon arriving on the second island, both of them had obtained a 5th order monster core each. The reward had clearly increased by a whole order. Based on this conjecture, won't the reward for the next island be in the 6th order? In that case, there will definitely be 7th order monster cores in the palace in the middle of the lake. Yang Kai's heart blazed with flames of excitement. He was becoming more and more determined to check out the palace in the middle of the lake. Although he could ignore Blood Monster Divine Monarch's Tao of Blood Inheritance, he could not let the opportunity slip him by when there was a high possibility that the resources he needed were in that place. Closely following behind them, a steady stream of people was beginning to arrive on the second island. When they received their rewards, Yang Kai secretly paid attention to them. He discovered that only those with terrible luck would receive 4th order monster cores. Most of them received 5th order monster cores, but nobody received any 6th order monster cores. After getting a taste of sweet rewards, the cultivators that arrived on the island became more and more motivated. They quickly found a place to sit down and began to comprehend the blood light scripture on the stele. The stele by the shore had contained the blood light scripture's first chapter, and the one on the first island had contained the second chapter. Hence, the second island probably contained the third chapter. Yang Kai and Chu Huasheng each found a spot to sit down. They immersed their minds in the stele and discovered that it really contained the third chapter, thus, they concentrated on their cultivation. Compared to the first 2 chapters, the third chapter was much more profound and mysterious. Be that as it may, the aptitudes of the cultivators who could reach the second island would not be poor. It should not be a problem for them to comprehend the mysteries of this secret art. The hard part was circulating and maintaining the blood light scripture. Yang Kai had failed to notice anything when he was learning this secret art earlier, and it was not until he reached the second island that he suddenly realized something. Those with more robust vitality had a greater advantage among those who cultivated the blood light scripture. It was not hard to understand why. The blood light scripture was a secret art related to the Tao of blood, so it would naturally require a strong and robust vitality, and thus a strong blood qi. After noticing this point, Yang Kai failed to stifle his laughter. He previously assumed that the great Thousand Blood Land disciple would have a larger advantage when comprehending the blood light scripture due to his foundation in the Tao of blood. However, it would now seem that he had the greatest blessing of them all. Due to the dragon source in his body, nearly pure dragon blood flowed through his veins. He could transform into a 3,000-meter-tall half-dragon form when he used his dragon transformation secret art. In a contest of the most robust blood chi, there was nobody among his peers who could compare with him. Even the great Thousand Blood Land disciple who took the lead could only look up at him from behind. All of a sudden, realization struck Yang Kai. Back on the first island, he and Chu Huashang had started comprehending the blood light scripture at the same time. However, he finished comprehending the secret art much earlier than her. As one of Yinyang Cave Heaven's core disciples, it was a given that Chu Huashang's aptitude and comprehension abilities were among the best of the best in the entire 3,000 worlds, otherwise, she would not have the success she enjoyed right now. Even so, the reality was that he was much faster than her when it came to comprehending the blood light scripture. He had not given much thought to this matter before, but it would now seem that it was not because his aptitude and comprehension abilities were much better than hers. Rather, it was the abundant vitality in his body that gave him a natural advantage in comprehending the blood light scripture. It was not just Chu Huashang. The same went for Pei Wenxian from Myriad Demons Heaven. His speed of progress was similar to hers. Although he was slightly slower than her, it was by no more than a cup of tea worth of time. He also departed not long after they departed from the first island. Similarly, he also arrived on the second island not long after they arrived. Just as Yang Kai's thoughts were wandering, he suddenly felt an unusual power fluctuation coming from the side. He hurriedly jerked his eyes open and looked in the direction. Not far away, steam was coming out of a cultivator's head as though he was a cooked bun that just came out of the oven. His exposed skin was blood red and the veins in his neck throbbed wildly. It was a truly horrifying sight. That in itself was bad enough. Unfortunately, the main point was that a dense blood mist was oozing out of the pores on his skin. He was completely enveloped in a blood-red mist in the blink of an eye. He's experiencing cultivation dissonance. Somebody exclaimed in horror, quickly standing up and distancing himself from that person. Yang Kai's expression stiffened. He knew that the person who spoke was correct. This cultivator was experiencing dissonance in his cultivation while cultivating the blood light scripture. Things would end disastrously for that cultivator if he did not figure out a way to resolve this crisis. But, who could afford to take care of others at this time? It happened right in front of everybody, and in less than 3 breaths, a cry of agony rang out from within the dense blood mist. The blood mist exploded to reveal that cultivator's miserable figure. Save! Save me! That cultivator reached out a hand and begged for help. His complexion was haggard and his body had become incredibly thin. Those words had only just left his mouth when blood lines spurted out of his body like tens of thousands of fine red strands. The blood shot out in all directions. Immediately after that, his head drooped and all the aura in his body disappeared. Everybody on the island stared at the sight in horror. After this person suffered from cultivation dissonance, all the essence in his body swiftly dissipated and he became a corpse that was nothing more than a skeleton wrapped in dry skin. It went to show how horrifying the grand evolution immortal blood light scripture was. This was the first time somebody experienced cultivation dissonance while cultivating the blood light scripture. Moreover, most had never seen such a miserable and tragic way of dying before. Thus, they couldn't help feeling worried. Ah! Another miserable cry rang out. Everybody turned to look in the direction of the sound. There was another person experiencing dissonance in his cultivation. All the blood chi in his body gushed out. His plump body quickly dried out and withered away. The essence of his body turned into a blood mist that covered him completely. A moment later, the blood mist exploded. Countless blood spouts shot out of his pores and turned him into a mummified corpse. In just a short span of time, 2 people had suffered from cultivation dissonance and lost their lives as a result. It deeply drove home the realization that the blood light scripture was not something that could be cultivated by just anybody, and the slightest negligence would result in death. Nobody had suffered from cultivation dissonance back at the lakeshore or on the first island. That was because they had not cultivated critical parts of the secret art yet. It was not until the second island that the power of the blood light scripture began to show. Some of the cultivators scowled fiercely, and the thought of withdrawing came to mind. The two who died might not be well known, but since they could reach this point, it went to show that they were undoubtedly elite disciples of some powerful great force out there. Even a person like that had suffered such a terrible fate. If the others continued to comprehend the secret art, there was no saying who would follow in their footsteps. "I'm not doing this anymore." Somebody decided that he could not withstand the pressure. He knew the extent of his own aptitude and comprehension abilities. Things would not end well for him if he continued to comprehend the secret art, so he shouted, "Screw the Tao of blood inheritance. I don't need it." Up to this point, he had received 2 rewards for managing to arrive on the second island. It was not as if he was leaving empty-handed if he turned back at this point. Besides, staying here would only take up more time. He might as well use this time to explore other places. Who could say whether he might obtain even better gains than staying here? Thus, he moved decisively. He went back along the way he came while speaking. Activating the blood light scripture, he used the blood mist to protect his body as he headed towards the first island. Contrary to expectations though, he had only just stepped onto the blood lake when the blood mist enveloping his body suddenly seemed to be drawn by something else and was immediately absorbed by the blood lake. There was no way for him to defend against the pulling force of the blood lake without the blood mist protecting him, so he sank into the lake before he even realized what was going on and without the slightest splash. Everybody was dumbfounded. That person had arrived on the second island safely, which went to show that he was a rather capable individual. He had already comprehended the mysteries of the blood light scripture's second chapter. Nevertheless, he met his death on the way back. It came out of nowhere and seemingly for no reason. More importantly, everybody clearly noticed that the blood mist did not disappear on its own. It had been absorbed by the blood lake. They did not encounter this phenomenon when they were coming here. It was almost as if the blood lake did not allow him to turn back. Blood Monster Divine Monarch was not a benevolent man. How could he allow you to come and go as you please at the place where he prepared his inheritance? A cold sneer rang out. It came from Pei Wenxian of Myriad Demons Heaven. Somebody politely cupped his fists. "Senior brother, are you saying that those who turn back will die?" Pei Wenxian coldly snorted, "I didn't say that, but anybody who wishes to return can go ahead and try. Even I would like to know for sure whether only death awaits us if we try to turn back. Who can satisfy my curiosity? I can thank him for his efforts." "Thanks. What good will that do? We may even lose our lives in the process." With the previous example right in front of them, who would dare to make an attempt lightly? Although there was no way to confirm the truth, what Pei Wenxian mentioned was not without reason. This place was where Blood Monster Divine Monarch's Tao of Blood Inheritance was located. It was impossible for people to come and go as they pleased. A woman turned pale as she asked, "Does that mean we can only keep moving forward?" If she had known that the path would be so dangerous, she would not have waded into these muddy waters. She initially planned to leave after obtaining enough benefits from this place, but it would seem that she no longer had the option of leaving even if she wanted to. Looking at the current situation, it would seem that the rewards on the island were simply bait. The rewards were used to incite countless cultivators to penetrate deeper into the blood lake and force them to proceed forward in order to check out the palace in the middle of the lake. Yang Kai's expression was gloomy. He had also been lured into this place by the rewards. However, what attracted him was not the Tao of blood inheritance but the monster cores provided as rewards. "You can also choose to remain here." Pei Wenxian grinned meaningfully. Without saying anything else, he continued to comprehend the blood light scripture. Everybody knew that what he said was unreasonable. Choosing to remain here was a dead-end option. They would be trapped here until they died. They couldn't just stay here for the rest of their lives, right? At the very least, they might have a chance of survival if they continued to press forward. It could be said that their retreat was cut off the moment they set foot on the first island. The crisis of life and death gave them no choice but to continue. What was obvious now was that Blood Monster Divine Monarch was an extremely insidious man. It was not difficult to reach the first island, so 80% of the cultivators present could succeed, which allowed them to obtain a reward with little effort. For that reason, everybody racked their brains to arrive on the island and fell into this trap as a result. Regardless of what other people might think, Yang Kai refused to give up halfway. It was true that he was only lured in by the monster cores given as a reward, but be that as it may, his strong blood chi gave him some natural advantages. If even he could not pass this trial, then everybody else in this place could only wait for their deaths. He then turned to look at Chu Huashang, and likewise, her eyes were firm. It could be said that most cultivators would not back down easily from challenges. People like the cultivator earlier, who wanted to return via the same path he came, were in the minority. After all, who among the cultivators present were not people with great perseverance? That was how they achieved everything they had so far in their lives. Which one of them did not experience life and death struggles countless times? If they turned tail and fled at every setback they encountered, they would not have reached the Emperor realm in the first place. Closing his eyes again, Yang Kai continued to comprehend the third chapter of the Blood Light scripture. In the meantime, a steady stream of people moved to head towards the third island. It was just that the casualty rate was noticeably higher than before. Many of the cultivators successfully arrived at the first and second islands with ease, only to perish en route to the third island. A long while later, Yang Kai opened his eyes. He integrated the essence of all three chapters of the Blood Light scripture from the three steels and circulated the Blood Light scripture. A golden blood mist immediately appeared around his body. Nodding lightly to himself, he was certain that he would have no problem crossing the Blood Lake and reaching the third island in his current state. He turned to the side and saw that Chu Huashang was still comprehending the secret art. Just as he was debating as to whether he should wait for her or not, she abruptly opened her eyes on her own. "Are you done, junior brother?" He nodded. She said, "Then, you should go ahead first, junior brother. I will catch up to you later. You don't need to wait for me." He raised his head and glanced in the direction of the third island. Then, he slowly shook his head. "No. Let's go together." It was obvious that she did not expect that response from him, thus, she couldn't help blinking at him in surprise for a moment before she exclaimed with a touched expression, "You are so good to me, junior brother." He sweated slightly at those words. "I just think that blood monster divine monarch's inheritance can't be that simple. It's better to let the others test the waters first." She leaned into his embrace, tilted her head upward slightly, and spoke in a coquettish voice, "The senior sister can't help it anymore. I want to promise myself to you right now." "What should I do?" Yang Kai naturally acted like he heard nothing. "Senior sister, stop playing around. Hurry up and finish comprehending." N. She nodded repeatedly, acting like an obedient little girl. "I will listen to everything you say." After saying that, she closed her eyes and continued to comprehend the Blood Light scripture. There was nothing to do, so Yang Kai watched the movements in his surroundings. Even now, many people continued to head in this direction from the shore. The number of people on the first island remained high. Similarly, there were over 300 people gathered together on the second island. In contrast, only 6 people were gathered on the third island. The great Thousand Blood Land disciple was among those 6. Yang Kai could not help being amazed. It really is different when one has a foundation in the Tao of blood. Among the cultivators gathered here, Chu Huashang and Pei Wenxian were not the only ones who came from various cave heavens and paradises. There would surely be others. Even so, the great Thousand Blood Land disciple remained in the lead. It clearly indicated that his heritage was also very impressive. At this rate, he might really be the first person to arrive at the palace in the middle of the lake. Be that as it may, Yang Kai was not worried that the great Thousand Blood Land disciple might get a head start over them and obtain Blood Monster Divine Monarch's inheritance. It was unconfirmed whether the Tao of Blood inheritance was even inside the palace in the middle of the lake, and if it was, the test to obtain it would not be that simple. Just as Yang Kai mentioned earlier, the first to arrive might not have an advantage. Although the pioneer would get the first attempt at the prize, the very same pioneer might also end up paving the road for the others. After waiting for approximately 4 hours, Chu Huashang finally opened her eyes. The look in her beautiful eyes was as gentle as water as she said softly, "Junior brother, I've made you wait." "It's fine." Yang Kai stood up and called out to her, "Let's go." They walked to the lake together. Circulating the Blood Light scripture, he took a step onto the lake. "Junior brother, please be careful. I don't wish to become a widow at such a young age," she reminded him from the side. Yang Kai stumbled upon hearing those words, and the secret art he was circulating nearly stopped. Therefore, he couldn't help glaring fiercely at her. It made her giggle madly. For a moment, she was so gorgeous that her flirtatiousness practically oozed out like water. There was a cultivator standing next to them. They did not know which great force he came from. Unfortunately, he was so befuddled by the sight of her beauty that he fell into the blood lake with a splash and lost his life. Chu Huashang stopped laughing with an innocent expression. Yang Kai sighed, "Let's go." She nodded and stepped onto the blood lake before him. Ripples spread out from beneath her feet as she stood steadily on the surface of the water. Turning to look back at him, she playfully said, "Junior brother, stay close, okay?" He involuntarily snorted at those words but followed behind her nevertheless as they set off for the third island. However, the smile soon slid off his face. It reached a point where he didn't even dare to look forward anymore. The main reason was that this crazy woman was twisting and swaying her hips in front of him hypnotically. He could not tell whether she was doing so intentionally or whether her actions were simply a natural habit, but her graceful and seductive curves evoked endless imagination in his head. Unable to take it anymore, he quickly caught up to her in a few steps and walked side by side. Only then did he get some peace of mind. The third island was also located a couple thousand meters away from the second. As long as they circulated the blood light scripture correctly and maintained the blood mist around their bodies to protect themselves, they would be able to cross the blood lake safely. In less than the time it takes to boil a cup of tea, the pair arrived on the third island. At this moment, there were only a dozen or so people present. The elimination tests at each stage were becoming more and more difficult. Accordingly, the number of people who safely passed those tests became lower. Upon arriving at this spot, Yang Kai finally became a little nervous even though he had remained calm all this time. According to his estimation, it was possible that the reward they would receive at the third island was a seventh-order monster core. Although the possibility was not high, there was always a glimmer of hope. 3 round platforms appeared in front of the two of them once more. Yang Kai stared at the 3 monster cores in front of him and was unable to make up his mind. While he was hesitating, he suddenly detected a strange energy fluctuation coming from the side. He turned to look and saw Chu Huashang staring fixedly at the monster core in her hand with her mouth gaping open in shock. Her beautiful eyes were filled with surprise and joy. That monster core was 7th order. Moreover, judging from the aura it was exuding, it was an extremely rare yang element monster core. Yang Kai was completely dumbfounded by the sight. Although he had the feeling that a 7th order monster core might appear on the third island, he never imagined that it would actually appear in front of him, much less that Chu Huashang would obtain it. "Put it away." He quickly sent her a transmission. Chu Huashang snapped back to her senses and lifted her head to glance around. A dozen or so people in front of them were all staring in this direction. It was obvious that they had sensed the energy fluctuations coming from the 7th order monster core. They all had shocked and greedy expressions on their faces. That was a 7th order monster core, a treasure worth hundreds of millions of open heaven pills. Back at the exchange meeting in Red Cloud's auction house, Yang Kai had paid more than 200 million open heaven pills in exchange for the primordial Yang profound ginseng. In other words, the Yang element monster core that she received was worth at least 200 million open heaven pills. For something like that to simply fall into Chu Huashang's hands so easily. Even a core disciple from Yinyang Cave Heaven like her felt as though she had been struck by a huge blessing. It wasn't until she stored the 7th order monster core into her space ring that those gazes slowly retracted. They could probably tell that she was not an easy prey, otherwise, it would not be surprising for them to attack and rob her. After being stimulated by this incident, Yang Kai couldn't help rolling up his sleeves in anticipation. He took a deep breath and reached his hand into the light barrier on the left. When he withdrew his hand and spread open his palm, his anticipation immediately turned into disappointment. It was not a 7th order monster core. It was not even a 6th order monster core. It was a 5th order monster core. He nearly spat blood when he saw it. This is the third island. How can I obtain a 5th order monster core as a reward? Are you joking with me? I would have grudgingly accepted even if it was only a 6th order monster core. Compared to what Chu Huashang had obtained, the 5th order monster core he received was trash. It deserved to be thrown away without a second glance. Upon further consideration, a seventh-order monster core would not appear so easily even though this was the third island. It was amazingly lucky of her to receive a seventh-order monster core. The others would never get another opportunity to obtain a seventh-order monster core again. Seeming to sense Yang Kai's disappointment, Chu Huasheng whispered, "Junior brother Yang, do you want my monster core? I can give it to you." "Give it to me?" He glanced at her in surprise. That was a Yang element 7th order monster core. How could she just offer to give it away like that? There would definitely be more than one master in Yin Yang Cave Heaven who would need this resource. It could be said that it would be a huge achievement if she brought this 7th order monster core back. She continued, "Don't you need high-rank materials?" Even if not for the fact that they had known each other since the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary and she was aware that he had condensed high-rank powers, his existence had caught the attention of the major cave heavens and paradises at this point. As long as Chu Huasheng casually inquired, she would be able to get this information. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment before he chuckled and shook his head. "Many thanks, senior sister. Unfortunately, I can't use this monster core anymore." If it was before he participated in the exchange meeting, he might have considered trading with her for the Yang element 7th order monster core. However, he had already condensed his Yang element now. This monster core was useless to him for the time being. Although it might be necessary for him in the future, that was still something far, far off from now. How could he ask somebody else for something so precious? Nevertheless, he was moved by the fact that she wanted to give this monster core to him. This woman can't have truly fallen for me, right? Be that as it may, his current future was extremely bleak. There was no saying when he would have to face great pressure from multiple parties. Chu Huasheng was no fool, so how could she fall for him at a time like this? "Is that so?" She nodded. "Then, I'll keep it for now. If you need it in the future, you can come to me at any time." Glancing at him with a shy smile, she added, "Not just the monster core. I can even give myself to you." Cough. 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 Yang Kai nearly choked to death on his own saliva. Chu Huasheng's boldness was a little difficult to handle. Looking at her was like looking at Shanqing Luo from before. The seductive charms of the beguiling demon queen were not something just anybody could withstand. Yang Kai quickly pointed to the front. "Let's just comprehend the blood light scripture first. Is blood monster divine monarch sick in the head? Why does he have to make the test so complicated?" Shaking his head, he walked towards the stele, listening to coquettish laughter coming from behind. The stele was not small. Moreover, not many people had managed to reach the third island, so Yang Kai and Chu Huasheng casually found a spot and sat down together as usual. Afterward, they immersed their consciousness into the stele and immediately began to comprehend the 4th chapter of the blood light scripture. Many subtle mysteries poured into their minds. The two of them had only just sat down for less than 6 hours. They were comprehending the secret art when they suddenly heard a loud laughter. "I did it. I comprehended it. Blood monster divine monarch's inheritance is mine." The wild laughter was extremely wanton and arrogant. Affected by this disturbance, all the cultivators who were quietly comprehending the secret art under the stele involuntarily opened their eyes. They looked forward and saw the great thousand-blood land disciple laughing maniacally with his head thrown back. The blood mist surrounding his body churned violently. It was terrifying to see. At this moment, he was laughing while striding towards the blood lake. His eyes were filled with a look of desire. As long as he could pass the final section of the blood lake, then he could arrive at the palace in the middle of the lake and get a glimpse of the inheritance. A black mist suddenly surged forward and turned into a pitch-black python. The black python opened its mouth wide and lunged at him. It looked extremely lifelike. Moreover, it was overflowing with demon chi, making it all the more horrifying. The man jumped in fright and hurriedly backed away. The blood mist around him shuddered, wriggling and changing to transform into a blood-colored knife that came slashing down on the black python's head. The blood knife beheaded the black python, but before the great thousand-blood land disciple could let out a breath of relief, the severed pieces of the black python suddenly exploded into countless tiny snakes. Their tongues flickered as they hissed and shot towards him like lightning. He gave a roar and used both hands to send out secret techniques. The blood knife instantly turned into 1,000 blades that he slashed out as he backed away. Black snake after black snake was cut to pieces and dissipated as demon chi. The blood blades also vanished in a short time. By the time all the black snakes were beheaded, the blood mist surrounding the great 1,000-blood land disciple had weakened considerably. He abruptly turned around and glared in a certain direction. Pei Wenxian, what's the meaning of this? The attack just now had been too obvious. He didn't even need to guess to know that the attack came from Pei Wenxian of Myriad Demons Heaven, and he was both shocked and furious. Pei Wenxian sat there motionlessly and stared at the great 1,000-blood land disciple coldly. I just can't stand the sight of you. The great 1,000-blood land disciple was absolutely livid. Unfortunately, his strength was lacking. He knew that he was not Pei Wenxian's opponent, so he was forced to suppress his rage. Brother Pei, this Zhou will not forget your gift today and will be certain to return the favor in the future. The meaning behind his words clearly indicated that he would get his revenge one day. After throwing out those harsh words, he moved to set out for the palace in the middle of the lake. He had only just started walking when he heard Pei Wenxian saying faintly, I dare you to take a step forward and see what happens. Zhou paused mid-step and did not dare to put his foot down. He glared at Pei Wenxian. What do you mean, Brother Pei? He could sense that Pei Wenxian's gaze was locked tightly on him like a panther that was about to pounce on its prey. The rage in his heart was like a volcano that was about to erupt, squeezing him to the point where it was very uncomfortable. Pei Wenxian calmly replied, if you left quietly after comprehending the blood light scripture, this Pei would not have bothered to cause trouble for you, but you deliberately made such a ruckus to disturb me. Because of that, all of my previous efforts were wasted. Did you think this Pei was so easily bullied? Zhou gritted his teeth. I was simply overjoyed just now and lost control of myself. It was not intentional. Pei Wenxian sneered, whether it was intentional or not, it's up to me to decide. It's pointless for you to argue with me. Zhou shouted, what do you want, Brother Pei? Nothing. Pei Wenxian lazily cracked his neck, you just need to stand there quietly. Once this Pei finishes comprehending the blood light scripture, you can set off together with me. Zhou was furious. He had been in the lead ever since he came to the blood lake. Not to mention that it was the final stage and he was much further ahead compared to everybody else. How could Pei Wenxian force him to wait here? How could he be willing? If that truly were the case, then all his efforts and advantages from before would come to nothing. He had planned to set off early to see if he could obtain Blood Monster Divine Monarch's Tao of Blood Inheritance. No matter what, it would always be advantageous to be the first to enter the palace in the middle of the lake before everybody else. Brother Pei, did you think that this Zhou was a pushover? You might be a disciple of Myriad Demons Heaven, but none of us are in the open heaven realm yet. The difference between our strengths is not that great. If you really want to stop me, Brother Pei, this Zhou will have no choice but to ask you for a demonstration of strength. If we end up fighting each other, it will only be advantageous for the others. His words were a mixture of reason and threat, but his response was not bad. Pei Wenxian sneered and pointed at the people around him. If you think that way, then you are sorely mistaken. Ask them yourself. Let's see if they agree to let you leave first. Zhou turned to look in that direction. Sure enough, there were many malicious gazes staring at him. Many of them looked like they were itching to take action, hence, he immediately became frightened. He realized that his actions just now had incited public anger. In addition to everything that he had done earlier, he had made himself into a target. Therefore, his complexion turned pale. It was just as Pei Wenxian mentioned, he had deliberately laughed out loud to disturb the others who were in the middle of comprehending the blood light scripture. He wanted to make them waste a little more time. Who could have expected that he would lift a rock only to drop it on his foot instead? He might have gotten away with it if nobody had stepped forward to complain, but Pei Wenxian just had to stop him from leaving. With all the commotion they made, how could he possibly be allowed to leave now? If he really were to force his way out of here, he would instantly be besieged by everybody. With that thought in mind, he gritted his teeth. Good. I will do as you say, Brother Pei. I will wait for you. I just hope you won't make me wait too long. Zhou was a man who knew how to adapt to the situation. Now that things had come to this point, it was better to wait patiently than to be besieged by everybody. Even if everybody entered the palace in the middle of the lake together, he would still have his own unique advantages. After all, his attainments in the Tao of Blood were much greater compared to the others. Pei Wenxian grinned and nodded. Rest assured, this Pei won't let you wait too long. The storm finally subsided. Aside from Zhou, who was standing there with a hideous expression on his face, everybody else on the third island continued to comprehend the blood light scripture recorded in the stele. Yang Kai was speechless. He initially wanted the others to enter the palace in the middle of the lake before him so that they could scout the way ahead for him. Unfortunately, his plans were completely ruined after what Pei Wenxian did. He had no other means to let the others take the initial risks for him. Judging from the current situation, it was also not appropriate for him to stand out too much, otherwise, there was a high chance that he would be attacked by the others. Aside from Zhou of Great Thousand Blood Land, he had the greatest advantage among all the other cultivators here. His abundant and robust blood qi allowed him to comprehend the blood light scripture more easily. He could confidently say that he would be able to finish comprehending the secret art in another hour. From the looks of things now though, he would have to conceal his advantage. As expected, Yang Kai attained mastery of the blood light scripture's 4th chapter through comprehensive study after another hour. He came to realize something when he was on the previous islands: the more robust the blood qi of a cultivator, the easier it was for them to cultivate the blood light scripture. At this point, this discovery was only becoming more obvious. Still, Yang Kai pretended as though he was in the middle of comprehending the secret art. At the same time, he stealthily monitored his surroundings with his divine sense. Zhou was still standing there, not daring to make a careless move lest he provoke a violent reaction. It was just that his expression was uglier with the passing of time. He should have been investigating the palace in the middle of the lake by now, but he was forcibly held up in this place by Pei Wenxian. How could he not feel resentful? During this period, more and more people arrived on the third island. Their numbers were not high, but the cultivators who made it this far were the elites among the elites. Bulian Zhong was one of them. However, his junior brothers and junior sister were nowhere to be seen. They probably remained behind on the second island. Another 7 or 8 hours passed when Yang Kai suddenly noticed a short man secretly opening his eyes by a narrow slit. The short man's eyes twinkled behind those narrow slits as he surveyed his surroundings. Yang Kai couldn't help laughing in surprise. Like Yang Kai, the short man had already attained mastery of the blood light scripture. Despite having the qualifications to set off for the palace in the middle of the lake, he did not reveal the fact immediately. It was clear that he had his own plans. Yang Kai quietly sighed in amazement. All the cultivators who could arrive on the third island were sneaky tigers hiding their claws. Pei Wenxian and Chu Huashang were still in the middle of comprehending the secret art, but this short man had already finished. It made Yang Kai wonder which great force he belonged to. Another hour passed and Pei Wenxian suddenly let out a turbid breath of relief. He opened his eyes and sighed in amazement. The grand evolution immortal blood light scripture is profound indeed. While saying so, he stood up and glanced lightly at the cultivators who were gathered around the stele. A trace of murderous intent flashed through his eyes, but in the end, he shook his head and strode towards the blood lake. If possible, he would have liked to slaughter every single person here. After that, he could slowly take his time to explore the palace in the middle of the lake. However, he knew that it was not realistic to think that he could kill all these people. After waiting for such a long time, Zhou immediately followed suit when he saw that Pei Wenxian was finally moving forward. In the next moment, the short man that Yang Kai noticed earlier also stood up. Another 3 or 4 others stood up at the same time. They looked at each other before tacitly shifting their gazes away. There were 5 or 6 people heading towards the palace in the middle of the lake all at once, so it was only natural that it caught the attention of many people. They raised their heads to look in that direction with expressions of envy. Yang Kai glanced at Chu Huashang suspiciously. Logically speaking, she should have finished around the same time, but on the contrary, she was frowning deeply. It was obvious that she was still immersed in comprehending the secret art and seemed to have encountered a problem. This puzzled him. After all, she was one of Yin Yang Cave Heaven's core disciples. Moreover, she condensed 6th-order elements. Both her aptitude and her comprehension abilities were the best among the best, so why was she taking so long? After further consideration though, Yang Kai realized that it might be related to her gender. She was a woman, so her body was inherently more yin-aligned, which would make her blood qi less vigorous. These 2 points might be the reason why her progress was slower than the others. Not to mention, there were no other women on the third island aside from her. Still, Chu Huashang was not that much slower than the others. An hour after Pei Wenxian and the others left, she finally opened her eyes and glanced at Yang Kai affectionately. Yang Kai gestured, "Let's go." He was slightly unsettled by this woman. He had not noticed anything when they were in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, so he did not know why she was being so affectionate and forward when he met her again today. N. She nodded. The two of them walked side by side towards the blood lake. Circulating the Grand Evolution Immortal Blood Light scripture, a layer of blood mist immediately surged around their bodies to protect them. When they stepped onto the blood lake, the various disturbances and the pulling force that came from the blood lake were more than 10 times stronger than before. It was conceivable that one could not safely cross this stretch of the blood lake if they did not integrate and link all 4 chapters of the blood light scripture recorded on all 4 steels together. The last stage was several times harder to comprehend than the previous 2 stages. It was just that those who could reach the third island were all talented and intelligent people, so the casualty rate was much lower. All the people who departed earlier were safe and sound, about to arrive at the palace in the middle of the lake soon. After another quarter hour or so, those people more or less arrived at the island where the palace was located. They exchanged a glance with each other for a moment, then they rushed towards the palace in unison and vanished out of sight in the blink of an eye. Pei Wenxian was the only one who remained there. He turned around and looked towards Yang Kai, who was making his way across the blood lake. Their gazes met and Yang Kai felt his heart sinking and thought to himself, "This is bad. This guy is going to pull some dirty trick." Pei Wenxian had tried to make trouble for Yang Kai when he first arrived at the blood lake, only to be stopped by Chu Huashang at the time. Now that Pei Wenxian was safely standing on the island in the middle of the lake while Yang Kai was standing on the surface of the lake, he finally found the perfect opportunity to do something. The thought had only just occurred to Yang Kai when he saw Pei Wenxian grinning at him. Following that, Pei Wenxian clenched his fist and punched out in Yang Kai's direction. Both demon qi and blood qi churned violently all over his body before flowing out along his arm to become a pitch-black demon dragon that bared its fangs menacingly. The demon dragon skimmed across the surface of the lake and came charging in this direction with a shocking momentum. Under normal circumstances, Yang Kai might not have taken this blow seriously, however, he was currently standing in the middle of the blood lake. Most of his concentration was being used to maintain the blood light scripture in order to resist the pulling force coming from the blood lake. He could not even bring out 30% of his actual strength. If he was hit by an attack of this caliber, his concentration might lapse for a moment and he might make a mistake in circulating the blood light scripture. The situation would surely end in tragedy then. Pei Wenxian had truly chosen the best timing to attack. "Senior Sister Chu, get away from me!" Yang Kai shouted. At the same time, he glared fixedly at the demon dragon charging towards him while silently urging his strength in preparation to defend against the attack. However, the demon dragon only flew a couple dozen meters before it suddenly sank into the blood lake and vanished out of sight, like it was pulled downward by some unknown guiding force. It didn't even make a single ripple on the surface of the lake. Yang Kai was taken aback. Similarly, Pei Wenxian was dumbfounded. He frowned slightly and fired another violent attack in disbelief. Just like before, the attack was absorbed into the blood lake before it could even approach Yang Kai. This situation made his expression turn ugly. He coldly snorted and glared at Yang Kai fiercely, "You got lucky this time." After that, he turned around and rushed towards the palace. The fact that the blood lake could even absorb attacks was beyond his expectations, otherwise, he would have made Yang Kai suffer greatly. In this situation, there was no point in wasting more of his time here. The others had already entered the palace ahead of him. Besides, he was also eager to try his luck inside the palace. Yang Kai stared at Pei Wenxian's disappearing back, a hint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Secretly gritting his teeth, he called out to Chu Huashang, "Let's go." The two of them continued onward, taking almost an hour before they arrived at the small island where the palace in the middle of the lake was located. The moment they stepped foot on the island, Chu Huasheng heaved a sigh of relief. The anxiety that had been weighing down on her finally lifted from her shoulders. Turning around, she studied her surroundings and said, "Junior brother Yang, there doesn't seem to be a reward for this stage." Yang Kai made a non-committal response. He had already noticed this when Pei Wenxian, Zhou Yi, and the others arrived on the island earlier. Unlike the previous 3 islands, this place did not offer any monster cores as rewards. This discovery disappointed him very much. Based on his calculations, the rewards for the first, second, and third islands had been, on average, 4th order, 5th order, and 6th order monster cores, respectively. In that case, there was a high possibility that 7th order monster cores might appear on the central island. Unfortunately, it turned out that there was nothing here at all. It would seem that 7th order monster cores were extremely rare, even in the blood monster cave heaven. It was not something that could randomly be given out as a reward. Not to mention, Blood Monster Divine Monarch's Tao of Blood inheritance might be hidden inside this palace. What reward could be more valuable than the inheritance itself? It was just that. Yang Kai mainly came here in hopes of obtaining high-rank open heaven materials. Having gained nothing after coming here, it was only natural for him to feel extremely disappointed. Nevertheless, he was already here. He might as well go inside and have a look. Who could say whether he might find other treasures inside? Yang Kai and Chu Huasheng glanced at the palace with a measuring look before walking towards the gates of the palace. A short while later, they entered the grand hall and immediately felt a chill running up their spines. This place was so eerie that it made all the hairs on their body stand on end. Yang Kai initially assumed that there would be more tests and greater dangers set up in this place, but now it seemed things were completely different from what he had imagined. The grand hall was small enough that the entire situation within could be seen at a glance. Moreover, it was completely empty except for the platform located right in the center. A white skeleton sat cross-legged on that platform. There was no saying how many years it had been since the owner of the skeleton died. All the flesh had long since fallen off the bones, but the skeleton remained as white as jade, even exuding a faint trace of spirituality. Yang Kai was extremely impressed. Although he did not know which era Blood Monster Divine Monarch lived as one of the apex masters of his time, he was certain that at least several tens of thousands of years had passed since then. It might even be longer than that. The fact that the skeleton of a person from that era could remain preserved in such pristine condition after his death only served to show just how powerful his cultivation was when he was alive. The people who arrived earlier were gathered around the skeleton. They were sitting separately and staring at the skeleton with scorching gazes as though they were staring at a supreme precious treasure. Upon sensing Yang Kai and Chu Huasheng's arrival, they glanced in the direction of the entrance in unison. "Seems everybody's here." Pei Wenxian chuckled. Yang Kai glared at Pei Wenxian coldly, his murderous intent flaring. Pei Wenxian had come looking for trouble when he first arrived at the Blood Lake and even tried to kill him when he was crossing the Blood Lake just now. Now that they met again, it was only natural that he had no plans to be soft-hearted. "Wait, brother Yang." Just as Yang Kai was about to attack, Zhou Yi of Great Thousand Blood Land suddenly raised his hand and shouted. Yang Kai glanced at Zhou Yi and asked lightly, "Do you have an objection, brother Zhou?" Zhou Yi politely replied, "No. It's just that this place is where Blood Monster Divine Monarch left his Tao of Blood inheritance. If you were to fight here, there's a high chance that you might destroy the inheritance. This Zhou hopes that you will calm yourself for now and not cause a disturbance. This place is where Blood Monster Divine Monarch left his Tao of Blood inheritance?" Yang Kai frowned slightly. Zhou Yi nodded seriously, "Indeed." Several others nodded in agreement. "How do you know?" Zhou Yi pointed at the skeleton. "You will know just by immersing your mind in the jade skeleton, brother Yang." Yang Kai glanced at Zhou Yi suspiciously. Spreading out his divine sense, he immersed himself into the jade skeleton. His expression soon changed drastically and his eyes filled with astonishment. He could sense the rest of the grand evolution immortal blood light scripture inside the jade skeleton. They passed through the 3 islands earlier, and including the stele on the shore, there were a total of 4 steles. The steles each contained one of the first 4 chapters of the blood light scripture. However, the 4 chapters did not make up a whole. They could only be said to make up less than half of the secret art. Yang Kai had guessed that the rest of the secret art would be located within the palace in the middle of the lake. It was only by joining both parts into one would the grand evolution immortal blood light scripture be considered complete. At this moment, he could sense the rest of the blood light scripture coming from this skeleton that had died countless years ago. This skeleton, Zoe looked at Yang Kai and explained, if my guess is correct, this skeleton is the remains of blood monster divine monarch. He set up a test in this place and engraved the second half of the blood light scripture on his skeleton, all in the hopes of encountering a fateful person. This is the skeleton of blood monster divine monarch? Yang Kai had the vague feeling that something was off. Didn't they say that blood monster divine monarch's inheritance was hidden deep within the blood monster divine palace? And the blood monster divine palace is located in the depths of the blood monster cave heaven. We have only been here for a few days. This area is only in the periphery of the blood monster cave heaven. Why would the inheritance appear here? The location doesn't match up. It was true that the tests in the blood lake were extremely dangerous, but he could not shake the feeling that something was not right. But, the blood light scripture in this jade skeleton does not seem to be fake. The most important basis of blood monster divine monarch's Tao of blood inheritance was the blood light scripture. If they comprehended the mysteries of the blood light scripture, then it would be no different from obtaining blood monster divine monarch's Tao of blood inheritance. Just what is going on? Yang Kai frowned, feeling doubtful. Zoe continued, blood monster divine monarch died many years ago, so the blood light scripture is now unique in the world. His skeleton might look like it is perfectly preserved, but nobody can guarantee that it can withstand violent impacts. If anybody were to fight here, they will most likely destroy the skeleton containing the inheritance. That was why we came to a consensus before you arrived, Brother Yang. We agreed to get rid of anybody who tries to use force in this place. Yang Kai had wondered why they were still standing around peacefully even though they arrived more than an hour earlier. It would seem that they had taken some time to reach a consensus. In addition, they were only being so restrained towards one another out of fear that the impacts of their fight would destroy the jade skeleton. He glared at Pei Wenxian coldly. The other party returned the look with fierce fighting intent and a reckless expression, which made the others frown in response. Zoe secretly sent a divine sense transmission to Yang Kai, Brother Yang, please endure for a moment. I will join forces with you later and we can kill him together when this matter is over. He had been harassed by Pei Wenxian earlier. Unfortunately, he knew that he was not Pei Wenxian's opponent and had no choice but to endure the humiliation as a result. With the chance of working together with Yang Kai in front of him, it was only natural that he did not wish to miss the opportunity. After pondering for a while, Yang Kai nodded, good. I'll let him live for a little while longer. Pei Wenxian immediately sneered, it's uncertain who is the one with the opportunity to live a little longer. Zoe was overjoyed and cupped his fists, many thanks, Brother Yang. Since everybody has no objections, let us start. After saying that, he eagerly closed his eyes and immersed himself in the jade skeleton to comprehend the secret art. He deeply believed that he had a great advantage and it was inevitable that he would obtain blood monster divine monarch's Tao of blood inheritance. It was for that reason that he was also the most afraid of conflict breaking out among each other. Otherwise, he would not have persuaded Yang Kai as soon as he saw him arrive. The others naturally followed suit. Yang Kai and Chu Huashang took a few steps forward. They found a seat below the skeleton and looked up at the jade skeleton. After thinking about it, Yang Kai sent a transmission to Chu Huashang, be careful, senior sister Chu. If you notice something wrong, protect yourself immediately. Chu Huashang turned to look at him and asked quietly, junior brother, did you notice something wrong? He shook his head, it just doesn't feel right. He could not say what was off about this place. He simply felt that blood monster divine monarch's inheritance would not be located in this place. But, he could not guarantee that his conjecture was correct either. What if this really was blood monster divine monarch's Tao of blood inheritance? Focusing his mind, he closed his eyes and immersed himself into the jade skeleton once more. A string of characters immediately jumped out at him inside his mind, whoever obtains this king's inheritance may inherit the blood monster cave heaven. Yang Kai had only taken a quick glance earlier, so he failed to notice this sentence just now. However, the feeling of unease in his heart became even stronger after seeing this sentence. Blood Monster Divine Monarch was proficient in the Tao of Blood and the Tao of Beast Taming when he was still alive. This fact was portrayed extremely evidently throughout the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. The Blood Lake was the manifestation of the Tao of Blood, while the various monster beasts were the embodiment of the Tao of Beast Taming. So, why would a person be able to inherit the entire Blood Monster Cave Heaven just by obtaining the Tao of Blood inheritance? Another point that puzzled Yang Kai greatly was the location of the Blood Lake. The location of the Blood Lake could not be considered hidden. The area in which the Blood Lake was located was also indicated in the map given to him by the proprietress. In other words, their predecessors had definitely explored this area before. However, the Blood Lake was not marked clearly upon the map. If the Blood Lake had existed in the past, then why was it never mentioned before over the years? After all, the Tao of Blood inheritance was no trivial matter. The slightest information leak regarding this matter would cause such a huge commotion that everybody would know about it. Be that as it may, nobody had ever heard about the existence of the Blood Lake or the Tao of Blood inheritance until the Blood Monster Cave Heaven opened this time. As such, there was only one explanation that would make sense. The Blood Lake and the Tao of Blood inheritance only appeared recently. It had not appeared in the past. That was why their predecessors who entered the Blood Monster Cave Heaven in the past had no knowledge about this matter. That was also why the Blood Lake was not marked on the map. The cultivators who entered the Blood Monster Cave Heaven were the first batch of people to come into contact with the Tao of Blood inheritance. But, if that was the case, then it did not make sense either. If Blood Monster Divine Monarch had set up various tests in this place in hopes of handing down his Tao of Blood inheritance to his destined successor, then there was no reason for him to hide this place for so many years. It was not until the most recent opening of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven that this place was revealed to the public. If he really wanted to find an inheritance disciple, then this Blood Lake should have appeared before the eyes of the world a long time ago. After all, the most likely result of hiding this place too deeply was the loss of his legacy with time. It doesn't make sense. I just can't figure it out. Yang Kai shook his head while comprehending the rest of the Blood Light scripture. In any case, the Blood Light scripture was definitely genuine. Such an exquisite secret art was very rare. At this point, the only thing he could do was take it one step at a time. As time passed, blood mist lingered around the people sitting around the skeleton. They were immersed in the mystery of the Blood Light scripture, unable to extricate themselves. A glimmering light suddenly lit up in the eye socket of the skeleton without anybody noticing. The glimmering light was very dim and weak, almost like a candle that was about to go out. It silently drifted out of the sunken eye socket, circled around the skeleton leisurely before floating over to Chu Huashang. The glimmering light floated up and down, seeming to be searching for something. It did not stay in front of Chu Huashang for long before moving on to the next cultivator. The short man who hid his abilities earlier was sitting to her right, not far away from her. The glimmering light seemed to have a sentience of its own, and after observing the short man for a while, it moved away. After investigating the cultivators one by one, the glimmering light came to Zhou Yi. It stopped in front of Zhou Yi for the longest time, almost as though it had found something of interest. However, it eventually floated towards the next person sitting beside Zhou Yi. The glimmering light soon circled around and came to Yang Kai, who was sitting close beside Chu Huashang. Then, the glimmering light suddenly shone brightly like a wild beast that had found the most delicious food and immediately slammed straight into his mind without hesitation. Even though it looked like a flickering flame that was on the verge of extinguishing, it slipped into Yang Kai's head without the slightest hindrance and quickly vanished out of sight. Yang Kai was focused on comprehending the latter portion of the Blood Light scripture when all of a sudden, his body shuddered slightly and a feeling of coolness spread throughout him. Before he could figure out what was going on, he felt his knowledge sea defenses being penetrated. It seemed to be caused by something entering without his permission. Immediately after that, a cold voice sounded in his mind, "Junior, hand over your body." Shocked, Yang Kai quickly immersed his mind into his knowledge sea and transformed into his soul avatar. The first thing he saw was an illusory phantom charging towards him. The illusory phantom clearly looked very weak, but it gave him the feeling that it was very powerful. All of a sudden, it exploded without warning and turned into a cloud of gray mist that tried to wrap around him. Hurriedly backing away to avoid the gray mist, Yang Kai was shocked as he shouted, "Soul possession!" The illusory phantom that invaded his knowledge sea was clearly a soul. The horror he felt in his heart was indescribable. Although he had been concentrating on comprehending the blood-light scripture, a part of his consciousness had remained aware of the outside world. It was a countermeasure he took in case Pei Wenxian secretly attacked him. Even so, he failed to notice anything until the soul invaded his knowledge sea. There was only one explanation for this outcome. This person's soul was so much stronger than his that it could completely evade his perception. Who? He immediately thought about the jade skeleton sitting cross-legged in front of him. For a moment, he was so shocked that it felt as though his soul had been blown away. It can't be Blood Monster Divine Monarch's soul, right? If that's the case, then this might be the end for me. Blood Monster Divine Monarch was an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Even if he had been dead for countless years, his soul was not something Yang Kai could resist. Yang Kai watched as the fog relentlessly approached him. Gritting his teeth, he stretched out his hand in that direction and roared, "Cut!" A sword light silently slashed downward as the soul-splitting saber that had been nurtured in his knowledge sea all this time manifested in his grip. Combined with the heaven-severing slash that Tian Yin taught him in the past, the power of this move was absolutely staggering. However, what made Yang Kai sink into utter despair was that the mist only scattered for a moment under the sword light of the soul-splitting saber before it converged together once more and doggedly chased after him. He nearly spat blood at the sight. The soul-splitting saber was an emperor artifact. Its strength was no longer able to keep up with his cultivation progress, so it had fallen into disuse. Nevertheless, it was specially meant to target souls. Not to mention that it had been nurtured with the heaven-severing slash secret technique for so long. It could be said that even a low-rank open heaven realm master who was caught off guard by this move would become dazed. Be that as it may, the mist was completely unobstructed in any way. It could be seen just how pure and powerful the soul was. "Junior, are you trying to resist?" An aged voice came from within the mist. "This old master has been waiting for tens of thousands of years and finally obtained a good opportunity. How can you possibly resist? Obediently hand your body over to this old master and you will suffer less pain." Yang Kai of course ignored the voice and repeatedly activated the soul-splitting saber. The soul-splitting saber transformed into countless sword lights that slashed down. Accordingly, his spiritual energy also flowed out like the ebbing tide. Every blow from the sword light would scatter the mist, but the mist would gather together again quickly. Although the attacks seemed to have no effect on the other party, they bought Yang Kai precious time to escape. After all, everything would be over if he was enveloped by the mist. After launching several dozen consecutive attacks, Yang Kai calmed down considerably. Judging from the situation, this invading soul was indeed extremely powerful. However, too much time had passed. It was no longer in its peak condition. How could he have resisted otherwise? Furthermore, it turned out that the attacks of the soul-splitting saber were not completely ineffective. The gray mist had faded ever so slightly after being subjected to this barrage of attacks. It was not very obvious. Nonetheless, this place was within his knowledge sea, so how could he not notice the changes? "Insolent junior. Once this old master has seized your body, I will capture your soul and make you beg for death." An exasperated voice came from within the gray mist. Yang Kai became more and more at ease upon hearing those words. Thus, he relaxed and continued to attack the other party with the soul-splitting saber. Concurrently, he asked, "Are you Blood Monster Divine Monarch?" The gray mist charging at him froze for a moment, but immediately a furious howl followed. "Don't you dare mention that old dog in front of this old master. Beneath the heavens this old master cannot coexist with him." Yang Kai was absolutely shocked. This guy is not Blood Monster Divine Monarch. Based on his speculation, the soul had probably been hiding inside the skeleton. If that was the case, then how could it not be Blood Monster Divine Monarch? Moreover, it sounded like this person had a huge grudge against Blood Monster Divine Monarch. A possibility suddenly flashed through his mind. Unless that skeleton is not the remains of Blood Monster Divine Monarch. It belongs to somebody else. "Who are you? Announce your name." Yang Kai slashed down with the soul-splitting saber once more, blocking the other party's offensive to a certain extent. This place was within his knowledge sea, therefore, he held a unique advantage in this battle. Unless the gap between their spiritual energy was extremely wide, the act of possession would never succeed under general circumstances. The gray mist coldly snorted, "This old master is the Black Crow Divine Monarch." Yang Kai was secretly speechless. Another divine monarch. Only those in the high-rank open heaven realm had the right to crown themselves with the title of divine monarch. Doesn't that mean that the Black Crow Divine Monarch was a high-rank open heaven realm master when he was alive? No wonder his spiritual energy is still so powerful that he can even try to possess somebody else to resurrect himself even though so many years have passed since his death. What made him curious was the reason why this Black Crow Divine Monarch turned up in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. How dare Shui Yao, that old fart, imprison this old master? Ha ha ha. So many years have passed, yet that old fart is dead while this old master still lives. How ironic. The gray mist continuously pounced on while laughing maniacally. Only then did Yang Kai realize that this person had been imprisoned within the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Blood Monster Divine Monarch was certainly very impressive. He even managed to imprison another high-rank open heaven realm master in his small universe. That being said, it was highly likely that this Black Crow Divine Monarch was in the 7th Order open heaven realm when he died. If not, he would not be so helpless against Blood Monster Divine Monarch. This old master spent countless years and only 100 years ago broke free of that accursed seal. Unfortunately, this old master's physical body was destroyed eons ago. Only my remnant soul remained. Fortunately, Shui Yao left behind his Tao of Blood inheritance. What kind of aptitude do you think this old master has? I easily comprehended his Tao of Blood inheritance. Junior, do you know why that old fart's Tao of Blood secret art is called the Grand Evolution Immortal Blood Light Scripture? It was hard to say whether it was because Black Crow Divine Monarch had been feeling lonely for countless years, but he was very talkative, and Yang Kai was perfectly willing to be his conversation partner. Upon hearing those words, Yang Kai said, "Please explain, Senior." Black Crow Divine Monarch chuckled softly. The emphasis is placed on the word immortal in the Grand Evolution Immortal Blood Light Scripture. It allows a person to become immortal, undying, and indestructible. When you cultivate the Blood Light Scripture to its limit, you can be reborn from just a single drop of blood. This secret art is the ultimate secret art throughout the entire universe. It incited a reign of terror when it first appeared in the world, and in the end, it ultimately fell into old dog Shui Yao's hands. Yang Kai was curious. If you can be reborn from just a single drop of blood, then why did Blood Monster Divine Monarch die in the end? Black Crow Divine Monarch coldly snorted, "One's lifespan is limited. He simply died of old age. The power of time is extremely cruel. There have been countless heroes throughout the ages, but who among them has managed to escape the clutches of time?" Yang Kai backed away while attacking ruthlessly and nodded. "So Senior obtained Blood Monster Divine Monarch's Tao of Blood inheritance? What about the tests earlier? Were they also your doing, Senior?" Black Crow Divine Monarch said it himself. He had thoroughly comprehended the Blood Light Scripture. In that case, why would the various tests for the Tao of Blood inheritance still remain? That's right. How would this old master find a suitable candidate to possess if I had not done that? Black Crow Divine Monarch readily admitted, all the tests in this place were indeed set up by that old dog, Shui Yao, before his death. It's just that this old master used certain means to move them here. This old master initially had his eye on another one of you brats. He seems to have a foundation in the Tao of Blood, so it would save me a lot of effort if I possessed him. But, your vitality is so abundant that it is simply outrageous. If I can possess you, I will get double the result with half the effort when cultivating the Blood Light Scripture in the future. Boy, you can only blame your poor luck for appearing in front of this old master at this time. The person with a foundation in the Tao of Blood that he mentioned was undoubtedly referring to Zhou of Great Thousand Blood Land. Among the few people who arrived at the palace in the middle of the lake, he was the only one with a foundation in the Tao of Blood. From what Black Crow Divine Monarch mentioned, Yang Kai also learned that all the tests in this place were indeed set up by Blood Monster Divine Monarch in order to pass down his Tao of Blood legacy. They were simply relocated to this area by Black Crow Divine Monarch through unknown means. For a man to retain such great abilities even after his death, Divine Monarchs truly cannot be understood with common sense. Just as Yang Kai was feeling amazed, the aura exuding from the grey mist suddenly soared. Immediately following that, an invisible and intangible soul attack shot out from within the gray mist. Yang Kai was caught off guard and took the attack straight on as a result. In that instant, his soul became unstable, his mind was greatly shaken, and his entire knowledge sea became turbulent. Even his soul avatar nearly collapsed. This old dog, he's been concealing his real ability. Yang Kai was deeply shocked. After seeing Black Crow Divine Monarch getting slashed by the soul-splitting saber and failing to approach him, he had mistakenly assumed that the other party was not that strong. It was not until Black Crow Divine Monarch suddenly unleashed such a terrifyingly powerful attack that he realized his mistake. The other party had been hiding his skills all this while, it was just so that he could catch Yang Kai off guard. Thinking about it again, it made perfect sense. The enemy was a Divine Monarch after all. How could he not have a trick or two up his sleeves? If not, how could he have penetrated Yang Kai's knowledge sea defenses or even plan on possessing him? Ha ha ha. Black Crow Divine Monarch laughed madly. The scattered mist gathered together again and lunged at Yang Kai like a tiger pouncing on its prey. Junior, why did you think this old master kindly explained all of this to you? It's simply to distract you. Youngsters nowadays truly do not know the immensity of heaven and earth. But worry not. This old master will definitely take good care of your body after possessing it. You can also tell me if you have any dying wishes. This old master will fulfill them to the best of his abilities. While he was speaking, he had already arrived in front of Yang Kai and looked like he was about to envelop him entirely. At that moment, Yang Kai's dull eyes suddenly regained clarity. He backed away and shouted, "Many thanks for your kindness, Senior, but this junior will fulfill his wishes himself. I don't need to trouble you for your help, Senior." The soul-splitting saber unleashed another burst of sword light and slashed down diagonally to scatter the gray mist once more. "You," Black Crow Divine Monarch's voice was filled with disbelief. He was nothing more than a remnant soul at the moment, so the power he could exert was limited as a result. Even so, he was still the remnant soul of a Divine Monarch. How could a trivial Emperor Realm Junior resist him? And yet, that was exactly what happened just now. The boy in front of him had recovered in a matter of moments, causing the plans he believed were foolproof to go horribly wrong. Yang Kai did not give Black Crow Divine Monarch the slightest chance to approach him again. Having suffered once just now, he did not dare to underestimate his opponent. He reached out a hand when the sword light came slashing down and his spiritual energy surged violently as he shouted, "Blossoming Lotus." A lotus suddenly blossomed in the middle of the gray mist. The flower was as white as jade and looked extremely delicate, as if it might be blown apart by a gentle breeze. However, this very flower was swiftly absorbing the spiritual energy of the gray mist. With this power, the flower bloomed quickly and several layers of lotus petals unfurled magnificently. Ah! Black Crow Divine Monarch's screams of rage and agony came from within the gray mist. The blossoming lotus secret technique consumed a lot of energy to unleash, but it would use the enemy's own spiritual energy as nutrients to bloom after it was activated. It was a move with unlimited potential. If this attack struck an opponent of similar strength, their soul would immediately suffer heavy damage. Unfortunately, the power of Black Crow Divine Monarch's remnant soul was simply on a different scale. Yang Kai immediately clenched his fist after unleashing the blossoming lotus and shouted, "Sealed Lotus." Another huge lotus appeared, directly wrapping the gray mist within its petals. It practically presented the exact opposite situation compared to when the blossoming lotus secret technique first appeared. This huge lotus swiftly closed and turned into a bud, sealing the gray mist within its petals so that it was plunged into an endless darkness. Kong. A huge force exploded from inside the flower and the entire lotus was torn apart immediately. The gray mist came rushing out aggressively from within the lotus and charged at Yang Kai viciously. Black Crow Divine Monarch roared in fury, "Your resistance is futile, Junior. This old master will not allow you to act so impudent in front of me." It was not until this moment that he finally revealed his true power. At the beginning, he had only wanted to numb Yang Kai's will so that it was easier for him to take over his body. He was a remnant soul after all, so what little remained of his strength was running out and he had to use that power sparingly. Otherwise, he might be wiped out before he could even possess Yang Kai. That would make him the greatest laughing stock of all time. Black Crow Divine Monarch's aura, which was concealed until now, soared. It was more than twice as strong as before, and the attacks of the soul-splitting saber did not have much effect on him. It simply slashed through the gray mist but did not delay or force him back in any way. Nevertheless, Yang Kai's expression remained as calm as before. His large hand slammed down in the direction of the gray mist once more as he shouted, "Blossoming Lotus! Little bastard!" Black Crow Divine Monarch was furious. He had been struck by that soul secret technique just now. Even judging the attack from the heights he achieved in the past, it was an ingenious idea, even though the power behind it was not worth mentioning. The strength of the attack was weak, but that was related to the strength of the user. He believed that the power behind this attack would only increase steadily as Yang Kai's cultivation improved over time. The gray mist dissipated on its own, turning into a trail of gray vapor as though to avoid the blossoming lotus secret technique. Unfortunately, this place was within Yang Kai's knowledge sea, and he was very sensitive to all the changes that occurred. How could he allow the gray mist to avoid his attack? The flower appeared again, and the flower petals of the lotus bloomed magnificently. Black Crow Divine Monarch screamed in agony but did not stop in place. Enduring the pain in his soul, he charged towards Yang Kai as though desperate to take over his body right then and there. Sealed Lotus! Black Crow Divine Monarch was livid as he roared, "Junior, do you only know these two tricks?" Before he could finish his sentence, he was wrapped in a huge lotus once more. Although he soon broke out of the shackles, the delay gave Yang Kai some breathing space and allowed him to put some distance between them. It's not about how new your tricks are, but whether they work or not. Whilst fleeing, Yang Kai observed the changes of Black Crow Divine Monarch, and what he saw made his heart sink. It truly was the remnant soul of a divine monarch. Black Crow Divine Monarch had received at least several hundred hits from the soul-splitting saber, in addition to 2 rounds of the Blossoming Lotus and Sealed Lotus secret techniques, since he first revealed himself. However, the gray mist had not changed much at all. In other words, the damage he suffered was extremely limited. Meanwhile, Black Crow Divine Monarch was about to explode with anger. He originally thought that he could succeed at taking over this boy's body in an instant, but he had yet to succeed even after all the unexpected twists and turns. For some inexplicable reason, he vaguely sensed that something was wrong. It was just that he had no time to think about it at the moment. As soon as he broke free of the restraints, he charged towards Yang Kai again. Blossoming Lotus! Sealed Lotus! The 2 self-created soul secret techniques were unleashed repeatedly. The former was a method to attack one's enemy, while the latter was a means to restrain one's enemy. 2 souls were engaged in a chase. Inside Yang Kai's knowledge sea, caught in a life-and-death contest. At the beginning, Black Crow Divine Monarch had cursed and yelled in exasperation. Later, he no longer called out so loudly. He simply said coldly, "Junior, let's see how long you can keep this up. The burden on your body from casting these soul secret techniques is not small. Sooner or later, the power in your knowledge sea will be depleted. Let's see how you resist this old master then. Once I take over your body, I will definitely kill all your friends and family. I will sell your women to the cheapest whorehouse and force them to take customers every single day." Yang Kai was furious. "Old dog, you court death." Black Crow Divine Monarch snickered, "This old master gave you a chance, but you didn't know how to appreciate the opportunity one gave you. Who else can you blame but yourself? How dare a trivial Emperor Realm boy?" His sentence trailed off all of a sudden. The gray mist that had been chasing Yang Kai relentlessly also came to a halt. Seeming to sense something, he silently perceived his surroundings and immediately cried out in alarm, "No. That's impossible. You are just an Emperor Realm Junior. How can you have such powerful spiritual energy?" He finally realized what that nagging feeling in his heart was. Having been focused on trying to take over Yang Kai's body, he did not think too much about other things. It was only at this moment that he realized something. How could an Emperor Realm cultivator be this powerful? This person's spiritual energy was almost on par with a common low-rank Open Heaven Realm masters. That was not the most important thing though. The most important point was that Yang Kai had unleashed so many soul attacks earlier, so logically speaking, his spiritual energy should have been exhausted long ago. Even if it was not depleted, it should have gone down considerably. On the contrary, Black Crow Divine Monarch's perception told him that Yang Kai's knowledge sea remained as plentiful as ever. There were no signs of depletion at all. In other words, Yang Kai was still in peak condition. Are you not an Emperor Realm cultivator? Black Crow Divine Monarch felt as though he had been bitten by a poisonous snake. Even his voice became one pitch higher. The anger on Yang Kai's face disappeared in an instant and he floated just above his knowledge sea as he looked at Black Crow Divine Monarch lightly. You must be joking, Divine Monarch. What else can I be if not an Emperor Realm Junior? I am indeed an Emperor Realm cultivator. Guaranteed exchange if not genuine. How dare you still try to deceive me, Junior? How can an Emperor Realm brat have such powerful spiritual energy? You unleashed so many soul attacks earlier. How is it possible that your spiritual energy shows no signs of depletion? After saying that, Black Crow Divine Monarch seemed to discover something. Wait. Your knowledge sea itself is strange. Gray and wispy attacks suddenly shot out of the gray mist and slammed into Yang Kai's knowledge sea. The sea became turbulent, revealing the seven-colored island hiding below. An inexplicable aura immediately leaked out from that seven-colored island. It was extremely mysterious, almost as though it contained some sort of grand Tao. This is, Black Crow Divine Monarch stared fixedly at the seven-colored island. Immediately after that, he reacted as though he made an amazing discovery and exclaimed in shock, Soul-warming lotus. Seven-colored soul-warming lotus. You sure are well-informed, Divine Monarch. Your vision is indeed sharp. This junior is impressed. Yang Kai said lightly. Stretching out his hand, the seven-colored island flew out of his knowledge sea and transformed into a seven-color lotus. It bloomed with a dazzling light, floating just beneath his feet. Since it had been discovered, then there was no need to hide it any longer. Yang Kai figured he would just display it proudly. It would also serve as a form of deterrent. Above his knowledge sea, Yang Kai's soul avatar stood silently on the soul-warming lotus and stared at the gray mist calmly. If Black Crow Divine Monarch had a physical body right now, he would be dripping with cold sweat. He spoke in a voice full of disbelief. Junior, were you plotting against me all this time? If he remembered correctly, Yang Kai had appeared panicked and flustered several times before. Only now did he realize that there was no reason for Yang Kai to panic when the latter had the support of a supreme treasure like the soul-warming lotus. It was clearly all just a ruse. The soul-warming lotus was a supreme treasure that constantly nourished the soul. Moreover, the lotus in front of him shone with seven colors. With such a foundation, Yang Kai's soul was a virtually indestructible existence and his spiritual energy would be replenished at many times the average rate. He was hoping to possess Yang Kai when he exhausted himself, but now such hopes were clearly nothing more than an illusion. I simply replied in kind. Yang Kai glanced at the gray mist faintly. How could he possibly hold back after learning that the other party was the remnant soul of a divine monarch? Who knew what kind of means these divine monarchs might have? Black Crow Divine Monarch gnashed his teeth in hatred. The gray mist shifted erratically for some time, indicating the fluctuations in his mood. He was currently stuck in this situation with no way out, so he was secretly feeling regretful. If he had known about this earlier, he would have chosen the junior with the foundation in the Tao of Blood instead. At the beginning, he simply felt that Yang Kai's aura was much more vibrant, which would be more advantageous when cultivating the blood light scripture in the future. From the looks of the situation though, he walked himself right into a deep pitfall. There was no way to extricate himself now that he was so deeply trapped in this situation. Divine Monarch, you asked if this junior only knows those two tricks. Yang Kai leisurely lifted his hand while speaking. A sense of crisis suddenly filled Black Crow Divine Monarch's soul and he instinctively realized that Yang Kai was going to unleash a far more dangerous move. Now I can finally answer your question, Divine Monarch. This junior indeed has another trick, but I wonder if you'll appreciate it. After saying that, Yang Kai gestured forward with his hand and commanded, consume him. A loud buzzing sound suddenly filled the air. Immediately after that, small black dots suddenly flew out from a bracelet on Yang Kai's wrist. Those black dots were innumerable and soon turned into a large black cloud that swiftly enveloped the gray mist. Black Crow Divine Monarch was extremely horrified as he shrieked in terror, soul-devouring insects. Those small black dots were not black dots at all. there were distinct and oddly shaped insects. It was not as if Black Crow Divine Monarch had never seen soul-devouring insects before. These kinds of exotic insects specialized in devouring spiritual energy and could be said to be the natural nemesis of all souls. That was also precisely the reason why they had a hard time surviving or reaching maturity, because most cultivators who came across them would exterminate them while they were still young and weak. Generally speaking, it was difficult for even mature soul-devouring insects to threaten cultivators who were in the Tao Source realm and above. However, these soul-devouring insects far surpassed his cognition. Each insect exuded a ferocious aura that caused Black Crow Divine Monarch's soul to feel terrified. He was almost certain that things would not end well for him if he were to be enveloped by this cloud of insects. No matter how powerful his soul was, he could not withstand the devouring of these insects. His guess was right. Yang Kai had the 7-colored soul-warming lotus, so his spiritual energy was virtually inexhaustible. As such, there was no need to worry about his soul being damaged. He could safely use his own spiritual energy to rear these insects. After so many years, how could they not become powerful? If Black Crow Divine Monarch had been at his peak, he might not have been threatened by this cloud of insects. Unfortunately, he was currently just a weakened remnant soul. He was nothing but delicious food in front of these soul-devouring insects. The soul-devouring insects had been dormant when Yang Kai hid them inside the insect enslavement bracelet earlier, but now that they were released, they eagerly swarmed towards the gray mist like a cat that had caught the scent of a delicious fish. Black Crow Divine Monarch gave a strange cry before turning and fleeing. The cloud of insects followed closely behind, relentlessly giving chase. Standing on top of the soul-warming lotus, Yang Kai coldly watched from the sidelines. Black Crow Divine Monarch was not the first person to invade his knowledge sea, or even the first person to try and possess him. However, anybody who dared to invade his knowledge sea had suffered a tragic ending. All of this was thanks to the soul-warming lotus. It was certainly worthy of being known as a supreme treasure. Not only did it nourish his soul over the years, but it also made his spiritual energy become unimaginably powerful. It was what allowed him to turn certain defeat into victory numerous times in the past. It could be said that Yang Kai would have died countless times by now if not for the soul-warming lotus. This supreme treasure that he obtained a long, long time ago had helped him a lot throughout his journey on the martial Tao. Thus, he was very grateful for it. It had to be said that Black Crow Divine Monarch was both cunning and resourceful. This place was within Yang Kai's knowledge sea, so his soul would naturally be subjected to some amount of suppression. Even so, he was extremely fleet-footed in his escape. The cloud of soul-devouring insects could not do anything to him. Upon seeing this situation, Yang Kai sent out a few thoughts. The cloud of soul-devouring insects immediately split into 4 and transformed into 4 columns of black smoke. These 4 columns of black smoke moved in 4 separate directions to chase and encircle Black Crow Divine Monarch. This time around, Black Crow Divine Monarch fell into a dangerous situation. Although he was struggling hard, he could not escape from the jaws of the soul-devouring insects. The gray mist was soon covered in a layer of black insects. The soul-devouring insects silently and constantly fed on his soul and devoured his spiritual energy. It made him scream in agony. Even the speed of his escape became significantly slower. The moment he slowed down, even more soul-devouring insects latched onto him. It only took several tens of breaths for the gray mist to be completely shrouded in the cloud of black insects. "Junior, let me off. This old master can teach you the true grand evolution immortal blood light scripture and bring you to the blood monster divine palace to receive Shui Yao's inheritance in exchange." The true grand evolution immortal blood light scripture? Yang Kai frowned at those words. Are you saying that what we saw before is fake? Those are real. Otherwise, how would people be able to circulate it smoothly? If not, you would not have passed those tests earlier, nor would you have reached the palace in the middle of the lake. But, the blood light scripture that this old master carved on his skeleton is fake. This old master modified several parts. You sure are evil, old dog. Yang Kai cursed. Let me go and I will hand over the real blood light scripture. Your vitality is so abundant, so if you can cultivate the blood light scripture, you will have twice the result with half the effort. It won't take even 1,000 years for you to become the next blood monster divine monarch. Yang Kai coldly snorted, "Stop trying to tempt me. This king cultivates the grand Tao of space. the Tao of Blood is useless to me. If not because he wanted to obtain the 7th Order Monster Core reward, Yang Kai might not have interfered in this chaos in the first place. The Grand Evolution Immortal Blood Light scripture might be amazing, but it was not very attractive to him. Black Crow Divine Monarch kept trying though. Of course, it's good to have your own Tao, but the Blood Light scripture is a miraculous creation. If you cultivate it to the limits, you can even resurrect from a single drop of blood. You will be immortal and indestructible. Doesn't that tempt you at all? Blood Monster Divine Monarch died. What do you mean by immortal and indestructible? Yang Kai snorted with disdain. The Black Crow Divine Monarch was furious. Even if you don't need the Tao of Blood, don't tell me you don't want Shui Yao's inheritance? It's the inheritance of an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. If you obtain that, you will instantly become wealthy beyond your imagination. Yang Kai faintly said, of course, I want it. How can I not want it? But I don't trust you. The other party was a divine monarch after all. It was better for him to just ignore such tempting words. If he really became interested, then he would surely be devoured to the point where even his bones would be gone. The words of this old fox who had lived for countless millennia were incomparably shrewd. How could they be so easy to deal with? Junior, do you really plan to kill this old master? Black Crow Divine Monarch roared furiously. You wanted to possess me, Divine Monarch. Why should I show you mercy? Time is running out. Divine Monarch, please stop resisting and just hurry up and die. How you vex this old master. Black Crow Divine Monarch was furious. If he was given another chance to choose, he would never have tried to possess Yang Kai. Unfortunately, things had already progressed to this point where regret would not make a difference. Thus, he ruthlessly made up his mind and snarled, Junior, if you want this old master to die, then don't think you will get off easily either. This old master will fight you to the death. While saying so, the gray mist that was covered in a layer of soul-devouring insects abruptly turned around and charged towards Yang Kai. A terrifying spiritual energy fluctuation came from within the gray mist, and it was obvious that Black Crow Divine Monarch was about to unleash a powerful secret technique. How could Yang Kai dare to take the desperate soul attack of a remnant high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master soul lightly? He immediately drew upon the power of the soul-warming lotus. 7-colored light shone brightly, wrapping around his soul avatar. With the protection of the soul-warming lotus, he would not be defeated regardless of how mighty the attack unleashed by his opponent. Yang Kai had only finished preparing when the gray mist arrived in front of him. The gray mist slammed into the 7-color light barrier without any hesitation whatsoever. Violent spiritual energy burst out, killing countless soul-devouring insects that were latched onto the gray mist in an instant while the rest were sent flying by the impact. The 7-color light barrier shuddered fiercely, and even Yang Kai, who was standing atop the soul-warming lotus, felt the impact shaking his soul. He couldn't help feeling shocked. The desperate struggle of a divine monarch's remnant soul was certainly impressive. He had to admit that he had underestimated his opponent's strength. A buzzing sound rang out as the soul-devouring insects that were sent flying earlier swarmed towards the gray mist once more. It didn't take long for them to devour the gray mist cleanly. Yang Kai was slightly taken aback. Has Black Crow Divine Monarch died? Even though the last attack was very powerful, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling that it was more show than substance. It didn't feel right. Just as Yang Kai was mulling over this matter, he suddenly grunted as he could feel that his soul defenses had been torn open and something was fleeing from his knowledge sea. It was all a diversion to escape. Resentment filled Yang Kai's heart. He had taken all sorts of countermeasures and guarded against countless possibilities, but in the end, he still allowed Black Crow Divine Monarch to escape. He had assumed that Black Crow Divine Monarch's attack was a last-ditch attempt born out of desperation, but who could have known that the other party was simply making a feint? It was uncertain what kind of secret technique it was, but Black Crow Divine Monarch managed to separate out a thread of his consciousness. By doing so, he attracted the attention of Yang Kai and the soul-devouring insects while the rest of his remnant soul immediately found a chance to escape. He truly is an old fox. Cunning indeed. Nevertheless, what Black Crow Divine Monarch did would severely damage his foundation even though he survived. In the beginning, he had been slashed countless times by Yang Kai with the soul-splitting saber. Next, he suffered several rounds of the blossoming lotus and sealed lotus secret techniques. Afterward, his soul was gnawed on by the soul-devouring insects. In the end, he was forced to split a thread of his consciousness to fake his death and escape. It could be said that Black Crow Divine Monarch had suffered great losses. It would be a miracle if he even managed to retain half of his spiritual energy from before. Now that he has escaped from my knowledge sea, he will surely try to possess somebody else. Yang Kai did not dare to be negligent and hurriedly dragged his mind out of his knowledge sea, opened his eyes, and glanced around his surroundings. What he saw shocked him greatly. That was because he was the only one who was safe and sound among all the people present. On the other hand, the vitality of the others was churning violently. The blood mist around their bodies was dense, moreover, they had pained expressions on their faces like they were enduring great suffering. They were all experiencing cultivation dissonance. Black Crow Divine Monarch himself mentioned that he had modified the second segment of the blood light scripture that he left in his skeleton, therefore, it would be weirder not to experience cultivation dissonance after cultivating the modified blood light scripture. Only Yang Kai escaped this crisis because he was too busy to cultivate this secret art when Black Crow Divine Monarch penetrated his knowledge sea. Yang Kai turned his head to look at the people around him and swept his divine sense across the grand hall, but he failed to locate any traces of Black Crow Divine Monarch's remnant soul. Nevertheless, he was certain that the other party was not only still here but had also entered somebody else's body. Black Crow Divine Monarch was most likely in the process of taking over somebody's body right now. It was a pity that Yang Kai had no way to determine who Black Crow Divine Monarch was trying to possess. A groan came from beside him. It was Chu Huashang sitting next to him who made the sound. At this moment, her complexion was flushed red and the blood mist around her body was literally steaming. She looked like she was in great pain. Yang Kai had no time to search for Black Crow Divine Monarch. If he could not find a way to resolve Chu Huashang's current situation, then it was likely that her meridians would be destroyed and she would become a cripple. Coming to stand behind her with a flash, Yang Kai slapped his palm against her back and circulated his strength. He poured his own power into her body, attempting to restore her chaotic vitality and Emperor Qi to order. Although she was experiencing dissonance in her cultivation, it had not been long since it began. She instinctively realized that something was wrong, so she did not reject his help and willingly cooperated with him instead. Soon after, her churning vitality gradually calmed down. The entire process only took about half a cup of tea's time. Her complexion softened and her blood qi that had been churning like boiling water became calm once more. She slowly opened her eyes, a trace of lingering fear flashing through her eyes as she said softly, "Many thanks, junior brother." She did not know what had gone wrong. After comprehending the second part of the blood light scripture recorded in the skeleton, her blood qi went out of control and began to boil. Even her consciousness became hazy. If Yang Kai had not stepped in to rescue her at that moment, she would have suffered a disastrous fate. "Senior sister, it's more important to treat your wounds immediately," Yang Kai said. At the same time, he secretly sent a divine sense transmission to her. "Senior sister, listen to me. The Tao of blood inheritance here is a complete conspiracy. It's a trap set up by a guy who has the title Black Crow Divine Monarch." He gave her a simplified explanation of Black Crow Divine Monarch's plot and she was extremely shocked after listening to it. Chu Huashang could never have imagined that there was another Divine Monarch's remnant soul in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Simultaneously, she also came to understand the reason for her cultivation dissonance just now. It turned out that the blood light scripture she comprehended had been maliciously tampered with. "Junior brother, are you saying that Black Crow Divine Monarch's remnant soul is in one of these people's bodies right now?" He replied, "Yes. I suspect that he had already succeeded in possessing one of them." Yang Kai's situation was an exception among exceptions. Not only did his spiritual energy exceed other cultivators of the same realm by a wide margin, he also had the soul-warming lotus and extremely powerful soul-devouring insects. Those were the only reasons he could turn the situation around on Black Crow Divine Monarch. Unfortunately, others would not have such deep heritage or equally profound methods. Even if they were the elite disciples of their respective great forces and could grow to become extremely powerful figures in the future, they would still be helpless in front of somebody like Black Crow Divine Monarch. Black Crow Divine Monarch's remnant soul could not escape from this palace, otherwise, he would not survive for long. If he wanted to live, then he could only continue with his attempt to possess somebody. And they were the only ones in the Grand Hall at the moment. Who else could he possess aside from them? Among these people, there was no doubt that Chu Huasheng was safe. That was because she was a woman. If Yang Kai were in Black Crow Divine Monarch's shoes, he would never choose to possess a woman's body, as it was extremely likely his soul and her body would be incompatible, leading to all sorts of negative consequences in the future. Another important reason was that Black Crow Divine Monarch placed great importance on the blood light scripture. As a woman, Chu Huasheng's body was inherently yin-aligned and unsuited to cultivating the blood light scripture. This could be seen from her previous performances. Although she and Pei Wenxian had started comprehending the blood light scripture at the same time, Pei Wenxian would finish faster than her every time. It was out of this consideration that Yang Kai immediately rescued Chu Huasheng from her predicament. As for the others, he warily swept his gaze over the rest, feeling troubled. There was no way to determine who had been possessed from their outward appearances. Among them, Zhou Yi of Great Thousand Bloodland was undoubtedly the biggest suspect. Black Crow Divine Monarch himself mentioned before that he originally had his eye on the person with a foundation in the Tao of Blood. It was only because Yang Kai's vitality was so abundant that he gave up on his original idea of possessing Zhou Yi. Is it Zhou Yi? Yang Kai fixed his gaze intently upon Zhou Yi's face. Just as he was about to attack Zhou Yi as a test, a roar came from nearby. Immediately after that, Pei Wenxian abruptly jerked his eyes open. His eyes trembled violently and the demon qi in his body churned vigorously. While roaring loudly, he punched himself hard in the chest. Fresh blood spurted out of his mouth and his aura weakened significantly as a result. He then immediately got to his feet and glared at the skeleton in front of him furiously while swearing and cursing, "What the hell? This shitty blood light scripture nearly destroyed me." Yang Kai's eyes narrowed slightly at the sight. I can't believe Pei Wenxian actually freed himself from that state of cultivation dissonance with his own strength. Is it because he is just that talented? Or, is it because he was possessed by Black Crow Divine Monarch? If he was possessed, then this performance is nothing more than smoke and mirrors. Pei Wenxian's expression was resentful, mixed with a hint of lingering fear. There were no flaws in his performance. Seeming to sense Yang Kai's gaze, he turned to look in this direction and exclaimed in amazement, "Ho, that's impressive. Did you break free too? Looks like I underestimated you. It's you. Old dog, die." Yang Kai shouted as he lunged forward at the same time and viciously slammed his fist out at Pei Wenxian, leaving his back wide open. Pei Wenxian's eyes widened. He had not expected Yang Kai to attack him at such a time. Although he had provoked Yang Kai earlier, the situation then and now was completely different. Yang Kai appeared completely unharmed right now while he had only just broken free from cultivation dissonance. He had damaged his foundation as a result, so his strength had been greatly reduced. Even so, Pei Wenxian was still a disciple of Myriad Demon's Heaven and had his own pride to uphold. Thus, he laughed fearlessly instead of becoming furious. "Since you're begging for death, this Pei will grant your wish. I'll bring your head back as proof that I completed my mission." Forcefully enduring the pain coming from his body, he pushed his palms forward with great vigor. The demon qi in his body surged like the waves in the sea, suppressing Yang Kai with overwhelming force. Meanwhile, Yang Kai's fist turned into a barrage of fist shadows, slamming into the demon qi with little effect. He only managed to resist for a few moments before the demon qi slammed into him, sending his body flying through the air like a paper kite before falling backward. At that moment, Chu Huasheng suddenly screamed, "Junior brother, watch out." Pei Wenxian couldn't help feeling stunned. That was because he saw Zhou Yi, who had been sitting cross-legged all this time while suffering from signs of cultivation dissonance, opening his eyes abruptly. Then, Zhou Yi's figure drifted towards Yang Kai's back like a ghost, his hand stretched out like a claw, aiming straight for Yang Kai's heart. Not far away, Chu Huasheng tried her best to rush forward to provide support. Unfortunately, Yang Kai was falling in the direction of Zhou Yi, so there was no way she could reach him in time. By the time she arrived, he would already be a corpse. Why did Zhou Yi launch a sneak attack on Yang Kai? The sudden turn of events left Pei Wenxian feeling confused. Be that as it may, he could not be happier. He was severely injured at the moment, so it was inconvenient for him to engage in protracted battle. If Yang Kai was killed by Zhou Yi, then it would save him a lot of trouble. While watching coldly from the sidelines, he suddenly felt that something did not add up. That was because Yang Kai's expression was so calm that it was terrifying. Besides, this guy isn't that weak, right? It was rumored that Yang Kai had defeated Yu Luosha in one move in the Azura Arena. Even if the rumors had exaggerated the truth, it made no sense for him to be sent flying with a single blow, much less from a hasty attack made by him right after having suffered from cultivation dissonance and receiving heavy damage as a result. This bastard is up to something. A thought crossed Pei Wenxian's mind as he knit his brow. At this moment, a harsh and ear-splitting sound of metal rubbing against each out rang out. Sparks flew all over the place. Yang Kai spat out fresh blood as though he were struck by lightning and was sent flying back towards Pei Wenxian again. Spinning his body around, he turned and landed not far from him. Pei Wenxian did not make another move. How could he attack again when he could tell that something was wrong? Raising his eyes, he saw that the clothes covering Yang Kai's back were in tatters, but a layer of golden scales that looked like dragon scales had appeared in their place. It was just that most of the dragon scales had been blown away at this moment, leaving a bloody wound that stretched across Yang Kai's entire back. It was a horrifying sight, and under his gaze, he saw the dragon scales slowly fade and vanish out of sight. Only the bloody wound remained. Not far away, Zhou looked down at his hand with a slightly puzzled look. He seemed surprised that Yang Kai had survived his sneak attack. When they came into contact earlier, he distinctly sensed a powerful layer of defense covering Yang Kai's body. It was that layer of defense that caused all his previous efforts to come to naught. In the end, he failed to crush Yang Kai's heart with his claw hand as a result. Pui Yang Kai turned to the side and spat out a mouthful of blood. Lifting his chin, he looked down on Zhou Yi with a condescending expression. Fooled you, old dog. Attacking Pei Wenxian was a feint, luring Black Crow Divine Monarch into action was his real aim. In the situation just now, Yang Kai had no way of knowing who Black Crow Divine Monarch had possessed. There was no way for him to rescue the others under those circumstances. He might not be able to defend himself if Black Crow Divine Monarch attacked him while he was busy trying to rescue the others. If Pei Wenxian had really been possessed, then it would be perfect. He could take the opportunity to kill him. Fortunately, Black Crow Divine Monarch failed to hold back and leaped out first. Even though Yang Kai had already prepared himself in advance, he still nearly died at the hands of Black Crow Divine Monarch. If he had not used his dragon transformation secret art to form dragon scales on his back at the critical moment, he would not have gotten off with such light injuries. What are you talking about? Zhou looked at Yang Kai calmly. Are you still going to pretend? Yang Kai looked at Zhou contemptuously. Does a noble divine monarch really need to act so cautiously in front of a mere junior like me? Divine monarch? Pei Wenxian was dumbfounded by those words. He was also very tempted to ask Yang Kai, what in the world are you talking about? How could a disciple of Thousand Great Bloodland be a divine monarch? That was a title only high-rank open heaven realm masters could possess. Brother Pei, open your eyes wide and look carefully. Yang Kai pointed at Zhou Yi. The person in front of you is not Brother Zhou from Great Thousand Bloodland. He has been possessed by an old ghost by the name of Black Crow Divine Monarch. Black Crow Divine Monarch was imprisoned in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven by Blood Monster Divine Monarch. After Blood Monster Divine Monarch died, he stole Blood Monster Divine Monarch's Tao of Blood inheritance and moved it to this place. It was all to lure us here, so that he could find a suitable candidate to possess. Pei Wenxian frowned. How do you know all that? Yang Kai replied, because he tried to possess me just now, but he failed. That's why he changed targets and possessed Zhou Wu instead. Pei Wenxian turned to glance at Yang Kai. He instinctively felt reluctant to believe his words, choosing instead to believe that Yang Kai was up to something nefarious. After all, who in this place could escape if a divine monarch tried to possess them? But, Yang Kai claimed that the other party had failed to possess him. Zhou Yi said, Senior brother, you must be joking. This Zhou Wu is true and genuine. How could I have been possessed? On the other hand, you are so wantonly slandering me, senior brother. What tricks are you up to? Are you trying to sow discord among us in order to enjoy all the benefits in this place yourself? Pei Wenxian, who had been staring at Yang Kai suspiciously, immediately turned to look in that direction after hearing those words as a hint of surprise flashed through his eyes. Ha 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 ha. Yang Kai burst into uncontrollable laughter. How dare you say that you have not been possessed? Let's see how you plan to talk your way out of this now. Zhou Yi frowned slightly. Glancing at Yang Kai, he then turned to look at Pei Wenxian and quickly came to a realization. Where did this monarch slip up? From the look on Pei Wenxian's face, he could tell that his lies had been exposed, therefore, he did not bother to pretend any longer. Pei Wenxian clicked his tongue and replied, the owner of your body is called Zhou Yi, not Zhou Wu. Zhou Yi immediately understood and nodded lightly in response. Turning to look at Yang Kai approvingly, he said, Junior, you are cunning and quick-witted indeed. There truly are talented people all over the world. This brat's speech just now revealed nothing suspicious. He even revealed the name Zhou Wu at the end, misleading me into believing that the person I possessed was named Zhou Wu. I simply followed his lead and answered accordingly. Who could have known that this brat's words were meant to mislead and test me? It looks like he was not too sure of his judgment even after I attacked him. That's why he came up with a test like that. Although it is just a simple sentence, it requires extremely quick thinking. This brat has very strong spiritual energy, as well as a supreme treasure like the soul-warming lotus. At this rate, he will surely become extremely powerful once he matures. If I want to kill him, I have to do so now. Or else, I might not be able to in the future. Your affairs have nothing to do with this Pei. This Pei has more important things to do, so I will take my leave first. While saying that, Pei Wenxian turned and rushed out of the grand hall in a flash. Black Crow Divine Monarch, who popped out of nowhere, gave him an extremely bad feeling. Even though the other party was nothing more than a remnant soul that had just taken over another person's body, it was unknown how much power the enemy could exert. Nevertheless, the other party was a divine monarch. Nothing good would come from remaining in this place, so he decisively made the decision to withdraw. Yang Kai was dumbstruck. This bastard from Myriad Demons Heaven is far too unreliable. How can he avoid taking personal responsibility at a time like this? Hence, he hurriedly said, Brother Pei, do you really think you can remain uninvolved now that things have reached this point? If I were Black Crow Divine Monarch, I would make sure that nobody walks out of this place alive. How else would I keep my secret hidden? You understand me well, Junior. The man who used to be Zhou Yi but was now Black Crow Divine Monarch nodded in approval. His expression seemed to say that their thoughts were in sync. With a gentle wave of his hand, the entire grand hall suddenly rumbled and all the entrances shut tight. Pei Wenxian paused mid-step. His expression was slightly ugly as he tilted his head to look at Black Crow Divine Monarch. Old thing, you should have rejoiced when I left you alone. I'm afraid things will now end tragically for you because of your mistake. Black Crow Divine Monarch chuckled. Are all the juniors of the current generation this arrogant? Very good. Very good. The world is more interesting this way. This old master will not be bored. While speaking, his body suddenly shuddered slightly. An inexplicable pulling force surged out of his figure. Immediately after that, several groans rang out. The blood mist surrounding those people sitting cross-legged around the skeleton churned violently and transformed into numerous blood-chi dragons that rushed towards him and poured into his body. It was as though his body had turned into a bottomless pit that devoured the blood-chi completely. Black Crow Divine Monarch could not help revealing an ecstatic expression, as though he was enjoying the most pleasant experience in the world. Following his actions, the vitality of those people dropped swiftly and their bodies withered away. They were experiencing cultivation dissonance already, so they were completely unable to fight back. Moreover, Black Crow Divine Monarch was using one of the Blood Light Scripture's secret techniques which was compatible with their cultivation dissonance. How could they resist? Both Yang Kai and Chu Huasheng felt their scalps tingling in horror at the sight. Although they had comprehended the first part of the Blood Light Scripture previously, that was just the Blood Light Scripture secret art. It did not contain any secret techniques. It was not until they saw what Black Crow Divine Monarch did that they realized how cruel the Blood Light Scripture really was. This was definitely an evil art. However, it was not difficult to understand. Blood Monster Divine Monarch was not a kind and benevolent man. It stood to reason that the blood light scripture he cultivated was not a peaceful secret art either. What made Yang Kai even more uneasy was that the aura around Black Crow Divine Monarch's body was climbing steadily with his actions. Although Zhou Yi was originally an elite disciple of Great Thousand Bloodland, he was not that strong. On the other hand, Yang Kai could feel a sense of oppression coming from him after he was possessed by Black Crow Divine Monarch. A person who could cultivate to the realm of a divine monarch could not be a soft-hearted weakling. In addition, Black Crow obtained an inheritance like the blood light scripture. The various unimaginable methods made him even more powerful than before. We can't let him continue any longer. This is definitely the best time to attack. He has only just taken over Zhou Yi, so his soul and his body may not have fully integrated yet. Combined with the fact that Zhou Yi's heritage is limited, it can be said that he is currently at his weakest. He will definitely become much stronger once he completely devours the vitality of those people. Attack! A shout entered Yang Kai's ears as Pei Wenxian was the first to take action. He evidently came to the same conclusion as Yang Kai. While shouting, he pushed his hands forward. A large pitch-black cone sliced through the air and swiftly shot towards Black Crow Divine Monarch. The pitch-black cone was formed from pure demon chi and rotated rapidly, almost like it could even rip through space. Pei Wenxian was not finished yet. Immediately following behind the cone, he lunged forward like a panther. His hands were clawed, stretching towards Black Crow Divine Monarch through the air. All 5 of his fingers contained metal, wood, water, fire, and earth element powers, forming a cycle of the 5 elements which mutually reinforced each other. His power increased significantly as a result. Likewise, Yang Kai's reaction was very fast. In other words, he would have attacked even if Pei Wenxian had not. Black Crow Divine Monarch had invaded his knowledge sea and learned about many of his secrets, not to mention the soul-warming lotus had also been exposed. Black Crow Divine Monarch would never let Yang Kai go. He would definitely target the soul-warming lotus. As a wounded remnant soul, this supreme treasure was exactly what he needed to recover. Yang Kai made a wide sweep with his arm, condensing a large moon blade that slashed towards Black Crow Divine Monarch. Meanwhile, Chu Huashang flicked her head back, unraveling the long red ribbon tying her hair up and shooting it towards Black Crow Divine Monarch's chest. Be it Yang Kai, Pei Wenxian, or Chu Huashang, all 3 of them were not ordinary Emperor Realm cultivators. The latter 2 were core disciples of the 36 Cave Heavens, so it could be said that they stood at the very peak of the Emperor Realm. There were few beneath the Open Heaven Realm who could be their opponents, and even less need be said about Yang Kai. He had already killed several low-rank Open Heaven Realm masters, so his strength could not be measured by common sense. The power unleashed by the combined attacks of these 3 was something even Black Crow Divine Monarch could not help but acknowledge. He nodded repeatedly in approval. Good. Good. You 3 little ones are very impressive. You will definitely have grand accomplishments in the future. Words of praise came out of his mouth, but his eyes were filled with contempt. Despite facing their combined attacks, he did not step aside nor dodge. On the contrary, he stepped forward all of a sudden. He looked at Yang Kai and shouted, "But, you are too arrogant, Junior. Did you think this is still within your knowledge sea?" He had suffered a terrible defeat within Yang Kai's knowledge sea. He was originally no more than a remnant soul after all. In the end, he was forced to use a sacrificial diversion in order to escape. In contrast, he currently possessed a physical body. With his previous heritage of a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, how could he fear 3 measly Emperor Realm Juniors even if his strength was not at his peak anymore? When he took that step forward, a dense blood chi permeated the entire Grand Hall as though mountains of corpses and seas of blood were going to come crashing down on the 3 of them. Be it Yang Kai, Pei Wenxian, or Chu Huashang, all 3 of them couldn't help stiffening slightly as an overwhelming sense of helplessness involuntarily flooded their minds. Kong. The demon chi cone slammed into Black Crow Divine Monarch but was rendered useless. The attack was stopped by the dense layer of blood chi more than meter away from its target. On the other hand, Yang Kai's moonblade tore apart Black Crow Divine Monarch's defenses. Unfortunately, its speed dropped sharply after it sank into the blood chi, allowing the latter to easily sidestep the attack. Chu Huashang's hair ribbon had even less to show for her efforts. After sinking into the blood qi, its halo immediately began flickering violently. It lost so much spirituality in an instant that she hurriedly withdrew the ribbon in shock. Even low-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters would not dare to take the combined attacks of these three lightly. Nevertheless, Black Crow Divine Monarch blocked them all with little effort. At the same time, he finished devouring all the blood qi of the other cultivators within the room. Their bodies shriveled up like mummified corpses. Up until their deaths, those people had been clueless about what was going on. It could be said to be extremely tragic. Those who could reach this palace were the best among their respective great forces. They were the strongest among their peers, so their vitality was incredibly robust. Having received nourishment from them, Black Crow Divine Monarch's aura soared madly and reached a level that terrified the three of them. Although he did not have the aura of the Open Heaven Realm, his momentum at this moment was almost as imposing as that of a mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Master. In other words, he was a mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Master who could not exert the signature power of the Open Heaven Realm. The three of them felt their hearts sinking. If that really were the case, then there was no way for them to win. Even if Black Crow Divine Monarch was unable to utilize World Force due to Zhou Yi's lacking heritage, he still had the foundation of a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master. There was no saying just how much strength he could display. The blood qi around him churned violently, making him look like he was covered in a mist of blood. He stared fixedly at Yang Kai and sneered, "Junior, how dare you act so presumptuous before this monarch? I will start with you." While saying that, he suddenly waved his large hand. A rain of blood suddenly fell on Yang Kai from above. The blood rain did not look special in any way, but it obviously contained great power. Yang Kai's figure flickered repeatedly to avoid the blood rain, but contrary to expectations, his perception told him that Black Crow Divine Monarch was ignoring him after the initial move. A hand suddenly reached out from within the blood mist and clawed at Pei Wenxian across the barriers of space. This old dog was truly cunning and insidious. Even when facing these three youngsters, he did not hesitate to use feints and diversions. Thinking about it again, it made sense. Black Crow Divine Monarch coveted Yang Kai's soul-warming lotus, so how could he kill him so easily? He most likely planned to capture Yang Kai alive in order to claim the soul-warming lotus as his own. If he could not kill Yang Kai, then he could only attack Pei Wenxian and Chu Huashang. Pei Wenxian had taken the lead to attack him earlier, so he probably held some grudges for that. Yang Kai had not expected Black Crow Divine Monarch to take such actions and neither did Pei Wenxian, therefore, the large hand immediately wrapped around Pei Wenxian's neck tightly as a layer of red blood qi swiftly seeped and enveloped the latter. Pei Wenxian had lunged at Black Crow Divine Monarch after unleashing his previous attack, but at this moment, it seemed like he walked straight into his death instead. He was caught off guard and captured almost instantly. Wrapped by the blood qi, Pei Wenxian felt as though something was suppressing the power in his body and blocking his meridians so that his strength could not flow out. He was absolutely horrified. Is this really the power that an Emperor Realm cultivator can exert? Zhou Yi was no more than a disciple of Great Thousand Bloodland. His aptitude and comprehension abilities were incomparable to those of Pei Wenxian. If it were before he was possessed, then Pei Wenxian alone would have been able to defeat 3 to 5 of him without breaking a sweat. Unfortunately, he became capable of subduing Pei Wenxian in a single move after being possessed by Black Crow Divine Monarch. It was not until this moment that Pei Wenxian finally understood one thing: this might be Zhou Yi's body, but the Zhou Yi that stood in front of him could no longer be viewed as the same person at all. Die, Junior. Black Crow Divine Monarch grinned, exerting a sudden burst of force in his hand in order to kill Pei Wenxian on the spot. However, his brow twitched at that moment and a huge sense of crisis enveloped him as the aura of death loomed over him. Pei Wenxian's identity token that had been hanging at his waist suddenly burst out with dazzling white light. It was extremely blinding, so blinding that it breached the blood-colored sea even through the thick blood mist. The white light leaped out from the identity token like a bolt of candlelight. It was not very conspicuous at first, but the light exploded in an instant to transform into a blade of overwhelming demon qi. Then, the blade came slashing down on Black Crow Divine Monarch. Black Crow Divine Monarch was shocked. How could he dare to remain standing in place after sensing the terrifying power contained in this strike? Releasing his grip on Pei Wenxian, he turned into a ray of blood light and quickly retreated. However, he could not escape the power of this blade no matter how he tried to dodge. The blade slashed down and a scream rang out. The blood light was split into two, revealing two bloody halves of a body. Pei Wenxian landed heavily, coughing hard with his hands clutching at his neck. He glared fiercely at Zhou Yi's corpse that had been sliced in half and ground his teeth. "How dare you mess with me, old dog? How dare you attack me? Serves you right for ending up dead." He let out a gloomy laughter that sounded quite ghastly. While he was speaking, the identity token hanging around his waist cracked and shattered before turning into dust. Yang Kai was amazed by the sight. He had long known about the identity tokens carried by the core disciples of the cave heavens and paradises. These identity tokens not only symbolized their personal status but also contained a divine ability granted by their elders to protect them. It would automatically be activated in the event that their lives were in danger. Although it could only be used once, it could save their lives at a critical moment. Just like what happened here. Yang Kai suspected that even a mid-rank open heaven realm master might not have been able to withstand that attack if taken head-on. Pei Wenxian's honored master was definitely a high-rank open heaven realm master. Black Crow Divine Monarch had possessed Zhou Yi, and while he had the heritage of a high-rank open heaven realm master, he was limited by Zhou Yi's body. Combined with the fact that he was a wounded remnant soul, the strength that he could exert at this moment was far from his peak. How could he come out unscathed after being hit by a divine ability like that? This old guy has been plotting for countless years only to suffer such a tragic ending when he finally succeeded in possessing somebody. I'm sure that he himself never anticipated such an outcome. Yang Kai couldn't help but sigh in amazement. Zhou Yi's body had been sliced into two, but Black Crow Divine Monarch's remnant soul remained nowhere to be seen. Hence, Yang Kai did not let down his guard and instead released his divine sense to guard against anything that might happen. Under his close watch, Yang Kai was surprised to discover something strange about the crimson blood flowing out of the corpse that had been sliced in two. The blood seemed to be guided by some sort of pulling force, gathering together from all directions and quickly merging back into one. In the next moment, the two halves of the corpse suddenly joined down the middle and were patched together once more. The tightly closed eyes of Black Crow Divine Monarch reopened at this moment and he slowly climbed up from the floor. Inside the Grand Hall, Yang Kai and the two others were dumbfounded by the sight. The Grand Evolution Immortal Blood Light scripture really does live up to its reputation. Ha 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 ha. Black Crow Divine Monarch cackled uncontrollably. When he first stood up, there remained a wound that resembled an obvious blood line extending from the middle of his forehead down to his neck and further down his body where his skin was exposed. However, this wound quickly disappeared while he was laughing. His outward appearance at this moment seemed completely intact. Only his aura was significantly lower than before. Pei Wenxian was shocked and terrified. I can't believe that this old dog is still alive. I saw him being sliced in half with my own eyes just now. How is he still perfectly fine? Even Yang Kai found the sight in front of him difficult to believe, but he then remembered what Black Crow Divine Monarch told him before. Supposedly, if one were to cultivate the Grand Evolution Immortal Blood Light scripture to its limits, they could even be reborn from a single drop of blood. One would be practically immortal and indestructible as a result. Those words were certainly an exaggeration. Nevertheless, the current situation indicated that the Grand Evolution Immortal Blood Light scripture was indeed an extraordinary secret art. The Blood Light scripture was definitely the reason why Black Crow Divine Monarch could come back to life. Black Crow Divine Monarch, who had just gotten back to his feet, cracked his neck and coldly said, "Junior, stop resisting. You will not be able to defeat this monarch with your abilities. Why bother wasting your energy and suffering in vain? You must be joking, Divine Monarch. Even ants fight to survive, much less cultivators like us." Yang Kai shouted. Black Crow Divine Monarch sneered and turned around to look at Yang Kai. "Do you think this monarch is reluctant to kill you? If you think so, you are very wrong. I will definitely get what I want even after killing you." He gently nodded while speaking. "I've decided. I'll start with you." The words had just left Black Crow Divine Monarch's mouth when Yang Kai immediately took out a wooden token from his space ring and hung it around his waist. He then grinned at Black Crow Divine Monarch with a smug look. "Go ahead, try if you dare." Black Crow Divine Monarch glanced at the wooden token fearfully, his face twitching at the sight. The incident earlier had traumatized him as he had been ignorant of the situation. Just as he was prepared to kill Pei Wenxian, he was cut down by the divine ability sealed within the identity token that hung from Pei Wenxian's waist. If not for the Grand Evolution Immortal Blood Light scripture, he would have died from that attack. As the saying went, once bitten, twice shy. He now felt very troubled whenever he saw such a thing. Unbeknownst to him, Yang Kai's wooden token and Pei Wenxian's identity token were completely different items. This wooden token was given to him by the proprietress previously. It was engraved with an inexplicable pattern of a totem. She had claimed that it was a favor. Therefore, there was no divine ability sealed within. On the other hand, he also held a divine ability bead that was given to him by the proprietress. That was his greatest trump card. Black Crow Divine Monarch gave Yang Kai a hateful look. Then, he turned to look at Chu Huashang. Chu Huashang was no fool either, so she gently reached out and tapped the identity token hanging at her waist. These juniors are too much. Black Crow Divine Monarch felt a great sense of hatred. Divine Monarch, if you wish to kill somebody, then there's a good candidate right there. Yang Kai pointed in Pei Wenxian's direction. You died at his hands just now. It's a good opportunity for you to take revenge for what happened. Pei Wenxian was already coughing, but he nearly spat blood at those words. He gritted his teeth and snarled, Yang Kai, this Pei will never forgive you if I die in this place, not even if I turn into a ghost. Yang Kai replied scornfully, what has that got to do with me? Pei Wenxian was so filled with hatred that his teeth hurt, but there was nothing he could say or do. His identity token had been destroyed, so he no longer had a deterrent. If Black Crow Divine Monarch really attacked him, then he could only fight to the death. I'll do as you wish then. Black Crow Divine Monarch nodded. His body suddenly transformed into a blood ray that charged towards Pei Wenxian. He had been killed by the Sword Light divine ability earlier and severely damaged his foundation as a result. At this moment, he desperately needed to replenish his strength. Since he did not dare to touch Yang Kai and Chu Huashang, he could only target easy prey like Pei Wenxian. After he slaughtered Pei Wenxian, it would not be too late for him to slowly torture the other two to death. In any case, the Grand Hall had been completely sealed shut, so there was no fear that they might escape. When Pei Wenxian saw that Black Crow Divine Monarch was charging towards him again, he felt a mixture of fear and rage. He let out a fierce roar and his demon chi churned violently. Raising his hand, he summoned his coiling dragon shears and sliced through the blood light with them. The coiling dragon shears was a powerful artifact, and the energy fluctuations that it emitted were by no means weak. Even so, the light flickered erratically when it sank into the blood light and its spirituality dropped sharply. Chu Huashang had encountered the exact same situation just now. The blood light seemed to be extremely damaging and resistant towards artifacts. Pei Wenxian turned pale in shock and involuntarily backed away while hastily forming a set of hand seals with both hands. One after another, a barrage of fierce attacks rained down on the blood light without any restraint. The explosions rang out endlessly as each of these attacks were defeated. The blood light flashed towards him like lightning, continuously shooting out blood-colored blasts from within the blood light. The attacks were so oppressive that he was forced to retreat in a miserable fashion. Even if Black Crow Divine Monarch had been cut down once and suffered heavy damage to his foundation as a result, Pei Wenxian was still not capable of being his opponent. Rather, it could even be said that how long Pei Wenxian could last under those attacks was a problem in and of itself. In just a few breaths of time, Pei Wenxian could feel that he had reached his limits. At this moment, he felt the pressure lightening all of a sudden as Black Crow Divine Monarch's evil laugh entered his ears. Junior, you truly are insidious and cunning. Did you think this monarch would not be wary of you? The blood light that was approaching him halted without warning, and Pei Wenxian looked up to see that Black Crow Divine Monarch had revealed his figure. Black Crow Divine Monarch had one hand blocking an attack to his side. Amidst the dense blood chi, Yang Kai had arrived with a spear in his hands at some point in time. It was just that he was trapped in the blood chi. It was like being stuck in a quagmire, making his movements extremely sluggish. That was not all. Sizzling sounds were coming from his body, and it was obvious that the blood chi was corroding away at him. Pei Wenxian immediately understood the situation. Yang Kai's sneak attack caused Black Crow Divine Monarch to have no choice but to focus on dealing with him. That was definitely the reason why the pressure had suddenly eased off him just now. It could even be said that it was Yang Kai who rescued Pei Wenxian at the critical moment. Even so, Pei Wenxian was not grateful. This bastard sent Black Crow Divine Monarch after me. How abominable. Taking advantage of Black Crow Divine Monarch's distraction, Pei Wenxian's figure flashed consecutively, finally putting some distance between him and the other party, which gave him some breathing space. As one of myriad demons' heaven's core disciples, he was practically an invincible existence among those beneath the open heaven realm. The fact that he could be defeated in such a short span of time only served to show just how powerful Black Crow Divine Monarch was. Moreover, this was after Black Crow Divine Monarch had been killed already. If this were before he had suffered death once, how much strength could he have exerted? For a moment, Pei Wenxian was both thankful and frustrated. He was thankful that Black Crow Divine Monarch was heavily injured at the moment but frustrated that his identity token was gone as a result. Inside the blood chi that resembled a quagmire, Yang Kai's movements were sluggish but his expression was calm as he roared, "Break!" A small pitch-black light appeared at the top of the Azure Dragon Spear. When this pitch-black dot appeared, it was only the size of a pea, however, it immediately expanded wildly and turned into a massive black hole. Everything instantly collapsed. Rupture. Blood chi poured into the black hole that appeared and vanished into nothingness, allowing Yang Kai to break free of its restraints and thrust his spear straight at Black Crow Divine Monarch. This attack was made in a direct, seemingly straightforward, simple, and ordinary manner. However, it contained intense murderous intent, perfectly demonstrating the strength of Yang Kai's personal spear technique. The Tao of Space. Black Crow Divine Monarch narrowed his eyes. He distinctly felt the fluctuation of the space principles at that moment. Moreover, he could infer from those fluctuations that Yang Kai's attainments in the Tao of Space were superb. As those words left his mouth, the spear sliced through the air towards him. Black Crow Divine Monarch wanted to avoid the attack but was surprised to find that it had sealed off all his paths of retreat. There was no way to dodge. The spear pierced through his head and came out through the back. If it were a normal cultivator, they would not have survived after receiving such heavy injuries, but the person who received this wound was none other than Black Crow Divine Monarch, who even revived after being sliced clean in half. Yang Kai did not reveal the slightest hint of joy at succeeding. The truth was that this attack had not affected Black Crow Divine Monarch in any significant way. Although the Azure Dragon Spear had pierced Black Crow Divine Monarch's head, Yang Kai had not felt the sense of having stabbed anything. It was as though Black Crow Divine Monarch's head did not contain any resistance whatsoever at that moment. "Boy, where did you get this spear?" Black Crow Divine Monarch asked in surprise. He had a good eye, so he instantly noticed just how extraordinary the Azure Dragon Spear was. This brat is not only proficient in the Tao of Space but also in possession of such an astounding treasure. He probably comes from quite a prominent background. Why are you spouting such nonsense? Just die, old dog. Yang Kai coldly snorted. The spear trembled slightly and a jet-black flame suddenly spread out across its length, igniting Black Crow Divine Monarch's head. Ah! Black Crow Divine Monarch screamed loudly and his body abruptly retreated backward. The hole in the middle of his forehead swiftly sealed up, leaving him uninjured. Be that as it may, the pitch-black flames continued to burn him, causing him to suffer excruciating pain as he screamed in horror, "Golden Crow's true fire! You condensed the Golden Crow's true fire!" While screaming, his heart flooded with a deep sense of regret. He had tried to possess Yang Kai earlier, but in the end, he suffered miserably inside Yang Kai's knowledge sea and severely damaged his foundation in the process. He had been forced to separate out a thread of his consciousness in order to create a diversion to escape. When he finally possessed Shou-Yi and obtained a physical body, he thought that it would be easy for him to get rid of the juniors around him, but how could he have known that Yang Kai would wield a high-rank element power? Not to mention, this was the Golden Crow's true fire that was said to be able to burn everything in existence. Didn't that mean this boy condensed high-rank open heaven elements? If Yang Kai could even condense the Golden Crow's true fire, then condensing the other high-rank elements clearly would not be a problem. In other words, this boy had the qualifications to advance directly into the high-rank open heaven realm. What terrifying aptitude! How many people throughout the ages have been capable of breaking through directly to the high-rank open heaven realm? It was impossible to imagine what kind of achievements Yang Kai would have in the future with such a high starting point. Therefore, Black Crow Divine Monarch was wallowing in regret. If he had known earlier, he would not have given up on trying to possess Yang Kai no matter what. He would have fought to the death in order to possess Yang Kai. Who could say for sure? He might have stood a chance to succeed. It was unfortunate if he lost, but what if he won? Then, he would have obtained an extremely high starting point and his future achievements would be many times higher than that of the past. Unfortunately, he had already possessed Zhou Yi and nothing would change even if he felt regret. He was originally just a remnant soul. In addition, he had been heavily injured. He no longer had the strength to possess anybody else at the moment. While screaming, his blood chi surged violently to force out the Golden Crow's true fire inside his body. The flames of the Golden Crow's true fire continued to rage without fuel even after falling to the ground. Meanwhile, Yang Kai attacked again with his spear. His expression was as calm as jade, but his attacks were as fierce as a dragon's. His spear formed shadows that filled the sky, and every blow landed on Black Crow Divine Monarch's vital points. At the same time, Pei Wenxian attacked from the side with his coiling dragon shears. The coiling dragon shears made a clicking noise every time it opened and closed, constantly cutting away at the blood chi surrounding Black Crow Divine Monarch. Likewise, Chu Huashang was not idle. She held a lute in her hands, strumming the strings lightly. Plucking sounds that resembled the sound of beads clattering onto a jade plate rang out. These sounds transformed into invisible attacks that disturbed Black Crow Divine Monarch's concentration. She also set up countless crimson silk threads that crisscrossed all over the Grand Hall to form a network that hampered Black Crow Divine Monarch's movements. At this moment, Black Crow Divine Monarch was facing 3 enemies at once, thus, his situation was disadvantageous for a while. Among the 3 of them, what caused him the greatest headache was not Pei Wenxian's coiling dragon shears nor Chu Huashang's lute, but Yang Kai's azure dragon spear. Each attack from the spear displayed a refinement that was beyond anything he had ever encountered in his life. He simply could not imagine how a cultivator could execute such exquisite spear techniques. It was like watching a famous grandmaster crafting a masterpiece. Each attack from the spear was a work of art. He could understand if it were a cultivator with low strength who wholeheartedly cultivated the spear Dao. Since they lacked strength, they could only make up for their shortcomings with technique. However, skill did not determine victory or defeat in the Emperor realm. What really decided everything was strength. No matter how skilled a person was, it was useless if their strength was inferior to their opponent. It would be one thing if Yang Kai's spear technique was simply amazing, but the critical point was that the spear itself was extraordinarily powerful. Moreover, the spear was also covered in the pitch-black Golden Crow's true fire. It truly made Black Crow Divine Monarch suffer greatly as a result. Due to a momentary lapse of concentration, Black Crow Divine Monarch was consecutively stabbed several times by Yang Kai. He screamed in pain and had no choice but to force out more blood chi to purge the Golden Crow's true fire that was burning his body. Pei Wenxian's coiling dragon shears played a huge role in this situation. With every cut he made, he shaved off some of Black Crow Divine Monarch's vitality and caused the latter to weaken steadily. Enough! Black Crow Divine Monarch roared furiously. With a wave of his hand, 2 spots of blood light suddenly flew out from the skeleton on the round platform. They transformed into a pair of butterfly daggers, one for each hand. This artifact was clearly one he used in the past. Furthermore, it was an artifact used by a high-rank open heaven realm master. It would surely be of high quality. With the twin butterfly daggers in hand, Black Crow Divine Monarch's weakening momentum suddenly soared again. He crossed the twin daggers and brought them down on the azure dragon spear. A mighty force spread out and sent Yang Kai flying backwards. The twin daggers in his hands trembled slightly as he turned the 2 blades into a stream of light that shot towards Pei Wenxian and Chu Huashang. Pei Wenxian was shocked and immediately used the coiling dragon shears to defend himself. Contrary to his expectations, the coiling dragon shears had only just come into contact with the blade light when they shattered into pieces with a loud explosion. His artifact was unable to stop the blade light and the strength of the light blade did not weaken as it slashed down on him. How could he afford to care about his pride at such a dangerous moment? He threw himself on the ground like a dog lunging for food, and a large piece of flesh was sliced off his back. Also, most of the silk thread network that Chu Huashang spent so much effort to arrange was sliced apart and destroyed by the blade light, which did not stop and slashed down at her lute. The sound of strings snapping rang out as they were all cut apart. Chu Huashang spurted out blood and was thrown backwards. Even so, the blade light continued to chase after her, threatening her life. All of a sudden, Yang Kai appeared with a flash. His spear swept across the blade light and sent it flying as he turned to look at her and asked, "Senior Sister Chu, are you all right?" "I'm fine." She slowly shook her head. Yang Kai immediately spun around and leapt forward. Arriving in front of Black Crow Divine Monarch in the blink of an eye, he stabbed out. Black Crow Divine Monarch looked at Yang Kai coldly, neither blocking nor dodging. More importantly, a slightly mocking smile crept onto the corner of his lips. Yang Kai immediately sensed that something was wrong as a huge sense of crisis befell him. At the same time, he saw a blade light coming towards him from the left. It was the blade light that slashed down on Pei Wenxian earlier. How could Yang Kai dare to be negligent? He immediately drew upon the powers within his Dao seal and formed a dragon shield around his body to protect himself. The khaki-yellow dragon shield had only just formed when the blade light came slashing down. The sound of something shattering rang out and fresh blood splattered everywhere. Yang Kai retreated by several tens of meters with a new wound at his waist, one so deep that bone was showing. Black Crow Divine Monarch's gaze was scorching, a high-rank earth element power. The dragon shield secret technique was obviously formed from a high-rank earth element power. Combined with the Golden Crow's true fire that Yang Kai displayed earlier, Black Crow Divine Monarch became more and more convinced that Yang Kai was aiming to become a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master directly. This brat is definitely a rare genius. Yang Kai lowered his head to gaze at the wound on his waist. The spear in his hand trembled slightly as he lifted it with one hand and stared at Black Crow Divine Monarch mockingly. "Seems a Divine Monarch is nothing much." Black Crow Divine Monarch snorted, "What an arrogant mouth you have, boy. I will make you beg for mercy on your knee soon enough." While saying so, his body jerked slightly and took the initiative to fall apart of his own volition. He transformed into hundreds of thousands of blood crows that cawed loudly. They covered the sky as they threw themselves at Yang Kai. Yang Kai kicked off against the ground and backed away but kept his eyes forward. He realized that his enemy feared his Golden Crow's true fire. That was why he created hundreds of thousands of blood crows to confuse him. He did not know what kind of secret technique it was that could produce such shocking effects, and it did not look like part of the orthodox blood light scripture. It was most likely Black Crow Divine Monarch's own divine ability. Black Crow Divine Monarch's voice rang out from all around, "Boy, this monarch believes that you have a bright future ahead of you. If you kneel down and beg for mercy, I can spare your life." Possessing Yang Kai was no longer an option, but subduing and taking Yang Kai under him could also be considered a kind of compensation. The brat was a genius who could probably advance into the high-rank Open Heaven realm in the future, so accepting Yang Kai as his subordinate was not a bad idea. His voice floated around, giving no hint of his true location. There was no way for anybody to figure out which blood crow his soul was hiding in. If it were anybody else, they would have no means of attacking in this situation. However, Yang Kai put the azure dragon spear away and summoned a bottle gourd instead. He pointed the mouth of the gourd forward and grinned wickedly. "This junior is honored by your offer and would like to offer a gift to show his thanks, Divine Monarch. Please accept it." While saying so, he activated the power of the Yuan Magnetic Divine Bottle Gourd, sending a blinding light pouring out of it to sweep across the flock of blood crows. The Yuan Magnetic Divine Light was a sixth-order metal element power, and even a low-rank Open Heaven Realm Master would need to use their world force to block it. How could Black Crow Divine Monarch withstand this attack? Countless blood crows were struck by the Yuan Magnetic Divine Light and instantly riddled with holes, dropping to the ground while cawing loudly before turning into puddles of blood. In just a few breaths of time, 20% of the blood crows were destroyed while the Yuan Magnetic Divine Light poured out strongly and continuously. Although those blood crows were numerous, they could not penetrate the defenses of the Yuan Magnetic Divine Light, much less approach Yang Kai. Chu Huashang hurriedly came to stand behind Yang Kai, lest Black Crow Divine Monarch attack her. On the other hand, Pei Wenxian also scrambled on all fours and ran over. Yang Kai turned to faintly glance at him, causing the former's face to twitch slightly, but he did not know what to say. End of chapter 4258. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.